Chapter 1 My counselor became my neighbor. Late at night, in the quiet teaching building. In a dimly lit corner of the stairwell, Su Cheng sat in a chair with a backrest. A woman was sitting on him, a mature woman. She was wearing a black office lady dress, and her long legs were covered in black stockings. Her full and voluptuous figure resembled that of an ant in a comic book. In the dimly lit corner of the stairwell, Su Cheng couldn't see the woman's mature face, nor could he see the allure in her eyes. He only had an indescribable feeling. Faced with the woman's temptation, Su Cheng skipped the prelude and was about to get to the point when the announcement in the high-speed train carriage sounded. Attention passengers, the train is about to arrive at Gyeongsangbuk Station. Passengers who are getting off at Gyeongsangbuk Station, please prepare to disembark in advance. Su Cheng woke up from his seat, looked out the window with a somewhat dazed expression, and realized that he had just been dreaming. This high-speed rail. Why give him a hint now, right at this crucial moment, when he doesn't even need one? Couldn't you have given him a few more hours? Blanche. Su Cheng is a freshman at Qing City University. I am currently on the high-speed train to report to school. A month ago, Su Cheng was added to the freshman group of their college. He accidentally clicked on the counselor's QQ space in the group and saw her various daily posts, life photos, and beautiful pictures. After that, Su Cheng developed a strong interest in the counselor. Like most boys, Su Cheng's high school life was uneventful. He didn't have any crushes. At 185 centimeters tall, he was even quite popular in high school, but he didn't date early and focused on his studies. Now that I've finished my grueling high school years, which were more exhausting than being a beast of burden, I'm finally considering letting loose and being free as an adult. Su Cheng at this stage. This is the time of life when one's young energy is at its peak. Even the female ghosts in horror movies would avoid his sharp edge. Hey! What's going on? Why does that girl next to me have a little red heart on her head? Su Cheng suddenly turned his head to look at the stylish young woman beside him. Now. She seemed to notice Su Cheng looking at her, so she turned to look at him and asked a question. What's up? Hey beautiful, how did you get that heart on your head? It looks pretty good. Question mark. The beautiful woman didn't say anything, but took out her phone, shone it on the top of her head, and then looked at Su Cheng and replied. Where did you learn how to flirt? Don't you find it strange? Sorry, it's nothing. Su Cheng ended the conversation somewhat awkwardly, closed his eyes, and continued sleeping, probably because he hadn't fully woken up from his nap. I'll take another nap and savor that feeling again. Just then, my phone beeped with a QQ message. Su Cheng opened it and took a look. His advisor, Su Yufei, sent him a QQ friend request. Su Cheng was puzzled. Why did the counselor add me? I then approved the counselor's application and sent her a message. Hi, Teacher Su. Su Yufei didn't reply to his message, but instead called him directly via QQ. Seeing the QQ call coming in, Su Cheng felt a little nervous for no reason. He answered the call, and then a mature and gentle woman's voice came from the other end. Hey, is this Su Cheng? It's me, Teacher Su. Are you here to report for duty today? Yes. I need to tell you that because you arrived late, the school no longer has any extra beds available, so you'll have to stay in the school's faculty dormitory. Su Yufei's gentle tone carried a hint of sympathy and comfort. Su Cheng was stunned. What? He was just a few days late because he was working a summer job, so why was he assigned to the teacher's dormitory? Are the teacher's dormitories far from where we have classes? Su Cheng paused and asked. One thing, you can buy a used electric car later. Do I live alone? You currently live alone. Okay, where are the teacher's dormitories? I can't find them. Su Cheng then asked. How much longer until you get to school? Su Yufei countered with a question. I'm still on the high-speed train now. I'll get off at the North Station soon. If I take the subway, it will take about 2 or 3 hours. Su Cheng estimated the time and said. Then I'll come and pick you up. We're neighbors, you live in the house next to mine. After Su Yufei finished speaking, Su Cheng was secretly delighted. This was truly a stroke of good luck. His advisor actually lived so close to him. The problems that Su Cheng had just thought of, such as the distance from the teaching building, the cafeteria, and the playground, no longer seemed so serious. Thank you, Teacher Su. You are welcome. Teacher Su, I'm getting off the bus now. See you later. While Su Cheng was chatting with Su Yufei, the train arrived at Qingshi North Station. That's settled then, see you later, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Su Cheng immediately hung up the phone, picked up his backpack, took 2 large suitcases off the luggage rack, and stood in the aisle looking ahead. The beautiful woman who had just been sitting next to him now had a tiny, illusory heart appear above her head. What's going on? Su Cheng had just wondered if he was seeing things, but now he could see everything. Could this be an online novel system? As a struggling enthusiast who has only been in the online literature world for 3 months, he also knew what an online novel system was. That's a cheat code that helps the protagonist take off. Binding system. Let alone a country bumpkin from a district or county, even a country bumpkin living in the mountains could easily reach the pinnacle of life. Brother Tong, is that you? It is me. Because the host was interrupted from casting a spell at a crucial moment in his dream, this system will compensate the host and assist the host in conquering all the goddesses he admires, helping the host reach the pinnacle of life. As the metallic electronic sound rang out, Su Cheng finally dared to believe that he had truly become the male protagonist of an urban fantasy novel. Chapter 2, Counselor or Rich Woman. Su Cheng suppressed his joy, took his luggage and got off the car. He went through security and arrived at the square outside the high-speed rail station. Stand near the exit and wait for the guide. At the same time, he began to study his system. System, what are your capabilities? Su Cheng asked. When the host encounters communication difficulties or runs out of words while communicating with others, the system will provide appropriate response options based on the situation and the other party's personality traits. The host can choose the option to answer. No matter which option is chosen, as long as the other party's favorability is increased, favorability points will be obtained. 1 favorability point equals 10,000 yuan. Favorability points can also be used to purchase various talent skills in the system shop, such as piano level 10, max level English, sewer unclogging, air conditioner repair, and other skills. Whenever a member of the opposite sex's favorability reaches 60 points, the host can unlock detailed information about that member, gain a comprehensive understanding of them, and also have a free lottery draw in the system shop. After listening to the system's introduction, Su Cheng had many questions. Can points only be earned from members of the opposite sex, or can they be earned from anyone regardless of gender? Su Cheng asked a question. Regardless of gender, as long as they were strangers to the host before, the host can earn points by increasing the other party's favorability. System response. I have another question. Once I max out the other person's affection level, can I play those kinds of games? Su Cheng pressed on with further questions. Once the favorability reaches 100, the other party fully accepts the host, and how to proceed depends on the host. The system's response ignited Su Cheng's fighting spirit. At this time, Su Cheng's QQ phone rang. It was his advisor, Su Yifei, calling. Su Cheng quickly answered the phone. Hey, Su Cheng. Teacher Su, I've already exited the station and am now at the main gate, Su Cheng reported proactively. Okay, I'm coming right away. The sound of Su Yifei's voice coming from the phone, along with the rhythmic tapping of her high heels on the floor, filled Su Cheng with anticipation. I'm finally going to see my advisor, Su Yifei. The QQ call is still going on. Su Cheng listened to the sound of high heels and observed the surroundings of the square, noticing the women of the opposite sex walking towards the main entrance. Soon, his gaze settled on a beautiful woman who was about 170 centimeters tall, wearing a black pencil skirt and a white shirt. Her voluptuous and curvaceous figure, along with her tightly cinched waist, was exactly like that of his counselor, Su Yifei. When she had walked about 15 meters away, Su Cheng confirmed it. The beautiful young woman in front of you is none other than our counselor, Su Yifei. She was wearing a pair of round glasses with blue metal frames. She has a delicate oval face, without the sharp chin of a surgically enhanced face. Instead, her cheeks are a little chubby, which makes her oval face less aloof and gives her a mature and approachable feel. Her curved eye sockets and large eyes added a touch of charm and allure. Hello? Are you Su Cheng? When Su Yifei was a few meters away from Su Cheng, she asked him in a very polite and friendly manner. It's me, Teacher Su. Su Cheng nodded slightly and stood up from his suitcase. Seeing this, Su Yifei looked at Su Cheng again and exclaimed, Wow, you're so tall. Su Yifei's words of praise made Su Cheng feel a little embarrassed. A teenage boy receiving compliments from a beautiful young woman. The boys' minds are always filled with endless daydreams, and when they think about these things, they get nervous when answering questions. At this moment, Su Cheng found himself in this predicament. Just then, 3 text options popped up in front of him. 1. You only think I'm tall? Don't you see I'm also quite handsome? 2. Our family genes are based on this day. My younger brother is also very tall. 3. Teacher Sue, you're quite tall for a girl. Brother Tongzi is starting to exert his power. But the first 2 options seem a bit odd. Option 1 is too narcissistic. Although he may think he's a little handsome, why would he say it out loud? Everyone knows the truth. Option 2 is even more outrageous. He doesn't have a younger brother. What is this system saying? After quickly scanning the 3 options, Su Chang glanced at Su Yufei's sexy and voluptuous figure from top to bottom and said, Teacher Su, you are considered tall among women. It's not good for girls to be too tall. It's hard to find a boyfriend. I think the reason I'm still single is because I'm too tall. Many guys prefer girlfriends who are a little shorter than themselves, Su Yufei sighed. Faced with Su Yufei's sudden outpouring, Su Chang was taken aback, unsure how to respond, and then looked at the system's auxiliary options. 1. Blaming your height for not being able to find a boyfriend? What a pathetic excuse. 2. Height is determined by genes, which we can't change. And as for marriage, you never know when love might come along. It might be right in front of you. 3. Who said that? I just like taller girls. Of these 3 options, we can eliminate option 1 first. Is this even human language? Secondly, option 2 is too obvious. It's practically a direct confession. Confessing your feelings is a victory song, not a battle cry to launch an attack. In summary, option 3 is the only viable option. Who said that? I like taller girls. Su Chang replied, looking at Su Yufei. Oh, don't try to comfort me. Su Yufei smiled bitterly, smoothed the floral pattern behind her ear, and grabbed one of Su Chang's suitcases by the handle. Let's go, I'll help you with your suitcase. Let's go back to school. I'll do it myself. I'm your advisor, listen to me. After saying that, Su Yufei dragged her suitcase and walked towards the outer edge of the square. Su Chang followed behind Su Yufei and looked at the heart on her head, which was noticeably brighter than before. Ding! Su Yufei's current favorability towards the host is 5 points, gaining 5 favorability points. My favorability rating has increased. Why did the counselor seem unhappy just now? Girls just like to say the opposite of what they mean. Su Chang then quickened his pace and walked side by side with Su Yufei towards the outer perimeter. Arriving at the edge of the square, Su Yufei, dragging Su Chang's suitcase, stopped in front of the trunk of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Su Chang looked at the imposing white G500. My heart skipped a beat. Is this Teacher Su's car? This car costs over 2 million. Is Miss Su Yufei really that rich? Why can't I tell it all from her QQ space? What are you standing there for? Put your luggage down. Su Yufei opened the trunk as she spoke. Oh, okay. Su Chang quickly put the 2 suitcases into the trunk, then sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. The seat felt a bit cramped. After all, Su Chang was too big, but Su Chang didn't know where to adjust it and was too embarrassed to ask. Su Yufei got into the driver's seat and saw that Su Chang, a big guy, was sitting there. It was obvious that the seat was not suitable and he didn't even bother to adjust it. That restrained look is really. This is the innocent male college student who just graduated from high school. She's so lovable. You're not feeling very comfortable sitting here, are you? Let me adjust your seat for you. Su Yufei said, turning to the side and leaning closer to Su Chang. In the cramped space of the passenger seat, Su Chang looked down at Su Yufei, who was very close to him, and his heart started racing again. From chapter 3 onwards, I'll call you Sister Yufei. Su Chang's heart pounded wildly. He hadn't expected his advisor, Su Yufei, to be so direct, turning to adjust his seat for him. She's so gentle and considerate. Su Yufei helped Su Chang adjust the seat, tilting it back slightly and flattening the seat cushion. Then, after sitting back down and fastening his seatbelt, he asked another considerate question. Okay, how about that? When asked the question, Su Chang looked at the system options. 1. Now my body feels more relaxed. 2. Thank you, Teacher Su. You are so thoughtful, just like a caring older sister. 3. It's alright, I'm just a country bumpkin, I'm not used to riding a G-Wagon, I still prefer riding my family's off-road motorcycle. What kind of death option is this? Su Chang glanced at it and quickly found the correct answer. Thank you, Teacher Su. I was indeed a little cramped sitting here. You noticed that. You are so thoughtful, just like a caring older sister. Su Chang spoke with confidence and sincerity. With the support of the system, Su Chang gradually became bolder. Su Yufei turned her head and glanced at Su Chang. Seeing his sincere eyes, she felt a little happy, but on the surface she still pretended to be calm. Big sister? You're quite the clever one, trying to curry favor with me so quickly. Are you thinking of asking me to give you special treatment when you need to take leave in the future? 1. Since you found out, can I get in through the back door? 2. No, Ms. Su approves leave according to the established procedures. I genuinely think Ms. Su is incredibly gentle and considerate, like an older sister taking care of a younger brother. 3. Do I need you to pull strings to get me leave? I just need to notify you. You really think you're someone important. To put it nicely, you're my advisor. To put it bluntly, you're just a babysitter. After scanning the 3 options, Su Chang decisively chose the second option. No, I'm not the kind of person who would make things difficult for Teacher Su. I genuinely think Teacher Su is gentle and beautiful, and she treats me like an older sister, taking care of me like a younger brother. Faced with Su Chang's sincere words, Su Yufei also felt a mix of emotions. She turned her head and looked at Su Chang again, her eyes revealing a hint of counselor authority as she interrogated him. With a mouth like yours, you must have had a lot of girls like you in high school, right? No, I'm actually a bit socially awkward. It's just that Ms. Su gives me a sense of warmth, like an older sister, which makes me feel comfortable talking more. Seeing Su Chang's words, Su Yufei was pleased with herself and could no longer hide her emotions. She openly expressed her feelings and said with a satisfied expression, "All right, I'll believe you for now. 1. Can I call you Sister Yufei from now on? 2. Why did you stop pretending? Keep pretending. 3. Believe it or not." Su Chang felt that the system had some bugs. It can only be used as a reference, after all. Then, can I call you Sister Yufei from now on? Su Chang then asked the question. Upon hearing this address, Su Yufei felt a surge of emotion. Why was Su Chang taking advantage of the situation? She said she would trust Su Chang for the time being and treat her like an older sister, and Su Chang immediately changed his mind. He really wants to be her younger brother. Honestly, Su Yufei never imagined that she would recognize a strange boy as her younger brother. She felt that this relationship was somewhat too delicate, or rather, somewhat abnormal. However, on the other hand, these are her students. He just graduated high school and was in the prime of his youth, so what bad intentions could he possibly have towards her? Maybe he just felt a connection with her and genuinely considered her his older sister. You can call me that in private, but in public at school, please call me Teacher Yufei or Teacher Su, Su Yufei replied reservedly. Okay, Sister Yufei. Su Chang immediately responded, and then the system voice sounded. Ding! Su Yufei's favorability has increased by 8 points, currently at 13 points. This move increased the score by another 8 points. Wow, my favorability rating is rising really fast. Then, Su Yufei focused on driving, and Su Chang didn't try to start a conversation. He just pretended to turn his head to look out the window, but actually looked at Su Yufei in the driver's seat through the rearview mirror. A black seatbelt was fastened around Su Yufei's body, which was wearing a white shirt. This perfectly exemplifies what it means to have profound cultural heritage. More than 30 minutes later, a white Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove into the campus through a small gate of Qingda University. After going straight for more than 300 meters, it turned another corner. Then Su Yufei parked the car in front of a quaint little building. We're here, this is it. Su Yufei unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Su Chang got out of the car and took out his 2 suitcases from the trunk. Su Yufei, who was standing next to him, looked at them and said, "Is it hard for you to carry this? How about I carry it for you?" "Thank you, sister, I can carry it." "Alright then, let's go upstairs." Su Yufei led the way, with Su Chang carrying the suitcase and following behind her. The sound of their high heels clicking in the hallway echoed once again. At the same time, Su Chang slightly raised his eyes and saw that plump figure from behind, which made him unable to help but look up. The two went up to the 3rd floor, then Su Yufei turned left and came to a room at the end. She took out her key, opened the door, and turned around. "This is your dormitory room." Su Chang stood at the door and looked inside, then turned to Su Yufei and asked, "Which room will Sister Yufei stay in?" When asked, Su Yufei turned her head, pointed to the room next door, and replied, I live in 306.
Then we're really close, Su Chang replied. After Su Chang finished speaking, he regretted it a little.
Wasn't that just plain nonsense? How could the neighbors not be close? That's as good as saying nothing. Su Chang quickly looked at the system reference to see if there were any remedial measures. 1. If Sister Yufei needs anything in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely help if I can.
I know a little bit about fixing air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, and unclogging drains.
2. Then you'd better lock the doors and windows tonight, or I might climb out the window and into your bed in the middle of the night. 3. Then why don't we move even closer? You can move into my place. Quickly scan through the 3 system reference options. Only option 1 is somewhat serious. Su Chang immediately added somewhat nervously.
What I was trying to say is that since we live so close, if Sister Yufei needs anything in the future, just let me know. I know a little about fixing refrigerators, air conditioners, unclogging drains, changing light bulbs. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei looked at the sincere and enthusiastic Su Chang and felt even more favorably toward him. He had already taken on the role and regarded her as his god sister. Okay, I'll definitely not hesitate to ask you for help whenever I need it in the future. Su Yufei nodded, then smiled. Alright, I have to go back to work. I have a meeting this afternoon. I've been quite busy with the start of the school year, so I won't bother you any longer.
Go ahead and pack your things.
After saying this, Su Yufei turned and walked towards the stairwell.
Su Chang stood at the door watching Su Yufei's graceful back.
When she reached the top of the stairs, she turned back to look at Su Chang. When their eyes met, she revealed a hint of tenderness and charm, and her pretty face flushed. Then she quickly turned back and went downstairs, like a shy little girl. This made Su Chang savor the memory again and again. Meeting teacher Su in person today, she is even more beautiful than in the photos.
The 3D effect is much more three-dimensional than in the pictures. Chapter 4. This pair is showing some signs of something.
After Su Yufei went downstairs and left, Su Chang removed the key from the door and then took his luggage inside. I closed the door and started organizing my belongings.
This is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, with an area of approximately 80 square meters.
The master bedroom and living room are quite spacious.
The lighting is also great.
The bay window in the master bedroom is right below where Su Yufei parked her car earlier.
There is a row of large banyan trees across the street.
Su Chang simply hung the clothes in the master bedroom wardrobe and put the toiletries in the bathroom, thus completing the task of organizing his luggage.
Then, Su Chang checked the system again.
He now had 13 points, and he wanted to try converting them all into money. System, I want to exchange my points for RMB.
How much should the host exchange? All. Su Chang chose to go all in without hesitation.
A few seconds later, his Redmi Note 11 received a text message. China Construction Bank, on September 4, 2026 at 12:46 p.m., 130,000 renminbi was transferred into your savings card account ending in 9146.
Your current balance is 135,426 renminbi. Please log in to the mobile banking app for details.
After seeing the official text message, Su Chang logged into the mobile banking app to check it out for himself. Only then did he dare to confirm that there really was an extra 130,000 yuan in his account. Su Chang was so excited that he couldn't describe his feelings.
High school graduation.
To earn a living, Su Chang chose to work in a factory. He paid a shady agency 300 yuan for the job and began working day and night, screwing in screws. On the assembly line, Su Chang felt like an emotionless machine, just doing manual labor every day. It takes more than 2 months to earn a little over 5,000.
However, now,
in just a short time, he earned 130,000 yuan.
Su Chang's mindset changed instantly.
He became more confident than before, and looking at the 130,000 yuan in his account, he felt like he could stand up straight. If that's really the case, money is the only courage.
Immediately, Su Chang grabbed his keys and went out.
He asked someone downstairs for directions and headed towards the nearest cafeteria. More than 10 minutes later, Su Chang arrived at the teacher's canteen called Xingtan Restaurant.
It was already past 1 o'clock, and there weren't many people in the cafeteria. Only a few people were sitting there quietly eating their meals.
Su Chang arrived at a clean and hygienic-looking food-serving window.
The woman, dressed in a white work uniform and wearing a hat, immediately asked, "What would you like to eat?"
Su Chang went to the window, looked at the dishes, and replied, "I'd like a braised pork knuckle, a braised beef brisket, and a cucumber salad."
24 yuan.
The aunt silently calculated for several seconds before pressing the number 24 on the card reader. Then Su Chang opened Perfect Campus and paid with the QR code.
This is the payment app used exclusively by their school cafeteria.
After paying, Su Chang carried a large plate of food to the dining table and began to enjoy his meal. There was a time when he would hesitate for a long time before eating these things. Now there's no need to worry about overspending at all.
Su Chengxian was enjoying himself immensely when a beautiful woman walked in through the door.
She walked with light steps, observing the various cafeteria windows. As she passed by Su Chang, she quietly brought a fragrant breeze. That faint fragrance unique to the young girl made Su Chang unable to help but raise his eyes and secretly observe her back. She was estimated to be around 165 centimeters tall. She wore loose white cropped pants and a tight blue t-shirt with a lace-trimmed neckline, which perfectly showcased her slim waist and large D-cup breasts. That voluptuous and fair figure was enough to make Su Chang fantasize just by looking at it.
If that were his girlfriend, she'd be enjoying herself 24/7. Let's just eat rice.
After indulging in his visual feast for a while, Su Chang stopped his unrealistic fantasies and continued to focus on his meal. After looking around the cafeteria, the young woman walked to the window where Su Chang had gotten his food and chose to eat a set meal.
"Auntie, I want this, and this." Chen Muru spoke while pointing.
Su Chang was sitting to the side, and the beautiful girl was currently sitting directly opposite him on his left, no more than 5 meters away. Her sweet and gentle voice reached Su Chang's ears, sparking many dreamy fantasies in him.
There are 16 pieces in total. After the aunt entered the price,
Chen Muru opened the QR code, scanned it at the cash register camera, and then put her phone back in her pocket.
"Ha, it didn't sweep up." "Ha? I already scanned it."
Upon hearing this, the cafeteria lady deleted the price, re-entered it, and then said,
"Try again."
Chen Muro glanced at it again, then stared blankly at the aunt, looking somewhat at a loss. The aunt fiddled with the cash register for a bit, shook her head, and replied, "No, you can't scan it.
Your account seems to be stuck. It will take half an hour to unlock. Why don't you ask a classmate to scan it for you?" Chen Muru didn't respond.
With slightly confused eyes, she looked around the cafeteria and her gaze naturally fell on Su Chang. Her face became increasingly embarrassed, and she turned to the cafeteria auntie to ask,
"Is there any other way?" "Cash is also accepted," the aunt replied upon seeing this.
"Then I'll go downstairs to the supermarket to exchange some money." After saying this, Chen Muru turned and walked towards the stairwell.
Su Chengquan overheard their conversation.
At this moment, he was also very conflicted about whether or not to offer his help. While he was hesitating and thinking, Chen Muro had already walked past him. Looking at the beautiful girl's back, Su Chang cursed himself in his heart.
Waste. Instead of worrying about becoming a clown, be brave. Only by taking initiative can a story unfold. If he's always thinking about whether he'll become the Joker, then you'll never be able to overcome shyness. Never able to take the first step. Why is he overthinking things? Just do it. "Hey, classmate." Su Chang looked up and called out to Chen Muro. Chen Muro stopped and turned to look at Su Chang, asking him politely, "You called me? Is something the matter? Your Perfect World app account is stuck, right? I'll pay for you." Su Chang stood up briskly, walked to the window, opened the QR code in the app, paid for Chen Muro's meal, and then returned to his seat to continue eating. A system voice sounded in his ear. Ding! Chen Muro's favorability has increased by 5 points, currently at 5. Chen Muru was a little stunned. She didn't say anything. Su Chang paid for her, and he was actually quite nice. Immediately,
Chen Muru turned around and went back to the window, carrying her food to Su Chang's table, where she sat down diagonally opposite him. The cafeteria lady at the window, who was already feeling sleepy and planning to take a nap, immediately perked up when she saw the two of them sitting together. He leaned over the counter, secretly observing. Based on her many years of experience getting food in the university cafeteria, this pair is showing some promise. Chapter 5 True Friends. "Thank you for paying for my meal earlier, classmate." Chen Mura slightly raised her eyes and continued in a voice as soft as if she had just eaten 2 pounds of cotton candy.
"I'll scan the money for you using WeChat."
As she spoke, Chen Mura took out her phone, and Su Cheng's gaze naturally fell on her slender, delicate fingers.
Her glossy nails were smooth and lustrous, like they had been manicured.
If she could hold hands like that, she would be willing to marry Su Cheng and be his husband. Then Su Cheng looked at her phone case, which had a cute Yusachi printed on it, just like her, pure and lovely. After admiring the jade-like hands for a while, Su Cheng looked at the system options.
1. No need, it's nothing. Meeting is fate.
Consider this meal my treat.
I just arrived today and don't have any friends at this school yet.
Just consider this a chance for us to become friends.
2. Just scan the money and that's it, you won't even give me a green bubble? Are you really that clueless or just pretending?
I've got my eye on it, so hurry up and hand over the green bubble.
3. Could you consider other ways to pay? Like, by being my girlfriend.
After reviewing the system's suggested options, Su Cheng immediately ruled out options 2 and 3. Although he wanted this beautiful woman's green bubble, he said it so domineeringly and directly, making it sound like he was robbing her. Su Cheng felt that he might scare the girl.
The third option is even more outrageous. No need, it's just a small amount of money.
It's fate that we met, so please consider this meal on my behalf. Su Cheng spoke casually, then changed his tone and spoke sincerely.
I just arrived today and I don't have many friends at this school.
Just consider this a chance for us to become friends.
Upon hearing this, Chen Muro smiled reservedly and said cheerfully, "You're treating me to dinner on our first meeting? How generous of you." Was he generous?
Perhaps it was because 130,000 renminbi had suddenly appeared in his account. Su Cheng continued to look at the system's reference options.
1. Let me be clear, I'm actually a rich kid. Have you considered finding a sugar daddy? 2. Because I'm very rich, this little bit of money is nothing to me. How about it? Want to consider being my girlfriend? 3. It's alright. I already consider you a friend. If I were to charge you money, could we still be considered friends? There's no need to be so calculating between friends.
Su Cheng quickly selected the correct answer.
It's alright. I already said I consider you a friend. If I were to charge you money, would we still be friends?
If you're going to be so particular about friendship, there's no point in making friends at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Muro looked at Su Cheng with a smile, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt that Su Cheng was a person worth getting to know better. She really agreed with what he said. Chen Muro is a girl who doesn't like roundabout ways or scheming.
She has a carefree and easygoing personality.
High school years. She thought she got along very well with her 3 roommates, but one weekend, while she was sleeping in bed, she unexpectedly overheard the 3 of them whispering bad things about her.
Saying she has no brains is just a blatant lie.
They also said she had a sound trap in her voice, that she spoke that way on purpose and wasn't naturally like that at all, and that she wanted to seduce the boys in her class. They said she was a pure and innocent school beauty on the surface, but behind the scenes, she probably slept with countless men outside of school.
She was definitely a hypocrite.
She heard her 3 roommates, who usually chatted and laughed with her. He actually said such vicious things to her.
Chen Muro cried that day.
For the first time in her life, she experienced what a fake friend was. Later, she moved out of the dormitory and found accommodation off campus. Then the 3 of them became even more unscrupulous, causing Chen Muro's reputation to suffer at school.
From then on, Chen Muro didn't like making friends much.
I never expected to run into Su Cheng here today, and he would say such sincere words.
You're right.
Let us add each other as friends. Chen Muro said, opening her WeChat QR code business card and generously introducing herself. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Chen Muro, a freshman majoring in Internet New Media in the School of Literature and Communication.
Su Cheng was surprised they were in the same major as him.
Moreover, they are both freshmen. You're also a web development major? Su Cheng's eyes widened slightly. You too?
Chen Muro's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this.
Yes, which class are you in?
Su Cheng nodded and asked.
I'm in class 3. Ah.
Okay. A hint of regret flashed in Su Cheng's eyes, and his surprise faded a bit. Then he said with emotion, I'm in class 2.
I thought we were in the same class.
Chen Muro had a little regret in her eyes, but she quickly changed her tone and said in a lively and sweet voice. But we're in the same major, and there are large lectures later on, so we'll still have opportunities to attend classes together. Those words were so sweet they touched Su Cheng's heart. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen in love with Chen Muro. I'm sorry, counselor, at this moment my heart belongs to Mu-ro. Su Chang stared intently at Chen Muru in front of him. Her delicate face and features made her the epitome of purity. Her clear and bright eyes seemed to see right through her, revealing her guileless nature.
Before he knew it, Su Chang was captivated. Su Chang's unabashed gaze made Chen Muru blush.
She slowly lowered her head, feeling her burning face. It was as if her brain was slowing down due to the overheating.
So he asked in a daze, in a low voice. Why are you looking at me like that?
Upon hearing this, Su Chang suddenly came to his senses and realized that he had lost his composure and inadvertently revealed his true colors.
In the past, Su Chang would have panicked by now.
But at this moment, Su Chang calmly reviewed the system reference options.
1. Because you're sexy. 2. Sorry, you look like someone I love. 3. I'm thinking about something, and I'm getting a little distracted. Options 1 and 2 are not very suitable.
Option 1 is pure sexual harassment, and option 2 is even more disgusting. You absolutely cannot say these things. I was thinking about something, and I got a little distracted, Su Chang replied, then buried himself in his rice.
What's wrong? Chen Muru asked a question and began to eat. 1. I'm thinking about how to get you. 2. Secret. 3. I'm wondering if I turned off the gas when I left home. Chapter 6 Adults Don't Make Choices.
I'm wondering if I turned off the gas when I left home, Su Chang replied ambiguously, while also appearing thoughtful.
Gas? You rented a place off campus? Or, is it gassing your home? Chen Muru asked. No. Su Chang shook his head and explained, I just arrived today. There aren't enough student dormitories, so the school assigned me to the faculty dormitory. Teacher's dormitory? You live alone there.
Chen Muru's eyes immediately lit up, and the word envy was written all over her face.
In response to Chen Muru's question, Su Chang looked to the system for reference. 1. Want to stay here?
Just date me, and we'll have sex in the side bedroom and sleep in the master bedroom.
We'll even separate the wet and dry areas. 2. Yes, my 80 square meter apartment feels a bit empty since I live alone. Would you like to live with me? 3. Why do you look so envious? I think the teachers' dormitories are really far from the cafeteria and the teaching buildings.
The first two options were tempting, but like the datura flower, they were alluring yet deadly.
Su Chang glanced at them and immediately decided on option 3. Why are you so envious?
I think the teachers' dormitories are far from everything, and it will be inconvenient for teaching and doing anything else in the future, Su Chang said as if confiding in a friend.
Just buy an electric scooter. Qingda covers an area of over 7,000 acres.
Even if you live in the dormitory, you'll probably need to buy an electric scooter eventually. Chen Muru said enviously, if I had known I would come later and be assigned to the teacher's dormitory, I would definitely have been the last one to report.
That way, I won't have to face my roommates. Do you know how awkward it is for me to go back?
My roommates won't say a word, the dorm will feel like an icebox, and I'll feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles in the dorm. When Chen Muru talked about her roommate relationship, her expression became very difficult, as if it were an extremely thorny issue. Seeing that she seemed a little unskilled at socializing with other girls, Su Chang followed up on the topic.
Are you not very good at communicating with girls? I used to think I was pretty good at it, but now I'm really traumatized.
Chen Muru said, her face darkening and her tone somewhat aggrieved.
What's wrong? Su Chang asked gently. It was when I was in high school.
Chen Muru recounted how she was ostracized in high school and how she spread rumors about others. Su Chang used the system to analyze the reasons for her actions, while also comforting and guiding her. After Su Chang's guidance, Chen Muru felt much better and became even more convinced that Su Chang was someone she got along with very well and was the kind of true friend she wanted to make.
There aren't that many twists and turns.
It's all genuine feelings. Okay, I've told you so much already, I'm going to eat now, I'm starving. Chen Muru's tone had a sense of relief after venting her feelings, and also a touch of coquettishness and cuteness,
a tone that most people couldn't imitate.
No wonder the girls in her class said she had a sound like a double during high school. Chen Muru's voice is indeed uniquely charming. Even in its normal state, the sound it makes has a soft, squeaky tone.
Guys who are into voice-activated sex will absolutely adore this one.
Su Chang also likes them, but he doesn't like voice-controlled girls. He likes any beautiful woman, whether she's a young woman, a lowly, a married woman, a mature woman, or a cute girl. As long as she's beautiful, she's on his list. Seeing that Chen Muru still had a lot of food left, Su Chang slowed down his eating pace.
After Chen Muro finished eating, the two returned the plates together and left the cafeteria. Chen Muro looked at Su Chang and asked, "Which way are you going?" Su Chang pointed to the road on the left, "This way." "Ah, I'm going this way." Chen Muro pointed to the road on the right, sounding a little regretful. After a 2-second pause, just as Su Chang was about to say goodbye, Chen Muro suddenly spoke again. "I suddenly remembered that there seems to be a bus stop over there. I can walk this way and then take the campus bus back to my dorm." "Then let us go." Su Chang nodded and walked side by side with Chen Muro toward the teacher's apartments on the left. Along the way, Chen Muro and Su Chang chatted, sharing stories from their high school days. Su Chang started gossiping, saying that during his high school years, the class monitor was a hidden bottom who fell for a boy in the class. After being rejected, she became depressed and disappeared, scaring the homeroom teacher so much that the whole class had to search for her all over the school. Chen Muro seemed very interested in such events, listening with great relish. The two had already reached the bus stop, and the school bus had arrived, but Chen Muro still insisted on hearing Su Chang finish telling the story of the class monitor, so Su Chang had no choice but to continue. After listening, Chen Muro said with envy, "Your high school life must have been so interesting. Unlike me, I was just doing problems all the time in high school, and I didn't get along very well with my classmates." That's what a top student is like. It's normal. Studying hard in high school is the right thing to do. You can make friends in college too. Su Chang was already quite adept at giving Chen Muro advice. But if you don't learn how to socialize in high school, it's hard to make close friends in college. Chen Muro said this, looking at Su Chang seriously. "I feel so lucky to have met you in the cafeteria today. Now I finally have a friend in college." The sudden seriousness and emotional outburst caught Su Chang off guard, and he immediately turned to the system for reference. 1. I don't just want to be your friend, I also want to be your boyfriend. To be honest, I'm a little lustful towards your body. 2. I also quite like your friend. He's naive and easily fooled. He seems like the kind of person you could easily get your hands on. 3. I'm truly flattered by your words. What kind of outrageous and inappropriate language are options 1 and 2? Is this something you can even say out loud? Su Chang looked at the options and found that only option 3 seemed reasonable. I'm truly flattered by your words. Let's exchange ideas more often in the future. Su Chang said gratefully. Mum. Chen Muro nodded, looked at the school bus approaching in the distance, then looked back at Su Chang, and said with a hint of reluctance, "The school bus is here, I'm going back now." "Okay, bye-bye." Su Chang nodded. "Bye-bye then." Chen Muro raised her arm and waved. Her sweet voice, with its repeated words, was as gentle as a cloud in the sky. After saying this, Chen Muro got on the school bus. Since she was the only passenger at the station, the driver drove off after Chen Muro got in the car. Su Chang walked back to his dormitory in a good mood, but he didn't expect that he would meet a cute and adorable girl while having a meal. What to do? I like them both. Never mind. Adults don't make choices. I want them all. Now that he has the system, Su Chang believes he can master it. The situation was still under his control. Completely under control. Chapter 7. Su Chang is special. Su Chang returned to his dormitory and then eagerly checked the system. After their chat, Chen Muro's favorability towards him had increased to 9 points. He hadn't even broken through to 10 points. Su Chang felt that he had been having a pretty good chat with Chen Muro just now. She had a smile on her face the whole time, and her voice was sweet. Su Chang thought her favorability rating would break 10. It seems that this was all an illusion. Perhaps Chen Muro's personality is just like that. Her cute and innocent appearance, coupled with her naturally charming voice, gives people a very approachable feeling. But 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock nonetheless. A 9-point favorability rating on the first meeting is a good start. Su Chang returned to his bedroom, sat down at his desk by the window, and was about to play League of Legends for a while when he saw a message from the temporary class monitor in the class group chat. Dormitory heads, please collect your military training uniforms from the School of Literature and Communication, School of Education. Literature and Communication. Su Chang has a room to himself, so does that mean he has to go get it himself? Could he ask his advisor for help? Well, school's starting soon, so Mr. Su must be pretty busy. He's free anyway, so I'll just go by myself. Just as Su Chang was thinking this, Su Yufei sent him a message. Su Chang, I've picked up your set for you. I'll bring it back to you tonight, so you don't need to go to the 3 teachings.
Su Chang was secretly delighted his advisor was truly understanding and thought exactly the same as him.
Immediately, Su Chang checked the system's reference options to see how to reply to his advisor. 1. Thank you, Sister Yafei.
I was just about to play a few games in my dorm when I was almost interrupted while casting a spell.
2. Sister Yafei, I didn't even ask you to help me pick it up, but you picked it up for me yourself. Are you trying to curry favor with your brother? 3. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yafei.
With a caring older sister like you as my advisor, my university life will definitely be very happy. Su Chang knew the system's nature as expected, there was only one correct option. Without even thinking, Su Chang decisively chose option 3.
Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yafei.
With a caring older sister like you as my advisor, my 4 years of university will definitely be very happy, Su Chang replied quickly.
Alright, your mouth is as sweet as honey.
You've already treated me like your god sister, so of course I, Sister Yafei, will take care of you.
After sending the message, Su Yafei sent a cute emoji. It's an adorable cat being affectionate. After sending the emoji, Su Yafei even felt it was a bit inappropriate.
Although Su Chang treated her like an older sister, he was still her student.
Is she being affectionate with her student? Is this a little inappropriate? While Su Yafei hesitated and pondered, 2 minutes passed, and by the time she wanted to back down, it was too late.
It shouldn't be a big deal, Su Chang is her adopted brother, she's just sending him an emoji.
That's perfectly normal, isn't it?
At this moment, Su Yafei tried her best to convince herself. I finally managed to suppress that strange feeling. Meanwhile, Su Chang continued to refer to the system options.
1. Would you like to taste my honey-smoked lips, Sister Yafei? 2. Then I won't bother Sister Yafei any longer, you go ahead and do your work. 3. The game has started, I'm done chatting. Su Chang chose option 2, which seemed more normal. Then I won't bother Sister Yafei any longer. You go ahead with your work.
After replying to the message, Su Chang put down his phone and started playing League of Legends on his laptop. He chose to play top lane, Heart of Steel Yasuo, to be a fun and carefree wingman.
As dusk fell, his phone beeped again. It was a message from Chen Muro. Help! The dorm has been quiet for over an hour, what should we do? What should I say? It's almost lunchtime, should we call everyone to have a meal together?
There's another photo later, taken by Chen Muro from her bed. You can see 2 people sitting on the floor below the dormitory, both looking down at their phones.
There's probably another person who, like Chen Muro, chose to get into bed.
Seeing the photo, Su Chang smiled, guessing that Chen Muro was probably about to burst with pent-up desire.
Just get out of bed and ask them if they're hungry? If they want to go eat together. Just ask them directly and frankly, Su Chang replied.
Actually, when people meet for the first time, they usually won't refuse if asked to have dinner, it's just that nobody wants to bring it up.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
After Chen Muro replied with a message, there was no further communication, and Su Chang continued playing the game.
10 minutes later, Chen Muro sent a message. We're having dinner together. We're planning to have dry pot chicken tonight. My roommates seem pretty easy to get along with. What are you having for dinner? Su Chang hadn't thought about dinner yet, it was only a little past 6 o'clock.
He'd think about eating when he got hungry from playing. He then consulted the system options.
1. You're already asking what I'm having for dinner? Have you fallen for me? Don't get too obsessed with me. 2. Just grab something light for dinner. 3. I'm planning to open the window tonight and let the northwest wind blow in. What kind of options are these? Su Chang thought, ignoring them and replying, I'm not hungry yet, I'll think about it later. Okay, our dry pot chicken is here, I'm going to eat.
After replying to the message, Chen Nura turned her head to look at the table, where the fragrant dry pot chicken had just been served, and her mouth was already watering uncontrollably. However, her roommates seemed more interested in the people she was chatting with on her phone.
Muro, who were you talking to just now? Your boyfriend? No, it's a friend I met at school. Boy or girl? Boy. Frog fun. So fast. How did you two meet? We've only been here for 2 or 3 days. How far have things progressed? Teach us a couple of tricks, please.
Chen Muro's 3 roommates looked on with gossip in their eyes, and she could tell from their expressions that they had misunderstood. Her relationship with Su Chang is purely platonic, they are true friends.
You've misunderstood, we're just good friends, Chen Muro explained.
The three roommates stared at Chen Muro meaningfully. Chen Muro was so embarrassed by what she saw. In reality, she didn't know what she really felt for Su Chang. She just felt that Su Chang was a little different from other boys, he was the special one. Just as the three were gossiping, a young man walked over and came to their table. Chen Muro's three roommates' eyes lit up when they saw the young man's good looks. He was quite handsome. However, the handsome young man didn't even glance at them. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Muro the entire time.
"Hi, can I add you on WeChat?" the handsome young man asked politely. "Can't."
Chen Muro turned to look at him, her calm tone revealing no hesitation.
"Let's be friends. I'm also a student at Qingda University." "Which college are you in?" "Are you a freshman?" "I'm a senior this year."
The young and handsome man chatted with the other person very naturally.
However, Chen Muro interrupted him.
"I already have a male friend and I don't want to make too many male friends, so please don't disturb our meal." Upon hearing this, the young man left unwillingly. Meanwhile, Chen Muro's three roommates, who were sitting next to her, turned around and lingered on Xiao Shuai's back before looking at Chen Muro with complicated expressions, full of curiosity about the male friend she mentioned.
Chapter 8 Sister Yufei's Night Run Invitation.
"Muro, have you already fallen for that boy?" one of her roommates asked curiously.
"Which boy?"
Chen Muro turned her head and asked.
"It's the guy you met today." "How is that possible?"
Chen Muro was like a kitten whose tail had been pulled, her tone unconsciously becoming a bit harsher. Then she quickly realized that she seemed to be a little agitated and hurriedly returned to her normal tone. "My relationship with him is purely platonic."
"Do you understand what platonic friendship means? Can there be pure friendship between boys and girls?"
another roommate asked with a laugh. "Ugh, I'm not talking to you guys anymore," Chen Muro said, looking like she was trying to escape.
"I can't win against the three of you."
Seeing this, the three roommates stopped talking and happily started eating the dry pot chicken.
Chen Muro was still pondering the question her roommate had just raised: is there such a thing as pure friendship between boys and girls?
Chen Muro was racking her brains over this question when she realized her roommates were already enjoying their meal.
She immediately put the question out of her mind and started showing off her dinner.
When it comes to relationships, just let things take their natural course.
Follow your instincts. Teacher's apartment 305. Su Cheng planned to get something to eat.
It was almost 7 o'clock, and it was already dark outside.
If he went any later, the cafeteria would be closed.
He was holding his phone, wearing slippers, and getting ready to go out. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Su Cheng opened the door and saw Su Yufei.
She was wearing a tracksuit, with purple sharkskin shorts on the bottom and a white ice silk long-sleeve top that tightly hugged her voluptuous body. Her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio and clear hip lines made Su Cheng secretly restless. In addition, Su Yufei's high ponytail and the sporty energy she exudes make her look several years younger, like a senior student.
Young, sexy, and endlessly charming. What she was holding was Su Cheng's military training uniform. Su Yufei handed it to Su Cheng and said, "I brought your military training uniform back." "Thank you, Sister Yufei." Su Cheng took the military training uniform and looked Su Yufei up and down. "Sister Yufei, are you going to train?" "I'm going to go for a run on the track." "Do you want to come with me for a bit?" Su Yufei invited.
Faced with Su Yufei's invitation, Su Cheng suppressed his excitement and looked at the system's reference options.
1. Inviting me for a run late at night. Yufei, are you planning to take advantage of the darkness and win me over? Let's get straight to the point. 2. Sister Yufei, if I run with you, can you sleep with me? 3. Great.
Sister Yufei looks so beautiful. If I run with you, everyone will be so envious of me.
First, eliminate options 1 and 2, as both are too risky. Only option 3 looks good.
Not only did he agree to go for a run, he also praised Su Yufei.
Great.
Sister Yufei looks so beautiful in that outfit. If I run with you, everyone will be so envious.
Su Cheng praised without reservation. Do you think my figure is good looking?
Su Yufei asked somewhat shyly, then said with self-pity, the counselor is 29 years old this year. Her figure may look a bit plump, but it is far from the figure of young girls.
Their figures are firm and bouncy. I can't compare to them at my age. In response to Su Yufei's question, and her self-deprecating remarks, Su Cheng looked at the system reference once again. 1. Who says firm and bouncy is better?
Soft and fleshy feels more satisfying to hug. I love that fleshy feeling, it provides a large cushioning area. 2. You can't compare to a young girl's figure, but you're more seductive than them. You're more open, cooperative, and passionate when you're having fun. 3. Who told you to compare yourself to a young girl? You're a woman nearing 30, and you get all worked up over a compliment? How dare you compare yourself to a young woman? Holy crap! None of these 3 options seem quite right. The first 2 options didn't include any of the 5 colors red, orange, green, cyan, blue, and purple, leaving only. The last option is an absolute death sentence. Choosing option 3 is tantamount to self-destruction. He had no choice but to combine the first 2 options, change the wording, and make do with what he had. Who says bouncy and firm is good? I like soft and chubby girls, the kind that are slightly plump. Su Chang first stated his opinion in a questioning tone, and then praised her. Besides, I think Sister Yufei has her own advantages. You are much more mature than young girls. You are gentle, considerate, and caring. Young girls can't compare to you in these aspects. Ding! Su Yufei's favorability has increased by 7 points, currently at 20 points. Wow, the favorability rating with Frog Fun is rising really fast. This 2-in-1 compliment boosted it by 7 points. Su Yufei was overjoyed by the praise. Looking at Su Chang in front of her, she found him more and more remarkable. With a pleasant smile on her face, she asked in a mature and charming manner. You're quite the smooth talker, kid. You're not thinking of living off a woman, are you? Faced with this pointed question, Su Chang was stumped again and quickly checked the system's reference. 1. Did Sister Yufei find out? I do want to be a kept man. When I was little, the doctor said I had a weak stomach and needed to be a kept man. 2. I not only want to be a kept man, I want to be a kept man who forces himself on me. 3. How could that be? I'm just telling the truth. As for being a kept man, I'm not that kind of person. I value relationships a lot. Even if you, my advisor, didn't drive your G-Wagon today, but drove another car, or even if you took a taxi to pick me up, I would still feel like Sister Yufei is a great confidant. After looking at the 3 options, I decisively chose number 3. What kind of person does Sister Yufei think I am? I am not that kind of materialistic person. I value relationships very much. Even if my advisor didn't drive his G-Wagon today, but drove another car, or took a taxi to pick me up, I would still think of Sister Yufei as a kind confidant. After Su Chang finished his sincere speech, the system's voice rang out, and his favorability rating increased by another 15 points. Hiss! Su Chang was shocked. His words actually boosted the rating by 15 points. So many? It seems that what I just said really touched Su Yufei's heart. This system is really good. If this continues, he won't be able to raise his favorability to 100 very quickly. Will he be able to play that kind of game with his advisor then? Su Chang was really looking forward to it. I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have thought that way, Su Yufei sincerely apologized, then gently said, go back inside and change your clothes. Let's go for a night run. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. As he spoke, Su Chang turned and walked back to his bedroom. He opened his wardrobe and took out a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, both of which were somewhat fitted. After changing, Su Chang walked out of the bedroom. A fiery glint flashed in Su Yufei's eyes as she turned and walked out of the house. With her back to Su Chang, she swallowed hard. Chapter 9, I'll take responsibility if I can't find a boyfriend. Su Chang took the key, closed the door, and went downstairs with Su Yufei, heading straight for the nearby playground. The night was dark. Along the way, there was only one street lamp pole every few dozen meters, emitting a white light. Whenever they walked under the streetlights, the white light fell on Su Yufei, illuminating her voluptuous figure. Su Chang couldn't help but scrutinize her mature figure. When they reached a dimly lit area, his heart would become even more aroused. Su Chang had never run with a girl at night before, let alone dressed so maturely. Nighttime is a time when people are more likely to fall into an ambiguous atmosphere. In addition, this section of road is far from the teaching buildings and belongs to the faculty and staff area. There are hardly any people during the day, and it is even more deserted at night. In the quiet and dim night, Su Chang followed Su Yufei, looking at her sexy outfit, his mind filled with all sorts of restless thoughts, directly connecting them to the plots of various Japanese adult films he had watched before. In response to this, He can only keep reminding himself not to think about those random things, that you can't rush things, and that you have to eat one bite at a time or you'll choke. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Su Chang looked at the system reference, preparing to take the initiative to find a topic to talk about.
1. Sister Yafei, do you often go for a night run? 2. This road is so deserted. If we do something here, no one should notice, right? 3. Which playground are we going to? Should we run? After eliminating option 2, Su Chang was torn between option 1 and option 3.
After much deliberation, Su Chang decided that option 1 was better.
Sister Yafei, do you often go for a run at night?
I run 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
I want to sleep in on Sunday, Su Yafei replied in detail. Sister Yafei is so self-disciplined, she planned it so well. I guess I'm just used to it.
Besides, running is great for stress relief. Sometimes when I'm stressed, I'll go for a run by myself. After I'm all sweaty, I can go back and take a nice hot shower.
It's super stress relieving. Su Yafei replied in a very recommending tone.
After answering, she took the initiative to ask about Su Chang.
How do you usually relieve stress when you're under a lot of pressure? I'd like to learn from you, Sister Yafei. When asked this question, Su Chang's first thought was. He promptly looked to the system reference. 1. When you're under a lot of pressure, have sex. If you're still under pressure, have sex again. 2. The legendary captain never experienced pressure. 3. I don't usually feel particularly stressed. The only time I felt stressed was during my senior year of high school. When I was under a lot of pressure, I would go to the hallway between the classrooms and look at my boyfriend's classmates. If I saw someone really attractive, I could fantasize about them for days. Why is this system doing all this again? All 3 options are so pretentious, not one of them is even remotely correct.
The only time I felt pressured was during the second semester of my senior year of high school. Back then, we couldn't use our phones, so when the pressure got too much, I would joke around with my classmates for a while, Su Chang replied after adjusting his tone.
Upon hearing this, Su Yafei seemed to have some feelings of nostalgia, and reminisced about her school days, replying with an envious tone. It was really easy back then. I only had to think about studying every day, and I didn't have to think about anything else. Su Chang couldn't empathize with those words. Having just entered university, nothing is more relaxing than university.
The thought of missing high school makes Su Chang's scalp tingle.
1. Is studying easy?
I've studied so much my brain cells are practically dead. 2. I don't miss high school at all, because college was just too comfortable.
3. It sounds like Sister Yafei is under a lot of pressure. Why don't you talk to your younger brother? He's willing to share your burden.
Options 1 and 2 both involve talking about him personally, and neither offers much room for further discussion, so option 3 is better.
Sister Yafei is under a lot of pressure right now. Why don't you talk to your little brother?
Maybe I can help you out, Su Chang said in a helpful tone. Sister Yafei is already 29 years old this year and still hasn't found a boyfriend. My mom keeps urging me, but there aren't any suitable guys around me, so I'm afraid to go home now, Su Yafei said softly.
Is it that serious? You're afraid to even go home? Su Chang asked curiously. Seeing Su Chang's puzzled look, Su Yafei gave a bitter smile. Su Chang, a freshman in college, naturally wouldn't understand a woman her age. My mom called the day before yesterday and asked if I was dating anyone. She also said that if I didn't bring a guy home for the National Day holiday, I shouldn't go back for the family reunion. I should stay at school alone and reflect on myself. In their view, or rather in the current social view, once a woman is over 30, she becomes increasingly disadvantaged in marriage. Young men don't want her, so she can only find a divorced woman. Su Yafei's heartfelt words excited Su Chang. The fact that Su Yafei was willing to share these things with him showed that she truly regarded him as her sworn brother. Let's take a look at the system's reference options. 1. Who says I don't like younger men? I prefer older women, especially stunning mature women like Sister Yafei. 2. Sister Yafei, if you don't mind, take me back home for National Day, I can pretend to be your boyfriend. 3. If I'm still unmarried at 30, I guess I can only find someone who's been divorced. But before that, I can't settle for less. I need to find a younger guy to experience some passion, like someone like me. Option 3 is also a complete joke, so just pass on it. Option 2 is a bit too risky. If Su Yafei doesn't bring it up herself, it feels a bit strange for Su Chang to say it out loud. All things considered, only option 1 is decent.
Su Yufei looked worried, which was the perfect opportunity for him to make his move. Who says you can't like younger boys?
I like older women.
They are gentle, considerate, and caring.
Ding. Su Yufei's favorability has increased by 5 points, currently at 40 points.
As expected, the attack went smoothly at this moment, and Su Chang's judgment was correct. However, just as Su Chang was feeling smug, Su Yufei turned her head and glanced at Su Chang. Her charming eyes lost some of their tenderness, and she put on a look of disappointment and seriousness, and said,
"Alright, stop teasing me, okay? If I can't find a boyfriend in the future, you'll have to take responsibility."
Upon hearing this, Su Chang was startled.
Was this Su Yufei testing him? She actually wanted him to take responsibility.
Su Chang was excited just thinking about it, his mind was in a mess, and he had no idea how to respond. Fortunately, there were system options for reference.
1. Excitedly and lewdly, I'll take responsibility. I promise to make sure Sister Yufei is satisfied every day. 2. With a stern look, she said, what do I care if you can't find a boyfriend? Trying to pin it on me? 3. Why later? Do you think I'm going to be a sucker? I'm not going to be a sucker. Spits on the ground, then turns and walks away nonchalantly. Chapter 10: The Counselor's First Wave of Attack. What's with option 3, leaving gracefully? If Su Chang really does that, he's going to suffer for the next 4 years of university.
Option 2 was also eliminated, leaving only option 1. Although this option was a bit blatant, Su Yan couldn't think of anything else at the moment, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say it.
I'll take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei stared at Su Chang.
Her previous disappointment and seriousness vanished instantly, replaced by a blush of shyness on her face. Her ears also turned red quickly. Under the soft streetlights, her eyes softened again, and she spoke in a tone that seemed to be avoiding the question.
You're just trying to make me happy. I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying this,
before Su Chang could respond, Su Yufei suddenly started running along the roadside. Meanwhile, Su Chang heard the system's voice.
Ding. Su Yufei's favorability has increased by 5 points, currently at 50. Su Chang looked at Su Yufei's graceful back and his eyes showed a hint of excitement. You want to play with me like this?
Then let's play slowly and see who can't take it anymore.
At that moment, Su Yufei happened to pass a street lamp.
A look of excitement crossed her face, and the smile on her lips was like that of a young girl who had just fallen in love. Su Chang caught up with Su Yufei while running, and seeing that his counselor's face was still a little red, he didn't continue the topic from before. The two ran quietly and soon reached the playground. This is the playground for faculty and staff, specifically for them to exercise.
Therefore, there aren't many students here.
On the huge playground, there are only a few dozen people scattered around, and even fewer on the track and field. The lights on the playground weren't all on, only 2 large lights were on, making the 400-meter track look quite dim. After the two ran into the playground, they began to run slowly along the outer circle of the track. After running about half a lap, Su Yufei stopped at the place furthest from the entrance and with the fewest people.
She spoke up. Let's do some stretching here. Why don't you do it at the entrance? Su Chang asked, looking towards the entrance. That place is too crowded.
Su Yufei gave a brief reply and then began warming up, starting with a simple side press, followed by a forward chest expansion after completing 1 set. The already somewhat fitted ice silk long-sleeved jacket became even tighter during the chest expansion exercise. Su Chang glanced at it briefly and then started doing warm-up exercises, beginning with side leg presses after completing chest expansion exercises. At this moment, Su Yufei had already bent over and stretched her thighs. She stretched out her slender arms and easily placed her palms on the surface of her white sneakers. Her upper and lower body were almost folded 180 degrees, and her already perky round buttocks were now displayed at an extremely alluring angle. Su Chang glanced at it from the side, his throat tightening. His mind automatically filled in the rear view based on the side view, and he was amazed by Su Yufei's flexibility. That body is so flexible. Especially the waist. Su Chang seemed to have thought of infinite possibilities in an instant. Su Chang quickly looked away and continued doing his side leg press, followed by bending forward to stretch his thigh muscles. Su Yufei had already finished stretching and started jogging in place. Su Chang finished his exercise a little slower and started jogging in place as well, saying admiringly, Sister Yufei, you have such great flexibility. It's barely okay. I used to be able to do the splits, but now that I've gained weight, I feel like I can't even do the splits anymore, Su Yufei replied modestly.
That's still much better than me. Su Chang praised.
Su Yufei suppressed a laugh as she looked at Su Chang, thinking to herself that he was about to start praising her again. She suppressed her smile and replied, girls are naturally more flexible than boys.
Let's warm up and start running. Okay, start running.
Su Chang followed a little behind Su Yufei, watching the slight ripples in her clothes as she ran, which made him restless. And the high ponytail that swayed back and forth when she ran reminded Su Chang of high school, when he watched girls run with their swaying ponytails. However, the school uniforms worn by girls in high school were extremely loose, while Su Yufei now has a very graceful and full figure, like she is wearing a swimsuit, which fits every inch of her body perfectly.
Want to listen to some music?
As Su Yufei ran, she took an earphone out of her coat pocket and handed it to Su Chang.
Listen. Su Chang took it without hesitation and put it in his ears.
Su Yufei turned on her phone again, played music, and began an immersive run. The headphones were playing soft instrumental music. Su Chang rarely listened to instrumental music, he usually listened to classic old songs, and among the younger generation, he listened to Liang Bo's music.
He really didn't understand instrumental music.
With Su Yufei engrossed in running, Su Chang didn't try to start a conversation and simply followed quietly beside her, maintaining the formation.
1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. 10 laps. 15 laps. 16 laps.
By the time he reached the 16th lap, Su Chang felt as if his legs were filled with lead, and his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to explode. He was covered in sweat, his vest soaked through. He was panting heavily. Su Yufei looked at Su Chang in front of her. Seeing that he still didn't speak, she stopped and said softly,
let's take a break and walk around for a while.
Okay, let's walk for a while. Su Chang stopped and began to walk slowly.
You're sweating a lot. Don't you exercise much?
Su Yufei said, unzipping her jacket and taking off one side of her ice silk long sleeve.
If you don't mind, you can use my sleeve to wipe your sweat.
Su Chang looked at Su Yufei, and the first thing he saw was the white tank top she was wearing underneath.
How could he describe the wide open neckline of the tank top?
All I can say is that the moment Su Yufei unzipped her zipper, it was truly a sight to behold.
If I had to add an adjective, I could only say she was wealthy and generous. What are you standing there for? I'm going to put it on if you don't wipe it off.
Su Yufei really couldn't resist Su Chang's unabashed gaze, which made her feel excited and hot inside. She wore this vest specifically when she went out today, planning to surprise Su Chang by unzipping it while she was running. But now that she had actually done it, she felt a little awkward. She was Su Chang's advisor, and Su Chang was so young and innocent. She felt a little guilty for treating him like this. But she had been single for too long. After being flirted with by Su Chang, he seemed to tear away her thin layer of pretense all at once, making her realize how empty she was inside and how much she longed for a man who knew her inside and out.
Chapter 11. I'll make you a bowl of noodles.
I'm afraid it will make Sister Yufei's clothes smell of sweat, Su Chang replied earnestly.
You don't need to worry about that at all.
Every time I finish running, I wash my sweaty clothes that night, so they don't smell like sweat.
After hearing Su Yufei's explanation, Su Chang stopped refusing.
He immediately picked up her silk sleeve and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, his gaze once again fell on her vest, where her exposed collarbone and neck were also slightly sweaty. And the 2 rosy blushes on her cheeks, as if she had just finished doing that, gave her a mature yet alluring wife-like feel.
After wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Chang immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Sister Yufei."
"You're welcome."
Su Yufei put her ice silk coat back on, zipped it up, and then asked, "Can you still run?"
"Yes." Su Chang replied with great reluctance. He absolutely couldn't say no, especially not in front of Sister Yufei, because saying that would make him look bad. He's determined to win over the counselor.
How can he say no now? He can't stand this even if he has to hold back his poop and pee.
He has to play along to the end. Looking at Su Chang's expression, Su Yufei immediately saw through his forced smile and regretted asking the question.
Su Chang is still a young man after all, and he must care a lot about his pride. If I ask him like this, he definitely won't say no, right?
Su Yufei immediately comforted him softly. Don't push yourself if you can't run anymore. Being able to run 16 laps is already very impressive, considering you don't run often. The first time I went for a night run, I could only manage 8 laps before I couldn't go on. Su Chang felt a little embarrassed after his disguise was exposed, and was in a dilemma.
1. Then you're a bit weak, you couldn't even finish 8 laps. 2. You underestimate me, don't you? Want to make a bet?
If you can't outrun me, you'll kneel down and call me dad. If I can't outrun you, I'll kneel down and call you mom.
3. Since you noticed, Sister Yufei, I'll walk slowly for a while. You keep running. Eliminating options 1 and 2 at lightning speed, Su Cheng chose 3.
He gave an awkward smile and honestly replied, since Sister Yufei noticed, I'll just walk around the playground for a while.
You keep running and don't worry about me. Okay, I'll continue running then. Su Yufei nodded gently, and then continued running.
After walking around the outer circle 2 or 3 times and calming his heartbeat, Su Cheng sat down on the steps to the side. Su Yufei ran more than 10 laps by herself, finally feeling refreshed. She came to Su Cheng's side, panting, and said,
"Let's go back."
Su Cheng then stood up from the steps, dusted himself off, and replied, "Let's go." The two then walked out of the playground side by side and headed back to the teacher's apartment. Along the way, Su Yufei unzipped her coat, revealing the middle part of her vest, which had a very deep opening.
"Do you know where we'll meet for military training tomorrow?" Su Yufei asked Su Cheng with concern.
"I know, there was a notification in the group." Su Cheng nodded in response.
"The meeting time is 7:40.
You can get up at 7:15, then take the 7:20 campus bus to Zhongyuan cafeteria for breakfast. After you finish eating within 15 minutes, walk to the library square in 5 minutes.
The time should be about right," Su Yufei gently reminded her.
Su Cheng was somewhat surprised by the meticulous arrangements. He hadn't expected Su Yufei to have planned all this for him. "Thank you so much, Sister Yufei, for arranging everything so meticulously."
"It's nothing."
Su Yufei then reminded him of many other things, and Su Cheng also wrote them down one by one in a memo.
The two quickly returned to the teacher's apartment.
When they arrived at the third-floor corridor, Su Yufei took out her key, opened room 306, and, holding the doorknob in one hand, smiled and recommended it to Su Cheng.
"Going back and taking a hot shower will feel so good. 1. If I feel uncomfortable after showering, can I come to you for a relaxing session? 2. Why do I need to go back to shower? Can I shower with you? 3. So, does this count as us showering together? What kind of reference is this? It's completely useless."
Su Cheng glanced at it and gave up on it immediately, then replied expectantly, "Okay, I'll wash it when I get back."
"Okay, I'm going back now."
After saying this, Su Yufei turned around and went back into the house. Su Cheng took out his key, opened the door, and returned to his room. As Su Yufei had instructed, he immediately grabbed his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. It was a very comfortable wash. My heavy muscles felt much lighter and more relaxed as the hot water from the shower head washed over them, as if the weight and soreness had been relieved.
The only problem was that I was incredibly hungry.
After running 16 laps on an empty stomach, it was past 8 o'clock, and Su Cheng felt like he was about to burn out.
He needs to ask his advisor for the delivery address so he can order some takeout.
Su Cheng quickly finished showering, put on his pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom to send a message to his advisor on QQ.
"Sister Yufei, what's the delivery address for our faculty apartment complex?"
At this moment, Su Yufei was taking a shower in the bathroom, music playing on her phone, white bubbles covering her body, and caressing herself with her hands. She was enjoying the pleasure of exploring the mystery when she was disturbed by a message.
"Who is it? Why are you messaging me after get off work?" Su Yufei was annoyed.
She went to the sink next to her phone, glanced at the message notification on her phone screen, and saw that it was from Su Cheng.
Her annoyance disappeared instantly, replaced by joy and surprise.
They performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act live. Su Yufei quickly rinsed the bubbles off her hands, then dried them with a towel before replying to Su Cheng's message, her body still covered in bubbles.
"You're still ordering takeout? Are you hungry from your run? Eating takeout is so unhealthy. Sister Yufei is pretty good at making noodles, how about I make you a bowl?"
After sending the message, Su Yufei lost all interest in taking a shower. Holding her phone, she waited for a reply, feeling inexplicably nervous. Meanwhile, Su Cheng was pleasantly surprised to see the news. He never expected that his advisor would offer to cook noodles for him.
"Stay calm, let's see what the system provides first. 1. Sister Yufei, you're making me noodles so late? I'll let you try my cooking another day. 2. Isn't it too much trouble for you this late? 3. Okay, I'm starving. No matter how awful your cooking is, I'll eat it. First, eliminate option 3. Is this even human language?
Sister Yufei kindly offered him noodles, and he still talks like that. Option 1 seems fine at first glance, but it actually hides a deeper secret.
Option 2, which involves retreating to advance, is the most appropriate approach. Won't it be too much trouble for Sister Yufei this late? Su Chang asked politely.
Su Yufei replied to the message instantly, "No trouble at all, it's just noodles, it'll be ready in a few minutes. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer."
Su Chang no longer stood on ceremony and agreed.
"Wait a few minutes, I'll be done showering right away." Su Yufei replied quickly to the message, putting down her phone to rinse off the soap. "No rush, take your time," Su Chang replied politely.
Chapter 12 showcases a wave of. Su Yufei didn't reply to the message.
She wanted to take a quick shower, put on her pajamas, and then give Su Chang his bottom, but she didn't want Su Chang's message to be the last one.
As a counselor,
she has to be at the bottom, putting Su Chang's news on top.
So Su Yufei opened the emoji pack again, quickly searched for one, and sent Su Chang a cat nodding emoji.
Then, seeing that Su Chang didn't send any more messages, she quickly took a shower.
After rinsing off the bubbles, Su Yufei, wrapped in a pink bath towel, walked back to her bedroom.
After drying herself with the towel, her snow-white and voluptuous figure appeared extremely mature and alluring under the bedroom's incandescent light, like a ripe peach. After admiring her own figure, Su Yufei had a strange thought. She had such a great figure, yet she could only admire it from afar. She should show it to others. The others here doesn't refer to others, but rather to Su Chang, and he is the only one, because Su Chang is the only person in Su Yufei's mind.
Immediately,
Su Yufei hung the ice silk pajamas she had just found back in the closet. Her godbrother was coming to visit, so she naturally wanted to dress nicely.
If she wore this pajamas that didn't reveal anything, how could she show off her class? After hanging up her ice silk pajamas, Su Yufei began searching in her wardrobe.
At first, she wanted to find pajamas to wear, but unfortunately, all her pajamas were ordinary styles and none of them were particularly nice. So, after searching for a while, Su Yufei finally found a black bodycon skirt.
After putting it on, Su Yufei looked at herself in the mirror.
The skirt tapered all the way to the calves, perfectly enveloping Su Yufei's ample hips and showcasing a full figure, while the nearly 30-centimeter slit at the back revealed the gap between her thighs. She was very satisfied with the clothes after putting them on, then put on a pair of sandals, picked up her phone to send a message to Su Chang, and walked towards the door.
"I'm done washing, come over here." "Okay, here it comes."
Su Chang was already waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Su Yufei's message, he immediately got up, put on his slippers and pajamas, and went over. As they arrived at the door of room 306, just as they were about to knock, Su Yufei pushed the door open and said softly with a smile on her face,
"Sorry to keep you waiting, please come in."
"Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yufei," Su Chang said politely again, before walking through the door.
Su Yufei was standing by the door.
When Su Chang entered, he turned his head and glanced at her, noticing a glimpse of her cleavage revealed by her bodycon skirt. "You sit on the sofa and play for a while, I'll go make you some noodles."
Su Yufei closed the door and went into the kitchen.
When she turned her back to Su Chang turned his head and glanced at her. The slit in her bodycon skirt was really quite a sight when Su Yufei walked.
"Is there anything I can help you with?" Su Chang asked politely. "No need, you can just sit and play for a while." Su Yufei was in the kitchen.
She glanced back at Su Chang with a tender and alluring look in her eyes.
Then she started boiling water, chopping scallions and garlic. While preparing the seasonings, she turned her head and asked again, "Can you eat spicy food?"
"Able." Su Chang nodded in agreement, and then Su Yufei continued to prepare the seasonings, while he sat on the sofa, looking at Su Yufei's graceful back and her pert, plump buttocks, which made him feel an irresistible urge to hug her.
In the kitchen. After preparing the seasonings, Su Yufei took 2 eggs out of the refrigerator and started frying them in another pot.
She fried the eggs until both sides were golden brown and then took them out. At this time, the water also boiled, and Su Yufei started cooking the noodles.
A few minutes later, Su Yufei brought a large bowl of noodles into the living room. Su Chang was about to get up and sit at the dining table when Su Yufei interrupted him, saying, "Just sit on the sofa and eat."
Upon hearing this, Su Chang stopped moving. Looking at the bowl of noodles Su Yufei had prepared, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was really starving, and the noodles looked incredibly appetizing.
"Eat slowly, be careful it's hot." Su Yufei placed the bowl in front of Su Chang, who was sitting there. When she bent over,
Su Cheng's gaze, which was originally fixed on the bowl of noodles, seemed to be summoned by a mysterious force, or as if he had developed a spider-like sense, and his eyes moved upwards uncontrollably, almost blinding him with the brilliance.
Okay, thank you, Sister Yafei. I'm starting to eat now. I'm starving.
Su Cheng took the chopsticks, turned over the noodles, and began to eat heartily.
Okay, eat slowly, I'm going to blow dry my hair.
Su Yufei found a hairdryer in the bedroom, then took it to the living room, plugged it into the socket under the TV wall, and started blow-drying her hair with her back to Su Cheng. While eating noodles, Su Cheng would occasionally glance up at her advisor, who was drying her hair with her back to her, by the TV wall. Her figure was truly captivating. Su Yufei dried her hair in 6 or 7 minutes, then put the hairdryer back in the bedroom.
She returned to the living room, sat down in front of Su Cheng again, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "How does it taste? Is it to your liking?"
"It has to be to my liking." Su Cheng smiled and exclaimed, "I won't even let this soup go to waste." As Su Cheng spoke, he took 2 more sips of soup. Seeing this, Su Yufei felt satisfied and quickly stopped Su Cheng, saying, "Don't drink the soup. If you're not full, I'll make you some more noodles.
There's plenty of them."
As she spoke, Su Yufei somehow grabbed Su Cheng's arm, which was holding the bowl of noodles, and felt the hard muscles of his arm. A strange feeling arose deep in her heart. This was the first time in several years that she had held the boy's hand. The firm texture felt wonderful to the touch. I'm full, I just want to try a sip of this soup," Su Cheng replied, looking up. Seeing this, Su Yufei had no choice but to slowly let go.
Watching Su Cheng drink several mouthfuls and then put down the bowl again with a satisfied expression, she couldn't help but smile and reply modestly, "Is this soup really that good?" "It's delicious, fresh and flavorful," Su Cheng praised.
To be fair, this noodle dish is really good. The noodles are cooked to the perfect firmness, the chili oil has a wonderful aroma, and the golden fried egg is the icing on the cake.
It's truly a masterpiece.
After Su Cheng finished speaking, Su Yufei hesitated, as if she had something to say but didn't say it. Seeing this, Su Cheng stood up and spoke.
"Sister Yafei, I'm going back now." "Okay, go back and get some sleep. You have military training tomorrow," Su Yufei nodded. "Okay, I'll wash the dishes for you and then go back."
Su Cheng immediately got up from the sofa, and as he was about to pick up the bowl and chopsticks, Su Yufei reached out and grabbed his wrist.
I'll do it. You should go back and rest early."
Su Yufei put the bowl and chopsticks that Su Cheng had picked up back on the coffee table, and Su Cheng had no choice but to let go.
"Then I'll listen to Sister Yafei."
Su Cheng sighed helplessly, a happy expression appearing on his face.
"Okay, sure."
Su Yufei pretended to be fine, but she was actually a little disappointed inside.
Why didn't Su Cheng pull her a little longer?
That way, she could hold Su Cheng's hand for a while longer and feel that unique touch.
Chapter 13. Anyone below B is a brother.
Then Su Cheng went back to his room and checked Su Yufei's current level of affection for him.
Su Yufei's favorability rating has reached 60 points, unlocking her profile. Do you want to view it? He's already reached 60 points? That's fast.
He just went to Su Yufei's house for a bowl of noodles and gained another 10 points in favorability.
Is this the power of the system? It's incredibly strong. Check.
Su Cheng's mind stirred, and then a light screen appeared before him, displaying Su Yufei's extremely detailed personal information.
Name, Su Yufei.
Identities, advisor, wealthy Shanghai woman.
Age, 29. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56.4 kilograms. Measurements, 92 centimeters, 63 centimeters, 93 centimeters. Hobbies, running, yoga, mining. Number of romantic relationships, 2. Number of X counts, 0. Current location, Keio University Faculty Apartment 306. Current state, excited, happy, expecting something to happen.
After carefully reviewing Su Yufei's detailed information, Su Cheng learned a great deal. First of all, her measurements were truly impressive. She was an E-cup, an impenetrable barrier. With such a broad mind and magnanimity, she was more than qualified to be his advisor. What surprised Su Cheng even more was that his advisor had only been in 2 relationships so far.
And she hasn't even done that yet, it's unbelievable.
The counselor is 29 this year, and she's still a virgin.
This really raised Su Cheng's expectations even more. He really got a great deal.
I thought my advisor was a seasoned veteran, but it turns out she's a brand new car that she hasn't driven yet. I can't imagine how powerful she is now, since a new car's engine must be incredibly strong. The last two items seem to be real-time data, which allows you to see the counselor's mental state and location at any time. These two items are also very useful, making it easier for him to manage his time. After reviewing his advisor's information, Su Chang looked at the system's lottery section. He raised his advisor's favorability towards him to 60, thus gaining a free lottery draw opportunity.
System, draw a prize.
With a thought, Su Chang caused the items in the system shop's inventory to begin flashing randomly. Su Chang stared intently at the constantly flashing items in the system shop, eagerly anticipating what he would draw on his first lottery draw.
10 seconds later.
The flashing shop page stopped, and a bottle of potion called "Drink It for Magical Power" changed from gray to gold.
Did I win this one?
Congratulations, host, you have drawn the second growth enhancement potion.
Would you like to extract it? Extract it. What are the effects of drinking this medicine? Su Chang countered with a question. Drinking it grants magical powers and allows the body to regenerate.
As the system finished speaking, a glass jar the size of a wonton appeared on Su Chang's bed. Su Chang picked it up. It was still ice cold. I opened the lid and took a sniff. A fragrant osmanthus aroma wafted out, so it should taste pretty good. Without further hesitation, Su Chang tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then his body began to heat up rapidly, his muscles sculpted automatically, and a domineering force made a certain part of his body even more robust. A black, foul-smelling impurity was expelled from Su Chang's body.
Was this toxin from his body?
Su Chang quickly took off all his clothes and took a shower. After showering, his skin became much whiter.
He looked at his face in the mirror again.
His features were more defined, his eyes were clearer, and his hair was shinier. He had completely transformed into a handsome man. Looking down at himself again, his confidence soared. Now he felt he had the ability to command a vast army. Su Chang clenched his fist again to test his strength, and his muscles immediately hardened, his strength increasing significantly. He quickly did 2 push-ups in the bathroom, using only his 2 thumbs, and it was effortless.
Now tomorrow's military training will be a breeze.
Su Chang quickly dried himself off, put on his bitter tea clothes, went back to his bedroom, set an alarm for 7:15, and went to sleep in a good mood.
The next day, Su Chang got up at 7:15, washed his face, brushed his teeth, put on his military training uniform and went out.
He rushed to the nearby bus stop and just caught the 7:20 school bus, then boarded the bus to Zhongyuan.
Along the way,
many female students got on and off the bus, and during the process, they secretly sized up Su Chang, their eyes sparkling. Some of the bolder female students, seeing that Su Chang was wearing military training uniform, probably thought he would be easier to win over, and directly asked Su Chang for his WeChat in the car, but Su Chang politely refused.
Su Chang wasn't interested in them.
He had high standards. He wouldn't just pick any woman who came up to him. He didn't expect her to have a great figure or good looks, but at least one of them had to be perfect, and the other couldn't be too far behind. Furthermore, one's vision cannot be too narrow. At least one must possess B-level strength.
Don't ask Su Chang why. It's because anyone below B level is a brother. Can we date our brothers? Of course not. After arriving at Zhongyuan by school bus, Su Chang went into the cafeteria and saw many new students.
He also felt many senior female students looking at him, which made Su Chang a little embarrassed.
Is this the charm of the modeling guy?
Su Chang avoided their gazes, joined the long queue at the steamed bun stall, and started playing on his phone. Suddenly, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder from behind. Su Chang turned around and saw Chen Muro, who was looking at him with a youthful and sunny smile.
What a coincidence, you're having breakfast at Zhongyuan too.
Chen Muro's sweet tone carried the surprise and delight of their unexpected meeting. Seeing Chen Muro suddenly appear, Su Chang didn't know how to answer for a moment, and quickly looked at the system reference.
1. Yes, our meeting point is very close to Zhongyuan, so I took the school bus here to eat. 2. What a coincidence, is your dorm in Zhongyuan? 3. Yeah, where are your roommates? Aren't you with them? Do you want me to buy you breakfast?
This time the system is quite reliable. All 3 options seem okay, but Su Chang still prefers option 3.
At this moment, Chen Muro is mostly alone.
He bought breakfast for Chen Muro so they could sit down and eat together, which would also give them more opportunities to talk.
Yeah, where are your roommates? Aren't you with them? Do you want me to buy you breakfast?
There's military training today, the cafeteria will be crowded, I can buy it for you and save some time, Su Chang replied confidently. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Chen Moro felt a warmth in her heart and a bright smile appeared on her face. She then pointed to a table of girls in the southwest direction of the cafeteria.
See that table by the pillar? That's my roommate. We've been here for a while. I saw you and came over to say hello.
After saying this, Chen Muru's tone suddenly became shy.
Su Chang, if you come to Zhongyuan for breakfast again tomorrow, we can eat together. Chapter 14, Acquired Suzuki GSX-8R. Upon hearing this, Su Chang was secretly delighted.
It must have been difficult for Chen Muru to say such a thing. After she finished speaking, her ears turned a bright pink, like rabbit ears.
Sure, let's eat together tomorrow. Okay, then I'll head back now.
Chen Muru suppressed a smile, nodded with her head down, her head only swaying slightly, which was incredibly cute. Su Chang felt like patting Chen Muru's head.
Okay, bye-bye. Su Chang smiled and nodded.
Chen Muru then went back, taking small, quick steps.
Su Chang then ignored it and continued to look down at his phone while arranging breakfast. On the other side,
Chen Muru sat down next to her roommate, and the three of them immediately started gossiping.
Is that handsome guy your boyfriend? Wow, Muro. He's definitely much more handsome than that senior from yesterday. Muro, can you teach us girls how we met him? We want to find a boyfriend too. Faced with the three people's gossipy questions, Chen Muro couldn't take it anymore. She covered her pink ears with both hands and said in a please let me go tone, didn't I already tell you? We met while eating in the cafeteria.
He's also in our major.
We just added each other on WeChat. We've really only known each other for a few days.
Seeing this, the three could not delve deeper and could only ask some basic questions.
So what did you two talk about just now? He just asked me if I had eaten yet and if I came alone. He even offered to help me queue up to buy breakfast.
When Chen Mura said the last sentence, she couldn't help but smile, and her three roommates reacted even more strongly.
Then why did you come back? He even wants to arrange breakfast for you? Why don't you agree to it? That is.
Upon hearing this, Chen Muru's smile froze. She stared blankly at her three roommates and asked in confusion.
Huh? Didn't I already eat?
Upon hearing this, the three roommates revealed expressions that said, I wish I could do it myself.
Can I eat some more after I've already eaten? If you don't tell him, how will he know if you've eaten or not? When someone offers to arrange breakfast for you and asks if you're alone, the unspoken message is that they're inviting you to have breakfast with them. And you actually said you've already eaten? They'll think you don't want to have breakfast with them. So you're basically rejecting him.
Chen Mura watched as her three roommates chatted amongst themselves, their words making her face extremely pale. Her eyes were filled with worry, and her heart was in turmoil, pounding with uncertainty.
I invited him to have dinner with us tomorrow. Is that a way to make amends?
Chen Mura interrupted the three of them and asked nervously. Upon hearing this, the three of them relaxed their expressions slightly.
Why didn't you say so sooner? Did he say yes? I agreed. That should be considered a successful remedy. Starting tomorrow, you can eat with him. Ask us any questions you may have. The three roommates, ostensibly acting as strategists, were actually just gossiping. That was a really good understanding. The pace of military training was very fast. A week passed in the blink of an eye. For the past week, he and Chen Muro ate together every morning, then at noon, and later in the evening. Not content with just eating at Zhongyuan, they started going to other canteens and roughly tried all the different food stalls. While eating, the two chatted and laughed, and their relationship gradually became much closer. Su Chang also boosted Su Cheng's favorability rating from 9 points to 20 points. In the first few days, his counselor, Su Yufei, sent him messages to check on him and ask if he was adapting well to military training. However, she stopped contacting him much in the following days. Su Chang was busy with military training, chatting with Chen Muro, and planning to buy a racing motorcycle, so he didn't have time to contact his counselor. At this point, Su Chang had accumulated a total of 80 points. After exchanging 13 points for favorability points, he now had 67 points remaining. Su Chang plans to buy a racing motorcycle to drive. Driving a car to get around school would be too conspicuous, and with so many classes every day, it wouldn't be convenient to drive around. Buying a racing motorcycle would be much more convenient. Secondly, compared to a small car costing 100,000 yuan, a motorcycle costing 100,000 yuan is obviously more fun to drive.
Su Chang, who loves motorcycling, used to enjoy watching motorcyclists race in mountainous areas, as well as the most thrilling Isle of Man TT.
Now that I have money, I naturally want to get one.
He has already selected several cars:
Kawasaki Ninja 650, Kawasaki ZX6R, Yamaha YZF-R6 or 7, and Suzuki GSX-8R. Ultimately, the Kawasaki ZX6R and Suzuki GSX-8 are made it to the final round.
Both of these motorcycles are priced around 100,000 yuan, which fits Su Chang's budget better.
One is a sport touring motorcycle, and the other is a purebred sport bike. Kawasaki's accelerate faster, and their inline 4-cylinder engine is particularly loud. Su Chang didn't really like this, since he didn't like to show off. If he rode his bike around school every day and made a loud noise by twisting the throttle, it would seem like he was just trying to attract attention. The Suzuki model has less wind resistance, making it more practical. Although it's positioned as a long-distance touring motorcycle, Su Chang also plans to buy it for commuting. As for the possibility of future road trips, he will naturally buy a sedan. After all, when he goes on a trip, the passenger seat will definitely be occupied by a girl. What's the point of traveling if he doesn't have a girl in the passenger seat? After finalizing his decision on the Suzuki GSX-8R, Su Chang selected the top-of-the-line models on the Suzuki website, with a total price of 99,800 renminbi. He then placed the order directly. After I filled in my address, the merchant started the shipping process, and it was expected to arrive at Qingdao in 7 days. After resolving the SIMO issue, Su Chang opened the system again, scanned the menu, and saw the SIMO Max Level Skill Pack, which was only 15 points in the store, making it quite cheap and affordable. Without hesitation, Su Chang spent 15 points to buy it. Then, countless tracks and mountain driving experience were poured into Su Chang's mind and body. The feeling was truly magical. Compared to those driving schools that advertise crash courses, this is true speed learning. After purchasing the skill pack, Su Chang instantly transformed into a seasoned motorcycle racer. All he needed to do next was take some time to get his driver's license, and then he could use the motorcycle for transportation while attending classes. Su Chang couldn't imagine the feeling of having a girl sitting in the back seat, especially with his advisor behind him. The pushback sensation would definitely be intense. Chapter 15. Guess. Who am I? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The military training ended on the morning of September 15th. With the head instructor announcing the dismissal, Su Chang's university life officially began. The students in the class were incredibly excited, finally having endured those difficult days. In fact, Su Chang was alright after taking the enhancement potion. He didn't feel tired at all after returning to his dormitory from military training. The only uncomfortable thing is that it's too boring. To put it bluntly, military training is just walking around on the parade ground and shouting 1, 2, 1. It's incredibly boring and tedious. Fortunately, the boring days are over, and his good days are about to begin. The military training results performance ended at 10:30 a.m. Su Chang felt it was still a bit early to eat, so he took the school bus back to his dormitory, changed into his pajamas, and prepared to play some games when his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was his sister calling, he immediately answered the phone. "Hey, Xiaoming. Brother, have you finished your military training?" Su Xiaoming's energetic voice rang out from the other end of the phone. She is Su Chang's younger sister, but they are not related by blood. She was a child that his parents found by chance when they were working away from home. After handing her over to the public security authorities, they couldn't find the child's biological parents and she was about to be sent to an orphanage. In the end, his mother couldn't bear it and adopted her, naming her Su Xiaoming. Su Chang was only a year old at that time. In other words, the two siblings grew up together and had a very good relationship since childhood. Even after he found out that Su Xiaoming was not his parents' biological daughter, Su Chang still treated Su Xiaoming as his own sister. "It just ended this morning, what are you going to do?" Su Chang asked. "I want to come over and play with you," Su Xiaoming replied. Su Xiaoming is also a freshman this year, at the teacher's college next door. The two universities are only 2 miles apart, so they are neighboring universities and it is very convenient for her to come and go. As for why Su Xiaoming went to college with Su Chang, it's because Su Chang was playful and had poor grades in elementary school, so he had to repeat a grade. Therefore, Su Chang was 19 when he entered college, while his sister did not repeat a grade, but she is now an adult. "Sure, wait for me at the West Gate, I'll come pick you up." Su Chang readily agreed. "Where is the West Gate?" "I'm already at the North Gate of your school," Su Xiaoming asked back. "Then wait for me at the North Gate."
I'll take you shopping later, and I'll treat you to something nice for lunch, Su Chang replied. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. Okay. Su Chang then hung up the phone, grabbed a random outfit from the closet, went downstairs, took a bus to the north gate of the campus. But when he stepped out the door, looked around, and then looked across the street, he couldn't see Su Xiaoming anywhere.
Didn't this brat say the north gate? How could she get that wrong?
Su Chang muttered to himself, taking out his phone, just about to call Su Xiaoming. Suddenly, someone covered her eyes from behind, and then the person asked in a cheerful, girlish voice.
Guess who I am?
Su Chang smiled helplessly.
Did he even need to guess? He recognized Su Xiaoming's voice the moment it came out.
That little devil is so old already, yet she still loves playing this silly game. When they were little, Su Chang thought his sister was quite cute, but things are different now.
Su Chang has grown up, and so has his sister.
She's developed quite a bit, and if he were to be blindfolded from behind like this, the contact would feel a bit strange.
Xiaoming, how many times have I told you? You're all grown up now. You need to keep your distance from your brother.
Su Chang used the most affectionate tone, as if afraid of hurting his sister's feelings.
I won't listen. You're just spouting nonsense. No matter how old I am, I'm still your sister.
Su Xiaoming said rebelliously, then let go of Su Chang's eyes, jumped up with her legs, and tried to hook her arms around Su Chang's neck from behind and then jump onto Su Chang's back. However, with a height of only 158 centimeters, it was too difficult for him to jump onto Su Chang's back. He tried several times, but could only slide off Su Chang's back again and again. Su Chang was under immense pressure.
Was Su Xiaoming using his back as a slide in an amusement park?
It's not that Su Chang, as the older brother, doesn't dote on his younger sister, it's just that Su Xiaoming has grown up now.
Stop fooling around, I'll take you out for a nice lunch. You can eat whatever you want.
Su Chang turned to face Su Xiaoming and then noticed her outfit, a light blue floral print mini skirt that revealed her slender, white legs. Paired with her pigtails and cute, youthful face, she exuded youthful energy, as if she had stepped out of a Japanese manga.
Really? I can eat whatever I want? Su Xiaoming asked incredulously.
Su Chang smiled and replied, just tell me what you want to eat.
Then I want to eat beef waffle noodles.
I passed by a beef waffle noodle shop on my way here, and it smelled amazing. Su Xiaoming said, looking as if the food was so delicious it would move heaven and earth. Su Chang still had a smile on his lips. As expected, his sister would save him money, but Su Chang no longer needed to live so frugally. I recently made a few thousand yuan writing a novel, so I can treat you to a big meal.
Several $1,000s? Waku.
Dude, you've only been writing for a few months and you've already earned that much.
Upon hearing Su Chang's words, Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up with admiration, looking like she had met her idol. This greatly satisfied Su Chang's vanity.
Just lucky, Su Chang replied, feigning nonchalance.
Wow, amazing.
I never knew my brother was such a great writer.
I'd better think about what I want to eat for lunch. Su Xiaoming's attention quickly shifted to food.
She went through all the delicious options in her mind, and her mouth was already watering uncontrollably.
Su Xiaoming swallowed hard and said, Brother, I want to eat a lot, but I don't know what to eat right now. That's easy, isn't it?
I'll transfer you 2,000 later, and you can eat whatever you want, Su Chang replied. He couldn't transfer too much at once, as that would arouse his sister's suspicion. It would be more reasonable for him to transfer 2,000 yuan to his sister regularly every month.
2,000? Bro. No.
You're not my bro, you're my god. Su Xiaoming excitedly grabbed Su Chang's arm and jumped up and down on the spot, her twin ponytail swaying in midair, looking adorable and full of energy.
All right, stop. Su Chang raised his hand and pressed down on Su Xiaoming's shoulder to stop her from jumping anymore. Hurry up and think about what you want to eat for lunch. Then we definitely have to eat what you like, brother. Let's go eat grilled fish. Su Xiaoming finally decided on grilled fish.
Su Chang agreed, so he hailed a taxi and took Su Xiaoming to eat grilled fish. Su Xiaoming talked nonstop the whole way, sharing stories about her dorm room.
Su Chang listened quietly, feeling very relaxed and comfortable. Chapter 16 I'm really getting angry.
The two took a taxi to a nearby shopping district, found a grilled fish restaurant, and had a delicious lunch. Afterward, Su Chang took Su Xiaoming to browse through nearby clothing stores, where they bought several outfits, spending over 2,000 yuan. Su Xiaoming was so happy that the smile on her face didn't fade all afternoon. They wandered around until after 3 p.m., when Su Chang was about to return to school.
However, Su Xiaoming didn't want to go back yet.
She had heard that Su Chang had been assigned to a teacher's apartment and was living alone, so she insisted on going to see him. Su Chang couldn't refuse his sister, so he had no choice but to take Su Xiaoming back with him. After returning to the school from the west gate, the two went straight to the teacher's apartment and went up to room 305 on the third floor.
After entering,
Su Xiaoming then looked around at the decor, and her eyes showed envy as she looked at the fully furnished living room.
The conditions here are amazing. You've gotten a great deal, bro.
It's just too far from the teaching building, Su Chang replied, picking up his slippers from the shoe rack and saying as he changed, "You don't need to change, I don't have any extra slippers here."
But I want to take a shower, Su Xiaoming replied. Go back and wash it.
I just want to shower here with you, brother. I have to use a water cart to shower at home.
You have no idea how much it costs me to shower. Su Xiaoming looked like she would go bankrupt if she took a shower. How much? Su Chang asked a question with an indifferent expression. In short, it's very expensive.
After giving a perfunctory answer, Su Xiaoming took off her sneakers, grabbed her newly bought pajamas and underwear, and went into the bathroom.
Before Su Chang could say anything more, she turned around and closed the door. No, you're not even wearing shoes, you're washing your feet barefoot?
Su Chang walked to the bathroom door, but then felt a little reluctant to let Su Xiaoming take a bath barefoot inside. Despite the hot weather today, it's already late September and autumn has arrived, so these tiles are actually quite cool to the touch.
Inside the bathroom.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoming immediately opened the bathroom door, poked her cute head out, and revealed a smug and mischievous smile. Hee hee, I knew it, brother, you couldn't bear to let your little sister go barefoot.
Su Chang looked at Su Xiaoming peeking out, not noticing the problem at first.
However, after a 2.5-second pause, Su Chang's gaze shifted downwards, revealing a slender, snow-white leg peeking out from the crack in the bathroom door.
The leg was completely white from the tender, white feet upwards until a touch of pink appeared, at which point Su Chang abruptly withdrew his gaze.
Then his expression changed, and he said in a serious tone, "You brat.
Can't you watch yourself? What are you being careful about?"
Su Xiaoming feigned ignorance, gave a cute smile, and then hid her legs behind the door.
You mean my legs? What else can I do? Be careful. Su Chang warned. What am I supposed to care about?
You're my brother.
They're not even my biological children.
If they're not your biological children, then there's even less reason to be concerned, Su Xiaoming said with such confidence that Su Chang was speechless for a moment.
Su Chang immediately looked at the system reference. 1. Little sister, do you have feelings for your brother? 2. You're right. I just got sweaty from walking around, so how about we take a shower together?
3. With a wicked smile, he said, then come to my bedroom later, and I'll show you a big treasure.
After reading the system's reference, Su Chang was furious. What the hell is this birth system? What kind of advice is it giving me? I really need to wash my eyes.
Here, take my slippers. Su Chang took off his shoes at the bathroom door, went back to the bedroom barefoot, found a pair of socks to put on, and then sat in front of the computer to log in and play League of Legends. About half an hour later, Su Xiaoming finished her shower and came out. She really took a long time to shower, as if the hot water here was free. My skin was washed until it was all white and pink.
Her little face was also moisturized. Wearing the newly bought white pajamas with pink Hello Kitty printed on them, I felt incredibly youthful and girly. Am I pretty, brother?
Su Xiaoming walked into Su Chang's bedroom, took off her shoes, climbed onto his bed, and crawled all the way to the computer desk where Su Chang was sitting. Then she asked with a cute and expectant look on her face. Su Chang glanced at it briefly, then replied perfunctorily, "It looks good." Faced with Su Chang's perfunctory answer, Su Xiaoming was unhappy and was about to lash out with a stern face when Su Chang said again, "I wasn't talking about you, I was saying the clothes look good."
What did you say?
Su Xiaoming's eyes widened in anger, and she started whimpering, but Su Chang completely ignored her.
I'm getting angry.
Su Xiaoming slapped the bed with her small hand and said,
I'm really going to get angry.
Su Xiaoming lay down on the bed, spread her limbs, and assumed a dark crawling posture, her expression looking like she was about to break.
I'm going to make a scene.
Seeing that Su Chang still ignored her, Su Xiaoming turned to look at Su Chang again, her tone as if she were giving him an ultimatum.
I really, I'm going to throw a tantrum.
Su Xiaoming said in a girlish, spicy voice, emphasizing her words. Seeing that Su Chang still ignored her, she wrapped herself in Su Chang's blanket on the bed and started to throw a tantrum.
On the side, Su Chang looked at Su Xiaoming throwing a tantrum and just smiled smugly. For some reason, Su Xiaoming seemed even cuter when she was angry. This is also the main reason why he doesn't want to talk to Su Xiaoming. Is this considered one of his peculiar habits? No, that word shouldn't be used here. This is still considered normal, isn't it? Fine, fine. Old dang. You've really angered me.
After rolling around on the bed a dozen times, Su Xiaoming suddenly sat up, looking at Su Chang playing games, her face gradually darkening. Since that's the case, then let's face the righteous punishment of this beautiful girl.
After saying this,
Su Xiaoming suddenly pounced off the bed, throwing her upper body onto Su Chang and burying herself in his arms, preventing him from playing the game.
You can forget about playing games. What are you doing?
Su Chang was completely stunned.
He didn't expect Su Xiaoming to be serious. She actually threw herself into his arms.
Her soft, fragrant body, still in her pajamas after taking a shower, was irresistible to Su Chang. He quickly released the mouse and keyboard, and lifted Su Xiaoming up from behind.
Get up quickly. I'll only get up if you tell me I'm pretty.
You're beautiful, my sister is the most beautiful.
Su Chang praised him repeatedly. You're smart to know what's good for you.
Su Xiaoming replied, then with Su Chang's help, she braced herself on the armrests and shrank back onto the bed, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes after her scheme had succeeded.
Chapter 17. Bro, can you please stop being a gigolo? Brother, you play, I'm going to take a nap. Su Xiaoming didn't disturb Su Chang's game anymore.
She wrapped herself in Su Chang's blanket, her head resting on Su Chang's pillow. The blanket was full of Su Chang's scent, which Su Xiaoming found particularly enjoyable, and she secretly indulged in it. Su Chang ignored Su Xiaoming, put on his headphones and continued playing LOL. After losing 3 games in a row, Su Chang was a bit out of it and took off his headphones, not wanting to play anymore.
This game is definitely not for humans. We chatted about everyday things while traveling. Talking about parents against the odds.
If you encounter someone with poor manners, you'll immediately start a family tree defense war. If you want to play ranked matches in the iron rank of this game, you must first master the art of cursing so much that Su Chang's blood pressure will rise.
Wake up, it's time for you to go back to school, Su Chang called to Su Xiaoming. I'll take a nap a little longer. If you want to sleep, go back to your dorm. I only have one bed.
If you sleep there, where will I sleep?
Su Chang replied. Let's sleep together. Su Xiaoming responded so smoothly. Stop messing around, or I'll beat you up.
Su Chang put on a stern face. Su Xiaoming pouted in annoyance, then made a face at Su Chang. She stopped joking, got out of bed, went to the bathroom to change back into her previous clothes, and then picked up her bags.
Brother, can you walk me downstairs? Okay. Su Chang didn't refuse.
He carried 2 bags of snacks for Su Xiaoming and then saw her downstairs.
We went downstairs. They happened to bump into Su Yufei getting out of the G class. Su Chang, what a coincidence. Su Yufei's gaze immediately fell on Su Xiaoming.
Looking at her youthful appearance and the large bag she carried, she felt a little flustered and couldn't help but ask.
Who is this? This is my younger sister. She's a freshman at the teacher's college next door.
She came to visit me today after her military training, Su Chang explained with a smile.
Oh.
Su Yufei then revealed a gentle smile, looking at Su Xiaoming and saying with a smile, your sister is so beautiful. Faced with Su Yufei's praise, Su Chang was at a loss for words and quickly looked at the system's reference options.
1. Teacher Yufei, you flatter me. 2. She is indeed younger and prettier than you, Ms. Yufei. 3. She's alright looking, I'm seeing my sister off at school. After glancing at the system, Su Chang turned to Su Xiaoming and said, she's alright looking, I guess. I need to take my sister home now. Okay. Su Yufei nodded upon hearing this, and then asked, want to go for a run tonight? Sure, just call me when the time comes, Teacher Yufei.
Su Chang readily agreed, and then led Su Xiaoming toward the west gate. Su Yufei turned around, took the clothes she had bought from the trunk, and carried them upstairs.
Brother, who was that just now? Su Xiaoming asked as the two walked toward the west gate of the school. My advisor lives next door, Su Chang replied. Are you too close? She even invited you to go running?
Su Xiaoming tried to pretend she didn't care, but seeing her brother Su Cheng interacting with that pretty older sister like they were old friends, she still felt a little upset. "She's alright, she's my advisor." Su Cheng replied, "She even came to pick me up the day I came to report for duty."
"So, you actually have a pretty good impression of her, bro?" "Fine." Su Cheng answered frankly, completely unaware of the hidden, peculiar emotion in Su Xiaoming's voice. Su Xiaoming didn't ask anything more, but her heart grew heavy. When they reached the school gate, Su Xiaoming suddenly asked, "Brother, does your advisor have a boyfriend?" "No." "If she wanted to be with you, would you agree?" "Of course I agree." "Did you notice what kind of car my advisor was driving?" "A white G-Class. A top-of-the-line SUV worth over 2 million. If I could get on my advisor's good side, I could avoid decades of detours," Su Cheng said with an expression of admiration and an obvious desire to be a kept man. Su Xiaoming was stunned by what she heard. She looked at Su Cheng, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to, as if she was a little angry but unable to vent her anger on him. In the end, she could only say something like, "I'm so disappointed in you. Brother, a man's knees are worth gold. How can you be so spineless? How can you even think about living off a woman? We can earn money with our own abilities." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng smiled faintly, adopting an air of rich social experience, and spoke in a mature and sophisticated manner. "Do you think being a gigolo means you don't need any skills? Being a gigolo is a skill in itself, and not just anyone can be one." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoming was speechless for a moment. Looking at Su Cheng's appearance, which showed he was extremely willing to be a gigolo, she felt very uncomfortable, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. Then suddenly, Su Xiaoming returned the 2,000 yuan to Su Cheng, leaving Su Cheng dumbfounded. He immediately asked her a question. "Why did you transfer the money to me again?" "Brother, if you need money, keep it for yourself. Don't even think about becoming her gigolo, okay?" Su Xiaoming pleaded earnestly. Su Cheng was truly dumbfounded. When he transferred the money to Su Xiaoming, the girl was overjoyed, but now, just because he was joking, Su Xiaoming had transferred all the money back to him. "I was just kidding, bro. Do you think a man as ambitious as me would be a gigolo?" Su Cheng replied with a smile. "You were really joking just now?" Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in Su Xiaoming's eyes. "Of course. A man as handsome, dashing, and charming as me could afford to support your brother's woman, who hasn't even given birth yet." Su Cheng's narcissistic words successfully amused Su Xiaoming. "Don't be so vain. Bro, you're such a shut-in gamer, you'll probably be single for 4 years and never find a girlfriend," Su Xiaoming said with absolute certainty, then changed her tone to a slightly shy and proud one. "You'll have to beg your sister properly then, and I might consider being your girlfriend." "You're overthinking it. Your brother would never fall to that level. Go back now, I'm not going to argue with you anymore," Su Cheng waved his hand and said. "Humph, I'm going back." Su Xiaoming didn't say anything more, picked up her clothes and walked towards the zebra crossing. Su Cheng watched Su Xiaoming cross the zebra crossing and then turned back to his apartment. He received a message from Chen Yura while he was still on the way. "Are you free tomorrow, Sunday? Want to go out and have some fun?" "Sure, where do you want to go?" Su Cheng asked a question. "I want to find a massage parlor." Question mark. Su Cheng's mind went blank for a moment. Was it the kind of massage parlor he was thinking of? I mean a legitimate massage parlor, just the kind that only offers massages. Upon seeing this message, Su Cheng suddenly realized what was going on, and then he looked at the system options. 1. What's the point of a legitimate massage parlor? It's not fun at all. If massage parlors could only offer massages, at least half of the massage parlors on the street would go out of business. 2. Reputable massage parlors are hard to find. How about I give you a massage? I know exactly which acupoints to press, and I guarantee you'll feel completely comfortable. 3. Okay, I'll take you to a reputable one. After the massage, we'll have a meal and go for a walk. Chapter 18. Nobody wants it? I want it. After glancing at the 3 options, Su Cheng chose the last one. The first 2 were a bit too provocative, and he and Chen Mura weren't close enough for that yet. Sure, I'll take you to a proper massage parlor. After the massage, we can have a meal and wander around. Su Cheng replied. Okay, how about we go out at 2 p.m. tomorrow? I want to sleep in the morning. Okay, no problem.
Su Cheng had just finished military training and wanted to sleep in, so going out to play in the afternoon was a good idea.
It's a deal then, see you tomorrow.
After sending this message, Chen Nura sent Su Cheng an expectant emoji, cute cat emoji. Su Cheng replied with an okay emoji and then stopped replying to her messages. Walking back to the teacher's apartment, Su Cheng went back to his bedroom and lay down. The blankets were full of his sister Su Xiaoming's scent, which made Su Cheng's mind wander. The image of Su Xiaoming standing at the bathroom door, with one snow-white leg peeking out from the crack in the door, kept replaying in his mind.
It was really maddening.
Su Cheng found it hard to fall asleep. The more he thought, the more awake he became. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Su Cheng put on his pajamas, walked out of the bedroom, and opened the door. Then I saw Su Yufei standing at the door. She was wearing purple shark print pants and a light blue ice silk long-sleeve top, which was very similar to her outfit last time. The only difference was the color, and this time, it seemed that she wasn't wearing a bra.
Last time, Su Yufei wore shark print pants, which left triangular marks on her plump buttocks.
But this time, the marks were perfectly smooth, without a single trace of the pant legs, making her tightly wrapped lower body seem even more alluring. The light blue ice silk long sleeves above were a loose fit, with loose cuffs and waist, but slightly tight at the chest.
Su Cheng didn't know why, but perhaps that was Su Yufei's unique feature. Su Cheng, were you sleeping just now? Did I disturb your sleep? Su Yufei asked apologetically when she saw Su Cheng wearing pajamas.
No, I always wear pajamas at home, Su Cheng quickly explained, then added, you're going for a run, right?
I'll go change now. Sister Yufei, please come in and sit for a while. Okay, take your time changing, no rush. Su Yufei walked into the room and turned to close the door. With his back to Su Cheng couldn't help but look down a few inches, then swallowed hard, turned around and went into the bedroom to change his clothes. After casually changing into a pair of black sweatpants and a white short-sleeved shirt, Su Cheng exuded energy. I stepped out of the bedroom. When Su Yufei saw Su Cheng dressed in sportswear, a look of excitement flashed in her eyes. He was just too handsome.
I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like Su Cheng has suddenly become so much more handsome.
He exudes a sunny and handsome aura without even realizing it.
All changed, let's go, Su Cheng said as he walked out of the living room.
Su Yufei got up from the sofa and went out with Su Cheng. It was a little past 6 o'clock, and the sky was not completely dark yet. The sky outside was gray and hazy. The two walked towards the faculty and staff sports field. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Su Yufei asked on the way there. No. I haven't eaten yet either. Let's run on empty stomachs today.
After we finish, come to my place.
My advisor will make you something delicious. I already bought the groceries this afternoon.
He'll treat you to a nice meal tonight. Su Yufei's final words, food, were spoken so gently and charmingly that Su Cheng felt his bones melt. At the same time, he couldn't help but fantasize about her.
The instructor's tone was truly that of a pure soprano. Su Cheng suppressed his inner turmoil and looked at the system's reference options. 1. Okay, then thank you in advance, Sister Yufei. 2. Sister Yufei is so good to me. It's so wonderful to have her as my godson. 3. A wealthy woman like Sister Yufei can actually cook?
She's a true role model of a virtuous wife and loving mother.
Whoever marries her is truly blessed. Both options 1 and 2 are fairly standard. However, Su Yufei's favorability towards him has now exceeded 60 points, so Su Cheng can no longer be conventional and it's time to make some subtle tests. Sister Yufei, such a wealthy woman, can actually cook. She's a model of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Whoever marries you will be blessed with endless happiness. Su Cheng sincerely praised. The compliments made Su Yufei's heart flutter. She looked at Su Cheng with a hint of shyness, feeling both happy and excited. Then she pretended to be troubled. Stop teasing me. Sister Yufei is already 29 this year. If she were really as good as you say, she would have been in a relationship long ago. I'm just an old woman that no one wants. Su Cheng then looked at the system and saw the 3 options it provided. 1. You still know you're an old woman? At least you have some self-awareness. I'll give you a chance now, be my mistress. 2. I have principles. If others don't want it, I don't want it either. 3. Who says nobody wants me? I do. Option 1 and option 2 are really outrageous. Option 3 is also quite bold.
But what Su Chang needs now is this kind of initial probing.
Nobody wants it? I do.
Su Chang replied half jokingly. His answer was remarkably straightforward. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei looked at Su Chang, her heart pounding. She wasn't sure if Su Chang was joking or serious. She was afraid that if she said she was serious, Su Chang would say he was just joking. After agonizing for a long time, Su Yufei still didn't dare to be rash, simply because she liked Su Chang too much. She was afraid that if she confessed and failed, Su Chang would distance himself from her, and she would have no chance. Even if things were like they are now, with Su Chang able to chat intimately with her, run with her, and eat with her, she would already be very content.
It's just deep in my heart.
Every night, a restless feeling of emptiness and loneliness would well up within me. It urged her to take things further with Su Chang. Their relationship required not only a spiritual connection but also physical intimacy. Neither could be lacking. You're getting more and more indecent. Sister Yufei can be quite ruthless. If you keep talking nonsense like this, see if she doesn't beat you up. Su Yufei's tone was somewhat serious, but her expression remained gentle and charming. That was truly a bit hypocritical. Then Sister Yufei, just beat me up, Su Chang said with a smug look on his face. Seeing Su Chang's expression, Su Yufei felt a little embarrassed. Su Chang kept praising her for being gentle, and she knew that Su Chang liked gentle older sisters, so she naturally couldn't be too fierce and had to maintain her gentle image. So she could only swallow her anger for the time being and said coquettishly, "I'm not talking to you anymore, Sister Yufei is going for a run." After saying this, Su Yufei then jogged ahead, quickly putting distance between herself and Su Chang. Su Chang, watching her graceful figure from behind, suppressed his excitement and jogged after her. Chapter 19. Can you have a drink with Sister Yufei? The two of them arrived at the playground quickly, one after the other. Perhaps because it was the weekend, the playground was completely deserted. Su Yufei still took Su Chang to a less crowded place and started stretching exercises before running. Su Chang stretched along with Su Yufei, glancing at her every now and then. He had to admit that Su Yufei's shark fin pants really exuded sex appeal, especially during backbend exercises. After a simple warm-up, the two began to run. This time, Su Chang didn't have to exert himself at all. He ran 20 laps with Su Yufei without any pressure, only a little sweat on his forehead, and he didn't even pant. Su Yufei, on the other hand, was covered in sweat, her pretty face flushed, as if she had just finished doing that.
I can't go on, I need to rest. Su Yufei stopped running, panting heavily. She turned to look at Su Chang and said with admiration, "Su Chang, you haven't even broken a sweat today?"
"Maybe it's because of the military training that my endurance has improved," Su Chang replied modestly.
Amazing, amazing. Such great stamina. Su Yufei gave a thumbs up in admiration and then unzipped her pants the next second. The blue tank top underneath was visible, still with a deep V-neck. Sweat dripped from her neck, some pooling at her chest, soaking the light blue tank top. Under the dim incandescent lights of the playground, a glimmer of light was faintly visible. It was hard to tell if it was underwear or something else. Faced with his advisor's praise, Su Chang was momentarily at a loss for words and immediately looked at the system options. 1. Then you have to be incredibly resilient, otherwise how could you handle a top-tier young woman like yourself, counselor? 2. It's alright, I'm actually running out of steam too. 3. That's how it is in my family. Maybe it's because our genes are strong. Excluding options 1 and 3, Su Chang prefers option 2, always maintaining a low profile and humility. It's alright, actually I'm almost too tired to run anymore.
After saying this, Su Chang suddenly thought of something and added, "It's probably because I didn't eat today."
Then let's go back and get some food, Su Yufei replied.
Rather than running, she now prefers to have dinner and drinks with Su Chang, get a little tipsy, chat for a while, and maybe even flirt a bit.
Okay, I'm a little hungry too, Su Chang agreed. Then, the two turned and walked out of the playground, walking all the way back. By the time they got back, it was already dark. They had been running for almost an hour, and it was past 7 o'clock. The road was dark and quiet. Su Yufei unzipped her coat, revealing a blue vest underneath, which made Su Chang's eyes glaze over. Su Yufei naturally noticed, but pretended not to know and kept looking straight ahead. The two walked back to the teacher's apartment and arrived at the third-floor corridor. Su Chang then said, "I'm going back to take a shower first." "Okay, go take a shower." "I need to go back and take a shower too." Su Yufei nodded in agreement, then opened the door and went back to 306, while Su Chang also went back to 305 and started taking a shower after returning home.
Su Chang washed up incredibly quickly, but while showering, Su Yufei suddenly popped into his mind again. Just now, when he unzipped his coat, his blue tank top was soaked with sweat, and he felt really hot all over after washing. Su Chang immediately turned the hot water to cold water and took a cold shower, which calmed him down again. Then, wearing a black silk pajama set, he sat in the living room and started playing. After playing for more than 10 minutes, Su Yufei sent him a message. "I'm done washing up, you can come now." "Okay." Su Chang replied to a message, then, wearing slippers and pajamas, went to room 306 next door. Su Yufei pushed open the door. Su Chang's eyes lit up immediately. She was wearing a stepmother's dress that perfectly covered her voluptuous body, with only two thin straps on her shoulders holding up the tight and elastic long dress. Her long, jet black hair was styled into a pretty bun and held tightly at the back of her head with a purple shark clip, perfectly showcasing her neck, snow-white shoulders, and fair skin on her chest, giving her a dignified, generous, mature, and elegant look.
At this moment, Counselor Su Yufei seems to have truly become the kind of intellectual and elegant auntie older sister portrayed in TV dramas. "You're here, come in quickly." Su Yufei smiled gently, released the doorknob, then turned her back to Su Chang, bent over and stuck out her big peach-shaped buttocks, picked up a pair of slippers from the bottom of the shoe rack, and then turned around and placed them next to Su Chang's feet. "I bought these shoes especially for you. Try them on and see if they fit." Su Chang was impressed by the attention to detail. Without saying a word, he immediately put on the new slippers. "They fit perfectly, I love them." "If you like it, that's fine." Su Yufei smiled gently, then said to Su Chang, "I bought a lot of groceries, so you'll have to help me out." "Sure. No problem." Su Chang readily agreed. The two then went into the kitchen. Su Yufei took a bag of shrimp out of the refrigerator and came to Su Chang's side, almost touching him, and asked, "Can you peel shrimp?" "Meeting." Su Chang replied casually, pretending not to care. "Okay, then you peel the shrimp and I'll prepare the fish." After giving the instructions, Su Yufei began to marinate the sliced fish. Then, on the cutting board next to her, she started to chop pickled cabbage, pickled peppers, pickled ginger, celery, and other ingredients. Judging from the way she cuts vegetables, she's obviously a pro. It seems that he often cooks for himself. They really know how to manage their money. While Su Chang was still peeling shrimp, Su Yufei had already started cooking fish. With her skillful operation, the aroma quickly wafted from the pot, making Su Chang hungry just looking at it. Especially in front of the pot. Standing there was a voluptuous, charming, gentle, and mature woman named Yufei, which made Su Chang even more craving food. I really wanted to gently hug Su Yufei from behind while she was cooking, and help her add fuel to the fire. After Su Yufei finished preparing the sauerkraut fish, Su Chang also peeled the shrimp. Then Su Yufei made another dish of braised shrimp and oil, adding ham and wolf-tooth potatoes as side dishes. Finally, I took out the braised pig ears, goose wings, chicken feet, and other braised dishes I bought from the refrigerator, and the dish was ready. "It looks delicious, Sister Yufei." Su Chang picked up his bowl and chopsticks, swallowing hard at the table. He turned to look at Su Yufei, who was still squatting in front of the refrigerator in the kitchen, seemingly about to take something out. Su Chang's focus was not on what she took. Instead, it was Su Yufei who squatted down, her smooth hips truly ripe. Su Yufei took out a dozen bottles of Chang Shuang, a type of herbal remedy that she had bought that afternoon from the freezer at the bottom of the refrigerator. A dozen contains 8 bottles, each 330 milliliters. She put them on the dining table and then spoke. "Su Chang, could you have a drink with Sister Yufei?" Chapter 20. What is your ideal type? With Su Yufei's alluring tone, her affectionate eyes, and that sexy stepmother dress, it's unlikely any single man could refuse her invitation. "Of course, it's Sunday anyway, no classes tomorrow," Su Chang readily agreed. "That's right." Su Yufei smiled and replied, then moved the chair next to Su Chang closer to him, sitting down right next to him. After sitting down, Su Yufei opened 2 bottles of strong remedy, placed one on Su Chang's table, and then spoke in a soft, charming tone. "You don't mind if Sister Yufei sits next to you, do you?" The question was asked with such tenderness that it made Su Chang's heart beat a little faster. Of course, he didn't mind, but he also looked at the system to see the options. 1. I don't mind at all, as long as Sister Yufei is happy, she can even sit on my head. 2. What do you think? Just eat properly, why are you sitting so close? I'm starving. If you dare disturb my meal, I'll eat you up. 3. Of course, no problem. Sister Yufei smells so good, Sitting next to me even makes me feel more hungry.
Option 1 is a bit too direct and outrageous, and option 2, with its aggressive remarks, is an immediate pass off.
Option 3 is quite suitable and fits the current atmosphere perfectly. Of course, no problem.
Sister Yafei has a lovely fragrance. It even improves my appetite when she sits next to me, Su Chang said with utmost confidence and sincerity.
Upon hearing this, Su Yufei's lips curled up, a pleasant surprise rising within her.
She picked up her chopsticks, took a fish head, and placed it in Su Chang's bowl, replying in a doting tone, "You're so sweet talking.
Sister Yafei will give you a fish head. Eat it while it's hot. Then I won't stand on ceremony,"
Su Chang said, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to taste Su Yufei's pickled fish head. After the meal, there was naturally a lot of praise to be given. With the system's reference options, Su Chang transformed into a master of praise, showering Su Yufei with compliments until she beamed with joy, feeling a great sense of accomplishment, and puffing on the table with one sip after another. Su Chang had only drunk a little over one bottle when Su Yufei had already started her third. At this moment, her mature face was flushed with the effects of alcohol, and her eyes were gradually becoming hazy.
"Su Chang, I have a question for you."
Su Yufei used her chopsticks to pick up a braised prawn for Su Chang and put it in his bowl. She then leaned over, resting her elbow on the table and supporting half of her face with her palm as she spoke.
"What kind of person is your ideal type?"
Faced with such a direct question, Su Chang's heart raced once again.
Was this a test? How should this question be answered? Please see the system's reference options. 1. I like sexy people, the sexier the better. 2. Rich woman.
I like rich women like Sister Yufei. Please take me under your wing, my younger brother is very capable.
3. I've never met my ideal type before, and I don't know what I like, but now I feel I must find someone who treats me well, like Sister Yufei.
After reading the answer key, Su Chang had a better idea of what to expect. I've never met my ideal type before, and I don't know what I like, but now I feel that I must find someone who treats me well, like Sister Yufei, who is gentle and caring. Su Chang boldly looked at Su Yufei, staring straight at her, which made Su Yufei blush.
I asked you what kind of person you like, why are you bringing me into this again? Hurry up and eat the shrimp, they'll get cold.
Su Yufei pulled back, suppressing a smile, and used her chopsticks to put several more shrimp on Su Chang's plate.
Sister Yufei, you should eat too, Su Chang replied. Okay, let's have a drink together. Su Yufei responded.
Then he picked up a bottle of strong liquor, clinked glasses with Su Chang, and gulped it down, finishing the third bottle in one go.
He then opened the fourth bottle while still tipsy. Seeing this, Su Chang kindly offered a reminder.
Sister Yufei, you seem a little drunk.
I'm not drunk.
I'm perfectly sober now, I can still drink. Su Yufei shook her head and continued to drink, while Su Chang didn't try to persuade her to stop. He continued to fill his stomach, drinking, and eating braised dishes. With the pleasing Su Yufei beside him, he was really enjoying his meal.
After a hearty meal and drinks, Su Yufei was completely drunk.
She leaned against Su Chang's shoulder, muttering something, and at the same time, like a blind man touching an elephant, she wandered over Su Chang's body.
When she touched Su Chang's abdominal muscles, Su Yufei suddenly said in a dazed tone, "Su Chang, your abs are so hard, I love them."
As she said this, Su Yufei's expression became intoxicated. After she finished speaking, she tried to slip her hand through the buttonhole into Su Chang's pajamas, but the buttonhole was too small, and Su Yufei could only insert a few thumbs. Then Su Yufei, still tipsy, said, "Untie, little brother, untie me."
As he spoke, Su Yufei tried to unbutton her clothes, but she was too drunk and could not unbutton them successfully. Wow! Did Sister Yufei really reveal her true colors when she got drunk?
Su Chang looked at Su Yufei leaning on his shoulder, then whispered a reminder, "Sis, you're drunk." "I'm not drunk," Su Yufei said coquettishly like a child, her gentle voice carrying a hint of maturity. Then, on her own, she suddenly took off a ribbon from her shoulder. The ribbon, which was already too heavy, fell off in a flash, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin to Su Chang's eyes.
Then Su Yufei spoke. "Now you can untie it, right? I won't take advantage of you for nothing. We can make an equal exchange. If you think it's not enough, I'll give you this side too."
As she spoke, Su Yufei raised her hand, preparing to pull off the other shoulder. This time, Su Chang truly could not bear to watch. When the counselor woke up, she remembered this incident, but Su Chang did not stop her. In the counselor's mind, his image was probably completely ruined. Seeing this, Su Cheng quickly grabbed Su Yufei's hand and said in a fearful yet sincere tone, "Sister, let's go inside and talk about it." Su Yufei ignored his words, turned around and threw herself into Su Cheng's arms again, completely ignoring that her shoulder strap had slipped to one side. She wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's waist and spoke gently.
"I want you to carry me inside. Sister Yafei. How can I carry you inside if you're hugging me like this? I need to turn to the side to carry you," Su Cheng said gently, trying to reason with Su Yufei, while reaching out to pry one of Su Yufei's hands off him. However, when Su Yufei got drunk, she seemed to have completely changed her form, transforming into an adorable little wife. When she noticed Su Cheng reaching out to pry her hand away, she immediately hugged him tightly, then twisted and turned in Su Cheng's arms, wiggling her neck and wiggling her bottom, rubbing against him in a way that made Su Cheng feel like he was being attacked every time. Then, in an extremely clingy manner, she said, "I want you to carry me inside like this. I just like this position." Chapter 21. It's normal to lose control after being single for a long time. Su Cheng swallowed hard. Su Yufei's voice was incredibly alluring when she was drunk. There's no other way. If Su Cheng continued to let Su Yufei throw herself into his arms and cause trouble, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. So he carried her into the house and then stretched out his arms to lift her up. The drunk Su Yufei had her arms wrapped around Su Cheng's neck, her full upper body leaning against him, the magnificent scene almost completely blocking Su Cheng's view. Su Cheng could only tilt his head to the side and struggle to see the road ahead. He went to Su Yufei's bedroom, got her drunk, and laid her soft, voluptuous body, which carried a faint fragrance, flat on her bed. However, Su Yufei still had her arm around Su Cheng's neck and didn't let go. Su Cheng's upper body was pressed against Su Yufei's chest. Looking at the alluring and confused Su Yufei after she got drunk, Su Cheng's mind was really a bit confused. However, the brain still managed to forcibly control the cerebellum. Su Yufei is drunk now and her mind is not clear. If Su Cheng goes along with it now, he will definitely have a great time tonight. But what will Su Yufei think when she sobers up the next day? At this moment, Su Cheng must not act impulsively. A small act of impatience could ruin a great plan. "Sister Yufei, you're drunk." Su Cheng propped himself up on the bed with one hand and raised his other hand to untie Su Yufei's hand. "I'm not drunk, Su Cheng." As Su Yufei spoke, she grabbed Su Cheng's wrist and placed it on her body. At that moment, Su Cheng's brain seemed to lose control. He hesitated for only a second before Su Yufei placed his open palm on the softest part of her body. Then, Su Cheng withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. His heart skipped a beat. How should he describe that feeling? It was like a terrifying vortex. If Su Cheng had hesitated for even a second longer, he might have really been trapped inside. It's commonly known as acting impulsively in the heat of the moment. Su Cheng then stopped talking, picked up the blanket from the side, covered Su Yufei with it, and left the bedroom. After tidying up the dining table in the living room, Su Cheng should have left, but he felt uneasy and wanted to go in and check on things again. Enter the bedroom. Su Yufei, unaware of what had happened, had already lifted the blanket Su Cheng had covered her with, and laid down on her side on the bed, quietly falling asleep. Su Cheng didn't turn on the bedroom light, but used his phone's flashlight for illumination. Under the dim light of a mobile phone, Su Yufei was wearing a tight black stepmother dress, lying on her side with her legs bent, and her back view was truly tempting. However, promiscuous sex while drunk is the easiest thing to get out of control. Su Cheng enjoyed the view for a few more moments before turning around and leaving to go back to his room. It was already past 11 o'clock. He took a cold shower in the bathroom and then played games for 2 or 3 hours before going to bed to rest when he was tired. Su Cheng woke up at 8 a.m. the next day. It was probably because he drank the enhancement potion that Su Cheng was now full of energy. Even though he stayed up until after 1 a.m. last night, he still woke up at 8 a.m. and was full of energy. "I've finished washing up." Su Cheng was about to go eat breakfast when he heard the system's mechanical voice. Ding! Su Yufei's favorability has increased by 15 points, currently at 75 points. Why did it suddenly increase by 15 points again? Su Cheng wondered. Could it be because of last night? Just as Su Cheng was pondering this question, Su Yufei sent him a long message. "Su Cheng, just pretend that what happened last night never happened. Sister Yufei was drunk and accidentally said some nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Sister Yufei is still your good sister. Let's be like before, okay?" Faced with this short message, Su Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. 1. People say that people speak their minds when they're drunk. Weren't those words Yufei's true feelings? 2. What's off about it? I think it's perfect. I love your style, Sister Yafei. Last night I almost couldn't resist telling you. 3. Okay, I understand your difficulties, Sister Yafei. Being single for so long and having drunk alcohol is perfectly normal. Option 1 isn't quite right. What Su Yafei meant by saying this was to let bygones be bygones and pretend that last night never happened. Su Chang is still asking about last night's events, isn't that going against Su Yafei? Option 2 follows the same logic. Option 3 is more appropriate, as it goes along with Su Yafei's words and also gives her a good excuse. Okay, I understand your difficulties, Sister Yafei. Being single for too long and having a few drinks, it's normal that you couldn't control yourself, Su Chang typed back. Look at these words. Su Yafei's panicked heart was instantly calmed down. She had thought that Su Chang's rejection of her last night meant that her confession had failed and that Su Chang would distance himself from her from now on. She was so anxious about it. Now that she knew Su Chang's attitude, Su Yafei was no longer anxious. Su Chang, you are so understanding. You can still forgive Sister Yafei like this. From now on, Sister Yafei will take good care of you. If you need anything, just let me know. Seeing Su Yafei's quick reply, Su Chang was at a loss for words and turned to the system for reference. 1. Really? I woke up this morning feeling quite irritable. Sister Yafei, could you think of a way to help me calm down? 2. I want to experience it again, with Sister Yafei sitting on my lap. 3. Sister Yafei is the same, please don't hesitate to ask me for anything. The first two options were still incredibly difficult to choose, so Su Chang directly chose the 3 response option. Sister Yafei is the same. If you need anything from me, just let me know. When Su Yafei saw Su Chang's answer, a relieved smile appeared on her lips. The familiar feeling was back. Her younger brother was still the same caring younger brother, without any change. Su Yafei didn't reply to any more messages, but sent Su Chang a cat nodding emoji, which was super cute. At the same time, her feelings for Su Chang intensified. Just like last night. Su Chang didn't do anything to her, which is enough to show that Su Chang is a good boy who wouldn't take advantage of someone in distress. She's determined to hold on to such a wonderful boy tightly. On the other side, Su Chang had already arrived downstairs, took a car to the cafeteria for breakfast, and after a satisfying breakfast, he returned to his apartment and started playing League of Legends. He played until lunchtime, when Chen Muro sent him a message. Did you eat? No. Why don't we eat together? We can eat at the Zhang Yuan cafeteria, and then we can head straight there. Upon hearing this, Su Chang replied without hesitation. Why do you want to eat in the cafeteria? I'll take you out to eat something nice. Going out to eat is fine too. I'll come find you at the faculty apartment. We'll leave the school from the west gate. Upon seeing the message, Su Chang quickly declined, saying, no need, I'll come find you. If Shen Muro came to see him and was spotted by Counselor Su Yafei, that would be really troublesome. Chapter 22 The First Date. After replying to the message, Su Chang changed his clothes, dressed up handsomely, and went downstairs to take the school bus to Zhongyuan. When Su Chang got off at Zhongyuan station, Chen Muro had been waiting at the station for a long time. Moreover, she seemed to have seen Su Chang. Their eyes met when Su Chang was still in the car. Chen Muro got into the car and sat down next to Su Chang. Then, as the school bus drove towards the school gate, Chen Muro placed her arms on her lap, stood on her tiptoes, and straightened her back, truly sitting upright. Today, Chen Muro wore a pair of black denim jeans. The stretchy jeans perfectly outlined her sexy and slender lower body. She wore a gray long-sleeved top that hugged her exquisite figure and made her skin appear pure white and flawless. Her long, jet black hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Just sitting here quietly. It has a kind of natural beauty. Moreover, she smelled especially sweet, not like cheap perfume, but a unique fragrance that only a young girl could have. Su Chang felt that sitting next to Chen Muro, he was about to be attracted by the charming fragrance emanating from her. Is this the true value of a pure and innocent female college graduate? Only. Chen Muro seemed a little reserved and shy at this moment. She sat next to Su Chang in the car and didn't say anything for a long time, only glancing at Su Chang from time to time. Su Chang sensed something was off and immediately looked at the system options. 1. You smell so good. Can I come closer and smell you? 2. Are you hungry? How about we grab some snacks to tide us over? 3. Can I eat ice cream? Did you bring your ID? Options 1 and 3 can still be passed over. Are you hungry? Do you want to have some snacks to tide you over?
Su Chang suddenly turned his head and asked sincerely. No need, I can just buy a bottle of water, Chen Muro replied. Then let's buy water at the school gate after we get off the bus, Su Chang replied.
Aha!
Soon, the school bus arrived at the school gate. The two got off the bus, walked out of the school gate, and went to a convenience store across the street to buy 2 bottles of mineral water. Before handing Chen Muro the water, Su Chang carefully unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle. Chen Muro accepted the gift with both hands as if it were an extremely precious gift, and replied with a smile in her sweetest voice.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Su Chang replied politely, then walked out of the convenience store and took out his phone. I'll call a taxi.
Where should we eat? Or should we check out the nearby shopping area?
Okay, sure.
Chen Muro nodded gently again.
The two immediately hailed a Didi ride-hailing service and headed to a nearby shopping district.
When Didi arrives,
the two of them tacitly chose to sit in the back seats. After getting off the car at the entrance of the shopping district, Su Chang led Chen Muro into the pedestrian street in the center of the shopping district.
What do you want to eat for lunch? It's on me, Su Chang said casually. When asked this question, Chen Muro thought for a moment and said, how about we eat spicy rabbit heads? Do you like rabbit heads?
This question caught Su Chang off guard. He'd never eaten rabbit head before.
How was he supposed to answer? 1. How could you eat a bunny? Bunnies are so cute. 2. I've never eaten rabbit heads, but I've touched them.
3. I love eating rabbit heads, especially the big white rabbit ones. They must be so satisfying to eat.
No, this option is a bit.
After carefully considering options 2 and 3, Su Chang felt something was off.
When had he ever touched a rabbit's head?
He remembered touching it since he was a child. No, last night he seemed to have actually.
This system is really OP. Option 2 is out. Option 1 is definitely out of the question. What kind of bullshit is that? I like it, I love to eat it. Su Chang decisively chose option 3 and deleted the rest of option 3. Let's go eat spicy rabbit then. I know a spicy rabbit restaurant nearby.
Chen Muro seemed much more excited upon hearing this.
Okay. Su Chang followed Chen Muro all the way and soon arrived at a spicy rabbit restaurant that was doing good business.
Chen Muro ordered a spicy rabbit set meal for 2, and also ordered 2 spicy rabbit heads separately. Then she chose a corner and sat down with Su Chang to wait.
At this time,
Chen Muro seemed to get nervous again, looking like she wanted to say something but couldn't.
Actually,
Chen Muro looked up at Su Chang, then lowered her head in embarrassment. This is the first time
I've ever gone on a date with a guy.
Upon hearing Chen Muro's words, he immediately looked at the system options.
1. Gentle and refined, I can tell you seem a little nervous. 2. A sly smile, really? Then you must still be Chu, right? Very good, I like it. 3. Flamboyant and narcissistic, then why did you ask me out? Do you like me? If you do, you'd better confess quickly, I'm in high demand. The system provides 3 options, and anyone should know how to choose.
I can tell you seem a little nervous, Su Chang said gently, with a relaxed tone.
Is it that obvious? Chen Muro asked softly, looking up after being exposed.
It's all right, Su Chang said in a relaxed tone. The two then started chatting, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Soon the spicy rabbit was served. Tempted by the delicious taste, Chen Muro ate the spicy rabbit head, completely forgetting what nervousness was, and ate with great relish.
After lunch, it was past 1 o'clock. We left the restaurant.
The two were then spotted by an ant carrying a bucket filled with various roses.
Perhaps it was the ant's keen eye that made her recognize them as a couple at first glance.
She walked up to them with a smile and spoke to Su Chang.
Young man, how about buying your girlfriend a bouquet of flowers?
I was selling them for 9.9 each this morning, but you two look so well matched, I'll let you pick 2 for 9.9 each.
How about it? Upon hearing this, Chen Muro, standing to the side, remained silent, shyly hiding behind Su Chang.
Her heart was pounding, and she was very curious about how Su Chang would respond.
Chapter 23 Su Chang, you're a little naughty.
At this moment, Su Chang was at a loss for how to deal with the situation, but fortunately there was a system reference option.
1. Auntie has it tough too, so let's buy 2. 2. Turning to Chen Muro, he asked, do you have a favorite flower? 3. Auntie, why didn't you let her buy it for me? Don't boys deserve to receive flowers?
Option 1 is fairly standard, option 3 is a bit outrageous, and option 2 is full of probing. Su Chang leaned towards option 2, then turned to Chen Muro, who was standing half a step behind him, and asked, do you have any favorite flowers among these? The question then fell to Chen Muro. She glanced at Su Chang, her heart pounding faster than ever. Su Chang hadn't denied their relationship. Did this mean he also had feelings for her? At that moment, Chen Muro felt both excited and nervous. Think this through. Chen Muro then looked at the bucket of flowers the aunt was carrying. Apart from 2 large chrysanthemums, the rest were all roses of various colors: yellow, white, red, blue. Yes, I really like blue roses, and white roses too, Chen Muro nodded, responding shyly yet secretly delighted. Then I'll have 1 white rose and 1 blue rose, Su Chang said to the aunt immediately, and then opened WeChat and scanned 10 yuan. Okay. The aunt smiled and responded, then took 2 roses wrapped in transparent plastic film from the bucket, handed them to Chen Muro, and casually offered her blessings. Wishing you both happiness and a long and lasting relationship. In response to his aunt's blessing, Su Chang politely replied, thank you, auntie. Unexpectedly, Chen Muro, who was standing next to him, also replied with a sentence. Thank you, auntie. In an instant, Su Chang inexplicably felt a sense of harmony between husband and wife. Is this the happiness of young couples? Is this the meaning of love? Su Chang seemed to have a sudden realization. The flower seller, seeing the polite couple, showed an expression of appreciation and envy, nodding again and saying, you're welcome, what a polite and happy young couple. Upon hearing this, Chen Muro was so happy that she wanted to hold Su Chang's hand and spin him around, but she had to hold back. It was really hard for her. She could only keep the flowers in her heart and silently enjoy this happiness. Goodbye, auntie. Su Chang replied to the flower-selling aunt again, then turned and walked forward. Chen Muro, standing beside Su Chang, once again followed Su Chang's words and said to the aunt, goodbye, auntie, then followed Su Chang with light steps, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The two walked away. Su Chang glanced at Chen Muro unintentionally and was also attracted by her pure and innocent temperament. That kind of smile can never be replicated. Only a girl of this age can have such a smile. Su Chang, thank you too. Chen Muro probably didn't even realize it herself, but when she was happy, her voice would automatically become a little sweeter. If your voice is naturally strained in a normal state, then when you're happy, you're using your naturally strained voice, but with a slight, deliberate strain. That really made Su Chang's ears feel great. Thank me for what? Su Chang replied with a smile. Thank you for buying me flowers. Chen Muro said sincerely, then added shyly, this is the first time I've ever received flowers from a boy. That's quite something. Su Chang then looked at the system. 1. Since this is the first time you've received flowers, shouldn't you also give me your first time? Why don't you give me your first time instead? 2. You're really doing terribly. 3. Really? A pretty girl like you, didn't any boys give you flowers in high school? Options 1 and 2 were still disastrous, so Su Chang chose the option that guaranteed death. Really? Su Chang feigned shock, but with a hint of admiration. A girl as pretty as you, didn't any boys give you flowers in high school? I didn't have a good reputation in high school. Chen Muru's smile faded a bit when she mentioned this. Su Chang suddenly realized that high school was a painful memory for Chen Muro, and he shouldn't have gone to high school. I'm sorry, Su Chang immediately apologized politely. It's alright, it's all in the past. Seeing this, Chen Muro suddenly became much more magnanimous. She looked at Su Chang with a sweet smile, then seemed a little shy. After hesitating for a while, she raised the blue rose in her hand and handed it to Su Chang. I'll give you this blue rose. Even though you bought the flower, I still wanted to give you one. Looking at Chen Muro, who was bowing her head shyly, Su Chang's heart fluttered. He never imagined that one day he would receive flowers from such a pure and beautiful woman. Without much thought, Su Chang accepted the flowers and sincerely replied. Thanks. At the same time, a system voice sounded in my ear. Ding. Chen Muro's favorability has increased by 9 points, currently at 29. Chen Muro's mood was like a roller coaster ride after successfully delivering the flowers. As Su Chang accepted the flowers, her heart finally settled down, as if she had just gotten off the roller coaster. Chen Muro was so happy she couldn't suppress her smile. She immediately turned to the side, buried her head to hide her joy, and looked at the cracks in the floor tiles as she spoke. Let's go find a proper massage parlor.
After saying this, Chen Muro walked forward on her own.
Su Chang originally intended to follow Chen Muro. But he suddenly noticed that Chen Muro was walking in the direction they had come from, so he stopped and watched Chen Muro walk with her head down for more than 10 meters before he couldn't help but laugh and call out.
"You've gone the wrong way, you should go this way." Hearing the sound,
Chen Muro suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Chang, who was far behind her. She then looked left and right at the road ahead, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Immediately,
Chen Muro slowly turned around, first taking small steps back towards Su Chang, then starting to jog.
Su Chang stood at a distance.
Looking at Chen Muro jogging towards him, he had to admit that Chen Muro, wearing a grey tight-fitting long-sleeved shirt, had a certain dynamism when she jogged. She truly lived up to her reputation as a voluptuous and sweet girl. A few seconds later, Chen Muro returned to Su Chang's side, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment, and she pouted slightly as she spoke.
"Su Chang, you're a little naughty." Su Chang hadn't intended to laugh, but after hearing Chen Muru's adorable accusation, he couldn't help but laugh again.
However, he quickly composed himself and replied sincerely. "Sorry, you look so cute walking with your head down, so I didn't have the heart to call you." Upon hearing this, Chen Muro, who had initially felt somewhat ashamed, suddenly felt as if she had eaten a lollipop, and her mood brightened. She replied sweetly, "All right, that's a good reason.
I forgive you."
Chapter 24. A little hand in hand, a little kiss on the lips. Su Chang led Chen Muro toward the nearby subway station. On the way, he did some research and recommended that girls go to beauty salons for massages, as they were at least more green than foot massage parlors and would be more suitable for girls who wanted massages. Su Chang then logged into a certain group and checked out the nearby beauty salons. He found a high-end one and took Chen Muro there by subway.
A shop that only serves female customers should be quite legitimate.
Su Chang booked a 90-minute package for Chen Muro and they started having fun in the shop. After Chen Muro finished her massage, the two left the massage parlor and wandered aimlessly through the streets. At this moment, Su Chang didn't know what to do. Logically, they should have gone back. But going back now would be too early, and it would be a waste of a date opportunity.
Su Chang looked at the system's reference options. 1. It's still early, how about we go visit Hongyadong? 2. How about going to a private cinema? Let's find a movie to watch. 3. Did you enjoy the massage? Actually, I know a little about massages. How about we get a room and I'll give you another massage?
Options 2 and 3 are really exciting. They've brought up both finding movies and booking hotel rooms. The implications are all too obvious. Just as Su Chang was checking the system options, Chen Muro suddenly spoke up. "You must have been bored waiting for me at the shop. I was looking for a place where two people could get a massage, but I ended up getting one by myself.
Is there anything you'd like to do?
I'll go with you."
"Anything you want to do, I'll do."
Su Chang turned his head and looked at Chen Muro's sincere eyes.
He thought to himself, this is exactly what I wanted. He was just thinking about how to ask Chen Muro to continue playing.
Chen Muro herself took the initiative to bring up this idea. Then Su Chang checked the system again.
1. Really?
You'll play with anything.
Then I want to play with your legs. 2. I want to find a place to sleep, can you sleep with me? 3. I also want to find a masseuse, but many of the ones outside aren't legitimate. Why don't you give me a massage?
The three options were truly outrageous, each one more absurd than the last.
Su Chang then replied, how about we go to Red Cliff Cave? I've never been there before.
Okay, I've never been there either. That's perfect, let's go together.
Then,
the two used navigation to enter a nearby subway station and took the subway to Hongyadong, the most popular tourist attraction in Qing City. Even though it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, before the lights in Hongyadong were turned on, there were already quite a few people playing in the scenic area, on the bridge, and on the dry riverbed below the bridge. Let's go for a walk under the bridge, Su Chang suggested.
Aha!
It was Chen Muro's first time here, and everything was new and exciting. The two of them then crossed the bridge and came to the dry riverbed under the bridge from the other side of the scenic area.
There is also a riverside park on the riverbank. Compared to the dry riverbed, the park wasn't crowded.
Chen Muro spotted a double bench under a big tree in the park and immediately spoke up.
How about we go sit over there?
Okay. Su Chang naturally had no objection, since there were few people under that big tree.
Then,
The two sat down under a big tree, facing the dry riverbed below, about a hand's width apart. Compared to the distance between their shoulders and the armrests of the chairs, the distance between them seemed closer.
After sitting down,
the atmosphere seemed to become subtle again, as neither of them spoke for a while.
Soo-chang didn't know what to say at this moment, so he looked at the system reference. 1. Let's just hold hands. 2. Refer to option 1. 3. Refer to option 2. Holy crap, is this system messing with me? It looks like there are 3 options, but in reality, there's only one.
Soo-chang turned to look at Chen Muru. Her hand was resting quietly on her thigh. Holding that fair and delicate hand was a bit stimulating, but he decided to ignore it and trust the system's judgment. Soo-chang took a light breath, then suddenly stretched out his palm and covered Chen Muru's hand. Then, at a slow and steady pace, he spread his 5 fingers and held her soft little hand in his own. That feeling was so comfortable, there was an indescribable wonder, as if there was an invisible connection between him and Chen Muru, a connection that could help Soo-chang reach the depths of Chen Muru's heart.
Chen Muru, whose hand was being held, didn't say anything.
She glanced at Soo-chang and continued to act as if nothing had happened, her gaze fixed on the riverbed below. However, Chen Muru's act didn't last long before she was exposed. Her originally fair face gradually flushed red, and her eyes revealed a hint of shyness unique to young girls. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she gently opened her 5 fingers, like a little white rabbit, and slipped them between Soo-chang's fingers. After interlocking her fingers with Soo-chang's, she spoke softly.
Let's go for a walk. Good.
Soo-chang suppressed his excitement and joy, gave a calm reply, and walked hand in hand with Chen Muru into the dry riverbed. His heart was full of anticipation. Although it was just a simple hand-holding, it meant that the two of them were most likely to get together.
Next,
the two held hands and strolled around under the bridge, enjoying the feeling of holding hands in the crowd.
The sky was getting dark. Night fell. Tourists flocked in one after another, simply because it was an excellent vantage point. Most of the most popular scenic photos online were taken from this riverside viewpoint. However, Chen Muru didn't like it very much. There are too many people.
So she took Soo-chang's hand again and went back to the chair under the big tree where they had been sitting. It got even darker here now.
Apart from a small pillar light illuminating the side,
there were only the lights of the buildings on the other side of the river. Chen Muru and Soo-chang stood hand in hand by the railing, looking at the red cliff cave in the distance and the crowd below, but her thoughts were entirely on Soo-chang. But she didn't dare to make it too obvious.
I can only glance at it every now and then. Soo-chang was similar, he would glance at Chen Muru from time to time.
In the hazy night, Chen Muru's profile had an indescribable charm.
Especially from time to time. A gentle breeze blew from the riverbank, lifting Chen Muru's hair and carrying with it a fragrance. The two of them glanced at each other. Until one point, someone's rhythm went awry. Their eyes met. The night was dark.
Soo-chang suddenly reached out and pulled Chen Muru's slender waist into his arms. This thought didn't even go through his mind, it was like a natural bodily reaction.
That slender waist, as graceful as a willow swaying in the breeze, made Soo-chang hesitate to use too much force. Chen Muru did not resist.
As Soo-chang pulled her into his arms, she looked up, her eyes locked on Soo-chang's, maintaining eye contact. Her face, which had cooled down, quickly became hot again.
Then, a few seconds later, the two kissed. Chapter 25. Is this what they call telepathy?
Suddenly, a swarm of drones appeared on the river, putting on a light show in the night sky, drawing cheers from the tourists on the riverbed. This sound also pulled Chen Muru, who was about to succumb to the excitement and pleasure, out of her reverie and brought her back to her senses for a moment. She slowly parted her lips from Soo-chang's and then said somewhat shyly, "I need to go to the restroom." The experience of her first kiss was indescribable. Her mind went wild with fantasies after the kiss, including extremely explicit images, which forced her to go to the bathroom to clean up.
"Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you here," Soo-chang replied calmly. "Okay, see you later."
Chen Muru nodded, turned around, and walked slowly towards the public restroom on the way to the park with light and nimble steps. At the same time, she felt excited, thrilled, and surprised all at the same time. She had just been forcibly grabbed by the waist and kissed by Soo-chang. "I thought being held hands tonight was exciting enough, but then we accidentally made eye contact and ended up kissing.
This is going by the speed of a rocket."
They haven't even officially started dating yet, and they've already held hands and kissed.
But the atmosphere and feeling just now were truly irresistible. Never mind, we've already kissed.
Shenmue didn't dwell on whether she had confessed her feelings or not, she just wanted to be with Su Chang.
On the other side,
Su Chang stood by the fence, and when no one was looking, he reached into his pocket again to adjust the trajectory of his bullet. Holding Shenmuru's soft, fragrant body had put considerable pressure on him earlier.
They're all incredibly talented. Then, Su Chang watched the drone show while recording a video on his phone. It was his first time watching a drone show. Shenmue returned shortly afterward.
She went back to Su Chang's side and handed him a bottle of mineral water, saying thoughtfully and generously,
"Have some water." Su Chang was engrossed in recording the video when Shenmue handed him water. Only then did Su Chang notice Shenmue and look at the system reference. 1. Given our current relationship, why did you buy 2 bottles? I wanted to share a bottle of water with you. 2. This water doesn't quench my thirst, I want to drink yours. 3. Thank you. I just happen to be feeling a bit thirsty. Is this telepathy? Option 1 is a bit too pretentious. Su Chang isn't the type to show off, and Shenmue was easily embarrassed.
If Su Chang said that, Shenmue would most likely blush and feel shy, or show resistance. It's not that she doesn't like Su Chang, but rather that she's resistant to the way Su Chang expresses himself.
Option 2 is outrageous and absurd. Overall, option 3 is a pretty good choice. Thank you, I was just a little thirsty. Is this telepathy? Su Chang asked in a slightly ambiguous tone after sincerely thanking him for the water.
The question made Shenmue blush. She stood facing the fence and looked up at the drone in the sky. What she really wanted to say was, because we just kissed, I was thirsty, so I guessed you were a little thirsty too, and I bought you a bottle. But how could she say that? Kissing was like a taboo subject, she simply couldn't bring herself to say it. However, she couldn't just ignore it and let the atmosphere cool down, so Shenmue changed the subject to drones.
This drone show is really beautiful. It's my first time seeing drones.
However, Shenmue regretted saying that a little afterward, because she sounded a bit like a human-machine interface. But it didn't matter, because Su Chang had the system to refer to. 1. To be honest, the drone show wasn't as good as yours.
2. This is also my first time watching a drone show. Is this fate?
3. While you were in the bathroom, the drone show was even more spectacular.
You didn't see it, but I recorded a video. After reviewing the references, Su Chang decisively chose option 3.
He never expected that the notes he had casually made earlier would come in handy again. The drone show was even more spectacular when you were in the bathroom.
You didn't see it, but I recorded a video. Do you want to watch it? Su Chang asked.
Of course, I'll take a look.
Shenmue agreed without hesitation.
Then Su Chang opened the photo album, opened the video he had just recorded, and handed the phone to Shenmue while he drank some mineral water. After watching the video for a while, Shenmue suddenly opened the camera, took a selfie with her phone horizontally, and said to her and Su Chang, "Let's record a video."
Sure.
Su Chang quickly put down the bottle of mineral water, put the cap back on, and looked at his phone screen. He saw Shenmue's sweet and bright smiling face on the screen. She looked at Su Chang and said,
"Cheer up."
Upon hearing this, Su Chang forced a smile, and Shenmue spoke to the camera.
Today is September 18th, Su Chang and I came to Honyadon for fun. We were lucky enough to see drones. They were really beautiful in person. Oh, right, Su Chang also gave me flowers. At the end of the video,
Shenmue then showed off the white rose she always held in her hand, as if hinting at something.
After filming the video,
Shenmue returned the phone to Su Chang, and the two continued watching the performance, standing side by the fence, their little hands unconsciously intertwined again. Time flew by, and after half an hour, the drone show ended.
It was past 8 p.m., and many tourists seemed to have lost the point of staying there.
They all chose to leave the riverbed and go to the other side to play.
Let's go back too, we have class tomorrow, Shenmue said, glancing at the time. Okay. Su Chang wasn't in a rush. The progress was already very fast. He knew that even if he was more handsome than Eddie Pang, he couldn't possibly take Shenmue to a hotel tonight, on their first date. If Shenmue really agrees, then Su Chang should be worried. He should use his brain to think about what kind of girl would go to a hotel with him on their first date. It seems only Biohazard Baby can be that powerful. The two followed the crowded flow of people out of the Riverside Park opposite the scenic area and headed towards the subway entrance. During the process, Su Chang kept Shenmue in front of him at all times, their bodies close together,
and their bodies would occasionally bump into each other slightly, which was quite a real scene.
Walk to the subway entrance.
Looking at the queue in front of the subway entrance, Soo Chung didn't want to wait in line at all. If he had no choice but to squeeze in when there were so many people earlier, there was no need to squeeze in now that he was on the subway.
Let's take a taxi back to school, the subway is too crowded.
Soo Chang made the suggestion.
Can. Chen Muro didn't want to squeeze in anymore.
She might not get a seat on the subway, but she could take a taxi and sit with Soo Chang.
Chapter 26 Motion Sickness? Just hug me.
Soo Chang and Chen Muro walked a little further to a zebra crossing and then started hailing a taxi at the same time. In order to ride with Soo Chang, Chen Muro specifically cancelled carpooling and selected several ride-hailing services with high estimated prices. As expected, a few seconds after clicking to hail a ride, a high-priced ride-hailing car quickly accepted the order and arrived very fast. It was a white Geely. Chen Muro opened the back door first, and after getting in, she deliberately moved further in to make room for Soo Chang. Seeing this, Soo Chung understood and immediately sat down in the back seat, then closed the door. After verifying the last 4 digits of Chen Muro's phone number, the driver set off towards the gate of Qingda University. The driver hadn't been driving for long. Chen Muro seemed a little unwell, slowly moving closer to Soo Chang, then leaning close to Soo Chang's ear and speaking in a weak and feeble voice.
Can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? I think I'm getting a little carsick.
Upon hearing this, Soo Chang turned to look at Chen Muro. The driver hadn't turned on the lights inside the car, but by the dim light of the phone screen, Soo Chang could see Chen Muro's pale lips and the pained expression in her eyes.
1. You should have told me you get motion sickness.
We bought a bottle of vitamin C when we got on the bus. It can help relieve motion sickness.
2. Leaning on your shoulder isn't comfortable either.
People who get carsick are better off lying down.
Why don't you lie in my lap?
3. You're such a grown-up and you still get carsick? You're such a weakling. You're just a pretty face with no substance.
Option 1 is hindsight saying it won't help resolve the issue. Option 3 is even less likely to be discussed.
Option 2 was a bit radical, but even that wasn't as radical as Soo Chang's forceful kiss just now. The successful kiss had given Soo Chang a shot in the arm, so he was fearless when he said it now, and then confidently replied.
Leaning on my shoulder isn't comfortable either.
People who get carsick should lie down.
Why don't you lie down in my arms?
Soo Chang's sincere and earnest gaze made Chen Muro a little shy. She glanced at the driver in front, her eyes filled with apprehension.
How could she possibly feel comfortable doing this?
It might be more appropriate in a private setting, but now that the driver was present.
No, thank you.
Chen Muro's tone was soft and reserved, as if she was afraid of hurting Soo Chang's feelings by refusing, so she explained, it wouldn't be good if the driver saw us.
After the explanation,
Chen Muro leaned on Soo Chang's shoulder, closed her eyes to rest, and smelled the scent on Soo Chang's clothes. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but it made her feel much better.
Ha! What's going on? Soo Chang was a little unsure and immediately looked at the system again. 1. Just hug her. 2. Reference 1. 3. Reference 2. Wow! It's happening again. Are they playing something this exciting? Is Chen Muro just saying one thing but doing another? Never mind. Trust Brother Ton.
Soo Chang then mustered his courage, walked directly behind Chen Muro, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. With just a little effort, he easily pulled her soft body into his embrace. At the same time, his other arm wrapped around the back of Chen Muro's neck, holding her upper body in his arms like a little daughter.
Chen Muro was pulled into Soo Chang's arms.
She opened her eyes and met Soo Chang's gaze, who was looking down slightly. Her eyes were a little confused at first, then flashed with shame, excitement, and happiness. Finally, the corners of her mouth slowly turned up in a smile. Like a little wife, she turned slightly to the side and buried her head in Soo Chang's chest and whispered something.
I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when I get to school.
Chen Muro pretended to take a nap, but in reality, being held by Soo Chang like this made her extremely embarrassed. Coupled with her body's strange natural reaction, Chen Muro had no time to talk.
Okay, you get some rest.
Soo Chang replied comfortably, then politely said to the driver in front, Sir, please drive slowly.
Okay, sure.
The driver replied indifferently, glancing at Chen Muro lying in Soo Chang's arms through the rearview mirror. Even just seeing her back made the driver envious and jealous.
These young people nowadays.
They're really forcing him to be part of play. Meanwhile, Soo Chang, who was sitting in the back row, heard the system notification sound again.
Ding!
Chen Muru's favorability has increased by 6 points, currently at 35. Girls really are all two-faced creatures. Su Cheng thought to himself, and decided to strike while the iron was hot. Simply hugging Chen Muru wasn't enough. Su Cheng then used his free hand to cover Chen Muru's hand, which was resting on her lower abdomen. He grasped her hand from the back of hers, and while shaking her hand, he could also gently touch her belly, truly killing two birds with one stone. However, after a short while, Chen Muru covered Su Cheng's hand with her other hand, trapping Su Cheng's hand between hers like a sandwich, preventing him from making any more moves. Su Cheng wisely stopped moving. Nearly half an hour later, the driver arrived at Qingda University, where Chen Muru was still pretending to be asleep and had not woken up. After Su Cheng called out, Chen Muru slowly opened her eyes, pretending to have just fallen asleep, sat up from Su Cheng's arms, and then slowly got out of the car. A gust of autumn wind swept by, making Chen Muru feel a chill all over her body. She began to miss the warm time she had just spent in Su Cheng's arms. "Let's grab something to eat outside the school," Su Cheng said after getting out of the car. "Okay, let's go take a look." Chen Muru immediately took the initiative to reach out and link arms with Su Cheng, automatically assuming the role of his girlfriend. Seeing this, Su Cheng naturally remained silent, which was considered tacit approval. The two tacitly agreed to go to the food street outside the school, where there were many small stalls. Wolf-tooth potatoes, cold noodles, hot dry noodles, stinky tofu, grilled cold noodles, fried chicken cutlets, grilled sausages, all sorts of things.
"What would you like to eat?" Su Cheng asked casually. "What would you like to eat?" Chen Muru asked in return.
"I want to eat a plate of fried rice noodles." Su Cheng looked at the fried rice noodle stall next to him. The skillful wok tossing technique and the gas stove turned up to the maximum heat showed that the person was a fried rice noodle expert.
"Then I'll have fried noodles too," Chen Muru answered without hesitation. "You like fried noodles too?" Su Cheng turned his head and asked another question. "I want to try it." Chen Muru nodded and smiled expectantly. Then,
Su Cheng and Chen Muru bought 2 servings of the deluxe version of stir-fried noodles, with meat, ham, fried egg, and sweet sausage added. It was packed with all sorts of side dishes. After purchasing, Su Cheng and Chen Muru carried the fried noodles and walked back to school together. When they passed the school bus stop at the school gate, Su Cheng wanted to take the bus, but Chen Muru pretended not to see him and continued to hold Su Cheng's arm as they strolled towards Zhongyuan. Su Cheng remained silent, and the two continued walking side by side. Chapter 27, holding her in his arms and calling her baby.
Unconsciously, they arrived at the foot of Building 1 in Zhongyuan.
Chen Muru stopped, glanced at Su Cheng, and said with some reluctance, "I'm going back now."
"Okay, goodbye." Su Cheng nodded and gave a faint reply. Then,
Chen Muru turned and walked towards the dormitory, but she felt that saying goodbye like this lacked a sense of ceremony. Although they had not yet made their relationship public, Su Cheng had touched her body in the car earlier.
Right now, the two of them,
that's a real couple. Therefore, Chen Muru had to bring this first date, a date that had taken them on a significant step forward, to a perfect close.
After thinking it through,
Chen Muru quickly turned around and saw that Su Cheng had already walked more than 10 meters away, heading towards the Zhongyuan bus stop. Chen Muru immediately jogged after him and called out to him.
"Su Cheng, wait a minute."
Su Cheng turned around at the sound and immediately saw Chen Muru jogging towards him.
To be honest, the sight of her jogging was indescribably beautiful. Is this what girls who don't like to exercise look like?
Their whole body is so soft, and the vibrations when they run are really noticeable.
"What's wrong? Why are you running so fast?"
Su Cheng turned to look at Chen Muru. Seeing her somewhat restrained and shy face, he had a premonition that this pure and cute girl was about to confess her feelings.
Su Cheng was right.
Chen Muru intended to express her opinion, but when she actually stood in front of Su Cheng, she became so nervous and ashamed that she couldn't say anything, as if she were being suppressed by some mysterious force. "Just a moment ago, I had the idea of confessing my feelings, but now it's all gone."
"Su Cheng, could you close your eyes?"
"I get nervous looking at you," Chen Muru said. Su Cheng looked at Chen Muru in front of him, a slow smile appeared on his lips, but he didn't say anything. He knew that if he said anything now, Chen Muru would be nervous, so he simply closed his eyes and let Chen Muru do as she pleased.
"The system has been added to my body."
No matter what Chen Muru does, Su Cheng can handle it with ease. That's the confidence of someone who's cheating. Chen Muro looked at Su Chang, who had his eyes closed, and after another 10 seconds of trying to speak, she couldn't utter a single word.
Chen Muro, how can you be so useless?
You don't even dare to confess your feelings.
Now that Su Chang has stopped you, how are you going to end this? You have to do something.
That way, even after Su Chang goes back, he'll still think about her.
What are you doing, Muro? Su Chang was getting impatient.
Chen Muro stood quietly beside him, and he heard her take several deep breaths, but she didn't say anything each time.
Just close your eyes. Chen Muro replied as if pleading, then stopped thinking about it.
The more she thought about it, the more hesitant she became.
Then,
Chen Muro gently took Su Chang's hands in hers, glanced around to make sure no one was around, then tiptoed and brought her lips close to Su Chang's ear. At the same time, she placed Su Chang's hands on her chest, or more precisely, on her rapidly beating heart.
This time, Su Chang was really losing control. This was too exciting. How did she just grab his hand and put it on her own? Can you feel it?
Chen Muro asked softly in his ear, as if breathing gently.
Yes, they jump very fast. Su Chang responded softly. It's because of you that it's jumping so fast. Chen Muro responded softly once again.
As she said this, she pressed Su Chang's hands firmly against her chest, as if she wanted Su Chang to reach his hands into her heart and truly feel the heart that was racing for her.
However, Chen Muro overlooked one thing: her talent was too outstanding.
Pressing Su Chang's hand so forcefully onto her chest really put Su Chang under immense pressure.
After saying that,
as if she had exhausted all her energy, Chen Muro suddenly let go of Su Chang's hand and ran back to the dormitory before Su Chang could respond. Standing on the dimly lit roadside, Su Chang watched Chen Muro's retreating figure, a joyful smile returning to his lips. He was determined to make the most of his next date with Chen Muro and win her heart. Although it was an opportunity just now, Su Chang originally thought Chen Muro was going to continue confessing her feelings to him, so he didn't do anything like that. He felt it would ruin the atmosphere, since it was supposed to be a romantic confession.
But who knew that this innocent and cute girl wouldn't play by the rules?
She gave that one hint and then turned around and left, leaving Su Chang no room to maneuver. He can only fully satisfy those hands next time.
Then, Su Chang then looked at the system reference, wondering how he should respond to Chen Muro's suggestive confession just now.
1. You have such a soft heart.
I almost couldn't resist pinching it just now. 2. Were you doing that on purpose?
Your heart is just above your chest, why did you put my hand on your genitals?
Woman, you're playing with fire, do you understand? 3. Why did you run so fast?
My heart was racing too, I was hoping you could touch it too. The first two options were really, no wonder he was doomed if he chose them.
Only option 3 was the only correct one. Why are you running so fast? You flirted with me and then ran away. I wanted you to touch my heart too. My heart was beating really fast just now.
Su Chang typed a message to Chen Muro as he walked toward the bus stop.
Chen Muro didn't reply to his message.
Su Chang guessed that she was still calming her excited heart, so he didn't bother her anymore. He took the school bus back to the teacher's apartment and returned to his dormitory. I took a quick and efficient shower, then opened League of Legends, ready to eat fried noodles while playing the game. At this moment, Chen Muro replied to his message.
Why are you jumping so fast too? 1. You put my hand on your big snow cue, and you're asking me why? How could you do that? 2. Because of you, baby. 3. Because I like you, will you be my girlfriend? Options 1 and 3 are not very suitable.
Although confessing your feelings via mobile phone is less awkward and Chen Muro will most likely agree to his confession, it seems a bit too hasty. Su Chang prefers a more natural and gradual process. Option 1 is a bit too realistic. Option 2 is not bad, it's time to say something sweet, Su Chang replied in a text message. Because of you, my darling, heart heart heart. Seeing Su Chang call her baby, Chen Muro lay on the bed, happily rolling around with the blanket between her legs. If it weren't for the guardrail, she would have almost fallen off the top bunk.
I like this nickname, and you are my darling too. Hug. Kiss. Heart emoji.
Chen Muro then sent a bunch of ambiguous and cute emojis to express her feelings at that moment. Chapter 28 Daily Life of Campus Romance. After sending the message to Su Chang, Chen Muro immediately changed Su Chang's nickname and her contacts from Su Chang to Chang Bao. Then, the two chatted for a while longer, until they said goodnight to each other after 11 p.m., and then stopped sending messages to each other. But In Chen Muru's dormitory room at Zhongyuan No. 1, Chen Muru was still awake because she was currently being interrogated by her 3 roommates. When the 3 of them saw Chen Muru return with 2 roses and a smiling face, their gossip instincts were immediately ignited. Chen Muru was the least able to withstand interrogation, so she could only cut corners, cover things up, and give a brief answer before letting the matter drop. With military training over, formal university life has begun. Su Chang and his classmates had a lot of classes, or rather, a lot of classes in their first year. Since Su Chang hadn't been assigned a dormitory, he sat alone in the last row of the classroom.
He didn't pay much attention in class, instead chatting with Chen Muru or playing mobile games. He just passed the day by doing that. After class. At noon and in the evening, Su Chang would occasionally have lunch with Chen Muru. If it was dinner, they would inevitably go for a few laps around the playground afterward. Certainly. When they first went to the playground, Chen Muru was shy about holding hands. But after they held hands more often, Chen Muru even took the initiative to hold his hand. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't. Sometimes, when they got tired of walking around, Su Chang and Chen Muru would sit on the steps leading to the main building. While they sat, they could put their arms around each other's waists or touch each other's legs. Of course, the movements were all relatively small. Su Chang was very adept at controlling the scale, always keeping an eye on Chen Muru's feelings. When there are many people around, he will be more restrained in his movements, but when no one is sitting next to him, he will be more expansive in his movements, and Chen Muru has tacitly approved of this. Each person stayed in their own dormitory at night. Chen Muru also chatted with Su Chang. At first, she did it secretly, but later she became indifferent. Anyway, her 3 roommates had even followed her and Su Chang on their date on the playground. It doesn't seem embarrassing to be caught chatting. Besides, video chatting is a must when they go to bed at night. Su Chang often says some nonsensical things, like looking at her legs, waist, and snow-white skin. He's such a pervert. But Chen Muru basically fulfills Su Chang's every whim. After all, she thought about it again. Su Chang had touched her legs, kissed her, and put his arm around her waist. She was already Su Chang's girlfriend, so it didn't seem like a big deal to let him see her. Besides, Su Chang had told her that boys his age are naturally curious about these things. If she couldn't satisfy Su Chang, he would look at other girls, and she didn't want him to look at other girls, so she had to satisfy him herself. Of course, Su Chang was also very sensible, always knowing when to stop, and he didn't just look at her for nothing. Every time he saw her revealing photos, he would send her photos of his muscles in exchange for Chen Muru photos of his muscles from various angles and positions. It's true. Chen Muru realized she'd been corrupted. She never liked watching these things before, but Su Chang sent them to her every day, and she developed a habit from it. If she wanted to see something even more exciting, Su Chang would ask her to send some more revealing photos in exchange. Only then did Chen Muru realize that she, the little white rabbit, had fallen into the trap of Su Chang, the big bad wolf. But by the time she realized it, it seemed a little too late. Chen Muru was fine with her studies during the day, but when she chatted with Su Chang at night, her mind went blank, like it was infected with a virus. She started looking through yesterday's photos and couldn't help but ask Su Chang for something exciting. Su Chang then asked her to send something refreshing first, and that's how their wicked deal began. Certainly. This seemed to be a limited exchange between the two late at night. During the day, Su Chang was quite normal, speaking wittily and humorously, continuously bringing her joy. Chen Muru never imagined that she would fall in love with a boy so quickly after entering university. But love comes so quickly the two became inseparable, spending almost all their free time together except during class. Let's play ping pong together, play badminton together, go to the library together, and go to the food street outside the school together. However, Chen Muru was not particularly interested in running. Her naturally broad-mindedness would attract unwanted attention while running, making it her least favorite activity. She usually wears XL, but she once tried running in a loose 2XL top during PE class, which still caused quite a bit of turbulence. Later, Chen Muru gradually lost interest in running and also disliked other sports. That's why. The reason she looks a bit precocious is because of her figure. After class, Chen Muru usually likes to watch variety shows, movies, or books. Now that she is dating Su Chang, her favorite thing to do is to share some daily life with Su Chang. Attending classes, having breakfast, sleeping, watching variety shows, doing homework, reading books, and even taking pictures of wildflowers she saw by the roadside to show Su Chang. Whenever Su Chang had free time to visit her, he would bring her some snacks.
Sometimes it was want little buns from the supermarket, sometimes it was a fruit salad, sometimes it was milk tea, and sometimes it was a small cake. She loved them all and felt like her heart was being filled with happiness. She ate a ton of delicious food every day. But her favorite was still the freshly baked egg tarts from the school cake shop. One bite, and the crust was crispy and the inside was soft and fragrant. It was absolutely delicious. How can I describe the days I spent dating Su Chang? During her time dating Su Chang, Chen Muro felt a sweet and pleasant scent in the air she breathed on her way to class every day. If Su Chang doesn't message her for more than half an hour, Chen Muro will start wondering what Su Chang is doing, and then casually take pictures of his daily life to share with him. Then, start the romance chat mode.
Sometimes
Chen Muro would chat with Su Chang during class, and somehow they got so engrossed in their conversation that they completely forgot they were in class. It wasn't until the bell rang that Chen Muro would suddenly come to her senses, realize that she had been chatting with Su Chang for the entire class, and then feel guilty. She would go back to her dorm and copy her roommate's notes, silently warning herself that she couldn't do it again next time.
However, it seems the same thing will happen next time. Chapter 29 The Sincere One.
Time passed quietly, and it was the last weekend before the National Day holiday. After Su Chang got up and washed up a little after 10 a.m., he turned on his phone and saw the breakfast photos that Chen Muro had shared with him.
It looks like it was taken in the dorm room.
Half of the photo shows the steamed buns and soy milk on the table, and the other half shows the long, white legs in super short pajama pants under the table. Those fair and tender legs are even whiter than the soy milk on the table. This soy milk looks so white and clean, sad face emoji. Su Chang sent Chen Muro a message, and Chen Muro replied immediately.
Are you talking about soy milk or my legs? She then sent an abstract panda emoji.
After spending more than 10 days with Su Chang, she felt that he had corrupted her. She didn't understand these things before, but Su Chang's constant suggestive remarks had polluted her mind. As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black, and that's really true. Chen Muro is still naive, but as soon as Su Chang starts driving, she immediately understands and follows.
Of course it's your legs, smirking.
Su Chang made no attempt to hide anything, directly showing his most authentic self. However, Chen Muro was already used to it and didn't think much of it. In fact, she was quite pleased, since she had deliberately taken pictures of her legs for Su Chang to see.
Hee. Let me tell you a secret, I deliberately took this picture for you.
Chen Muro didn't want to keep things to herself. She always felt uncomfortable hiding things, so she continued.
National Day is coming soon.
I bought some black stockings online, the bodysuit kind. I'll wear them for you when we go out on our date on National Day.
After sending the message,
Chen Muro lay on the bed, hugging her Winnie the Pooh teddy bear tightly to her chest. Her face was filled with a complex mix of emotions, including shame, excitement, pleasure, and nervousness. Her arms were pressing the Winnie the Pooh teddy bear out of shape, not to mention the larger bear underneath it. Su Chang smiled helplessly.
Chen Muro, this innocent and cute girl, really doesn't know how to surprise anyone.
This kind of thing should be kept a secret and she should just wear it and surprise him on National Day. Garlic bird, you can't ask too much of her. He didn't even mention it, and Chen Muro took the initiative to buy black stockings to wear for him. She's already a very qualified girlfriend. If it were another girl. Just a few days. At most, people will just take a picture and show it to him, and that's it. Therefore, Su Chang didn't say anything negative, but instead chose to encourage him.
That's so great. I'm already looking forward to National Day. Can I buy you a few more pairs of white stockings? Su Chang replied.
Sure, but you can't buy the kind that's too revealing. When Chen Muro was buying black stockings on Taobao, the things she found were so outrageous that she still felt incredibly ashamed just thinking about them. She could only say that people were really something else. There were even some with open crotches. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Su Chang replied.
Upon hearing this, Chen Muro didn't say anything more.
Su Chang's words were true. He was indeed very sensible and always knew exactly what Chen Muro could accept. Of course, sometimes, if Su Chang accidentally crosses the line a little, Chen Muro will quietly lower the line a bit, so that Su Chang is not considered to have crossed the line. Chen Muro replied with a bunny nodding emoji, a super cute emoji, with the bunny ears even wobbling as it nodded. The two then discussed many details about their National Day trip, which made Chen Muro's heart flutter. She lay on the bed, holding her phone to her soft chest, flipping through it left and right until she lost her balance and bumped her forehead against the wall with a soft but heavy sound.
Then, very quickly,
Her eyes, bright as stars, visibly welled up with tears. Chen Mura tried to hold back her tears, but the pain in her forehead made her let out a soft sob. Then she pressed the voice button and sent a voice message to Su Chang.
Su Chang,
I just rolled over in bed and bumped my head, it hurts so much. Chen Muru's entire tone can be perfectly summarized in the 6 words, poor thing, need some comfort.
Su Chang couldn't help but laugh.
If you didn't know Chen Muru's voice, you might think she was a whiny person. But Chen Muru didn't actually try to suppress it was just her natural voice. Faced with Chen Muru's request for comfort, Su Chang directly consulted the system.
1. It's supposed to hurt. If hitting your head doesn't hurt, then your brain is probably damaged. 2. It's okay to feel pain, girlfriends are meant to be pampered. 3. Don't cry, you must be strong as the king's woman. Su Chang skipped the options and comforted her with his own words. At the same time, inside a deluxe medium-sized private room at a KTV near the campus of Tsinghua University,
Su Yufei is drinking and singing karaoke with her best friend.
How about I order 2 male models? Singing without a microphone is too boring.
Chen Xingyan, who was singing in front of the big screen, suddenly turned around and said to Su Yufei, who was sitting on the sofa, wearing a long dress, with her legs crossed and drinking.
Upon hearing this,
Su Yufei frowned immediately and looked at her best friend seriously. You know I don't like doing these things.
Oh my, Yufei, what era are we living in? Why are you still so old-fashioned?
I'm just asking the male models over, we're not going to do anything, we're just going to have a drink together. Besides, those rich men still mess around outside, so we can't shortchange ourselves. Chen Xingyan returned to the sofa, sat down next to her best friend Su Yufei, and said with a nonchalant expression. Despite her best friend's persuasion, Su Yufei remained unmoved. Her best friend was someone she had known since childhood. Their families had business dealings, and her family was very wealthy. However, unlike Su Yufei, Chen Xingyan was particularly promiscuous, often going to bars and nightclubs. She had developed a crush on a male model and wanted to drag her into it as well.
But who is Su Yufei?
She always keeps in mind the saying, a woman who doesn't love herself is like a rotten cabbage, so at this moment she only gave a light reply.
Self-reliance leads to abundance.
Fei, are you really planning to spend your whole life with him? Why do you say that?
Maybe love will come one day. You never know what love is.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyan scoffed and looked at Su Yufei, asking, No, Fei, do you think you're still a 20-year-old girl?
In another year you'll be almost 30. Do you think 30-year-old men still have pure love? Can't I find someone younger? Why would a young man like you choose someone like you instead of a young girl? Did he lack maternal love in his childhood? Chen Xingyan continued to press, speaking directly but addressing real-world issues.
Not all guys like young women, some guys just like older women. Faced with Chen Xingyan's questioning, Su Yufei stubbornly replied, while imagining Su Chang's face in her mind as she said this.
Chapter 30 Bro, I feel like you're a jerk. Sigh, I'm not arguing with you anymore. Anyway, you're wasting your youth.
You have no idea how fun male models are.
Chen Xingyan picked up her wine, said the last sentence, and then gulped it down.
She was quite slim and had well-maintained skin.
Su Yufei fell silent upon hearing this.
Of course, she also longed for it, but she couldn't just pick any male model. She needed some emotional foundation before she could open her heart.
I don't know why.
At this moment, Su Yufei thought of Su Chang again.
It's all Chen Xingyan's fault. Certainly.
It's also possible that last time, when she was drunk, she touched Su Chang's abs, which left an extremely unforgettable impression on her. Therefore, whenever Chen Xingyan mentioned male models, she would think of Su Chang. But in reality, there might not be any male models as hard and muscular as Su Chang. She was drunk at the time. With her upper body nestled in Su Chang's arms, the firmness of his body was something Su Yufei would never forget.
Stop talking. Did you invite me here to sing karaoke today, or are you asking me to order male models?
Su Yufei put down her drink.
She knew she couldn't drink anymore.
If she drank anymore, she would probably lose control of her mind, and she didn't know what outrageous things she would do next. For several nights before bed, Su Yufei would let her imagination run wild, closing her eyes and fantasizing about Su Chang ravaging her, conquering her like waves. However, Su Yufei has not contacted Su Chang since then, and she is trying to suppress her feelings. Because she is Su Chang's advisor, that is, his teacher.
Su Chang is only a freshman in college and doesn't understand anything.
He should have a young female college student to have a romantic love affair with. If she were to use some unorthodox methods to get her hands on Su Chang, it would seem rather despicable. But the more she suppressed it, the fire in her heart burned ever brighter, making her empty heart extremely restless and uneasy every night.
Of course, I'm asking you to sing.
I don't care if you order male models or not.
I've already made reservations. Tonight, 4 little wolves will serve me. Chen Xingyan said these things, which really made Su Yufei break down.
She could only imagine Su Chang as the male model she ordered and fantasize about him in her mind. By the end of September, the summer heat in Qing City had subsided, the weather had turned cool, and people were already wearing 2 layers of clothing. Now that Su Chang has money, he naturally can't wear the clothes he brought before anymore. Those were all clothes he wore in high school.
Now he's bought all new clothes.
However, Su Chang still couldn't shake his habit of staying at home.
All his clothes were bought online.
After buying his own clothes, he casually picked out some stockings to give to Chen Muru to wear on National Day.
Once you finished all that, the battle began after ordering takeout in the afternoon.
Although Su Chang was bad at games, he had the power of money. He spent a lot of money to hire 4 female companions, a lowly voice, a mature woman voice, a gentle voice. They even fought over him in the game, trying their best to get Su Chang to hire them again next time. Su Chang was really enjoying himself. Using the system's reference options, Su Chang flirted with the girls. After playing the game for only 3 or 4 hours, he accumulated more than 40 favorability points, which he converted into RMB. After deducting the 25 RMB he spent on the 5 girls, Su Chang actually made a profit of more than 400,000 renminbi. Just as Su Chang was enjoying himself, his younger sister Su Xiaoming sent him a message, "Brother, I'm coming to play with you." Su Chang picked up his phone and saw his younger sister's message.
A hint of impatience appeared on his face. Su Xiaoming was at it again?
She should be out having fun with her roommates on the weekend.
Where's your roommate?
You've just started school, you should try to get along with your roommate, Su Chang replied.
Both of my roommates have boyfriends and went out with them, and the other one is staying in the dorm watching dramas, so I can only come to you to hang out.
Su Xiaoming then sent a voice message, urging, "Hurry up and come down, I'll be at the West Gate soon. I'm still playing games, come to my apartment first." After sending the message, Su Chang continued playing, and Su Xiaoming didn't send any more messages.
Until about 10 minutes later.
There was a knock on the door, and Su Chang quickly got up, opened the door for Su Xiaoming, and then went back to the bedroom to sit in front of the computer and play games.
The game is more important than me, huh? Su Xiaoming walked into the bedroom alone and complained to Su Chang in front of the computer. Stop fooling around, sit down and play for a while. Su Chang replied dismissively and continued operating the machine.
After securing a spectacular triple kill with Darius on the enemy's high ground, 4 gentle and admiring voices immediately filled the speakerphone. Although it might all be just rhetoric, Su Chang was delighted to hear it. Only Su Xiaoming, who was already in a bad mood, was now even more upset.
Bro, who are you playing games with? Why are there so many girls' voices?
Su Xiaoming came to the bedside, suppressing her inner panic, and asked a question in a nonchalant manner.
I ordered a few companions. Su Chang replied calmly.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoming felt much better. She had just thought it was a friend of her brother's, which was really terrible. Even though he wasn't her brother's friend, Su Xiaoming still felt uncomfortable. He was her brother, after all. How could he play with other girls? He could only play with her. So she said in a somewhat unsupportive tone, hiring a gaming companion is such a waste of money. Even though you're making some money now, you still can't just spend it recklessly. You'll get bored playing games alone, Xiaoming can play with you.
I play LOL too. Su Chang rolled his eyes at Su Xiaoming, but didn't say anything to her.
Su Xiaoming's gaming skills were worse than his, and playing with her would just be a waste of his time.
With Su Chang securing a triple kill, the game ended at a little past 4 p.m.
It was supposed to end at 6 p.m., but Su Chang had to end the game early because Su Xiaoming arrived.
At the end,
the 4 female companions that Su Chang ordered even said that he could use the remaining time next time. They were so warm and gentle that Su Chang was truly impressed. Some guys send their crushes 520 or 1,314 yuan red envelopes during holidays, only to be met with indifference.
So being a simp is just plain stupid. Su Chang exited the game, stood up, stretched, and took a deep breath.
Then, he glanced at Su Xiaoming and found her expressionless and lifeless.
What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Su Cheng asked, bewildered. Brother, I feel like you're a jerk, Su Xiaoming suddenly said. What the hell? Why are you saying that about your brother? Although Su Cheng appeared puzzled, he was actually a little guilty, since he was currently fighting on two fronts. Only a scumbag could chat so easily with 4 girls at the same time. Su Xiaoming didn't actually have any evidence, it was just a feeling, a sixth sense. Chapter 31 I'm afraid of the cold. Su Cheng was speechless for a moment. With such a cheating system by his side, he could chat with 10 people at once. No, they're just there to keep you company. Of course they'll initiate conversations with you, otherwise who would want to hire them next time? Su Cheng explained, then stood up and said, alright, let's go out and have some fun. I'll take you out to eat while we're at it. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoming didn't dwell on the issue any further. After Su Cheng changed his clothes and shoes, the two went downstairs. Su Cheng walked straight to the parking spot, got to his Suzuki GSX-8R, took out the key and inserted it into the key slot on the front of the car. Seeing this scene, following closely behind Su Cheng, Su Xiaoming was also taken aback. Staring at the super cool white motorcycle, she raised her voice several decibels in surprise and asked, Brother, is this your motorcycle? Yeah, I just bought the car. Su Cheng got on his ride and replied casually. This motorcycle must be expensive, right? Su Xiaoming looked at the cool white motorcycle. Although she didn't recognize it, her first impression was that it must be expensive. You have good taste. You can get it for only 100,000. After Su Cheng announced the price, Su Xiaoming was stunned. As if she suddenly remembered something, she locked her eyes on Su Cheng and asked him again. Brother, you didn't really become a gigolo, did you? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng glared at Su Xiaoming with disdain and said arrogantly, I told you last time that your brother isn't the type to live off a woman. Why don't you believe me? Get in the car. Su Xiaoming was wary, but in order not to offend Su Cheng, she didn't say anything more and immediately got into the car with her long, slender legs. After getting into the car, Su Xiaoming naturally wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's waist, and she did so very tightly. Su Cheng couldn't help but look back at Su Xiaoming. She was practically lifting the front of the car up. This girl really had no sense of propriety. He hadn't even started the car yet, and she was already putting so much pressure on him. Why are you hugging so tightly? Your brother drives very steadily, Su Cheng said confidently, turning back to look at Su Xiaoming. Today, Su Xiaoming wore a pair of regular blue jeans on her lower body and a light gray jacket on her upper body, paired with a white tank top underneath. The jacket hugged her slender and slim figure, which was also curvy and shapely. It was truly a perfect figure, and the only way to describe it was as slender and voluptuous. Faced with Su Cheng's questioning, Su Xiaoming glanced at him dismissively and then casually uttered 3 words. I'm afraid of the cold. Su Cheng didn't say anything more and could only indulge her like this, since Su Xiaoming was his only sister. Moreover, Su Xiaoming is not his biological sister, and she knows this. Su Cheng has always been worried that she would lack a sense of security and feel like she is living under someone else's roof in this family. Therefore, he has always taken extra care of this sister. Su Cheng drove out of the school. Once on the main road, Su Xiaoming said excitedly, Brother, you bought this cool motorcycle, can you take me for a spin? Okay, I'll take you for a quick spin around. Su Cheng was willing to agree to this. After all, he had exchanged for professional driving skills in the system shop, so he was super confident when driving, and it was still early for dinner. Yay, brother is the best to me. Su Xiaoming praised him as if she had won a victory. Then she wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's abs, tilted her head and pressed it against Su Cheng's back, putting even more pressure on him. Su Cheng didn't say anything about it, thinking that Su Xiaoming might really get cold while driving later. They sped all the way to the outskirts of the city, found a beef offal restaurant, and the two ate a pot of beef offal. Then Su Cheng took Su Xiaoming back to school and drove back to the teacher's apartment. It was already past 9 p.m. I took a shower. Su Cheng then started chatting with Chen Muru about his sister. On the other side, in apartment 306, separated by only a wall, Su Yifei, after drinking with her best friend, went straight to sleep upon returning home. She had a dream while sleeping, in which she and Su Cheng walked into the hall of marriage, and at that time she was already pregnant with Su Cheng's baby, and her wedding dress was custom made. Unfortunately, I was woken up by my mom's phone call just as it was time to take the oath. When her mother called, it wasn't for anything else, but again, she was asking about her blind dates, saying she wanted to find her a good match during the National Day holiday. Su Yufei gave a few perfunctory replies and hung up. Then,
She sat on her bed in the bedroom, lost in thought, her mind a jumble of emotions, feeling as if she were being held back.
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, past 1 a.m. Su Yufei finally couldn't hold back anymore.
He blocked all his WeChat friends except Su Chang, then turned off the bedroom light, took a picture of the pitch-black night outside the window, and added a caption.
Who can understand a sleepless night when one is alone?
After clicking to post on her moments, Su Yufei lay nervously on the bed, covered with a blanket and staring at her phone screen, switching back and forth between Su Cheng's chat box and moments, waiting for Su Cheng's message.
A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. In less than 3 minutes, Su Yufei panicked. Is Su Cheng asleep? Or did he see my post on WeChat moments but didn't reply? He must be asleep. If he saw it, he would definitely reply. He must be asleep.
Su Yufei frantically tried to comfort herself in her heart. It wasn't until her phone's WeChat special message ringtone sounded that she quickly looked at the screen, where a message from Su Cheng had popped up.
Sister Yufei, why are you still having trouble sleeping? Well, your little brother has to help you out, otherwise I can't sleep well either because I'm worried about you having trouble sleeping.
Upon seeing the message, Su Yufei breathed a sigh of relief, and her panicked heart calmed down a little. My mom just called and said I have to go back for the National Day holiday so she can find me a good match. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it, Su Yufei sent a voice message, her tone full of worry.
Following the system's prompts, Su Cheng began to comfort Su Yufei. Suddenly, Su Yufei called him.
Su Cheng hesitated for a moment, but still answered. Then, Su Yufei's alluring yet slightly pleading voice rang out from the other end.
Su Cheng, could you come sit and chat with me for a while? Inviting him over for a chat late at night, was it a proper chat? Su Cheng felt a surge of excitement and looked at the system reference. 1. Of course I'm happy to chat with you, but let's make this clear first, chatting is fine, but you can't get handsy later, okay? 2. Is it just for chatting so late at night? What's the point of me going over there?
We can chat via voice message too.
3. Of course you can, sis. If you have something on your mind, you should talk about it. Keeping it bottled up inside will only make you sick. Chapter 32. I want to ask you a favor.
Of course you can, sis.
We should talk about what's on our minds.
Keeping things bottled up inside will only make us sick, Su Cheng replied, choosing option 3. Upon seeing the message, Su Yufei got out of bed, quickly opened the wardrobe, took out a light and thin ice silk nightgown and changed into it.
Although it was still loose, compared to the black nightgown she had just worn, this white ice silk nightgown was much more transparent.
Under the brightest white light in the bedroom, it seemed as if one could see her snow-white and proud figure.
After changing, Su Yufei sent a message to Su Cheng. I was getting dressed, you can come over now. Okay. Su Cheng, dressed in a black pajama set, went out and arrived at 306. Su Yufei was standing at the door.
Hearing the footsteps outside, she opened the door for Su Cheng and greeted him warmly, saying, "Thank you for your help.
Please come in. It's all right. Since I've recognized Sister Yufei as my god-sister, I naturally want to share her burdens."
As Su Cheng walked into the house, Su Yufei saw that Su Cheng was wearing slippers, so she didn't make him change his shoes.
After closing the door, she said, "Then come to the bedroom with me to talk. It's so late, talking in the living room might disturb other people's rest." Okay. Su Cheng suppressed his wicked thoughts and followed behind Su Yufei.
Looking at the graceful figure under the ice silk nightgown, he swallowed hard. It was truly tempting and sinful to wear. After the two entered the bedroom, Su Yufei closed the bedroom door, looked at Su Cheng who was standing, and said with a smile, "Sit wherever you like, don't be so reserved."
Upon hearing this,
Su Cheng glanced around the bedroom. There wasn't even a stool, so he had no choice but to sit at the foot of the bed.
Then, Su Yufei walked to the computer desk at the foot of the bed, bent down, and rummaged through a drawer under the desk.
At the same time, Su Cheng's gaze was also drawn to Su Yufei's plump, peach-shaped buttocks. Her originally loose silk nightgown was now stretched taut by her, making her look incredibly voluptuous.
Su Cheng couldn't help but feel an urge to gently hug her from behind. Su Cheng took a deep breath and asked, "Sister Yufei, what are you looking for?" "You'll find out soon enough."
Su Yufei turned around and replied, then searched for a while before finally straightening up. She then went to the foot of the bed, sat down next to Su Cheng, about half a palm's distance away from him, and handed him an ICBC bank card.
"Sister Yufei, what are you doing?"
Su Cheng naturally couldn't accept it directly, so he put the card back into her hand, and Su Yufei put the card back into her hand as well.
Take it. I can't accept this. Take it. Why would you give me money? Take it first.
The two passed the bank card back and forth, and their bodies inevitably touched.
At a certain moment, Su Yufei couldn't hold back any longer.
After putting the bank card in Su Cheng's hand, she held Su Cheng's palms tightly with both hands and looked at Su Cheng sincerely.
Su Cheng, there's 500,000 in this card. I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Su Cheng looked at the voluptuous and alluring Su Yufei sitting in front of him and replied in a righteous and sincere tone.
Sister Yufei, you don't need to pay.
I'm your sworn brother, so your business is my business.
Upon hearing this, Su Yufei didn't beat around the bush with Su Cheng and immediately said, then I'll be blunt. During this National Day holiday, I'd like you to pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me to meet my mom. Is that okay? National Day? How many days is it?
I still need to go home later.
Su Cheng really hadn't expected this.
He was supposed to have a date with Chen Muro during the National Day holiday, so it seemed like they would have to split the holiday between them. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei couldn't contain her joy and covered Su Cheng's hand, saying, just 2 or 3 days, mainly to go back and see my mother, that's enough.
Okay, 2 or 3 days will do.
Su Cheng readily agreed, then took Su Yufei's hand with his other hand, moved it away, and returned the card to Su Yufei, saying,
however, I can't accept this 500,000. It's not a difficult matter, and it would be too formal to accept your money.
Seeing that Su Cheng agreed so readily, Su Yufei felt a little regretful. She should have said 4 or 5 days, so that she could act with Su Cheng for a few more days. However, as long as Su Cheng and she return to Shanghai and spend a couple more days there, she should be able to negotiate.
Don't be so polite with me, I have plenty of money. Besides, you'll need money to get married, buy a car, and a house. Just take it, or I'll get angry. Su Yufei seemed to be in a really good mood right now.
Even though she said she was going to be angry, her eyes and face couldn't hide her joy. It was like a spring breeze, with a smile that made people's hearts flutter.
Alright, I'll accept it then.
Su Cheng then put the card in his pocket, and then Su Yufei spoke again.
That's right, the password is 6 zeros. Okay, sure.
Su Cheng responded, and seeing that Su Yufei had nothing else to say, he immediately got up to say goodbye.
Well, Sister Yufei, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll see you off. Su Yufei got up and escorted Su Cheng to the entrance, opening the door for him herself.
She then said, send me your ID number later, and I'll buy you a ticket.
Okay, Yufei, go to sleep early.
Su Cheng replied, then went home, sent his ID number to Su Yufei, and called the 4 people who had accompanied him in the afternoon to play games late into the night. Su Yufei closed the door and returned to her bedroom.
Her mood was completely different from before, like heaven and earth.
She was in an extremely happy mood, lying in bed, her mind filled with thoughts of National Day and bringing her boyfriend Su Cheng home.
This time, she must seize the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Su Yufei rolled over and took out an exquisite shoebox from under the bed. After opening it, she took out a mysterious item. She had been so brave tonight and achieved such great results, so she had to celebrate properly. Time flies, and it's already the evening of the 30th. It was past 7 o'clock. Su Cheng traveled light, bringing only 2 sets of clothes and a pair of shoes. He and Su Yufei left Qingda from the West Gate and took tonight's flight to Shanghai. And Chen Muro.
Su Cheng had already told her in the afternoon that he would go home for a few days during the National Day holiday and then return to school to play with her, so Chen Muro went home first. This excuse couldn't be more useful. Su Cheng had already thought it through. When he came back, he would say the same thing to Su Yufei, that he was going home later.
Chapter 33. I think my mother-in-law is still quite charming. 8:42. The flight to Shanghai took off on time. Su Cheng, who was sitting by the window in first class, was a little excited. He kept turning his head to look at the night view outside the window. Watching the plane take off and the city buildings on the ground slowly turn into small dots of light was an experience he had never had before. This was the first time in his life that he had left Qing City. On the side, Su Yufei, who was sitting next to him, seemed to have noticed this. She turned her head, leaned against him, and asked with a smile, "Is this your first time flying?" "Yes. I'm quite honored, my little brother is flying with me for the first time," Su Yufei joked, then steered the conversation back to the direction she wanted to discuss.
Once we get to Shanghai, we'll go to my mom's house first, and then the next day, I'll take you sightseeing and try to visit all the attractions in Shanghai.
Su Yufei spoke with such passion and enthusiasm. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for Sister Yufei? I'm already so tired from classes, and now that I finally have a holiday, you want me to take you sightseeing in Shanghai? Su Chang replied. You've helped me so much, so of course I have to show you hospitality.
Don't worry, I've already prepared the strategy. Su Yufei had already prepared a detailed strategy over the weekend, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to win over Su Chang. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. Su Chang didn't actually intend to refuse, he just wanted to engage in some back and forth. It's like playing a game where the most important thing is to engage in back and forth.
That's more like it.
Su Yufei smiled with satisfaction.
Everything was going according to plan, and this was a great success. It was past 11 p.m. The plane landed at Shanghai International Airport. Su Chang and Su Yufei got into a Maybach after exiting the airport.
The driver was a woman in her early 40s who kept calling her Yufei.
Su Chang thought it was Su Yufei's mother, so he sat in the back and quietly asked Su Yufei. Su Yufei said that it was her family's driver, which really embarrassed Su Chang. Are all the drivers from wealthy families dressed so well?
No wonder they're Shanghai aunties, their clothes are incredibly fashionable, so stylish.
The final leg of the journey.
Su Yufei introduced her family situation to Su Chang, explaining that her mother and father had divorced a long time ago. Her father was a gambler who had squandered all his family's wealth. As a result, her mother hated gambling and never considered remarrying. She remained single because of her failed marriage and was therefore particularly concerned about her daughter's marriage.
More than half an hour later,
the driver drove into a residential area full of upscale villas, and eventually drove into one of them.
Su Yufei and Su Chang got out of the back seat of the car.
Su Yufei said to Su Chang, "You just need to work with me in a little while."
Okay.
To be honest, Su Chang was a little nervous at this moment. After all, this was like meeting his future mother-in-law.
The two entered the villa.
The magnificent hall was decorated in a very luxurious style. Every piece of furniture exuded a high-end and sophisticated feel. The air was thick with the scent of money.
On the sofa, sitting there was an auntie wearing a black polka-dot sequined office lady dress.
Although her face did not have the youthful vitality of a girl, her full figure was almost identical to that of Su Yufei.
They really are mother and daughter. Upon first meeting Su Yufei's mother, Su Chang understood why Su Yufei possessed such outstanding talent. It was entirely inherited from her mother.
I must say, my mother-in-law still has a lot of charm.
Mom, this is my boyfriend, Xiao Cheng.
I brought him back to see you especially for this National Day holiday.
Su Yufei took Su Cheng's hand and led him to her mother, Su Yunlin, introducing them in a very affectionate manner.
Su Chang, who had been pulled in front of Su Yufei's mother, also quickly looked at the system for reference.
1. Hello auntie, you still look quite charming. 2. Auntie, no wonder Sister Yufei has such a great figure. It turns out it's because you have a great figure, auntie. 3. Auntie, you look so young.
If Sister Yufei hadn't told me, I would have thought she had an older sister.
Su Cheng quickly chose option 3 and said sincerely and respectfully, Auntie, you look so young.
If Sister Yufei hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought she had an older sister.
Su Yunlin looked at Su Cheng in front of her.
His handsome face, his well-built body, and his youthful and cheerful temperament made Su Yunlin a little distracted for a moment. She even forgot that this was her daughter's boyfriend. Before she could react, Su Yufei spoke up again.
Mom, this is a gift that Xiao Cheng prepared for you.
She knows that you like Wang Fei, so she asked a friend to go to great lengths to get this autographed album. As Su Yufei spoke, she took out an autographed record from her handbag and placed it in front of Su Yunlin. Su Yunlin turned her gaze to the record, took it in her hand and looked at it, then looked at Su Chang and responded.
Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Please have a seat. You just got off the plane, haven't you had dinner yet? No. Su Yufei responded with a sentence, then took Su Cheng's arm and sat down next to her mother. It's so late, don't bother making dinner.
I want to eat Sister Chan's 3 delicacy noodles.
Just something simple will do. We'll make something nicer tomorrow. How can that be?
Xiao Chang just arrived, we should at least prepare another dish, Su Yunlin objected.
No need to trouble you, Auntie. I ate a set meal on the plane, so I'm not that hungry yet.
Su Cheng naturally sided with Su Yufei, and he would cooperate with her no matter what she did.
Upon seeing this,
Su Yunlin didn't insist any further, and then asked Sister Chin in the kitchen to make 2 bowls of 3 delicacy noodles. The two of them ate dinner at the dining table in the living room. Su Chang ate with great relish. It was undeniably delicious. The noodles contained dried shrimp, handmade beef balls, crispy pork, lettuce, mushrooms, fried egg, ham, and a wide variety of other ingredients.
Almost every bite has a topping. No wonder it's so delicious.
With so many high-end ingredients, it would cost 100 or 200 yuan a bowl outside.
And during the meal,
Su Yunlin also started the household registration check mode, asking Su Chang how many people were in his family, what his parents did, whether he had any younger siblings, and what they did now. Su Yufei didn't explain any of this, so Su Cheng answered truthfully that his parents were just working people, and he had a younger sister who was a freshman in college. He was also a freshman at Qing University, majoring in internet media.
If I remember correctly.
Yufei, you seem to be teaching media studies.
Su Yunlin looked at Su Yufei.
Facing her mother's gaze, Su Yufei felt some pressure, but she still admitted it directly.
Yes, Xiao Cheng is my student, but that doesn't stop us from dating. Society is more open now, and teacher-student relationships are normal. Su Yufei spoke with such frankness and sincerity. I don't know.
I really thought Su Yufei and Su Chang were dating. In short, her tone and gaze successfully fooled her mother. Su Yunlin took a deep breath, stood up and said, "Come to my room after you finish your noodles."
He left those words behind. Su Yunlin went upstairs alone first. Chapter 34. Happiness is the most important thing.
Watching Su Yufei's mother go upstairs, Su Chang also looked troubled, stopped eating his noodles, and started looking for his own problems.
Sister Yufei, did I say something wrong just now?
You did nothing wrong, don't overthink it, Su Yufei comforted her.
Then, after Su Yufei and Su Cheng finished eating noodles, Su Yufei took Su Cheng upstairs to her own room and then went to her mother's room. At that moment, Su Yunlin was playing with the cat by the bed. When she saw Su Yufei arrive, she put down the calico cat in her arms. Her gaze, which had been gentle just now, turned cold and deep. Then she said with disappointment, Yufei, it's fine for you to hang out with him, but why did you bring him home? And why did you lie and say he's your boyfriend? Do you think your mother is that easy to fool? Faced with her mother's doubts, Su Yufei earnestly replied, Mom, I truly love him. What did you say?
Su Yunlin's eyes were filled with disappointment, even a hint of frustration. Seeing Su Yufei's serious expression, her own expression became even more solemn. She had just thought that Su Yufei had deliberately brought a young man home to avoid blind dates.
Unexpectedly, Su Yufei was actually serious about it.
Yufei, he's only a freshman in college this year, just turned 18.
What do you think he's after by being with you? You're almost 30, can't you be more mature? Su Yunlin didn't waste any more time arguing with her daughter, and immediately spoke sharply and pointedly. Are you implying he's after my money? If I have money, why can't I give it to him? I like him as a person, so what's wrong with spending some money?
Su Yufei completely disagreed with her mother's views on dating, believing that couples should be well matched in terms of social status. Since her family had some wealth, her boyfriend's family also needed to be wealthy. They also need to be of similar age and share similar values. If relationships are bound by these rules and regulations, then what's the point of dating? Just match according to the criteria, wouldn't that solve everything? She likes Su Chang, and she'll follow her feelings. He is so much younger than you. Do you think you'll still be able to satisfy him when you're in your 40s? When you're old and past your prime, he'll use your money to support other women.
Don't blame me for not warning you then. Su Yunlin said without any politeness, and Su Yufei was speechless. Su Yunlin pressed her advantage and said again. So, it's fine for you to play around with him, he's quite handsome, but if you want to spend your life with him, I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Su Yufei didn't say anything more, only leaving a soft remark. I've always listened to you since I was little, but this time, I want to make my own decision, and you shouldn't interfere. After saying that, Su Yufei turned and left, leaving Su Yunlin trembling with anger. She only had one daughter, who had been exceptionally outstanding since childhood. This was the only achievement she had gained from her failed marriage. But why is he so rebellious now? Is this the onset of adolescence? Or does that pretty boy really have some extraordinary talent? Su Yufei left her mother's bedroom, turned and walked to the third-floor balcony, where she leaned against the railing, lost in thought. She knew her mother meant well, but her mother's views were wrong. What did things like social standing and compatible values matter? Happiness was the most important thing.
She was happy when she was with Su Chang. Su Chang's humor and sincerity gave her a joy she had never experienced before, so she wanted to be with Su Chang. As for Su Chang keeping other women, she would deal with that when the day came. She felt that Su Chang wouldn't do that in the short term, since she was still quite competitive. Su Yufei glanced down at herself, admiring her remarkable talent, then turned to go back to her bedroom, only to find Su Chang walking out and heading towards her.
Sister Yufei, why are you standing here all alone?
You're only wearing one layer.
Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? If you catch a cold, who's going to take me out to play?
As Su Chang spoke softly, he took off his coat and draped it over Su Yufei's shoulders from behind. Today she was only wearing a black knitted jumpsuit that hugged her S-shaped, voluptuous figure. Her long, smooth black hair fell naturally, hanging just above her slender waist. From behind, her long, straight black hair and her round, perky breasts created a striking yet harmonious contrast. Su Yufei had just had a fight with her mother and was feeling down when Su Chang's words warmed her heart, and the thoughtful touch of the coat and shawl he gave her made her turn around and smile at him.
Are you concerned about me, or are you worried that you won't be able to go out and have fun?
Yes, I am concerned about both, but I am more concerned about Sister Yufei's health. Su Chang's ambiguous answer made Su Yufei want to find out more, but this was not a good place, so she turned around and replied, "Let's go back and talk in my room."
Then,
Su Chang followed Su Yufei back to her bedroom.
Su Yufei's bedroom is very large.
Excluding the outdoor balcony, the interior is at least 60 square meters. In addition to a large bed that can sleep 5 or 6 people, there is a yoga area, a dressing room, a private bathroom, and an office area. On one wall of the office area, there was a bookshelf embedded in the wall, filled with various certificates of honor and some classic books. Su Chang had just glanced through them and thought, this little cow is flying high, so awesome, she's incredibly outstanding.
Back in the bedroom,
Su Yufei sat down on the edge of the bed, took off her shoes, and sat cross-legged on the bed, saying, "You just said you were more worried about my health? What percentage of that is that?" After asking the question, Su Yufei immediately reminded him, "You'd better answer carefully.
If you answer well, you can sleep in my bed tonight. Otherwise, you'll have to sleep on the floor yourself."
Faced with Su Yufei's question, Su Chang chose to step back and throw a question at Su Yufei instead.
Sister Yufei, do you want to sleep with me? Su Chang's ambiguous smile immediately exposed Su Yufei's little scheme, leaving her at a loss for words.
She could only stubbornly reply with a single sentence.
No,
I'm worried the ground is too cold, and you'll catch a cold if you sleep on it.
You don't need to worry about that, Sister Yufei. I'm very strong. Su Chang couldn't just immediately get into bed like that. He needs to keep trying to entice Sister Yufei until she lowers her stance.
Only then will it be time for Su Chang to make his move and take control. Otherwise, he might face some pressure as he fights on 2 fronts. This strategy is called casting a long line to catch a big fish.
Su Yufei was even more speechless. Why wasn't Su Chang taking the bait? This wasn't playing by the rules. Lying on the bed, Su Yufei was in a dilemma.
She regretted not having done all those fancy things.
She could only learn from the experience and try again tomorrow. Chapter 35 Su Chang, I have some things on my mind to tell you. The next day, the first day of the National Day holiday, Su Chang and Su Yufei got up early. After washing up and having breakfast, Su Yufei dressed up beautifully and took Su Chang out to begin their Shanghai tour. Day 1. Su Yufei took Su Chang to visit Yu Garden, where they experienced the classical gardens of Jiangnan.
In the afternoon, they went to Jinling Road Pedestrian Street to experience the flavor of old Shanghai.
That evening, they went to the Bund.
Su Chang saw the Bund at night, a view he often saw on TV, with its diverse architectural styles from all over the world. Su Yufei even took him on a cruise, which made Su Chang sigh and think, it's so much fun to be rich. This day, they also took many photos together, and the photos were very intimate. Su Yufei told him that her mother wanted to see them, and Su Chang, as Su Yufei's temporary boyfriend, naturally had to play his role well and fully cooperate with Su Yufei in taking photos. At the end of the day, there were countless intimate contact moments, including hugs and embraces. And the second day of the holiday, Su Yufei took him to Disneyland, a famous tourist attraction in Shanghai. Su Chang and Su Yufei spent the whole day there. What impressed Su Chang the most was the haunted house project. It wasn't that the haunted house was particularly scary, but that Su Yufei clung to him the whole time. She didn't do any tasks, she just stayed by his side the whole time. At the slightest movement, she would hug Su Cheng tightly from all sides, which made Su Cheng's blood boil. Fortunately, it was quite dark inside, so we couldn't see anything unusual. That evening, they watched a performance by a Disney band. The scene was incredibly crowded. They stood in the middle of the crowd. Su Yufei stood in front, and Su Cheng stood behind her, their bodies close together, occasionally experiencing slight friction. After concluding the second day of their trip, they returned home and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. The third day, Su Yufei took Su Cheng to visit museums, including the Shanghai Astronomical Museum in the morning. In the afternoon, we went to Xujiang Huibin, which is known as the Art Corridor of Shanghai and has many art museums gathered here. In the evening, we went to Taikoo Li in front of the market to shop. Su Yufei once again demonstrated her superpowers, buying Su Cheng a bunch of clothes, shoes, and even bitter tea seeds. She is such a thoughtful and considerate counselor. The two's relationship also grew much closer in the past few days. On their way home at night, Su Yufei even joked that she wanted to see if Su Cheng would wear the underwear she bought and whether it would fit properly. Su Cheng naturally wouldn't let her succeed. Since Su Yufei didn't make things clear, he continued to dangle between them. Time flies, and the fourth day has arrived in the blink of an eye. Su Cheng expressed his desire to return home, but Su Yufei said that this was the last day of her planned trip, and she should enjoy the day before going back. So Su Cheng agreed to spend another day sightseeing in Shanghai. Morning. Su Yufei took Su Cheng to the Wukong Road and Anfu Road area, a historical and cultural district with many historical buildings and former residences of literati. It's also great for taking photos. However, Su Yufei was not in a good mood. When they took photos in the morning, Su Cheng could clearly feel that Su Yufei was a little unhappy. The gentle and charming temperament she had when taking photos with him a few days ago had completely disappeared. She seemed to be troubled by something and appeared to be deep in thought. Lunchtime. Su Cheng also took the opportunity of the meal to greet Su Yufei. Sister Yufei, you don't seem very happy. What's wrong? Su Cheng took the initiative to put a crystal shrimp into Su Yufei's bowl. Su Yufei turned to look at Su Cheng beside her, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked with some reluctance. Su Cheng, are you going back tomorrow? Why don't you stay another day? What's the point of playing around? I've been hanging out with you for 3 days already, and all you do is flirt with me. You're so stubborn, waiting for me to say it first. I'm going back to my little row. 2. I've explored almost all of Shanghai. May I visit your backyard? 3. I also wanted to stay a couple more days. Sister Yufei took such good care of me, but my parents are urging me to come home. If I go back late, they'll scold me again. Maybe I'll come again next time. After reviewing the system's reference options, Su Cheng sighed softly, his tone wistful and helpless. I'd like to too, but my parents are urging me to come back. If I go back late, I'll get criticized. I'll come back another time. How could they criticize you? Give me your parents' phone number, and I'll explain to them personally that I'll be taking you along to do professional practice in Shanghai. Your parents will definitely agree. Su Yufei spoke very seriously, as if she would call Su Cheng the moment he gave her the number. This situation really put Su Cheng in a bit of a bind. I didn't expect Su Yufei to be so persistent, and the method she came up with seemed quite reasonable. Su Cheng quickly checked the system reference. 1. I'm an honest person, and I'd feel bad if I lied to my parents. 2. This might fool my mom, but not my sister. 3. There's really no need. If I keep playing here, I'll only cause trouble for you, Sister Yufei. Sister Yufei, there's no need to insist that I stay. I haven't done much, and I'd feel bad if I continue to play here. Su Cheng replied reluctantly. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei didn't insist any further. After lunch, Su Yufei took Su Cheng to visit the Pudong Art Museum in the afternoon. That evening, they went up to the Oriental Pearl Tower and enjoyed the night view of Shanghai. By the railing of the skywalk, Su Yufei had Su Cheng put his arm around her waist, and the two of them pressed tightly together, feeling the heat in the cool breeze. Then, Su Cheng thought they were going home, but Su Yufei didn't take him home for dinner. Instead, she took him to a high-end riverside restaurant in the North Bund, to a private little room. Red wine was served. The room was lit by candlelight, with a pristine white tablecloth covering the table, flanked by burgundy leather sofas. The bustling night view outside the window was reflected in the candlelight within the small private room. Su Yufei closed the door to the private room, then pressed Su Chang down to sit on the sofa. She then sat down next to Su Chang, her graceful body close to his, and said, Su Chang, I have something on my mind that I want to tell you.
Chapter 36. Do you want to take things further with me?
Say whatever you want to say, Su Chang replied sincerely.
Then I'll be frank, Su Yufei replied, then hesitated for a moment before asking, what do you think of me as a person? Great. Sister Yufei is incredibly kind to me, Su Chang praised without hesitation. That's not what I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you if you have any further thoughts about me? Su Yufei spoke with trepidation.
As an older virgin who had never been in a relationship, she was still a little hesitant to confess to a young boy.
So, after saying that,
she poured herself a large glass of red wine and started gulping it down, as fast as she was drinking water. In the blink of an eye, the whole glass was gone.
Now,
when asked this question, Su Chang feigned indifference and said, Sister Yufei, you are my god sister and also my advisor. I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on you if word gets out.
Upon hearing this,
Su Yufei paused for 2 seconds, then grabbed Su Chang's hand and said humbly, No, it won't affect me.
As long as we hide it well and don't get discovered, it'll be fine. For you, my brother, I'd be willing to give up this counselor position.
Sister Yufei, are you serious?
Have you been drinking and acted impulsively again? Su Chang pressed. No. My mind is perfectly clear right now. Look into my eyes, I really like you.
As Su Yufei spoke, she looked at Su Chang with burning eyes, her pupils reflecting his figure in the candlelight. Then, as if she had completely given up, she continued.
Actually, I was drunk last time and what I told you is the truth. But you didn't stay with me that night, so I thought you didn't have feelings for me.
So the next day, I pretended to be drunk and said I was talking nonsense.
Actually, I wasn't. I was very sober. I've fallen in love with you.
After Su Yufei finished speaking, her face turned completely red. Part of the reason was the red wine, but the main reason was that at this moment, she finally told Su Chang what she had kept hidden for many days.
Su Chang, I know I'm much older than you, but I've fallen in love with you. Please say yes.
I don't care if you fall in love with other girls in the future.
I just want to stay by your side. Will you agree to be with me? I promise I'll give you everything you ask.
As Su Yufei spoke, her body had unknowingly leaned so close to Su Chang that he was almost touching her. Su Chang was quite satisfied, with only one last question remaining.
Sister Yufei, actually I'm also very interested in you, but your mother seems to have some reservations about me.
I'm afraid that if we get together, it will affect your relationship with your mother, Su Chang replied sincerely. I don't care, I only want you.
Su Yufei's answer was crisp and direct.
Knowing that Su Chang was also interested in her, Su Yufei became even bolder, leaning her body against Su Chang. The heavy pressure caused Su Chang to fall against the wall. Su Yufei then frankly said, Let me tell you, the reason I was in a bad mood the night I met my mother was because she thought you were too young, that you were only after my money, and that we weren't a good match. So I had a fight with her, and she wanted me to break up with you, but I absolutely refused to listen to her.
Don't you think I'm after your money, Sister Yufei?
Su Chang asked, following Su Yufei's words.
So what if I am? I have money, and I'll spend it on you.
As long as you stay by my side and treat me well, I'd even let you be my sugar daddy. Su Yufei didn't care about money or anything like that as long as Su Chang could make her happy and satisfy her lonely heart, that was enough for her. Su Chang looked at Su Yufei in front of him and never expected that his counselor would also be a bit love-struck.
He really made a double profit. Sis, wouldn't that make me a gigolo? I can't do that. I'm really interested in you too. Su Chang said boldly, putting his arm around Su Yufei's waist and feeling the fleshy impact.
He continued, so let's not talk about being kept.
I'm lucky to be able to be with you, Yufei. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei's inner joy was beyond anyone's comprehension.
She immediately picked up the red wine, poured a large glass for Su Chang, and then poured herself a full glass. She then moved her bottom, sat in Su Chang's lap, picked up a glass, and handed it to Su Chang, saying,
I won't say anything more. Let's drink a toast together. From now on, you'll be my darling. You too, sis. Su Chang took the glass of red wine and responded. What is it? Su Yufei asked with an expectant smile.
She's my precious baby.
Su Chang's tone was excited and sincere, which made Su Yufei blush, feeling as ashamed as a pure young girl. So many years. She finally experienced the sweetness of love. Then, Su Yufei picked up her wineglass, linked arms with Su Chang, and started gulping it down. Su Yufei was so happy that she drank really hard. She sat on Su Chang's lap. Lying on her side in her arms, she felt that at this moment, she was the happiest woman in the world. Therefore, she drinks without any restraint. After finishing a glass, she then poured herself a second glass and also poured one for Su Chang. Su Chang didn't stop her if Su Yufei wanted to drink, she should drink to her heart's content. After all, tonight was an important night. Drinking to liven things up is a good idea. Only, Su Yufei seemed to have drunk a bit too much in no time. The 2 bottles of red wine on the table were finished, with Su Yufei drinking most of them. She had drunk all the water and was limp in Su Chang's arms. Her plump body was already soft, but now it felt as soft as bread, which really made Su Chang feel comfortable. Sister Yufei, you haven't eaten yet? Can you eat something? Su Chang hugged Su Yufei in his arms, looking at the table full of delicious food. He was afraid that he would have a hard time eating it all by himself. After all, this table cost 9,899 renminbi. I want you to feed me. Su Yufei tilted her head slightly, looking at Su Chang, who was holding her in his arms, her voice as gentle as that of a newlywed wife, and continued. I like to eat imported food. Okay, I'll feed you some. Su Chang readily agreed, picked up the chopsticks on the table, and prepared to feed Su Yufei a few slices of ham first. At this moment, Su Yufei, who had been sitting on Su Chang's lap, seemed to sense something and turned to Su Chang, saying, Put me down first. I've been sitting on you for so long, your legs will go numb in a bit. Su Chang was a little embarrassed. It seems that although Su Yufei was a little numb from drinking, she wasn't completely anesthetized, she probably still felt some of the sensations. Excellent. Very good. Full of energy. These words really ignited Su Chang's pride, and he immediately replied confidently. That's because my posture is wrong. Get up so I can adjust it. You can sit wherever you want with my body. Chapter 37. I'll raise it. Su Yufei, her eyes blurry with drunkenness, turned her head to meet Su Chang's gaze at very close range, her eyes filled with indescribable charm, and spoke in a soft, fragrant voice. Let's forget it, I'm afraid my little brother will break it. That was a real provocation against Su Chang's bottom line. Since such words had been said, Su Chang had to prove himself. Seeing that Su Chang was no longer saying anything, Su Yufei got up, moved her big peach-shaped buttocks, and sat on the sofa next to her with a wicked smile on her lips. She thought Su Chang was going to hold back this time, but she didn't have time to feel smug. Su Chang, who had adjusted the trajectory of the bullet, put one arm around her waist and the other around her thigh, and lifted her into his lap with a domineering yet effortless motion. Sit still, or I won't feed you, Su Chang said in a slightly domineering tone. Su Yufei glanced at Su Chang, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Looking at the domineering Su Chang in front of her, she felt a surge of excitement once again. Actually, she wasn't entirely worried that Su Chang wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Rather, she herself felt a bit hot right now, but she was too embarrassed to say it. It felt a little shameful to say it out loud. But for now, it seemed that she could only eat while sitting on her younger brother's lap. Who told her to want to be fed by Su Chang himself? Okay, I'll sit still. Su Yufei shifted her body slightly, then turned her head and said, Feed me ham, I want to eat ham. Sit still, I'll feed you slowly. Su Chang picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of ham, and fed it to Su Yufei. Every time he saw her open her full and alluring lips, deliberately sticking out a bit more of her plump tongue, Su Chang felt as if his advisor was hinting at something. His advisor's tactics were really quite sophisticated. When Su Chang was feeding Su Yufei, he would occasionally eat a couple of bites himself to distract himself. I want to eat steak. Steak is chewy and has a good texture. After eating ham for a while, Su Yufei said she wanted to eat steak, so Su Chang cut some steak and fed her. After a heartwarming and comforting meal, Su Yufei was finally full. Then, she lay drunkenly on her side on the sofa, her legs draped over Su Chang's lap, her light flesh-colored knitted bodycon dress tightly hugging her voluptuous body. While enjoying the remaining feast, Su Chang would occasionally turn his head to admire his advisor's voluptuous figure, even reaching out to touch her. He really couldn't stay still while eating. Su Yufei naturally couldn't sleep, but she didn't say anything. She just pretended to be asleep, lying on her side on the sofa without moving, letting Su Chang do as he pleased. In the end, Su Chang finished off the rest of the large table of delicious food all by himself. Then, Su Chang called their driver to pick them up.
He helped Su Yufei, who was either pretending to be drunk or genuinely intoxicated, into a Maybach at the restaurant entrance.
They didn't get home until after 10 p.m. First floor living room. When Su Yunlin saw Su Chang, she helped the drunk Su Yufei into the room.
Her face was full of disappointment and depression. Especially when she saw her daughter, who was almost clinging to Su Chang, it made her feel suffocated.
"Auntie, I'm leaving tomorrow, so Sister Yufei drank a bit more tonight," Su Chang explained. "Come to my room in a little while."
Su Yunlin only replied with one sentence before getting up and going upstairs, wearing a red gold nightgown that exuded elegance and nobility.
Su Chang didn't say anything.
They helped Su Yufei back to her room and gently placed her plump, limp body on the bed. Looking at her drunken state, she must have been quite intoxicated. She might have been somewhat sober just now, but that was because the alcohol hadn't taken effect yet.
Su Yufei drank almost 1.5 of the 2 large bottles of red wine. "I probably won't wake up easily tonight."
Su Chang helped Su Yufei take off her shoes, then covered her with the blanket, turned off the light, and left the room. He went out into the corridor and saw another room on the 3rd floor, with the door open and the light on.
Immediately, Su Chang walked straight over and saw Su Yunlin sitting on the large sofa in the bedroom as soon as he entered the door. Her expression was cold and she didn't have a kind look on her face. "Auntie, what do you want to say?" Su Chang didn't give a friendly look and went straight to the point. "Your aunt only has one daughter. Do you really like her? You're only a freshman in college this year, which means you've only known my daughter for about a month, right? That includes the 2 weeks of military training. In just 2 weeks, do you really know my daughter?" Su Yunlin pointed out the problem incisively. "Does Auntie believe in love at first sight?" Su Chang asked.
"So-called love at first sight is just lusting after my body." Su Yunlin's words were truly sharp.
"If that's how you put it, then I have nothing to say." Su Chang replied casually and then hung up. He ignored whatever Su Yunlin said after that. Only when Su Yunlin couldn't say anything more did he speak up again. "Auntie, I'm going back now. You should go to bed early too. Remember this, from today onwards, I will not give my daughter a single penny. Don't even think about getting anything for free from my daughter. Let's see how long you can keep up this act."
As Su Chang reached the door of the room, he heard Su Yunlin's fierce voice behind him, like that of a shrew. Su Chang ignored her and glanced back. This old woman probably doesn't really think he's after her family's wealth.
Even if he didn't have any wealth, he could still support Su Yufei financially.
Anyway, he just likes Su Yufei. Of course, Su Chang's love is quite broad and expansive. Since God has given him this ability, he should love more people, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility.
Back in Su Yufei's room, she was already fast asleep.
Su Chang got into bed and lay down next to her without waking her, because Chen Mura had sent him many messages on WeChat.
7:26. Dinner's ready. My mom made ginger fried duck, it's absolutely delicious. A photo of stir-fried duck with ginger is attached below. 8:49. Getting ready to take a shower, let me secretly take a picture of you. I know you'll be up to something when you're home alone.
Attached is a photo taken in her own bathroom, dressed in a sexy outfit. Even though only a small part of her body is visible, it still makes people sigh at the terrifying depth of her physique.
10:04 a.m. Where did my changbao go? Even this won't get you out of my sight.
It was followed by a bunch of melancholy, angry, funny, and cute emojis.
11:21. I'm really going to sleep now, good night changbao. A good night emoji is attached.
However, after sending this emoji, Chen Miru posted another message on her WeChat moments at exactly 12 o'clock midnight.
A night without a baby saying goodnight is an incomplete night. Su Chang was about to lose his temper. This silly Chen Moro must have blocked everyone else and sent it only to him. Su Chang was really having a headache.
Tonight, my advisor was really pushing me hard. We had a candlelight dinner in a private room, and during that time, I really didn't have a moment to reply to messages.
Even if Su Yufei is asleep, Su Chang's hands are definitely not empty.
Eating with chopsticks in one hand.
My other hand is holding, well, it's never empty. Ro, my dear, we have relatives visiting tonight. We're out having fun, singing karaoke, so I didn't hear your message. Don't be angry, baby.
After replying to this message, Su Chang was about to reply to Chen Muro's previous message when she called him on WeChat.
Holy crap! Su Cheng's heart tightened immediately.
He glanced at Su Yufei, who was fast asleep beside him, and hesitated whether to answer the phone.
Chapter 38: A date at the private cinema. I'll answer it anyway, Su Cheng said without much hesitation.
He got up, went into the private bathroom, closed the door, and answered the phone, chatting with Chen Muru for a while.
Only then did the latter go to sleep contentedly. See you tomorrow then. Do you want me to pick you up at the high-speed rail station, and then we can go out and have some fun? Chen Muru suggested one last time.
No need, just wait for me at school, I'll drive you out for some fun. Su Cheng decisively refused.
If Chen Mura came to pick him up and saw him coming out of the airport, wouldn't that give him away? Yeah, I'll wait for you at school then. Good night, Chang Bao.
Chen Mura said this in a voice message, sounding a little shy again, indicating that their relationship wasn't deep enough yet. Su Cheng was already looking forward to going back tomorrow so he could properly advance their relationship. After finishing his call with Chen Muru, Su Cheng bought a plane ticket for the next morning, then went back to bed, snuggled under the covers, and gently embraced Su Yufei from behind as she slept soundly, falling asleep happily.
One night passed.
The next morning, Su Cheng was once again full of vigor. Su Yufei woke up before Su Chang, gently turned to her side, looked at Su Chang lying beside her, and slowly placed her palm on his abdominal muscles.
Of course, she didn't move, just quietly placed it flat.
However, in her heart, she always felt as if a cat's claw was scratching, guiding her hand to some mysterious place. But she was a little hesitant.
Perhaps she couldn't bear to disturb Su Cheng's sleep, or perhaps this was just an excuse Su Yufei made for her own cowardice.
In short, Su Cheng woke up not long afterward.
Then,
Su Yufei shyly withdrew her hand. The two got out of bed, washed up, and went downstairs to eat. After breakfast, Su Cheng went upstairs to pack his luggage.
Su Yufei felt reluctant to leave, but she didn't say anything. It's past 9 o'clock. Su Yufei drove a Land Rover to the airport.
When she got out of the car, she hugged Su Cheng tightly, buried her head in his chest, and said in an ambiguous tone,
Go home and rest up.
When we meet again after the National Day holiday and school starts, I'm going to devour you whole. Su Yufei's pronunciation of the last two words was disconnected from the previous ones, and her speech was heavily enunciated, which really made Su Cheng's mind wander, and he couldn't help but smile.
Okay, I've got it.
Su Cheng smiled faintly, and under Su Yufei's gaze, he carried his luggage into the airport, boarded the plane, and left Shanghai.
Around 11 a.m.
Su Cheng took a DD ride-hailing service back to school and changed into a new set of clothes. The clothes he was wearing earlier still had Su Yufei's scent on them because he had slept with her the night before. If he didn't change them, Su Cheng would have a hard time explaining himself if she smelled it.
After changing clothes,
Su Cheng put the black stockings he bought into his backpack, then went downstairs with the backpack on his back, drove his Suzuki GSX-8R, and arrived at the bottom of Zhongyuan No. 1 dormitory.
There weren't many people on campus during the National Day holiday.
When Su Cheng drove up to dormitory 1, he immediately spotted Chen Muro, who was dressed up very beautifully. She was wearing a super short black dress with a preppy style, the hem of which was trimmed with white lace. Paired with the black stockings on her legs, the visual effect was both pure and mysterious. Her long, shiny black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she carried a black crossbody bag, making her look much more mature.
Su Cheng, why are you carrying a bag too? Is there something lewd in it?
Chen Muro asked, looking at Su Cheng who had stopped beside her, with a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity. Of course, what's in the backpack must be some shady stuff, Su Cheng replied with a sly grin. Chen Muro rolled her eyes at Su Cheng after receiving such a direct answer, but couldn't suppress a shy smile.
This guy is a bit lewd, but since Su Cheng is so sincere and straightforward, Chen Muro isn't so resistant. They're all adults, so a date should naturally include some adult activities. Fine, I give up. Let's go to a private cinema first. I've already found one on my phone. I'll give you directions in a bit.
Chen Mura had already arranged everything perfectly while staying at home these past few days. Going to a hotel room was a bit too hasty, and there were too many unexpected things that could happen. She was afraid that Su Cheng would lose control, and she would also lose her temper and forget her bottom line. Therefore, choosing a private cinema is slightly more suitable.
Immediately,
Chen Mura slung Su Cheng's backpack over her shoulder, sat on the back seat, and hugged Su Cheng tightly. This was her favorite thing to do. Because it would be perfectly acceptable for me to touch Su Cheng's abs. However, today I can only use one hand to touch it, while the other hand has to hold the phone and use the navigation to give Su Cheng directions.
It was a little past 1 p.m.
They bought a bunch of food in the shopping district and then went to GUI private cinema. This was Chen Mura's first time going to a private cinema, and it felt quite private, as it was located in a high-rise building in a residential complex. The two entered a small private room for two. After Su Cheng closed the door, he suddenly hugged her from behind. Su Cheng's muscular physique aroused Chen Muru's entire body, but also filled her with extreme shame. Chen Muru gently grasped Su Cheng's arms, which were tightly wrapped around her waist, and asked a question that was both resistant and welcoming.
What are you doing? Let me hug you. You smell so good, you're so soft, and your waist is so slender. I don't want to let go once I'm holding you. Su Cheng hugged Chen Muru tightly. Although Chen Muru's figure was not in the same weight class as Su Yufei, it was still very voluptuous, which was probably related to her lack of exercise. Chen Muru's body quickly heated up. Being held by Su Cheng like this, she was honestly a little overwhelmed. Her mind flashed through images of intense heat, and she was on the verge of losing herself, with only a sliver of reason remaining. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Su Cheng was taken aback and had no choice but to let go. At the same time, the thought of Li Mamai beer popped into his mind. Once released, Chen Muru went to the door and opened it. A waitress then brought a small fruit platter and 2 bottles of chilled Coca-Cola and placed them on a small table next to her, saying politely, "Here are some snacks and drinks for you too. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. I'm at the front desk by the entrance. I hope you enjoy the movie." The receptionist closed the door as she left. Su Cheng opened an iced cola, took a big gulp, and calmed down. On the side, Chen Muru, who had sat down on the edge of the bed, was much more awake and looked at Su Cheng in a cute and adorable manner. "Let's eat first, I'm hungry." "Okay, then I'll find a movie to watch while we eat." Su Cheng naturally wouldn't force the conversation to continue. After all, the atmosphere had been ruined by the receptionist, and it would feel a bit too rude for Su Cheng to continue hugging Chen Muru now. This is a matter of atmosphere. Only when the atmosphere is right. That's when that emotion comes to mind. The emotions were there. Only then can we go with the flow and achieve our goals naturally. Instead of acting recklessly. Go ahead and do it. Girls will only think that's unromantic. Setting is extremely important. Chapter 39 This is Art. Su Cheng found a classic romance movie called Flipped and then had lunch with Chen Muru. The two ate cold noodles, spicy hot pot, braised dishes, and a fruit salad after the meal, and were quite full. As the old saying goes, when people are well fed and warm, they think of other things, and that's quite true. That's exactly what Su Cheng was thinking about right now. Let's sit on the bed and watch. Su Cheng took off his shoes and got into the bed, a single bed facing the screen, with one side against the wall. It wasn't big, but it was big enough to sit on. "Okay, I'm a little full too, I want to lie down for a while." Chen Muru readily agreed. She naturally understood what Su Cheng was going to do. Although her face was expressionless, she was both excited and expectant. After taking off her shoes, she revealed a pair of fair and delicate feet wrapped in black stockings, and then sat down on the bed. Su Cheng then said, "How about I sit behind you? That way you can lean against me and lie down for a while." "Okay." Chen Muru responded softly, then moved forward a little to let Su Cheng sit behind her. Su Cheng then spread his legs, sat behind her, and hugged her tightly. His large hands began to slowly wander over her legs, which were covered in black stockings. Chen Muru felt a complex mix of emotions: nervousness, excitement, pleasure, and heat. At the same time, she felt an indescribable shame, so she whispered again, "Let's cover ourselves with the blanket. Are you cold?" "It's not cold, it's just, it feels better with this on." "Okay, let's cover it up." Su Cheng picked up the neatly folded blanket covered with a bed sheet from the side and draped it over Chen Muru from front to back, completely covering her long, black-stockinged legs and extending up to her waist. Then, Su Cheng leaned against the wall with a pillow, while Chen Muru lay slightly back in his arms. Su Cheng's large hands slipped under the blanket into Chen Muru's clothes. Chen Muru, unsure of what to do with her hands, simply placed them on Su Cheng's legs, letting him do as he pleased. "Su Cheng, can I ask you a question?" Chen Muru suddenly asked in a low voice at a certain moment. "Of course, what do you want to ask?" Su Cheng's hand, which he had missed last time, was now resting on Chen Muru's chest, feeling her strong heartbeat and the softness of her skin, like cotton candy. "Shouldn't we be considered a couple now?" Chen Muru asked cautiously.
Of course, silly. Su Chang replied without hesitation, then lowered his head and kissed Shenmuru's cheek with a soft pop, making Shenmuru's heart flutter with joy. She buried her head in Su Chang's chest and said cutely, "Why are you using so much force? Such a cute girlfriend, of course I have to kiss her hard." Su Chang's answer was crisp and decisive. Upon hearing this, Shenmuru couldn't hide her pride. She tilted her head back and kissed Su Chang hard on the cheek, making a loud pop sound. Then she said in a serious tone, "What is it about me that you like so much? Or is there anything I need to improve? I hope that in the future I can become the most perfect girlfriend in your heart. Your current state is the best and most perfect, there is nothing that needs improvement." Su Chang praised him without hesitation, and then said, "If I had to say something, I hope you can be more tolerant. If I make any mistakes in the future, I hope you can forgive me." Upon hearing this, Shenmuru was even more satisfied and immediately said seriously, "Okay, I agree." After saying that, Shenmuru asked again, somewhat uncertainly, "Do you really think that my current state is the best and most perfect? Why does my roommate say that I'm a bit dull? Sometimes I also think that I'm a bit silly. What's wrong with you? I love you just the way you are, you're perfect." Su Chang could see that Shenmuru still had some insecurity on her face, so he spoke up again. "If someone criticizes you, then that person is out of their mind. If they're not, why would they criticize you?" After hearing this, Shenmuru chuckled, her doubts completely dispelled. She glanced at Su Chang's schoolbag, then looked at him with a shy smile and asked, "Do you have black stockings in your backpack? I told you you weren't stupid, you're smart. Let me go change and show you. Since you've already bought it, we can't just not wear it, otherwise it would be a waste." As Shenmuru spoke, she got out of bed, put on disposable slippers, and opened Su Chang's schoolbag with great interest. She took out a pair of black fishnet stockings, a pair of white socks, and a pair of black stockings with lace trim and a bow. After looking at them, Shenmuru secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Chang with praise. "It's alright, the things I bought weren't too weird." Upon hearing this, leaning against the bed, Su Chang replied casually, "I already said, I know my limits." Shenmuru didn't say anything more. She picked up the fishing net, went into the bathroom to change, and quickly came out again. Standing by the bed, she smiled shyly and asked softly, "How was it?" "It's a bit far. Come sit down and I'll get a closer look." Shenmuru rolled her eyes at Su Chang, knowing full well what he was up to, but she insisted she couldn't refuse him. She then went to the bed, where Su Chang tightly bound her legs. He made sure Shenmuru's legs were firmly closed, as if afraid that he might slip his hand if she wasn't careful. "Alright, go change into another pair," Su Chang said with satisfaction after briefly taking notes on his phone. Shenmuru was quite obedient. She went to the bathroom to change into white socks, and then Su Chang scolded her again. Finally, he recorded it. Shenmuru was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Moreover, every time she went to change into black stockings, she would use some paper to clean herself up a little. Finally, Shenmuru changed into the set of long black stockings that had lace trim and bows, reaching halfway down her thighs. Su Chang looked quite satisfied, but Shenmuru was somewhat disdainful, looking at Su Chang and whispering, "Su Chang, you're so smug. You've misunderstood me. Look into my eyes, is there even a hint of filth in them? I'm appreciating the most perfect masterpiece in the world. That's art." Su Chang didn't care about Shenmuru's gaze at all, speaking so openly and honestly that Shenmuru had no words to say. Then Su Chang changed the subject and said frankly, "Besides, is it wrong to like looking at beautiful women's legs? According to scientific research, looking at beautiful women every day can prolong life and improve mood. That's why I still like to look at beautiful women even at my age. I like to maintain my health, so I've been looking at them since I was young." Su Chang's long speech made Shenmuru unable to hold back any longer. She sat on the bed and looked at Su Chang with a smile. "You're so mean. Isn't the second half of the sentence missing?" Upon hearing this, Shenmuru shyly hugged Su Chang, nestled in his arms in her black stockings, and said bashfully, "I like it so much." Chapter 40 Ling Yubai, the socially awkward long-legged girl. After spending 4 hours at the private cinema, Shenmuru said in the afternoon that she wanted to go to Central Park, so Su Chang drove his motorcycle and took Shenmuru to Central Park. The park has a wide lawn that is lush and green as far as the eye can see. Many people bring their families and sit on the lawn on mats or directly on the grass. There are also people renting out kites. Chen Muru seemed really eager to play, so Su Cheng bought a kite and they flew it together. Under Su Cheng's guidance, the dragonfly-shaped kite successfully took to the sky.
Then,
Chen Mura took out her phone, took a close-up photo of their hands holding the kite, saved it, and then began to speak with great anticipation.
let me play, it's my turn, it's my turn.
Okay, here you go.
Su Cheng wasn't very interested in any of this.
He immediately handed the kite string to Chen Mura and sat down under a tree to quietly watch Chen Mura fly the kite. These two beautiful legs, clad in black stockings with bows, are a picture-perfect sight on this green lawn. After playing for a while, Chen Muro came to Su Cheng's side and sat down next to him. She leaned her head on his shoulder, looked at the scenery in front of her, and naturally took his hand.
Neither of them said anything, they simply enjoyed the tranquility. Returning to school in the evening.
After having dinner outside the school, the two strolled around the playground for a while, and then Su Cheng escorted Chen Mura back to her dormitory. Upon returning home, Chen Muru immediately posted a message on her WeChat Moments. The photo shows a large hand holding a small, fair hand, both pulling the kite string, visually guiding the eye towards the kite in the sky, accompanied by this caption.
Who understands the joy of flying a kite together?
Su Cheng saw this and casually gave it a thumbs up, commenting with 3 hearts.
The National Day holiday passed quickly.
Su Cheng spent 4 days in Shanghai and 2 days with Chen Muro after returning home.
Before he knew it, it was the last day. It feels like I haven't had much fun yet, and the holiday is almost over. The last day of the holiday.
Su Cheng had originally planned to sleep in, since he hadn't had a proper sleep in for the past 6 days, spending all his time playing with Chen Muro and the counselor. However, Su Cheng's plan fell through that morning. It was just past 7 o'clock, and the sky was barely beginning to lighten.
Su Yufei called him, which surprised Su Cheng. She was on a flight back that night, so why was she calling him now?
Waking up, Su Cheng answered the phone and said resentfully,
Sister Yufei, didn't you have a flight tonight? Why are you calling me now?
Hearing Su Cheng's dazed tone, Su Yufei immediately apologized gently. I'm sorry, baby, there's something I need your help with. Upon hearing Su Yufei say she had something to do and sounded quite troubled, Su Cheng immediately stopped complaining and changed his tone to ask, what is it?
I teach Chinese language and literature.
There is a freshman girl who seems to be having a bad relationship with her roommate. She wants to ask me to change dorm rooms, but no one wants to change right now, and the school doesn't have any extra dorm rooms. I'm planning to have her move in with me temporarily.
Su Yufei continued, she's in dormitory 2 in Beiyuan now.
She should have already moved her luggage downstairs. I'd like you to drive over and help her with her luggage. It's inconvenient for her to be alone as a girl.
Su Cheng could tell from Su Yufei's tone that she was a responsible and kind counselor, and he instantly loved her even more.
Perhaps.
This is probably why Su Cheng was captivated by Su Yufei in the first place.
He saw Su Yufei's face as that of a cultured and elegant woman, and as it turns out, he was right.
Okay, what's her name? Her name is Lin Yubai. She's quiet and has severe social anxiety. How socially anxious are you? Su Cheng asked while brushing his teeth.
You'll know when you meet her, Su Yufei said without going into details, then changed the subject and gave instructions. The lock in my room is an electronic lock, and the combination is 419000. Sister Yufei, you've given me the apartment password.
Aren't you afraid I'll sneak into your bed in the middle of the night? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng asked mischievously.
I'm scared, Su Yufei smiled easily, then continued, I'm afraid you won't come.
Okay, I give up. Su Cheng really couldn't outdo Su Yufei.
After changing his clothes, he went to the entrance, put on his shoes, grabbed his keys, and said, I have to go downstairs to pick her up by bike. I'll talk to you later.
Immediately, Su Cheng hung up Su Yufei's call, went downstairs, drove his Suzuki, and quickly arrived at Beiyuan Dormitory 2. Looking around,
you can then see a pile of luggage, including 2 large suitcases, 2 large duffel bags, as well as buckets, clothes hangers, and other miscellaneous items. Beside the luggage, to Su Cheng's surprise, there were 4 stacks of books, each over a meter high. All of them combined were more than the books Su Cheng had read in his 3 years of high school.
Did he really love reading that much?
Just as Su Cheng was shocked by the stacks of books, a tall girl walked out of the gate of the North Campus second dormitory, carrying a stack of books that reached up to her neck and almost blocked her vision. Su Cheng guessed that it must be her.
At first glance.
Upon first glance at the books this girl was carrying, I immediately noticed her incredibly slender, fair, and long legs, exposed beneath the stack of books. They were made of loose denim shorts and were absolutely stunning.
I'd estimate she was around 175 centimeters tall.
Su Cheng took the car keys, walked towards the door, and when he reached the girl's side, he said something in a friendly manner.
Let me get some for you.
Su Cheng thought he would be able to successfully make his way in the social scene, but Lin Yubai glanced at him with an extremely cold and unfamiliar look, then said nothing and took a step to walk toward her luggage. Su Cheng awkwardly touched his nose. Goodness, he had failed miserably. Of course, he didn't care.
Was she really that cold? No wonder he didn't get along with his roommate. How could someone so cold get along with anyone?
Su Cheng returned to Lin Yubai's side, and this time he didn't play any fancy tricks, but went straight to introducing himself. I was called by teacher Su to help you move your luggage.
Are you Lin Yubai from the Chinese language department? Upon hearing this,
Lin Yubai nodded gently with her beautiful oval face. Her fair, snow-white skin and long, glossy black hair gave her an ethereal beauty, much like the effect of the female models in Pantene commercials.
Su Cheng sighed inwardly, feeling it was a real pity.
Such a beautiful face, but her personality is too cold. Okay, I'll help you with your luggage first. After confirming his identity, Su Cheng took out the rope he had prepared and began to tie Lin Yubai's suitcase to his car.
When it's almost tied up, Lin Yubai spoke in a weak, emotionless voice. Thank you, thank you. Su Cheng turned to look at Lin Yubai. Why did she sound a little nervous?
Su Cheng suddenly remembered what Su Yufei had said. Lin Yubai was a girl with severe social anxiety.
So, she's not aloof after all. Chapter 41 Lin Yubai's Hypocrisy.
You're welcome, Su Cheng replied politely, then added, I'll help you with your luggage first, you can wait here.
Lin Yubai nodded slightly again, remaining silent. Immediately,
Su Cheng carried his suitcase and drove to the teacher's apartment. When he arrived, he took the suitcase upstairs to room 306 and put it away. Then he drove back to pick up the others. After going back and forth 5 or 6 times, they finally moved all their belongings to the teacher's apartment.
The last trip.
Su Cheng drove back to dormitory 2 in the North Campus and found Lin Yubai holding a bottle of Baishui mountain water. She picked up her backpack, came to the car, handed the water to Su Cheng, and looked down at his feet. At the same time, she held up her phone horizontally, which read, I bought this water for you.
Regarding this situation, Su Cheng then looked at the system reference, wondering how to deal with this. 1. You think a bottle of water is enough to satisfy me?
I was planning to sleep in this morning, but now I'm wide awake.
If you really want to make it up to me, could you sleep with me? 2. Why did you only buy one bottle? Aren't you thirsty? You've been carrying so much stuff this morning, you must be thirsty too, right?
You should drink it yourself, there's water in my dorm.
3. Thank you for buying me the water. I thought you were aloof, but I've realized you're actually a very nice person.
You're not only beautiful but also polite.
First, eliminate option 1.
Su Cheng is torn between option 2 and option 3, feeling that both options are good.
But what about option 3?
If Su Cheng replies like that, given Lin Yubai's personality, she most likely won't reply, or she'll just say thank you. Option 2 seems to have a higher ceiling.
In summary,
Su Cheng still preferred option 2, and then gave a polite reply.
Thank you for buying me the water, but why did you only buy one bottle?
You must be thirsty carrying all that stuff down here this morning.
You can drink it yourself. Ding.
Lin Yubai's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points, currently at 10 points. Hearing the system notification, Su Cheng looked at Lin Yubai, who was expressionless and at a loss, and he couldn't believe it. This girl was hiding her true abilities too well. You couldn't tell from her expression at all. Fortunately, there was the system notification. After being rejected by Su Cheng, Lin Yubai remained silent for a while, then opened the lid, took a sip, and typed again on her phone.
Thank you. You can go back now. I can walk to the teacher's apartment by myself. I won't trouble you.
Su Cheng glanced at the message Lin Yubai had typed on the LED screen of his phone, and then replied. We're going the same way, and I also live in the teacher's apartment, right next to yours, so we're practically neighbors.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Yubai seemed a little surprised. After glancing at Su Cheng, she froze completely in front of him, burying her head and remaining silent.
Su Cheng was truly stunned and then looked at the system again. 1. Why are you silent again? Is it because I'm too handsome and making you flustered? 2. Get in the car, I'm not going to sell you off, why are you so nervous? I'm a good person. 3. You'd better hurry up and come up. Your luggage is still downstairs in the faculty apartment building. There aren't many people there, and if someone takes one of your books, you won't have anywhere to look for it.
Option 1 is pure narcissism, so Su Cheng immediately ruled it out.
Option 2 is undeniably subjective.
I feel like I can't persuade this girl without some objective and realistic reasons. Therefore, option 3 is the only correct answer.
You should come up. Your luggage is still downstairs in the faculty apartment building. There aren't any security cameras there. If one of your books is missing, there'll be nowhere to look for it. Su Cheng's tone, brimming with a sense of crisis, successfully moved Lin Yubai.
She looked up at Su Cheng and then resumed typing.
Then I'll have to trouble you, classmate. Get in the car.
Su Cheng replied crisply with 2 words, and Lin Yubai, without saying anything more, put her phone back in her pocket, then easily strode onto the motorcycle, sitting on the back seat, her body completely separated from Su Cheng, as if there were a vacuum.
Su Cheng didn't say anything. Drive back to the teacher's apartment. It stopped downstairs. Lin Yubai got out of Su Cheng's car and looked at the empty teacher's apartment building.
Her clear and peaceful eyes suddenly panicked, and she looked at Su Cheng anxiously, barely able to speak.
Where's my luggage?
I've already taken your luggage upstairs to your room.
As soon as Su Cheng said this,
Lin Yubai stared at Su Cheng with her beautiful eyes. The panic in her eyes was gone, replaced by surprise, doubt, and confusion.
She took out her phone again and typed. You're lying, you're dishonest.
Su Cheng looked at Lin Yubai and the words written on the LED screen of her phone, unsure how to respond.
Why isn't this person appreciative? It's really a bit baffling. Just as Su Cheng was thinking this,
the system notifications sounded repeatedly.
Ding. Lin Yubai's favorability plus 5. 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 Current favorability, 30 points. Wow. Girl.
You've really hidden your thoughts too well. Su Cheng stared wide-eyed at Lin Yubai, suppressing a laugh. He was truly impressed by her. If it weren't for the system notification, Su Cheng, looking at Lin Yubai in front of him with her seemingly naturally cold gaze, would have really thought that Lin Yubai was ungrateful.
Why are you still laughing?
Lin Yubai typed again and showed it to Su Cheng while continuing to stare intently at him with her icy eyes, as if trying to see through and to understand why he was doing this.
Her face showed a curiosity that she hadn't had before. Because you're so cute.
With the system notification, Su Cheng felt free to be flirtatious.
Hearing this, Lin Yubai couldn't hold back any longer.
Her face, which had been as cold as ice, turned bright red in an instant. She put her phone back in her pocket, turned around and went upstairs without saying a word, still keeping her head down and looking dejected. This long-legged girl is really interesting, Su Cheng muttered to himself, then went upstairs as well. Aside from Lin Yubai's tall, slender, and fair figure, as well as her impeccable oval face and flat stomach without an ounce of fat, it seemed that Lin Yubai's socially awkward yet interesting soul was even more intriguing to Su Cheng.
We went upstairs. Lin Yubai also knew the password for 306.
She opened the door and stood at the door waiting for Su Cheng. After Su Cheng slowly went upstairs, she raised her phone to Su Cheng and displayed the subtitles.
Hey weirdo, what's your name? 1. My name is Dad, my nickname is Baba. 2. Why are you asking my name? Do you have feelings for me? 3. My name is Su Cheng, Cheng as in brother Chang. Chapter 42. I will try to talk to you in the future. Su Cheng, Cheng as in honesty, Su Cheng replied. My name is Lin Yubai, you as in language and Bai as in white.
Lin Yubai typed to introduce herself again.
I know, teacher Su told me your name. Su Cheng replied.
Lin Yubai looked at Su Cheng, wanting his contact information, but she didn't dare to ask for his WeChat directly. She just stared at Su Cheng, looking hesitant.
If you're alright, I'll head back now? Su Cheng noticed Lin Yubai's hesitation and took the initiative to ask her a question.
Lin Yubai closed her lips and responded softly.
Su Cheng was speechless. He turned around and went back to his room, put his phone on the bedside table to charge, changed into his pajamas, and prepared to take a nap. On the other side. 306.
Looking at the room full of luggage, Lin Yubai thought of Su Cheng again. If it weren't for Su Cheng, it would probably take her 2 or 3 hours to move all this by herself, and she would be covered in sweat. Su Cheng, however, silently helped her move the luggage and lied to her, saying that her luggage was downstairs so that she could ride his motorcycle. This guy, he's not bad, although he's not very honest. Lin Yubai suddenly realized something. Su Cheng is such a good liar, and his name is Su Cheng. He's clearly a liar. How can I get his contact information? He seems to be very familiar with Teacher Su. Teacher Su should have his WeChat. Lin Yubai suddenly realized this and took out her phone to send a message to Su Yufei. Teacher Su, do you have the WeChat ID of the classmate who helped me today? Yes, why do you need his WeChat? Su Yufei was packing her luggage when she saw the message from Lin Yubai and became alert. He seems like a really nice person, Lin Yubai replied. He's a nice person? You have feelings for him? Su Yufei muttered to herself, somewhat regretting letting Su Cheng help Lin Yubai move her luggage. Was this little rascal really that charming? No, I just feel that he is a nice person and I want to be friends with him. Walk slowly. Su Yufei ultimately gave the WeChat account to Lin Yubai, since as the counselor, she had no reason not to. I got Su Cheng's WeChat. Lin Yubai mustered up her courage and sent a friend request to Su Cheng, but she spent more than an hour thinking about the step of leaving a note. She thought about it and deleted it, and thought about it again, over and over again. Finally, Lin Yubai deleted all her previous thoughts and wrote, I am Lin Yubai, can I add you? Then, Lin Yubai put down her phone and started packing her luggage, but her mind was still on her phone. She would pack for a while and then look at her phone again. After repeatedly failing to receive a message from Su Cheng that had approved her request, Lin Yubai's mood inexplicably worsened. He sat on the side of the bed, propping his head up and reflecting. Should I have said something more, like inviting him to dinner or saying thank you? Why didn't I say anything? After reflecting on her actions, Lin Yubai immediately came up with a way to make amends. She put down her unpacked luggage, put on her shoes, and left the apartment. I took the school bus to a nearby fruit shop and bought 2 pounds of oranges, some grapes, and a few mangoes. After buying these, Lin Yubai took the school bus back to the apartment and went straight to 305, knocking on the door. After knocking for a while, Su Cheng finally came to the door in his pajamas to open it. The moment Lin Yubai saw Su Cheng, she became nervous again. Fortunately, she had already prepared the subtitles, so she simply held them up to show him. I bought you some fruit. Thank you for helping me carry my luggage today. Su Cheng really didn't expect to see Lin Yubai when he opened the door, and she even brought fruit to his door. What a thoughtful person she is. 1. Thank you for the fruit, but you disturbed my sleep again. 2. Actually, I didn't want to help you either, but Teacher Su instructed me to. 3. I bought too much fruit. You can take the grapes home and eat them, but I'll keep the oranges. I don't really like grapes, so you can take them home and eat them. I'll keep the rest. Su Cheng took the oranges and mangoes from Lin Yubai's hand as he spoke. Lin Yubai didn't insist any further, and then picked up her phone to type and demonstrate. I've added you on WeChat, please accept my request. Really? My phone was charging on the bedside table. I'll approve it for you in a bit. Su Cheng suppressed his surprise and responded casually. Okay, I'll head back now. Lin Yubai typed out the subtitles again. Su Cheng gave a wry smile, wondering why she had to type even this, and immediately teased her. Why do you like typing so much? Can't you just talk to me by voice? Your voice is so beautiful, it has an ethereal and pure quality. I feel like if you sang, a lot of people would love you. After Su Cheng's half-joking, half-praise-like words, Lin Yubai lowered her head again, but the secret joy on her lips seemed hard to suppress, and she responded softly. I get nervous easily, and when I get nervous, I tend to stutter, and then people laugh at me, because when I talk. Before Lin Yubai could finish her last sentence, Su Cheng had already guessed what she was going to say, so he immediately suppressed his smile and took the initiative to speak. That makes it even easier to stutter, right? Yes. Lin Yubai nodded gently in response. But, you know what? The way you stutter is actually kind of cute. I don't know about others, but I laugh because you're so adorable, not because I'm mocking your stutter. Su Cheng spoke sincerely and gently. Who could resist that? After this unexplained series of attacks, the system notification sounded again. Ding, Lin Yubai's favorability +5. A system notification was received.
Su Cheng pressed his advantage, adding his own comment.
Besides, your stuttering doesn't affect how nice your voice sounds. I can't believe how beautiful your voice will be once you stop stuttering.
That's a rather.
Lin Yubai's praise made him a little giddy. Standing in front of Su Cheng, the nervousness of facing a stranger seemed to lessen considerably, and Lin Yubai immediately tried to respond.
Thank you, I will try to speak with you in the future. That's more like it. Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then replied, all right, you can go back now. Bye-bye.
Lin Yubai responded with a reply, then sent 306.
Su Cheng ordered a roast duck and enjoyed a delicious lunch before receiving a message from Su Yufei.
Pick me up at the airport at 3 p.m., I managed to snag a ticket to return early.
Okay, get it.
Su Cheng immediately replied that he would wait to be picked up at the airport in the afternoon.
The advisor is probably going to send her a big one. Chapter 43. Do you want to be a father? It was a little past 2 p.m. Su Cheng drove his Suzuki GSX-8R to Cheng City Airport and successfully picked up Su Yufei, who was returning home.
She was wearing a brown trench coat over a black office lady dress that hugged her voluptuous figure, and black high heels. As she walked, her waist swayed with her steps, exuding mature charm. Hands in pockets, no luggage. Sister Yufei, where's your luggage?
Su Cheng asked in confusion. Knowing you were coming, I checked my luggage in advance. The airport courier will deliver my luggage to the school.
Su Yufei came to Su Cheng's side, and the next second she couldn't wait to hug him, then looked up at Su Cheng and asked ambiguously.
Have you missed me these past few days? Of course I want to.
Nowadays, Su Cheng doesn't need to think before he says these things, they just come out of his mouth.
How much do you want to?
Su Yufei is like a 17 or 18-year-old girl who has just fallen in love, and she loves to ask some childish questions.
I dream about it all the time.
Su Cheng handled this with ease. After all, he had said these words many times when he was on a date with Chen Muro, and now that he was saying them again, he had even better control over his tone and demeanor.
I miss you so much too.
Su Yufei raised her arm, hooked it around Su Cheng's neck, and stood on tiptoe to share a passionate kiss with him in the airport plaza.
Su Cheng didn't care about the time or place.
While he was French kissing Su Yufei, his hands slipped inside her trench coat. Under the cover of the coat, his hands began to roam freely again.
Soon, Su Yufei couldn't take it anymore, released Su Cheng's neck, and grabbed Su Cheng's arms with both hands.
You're such a little rascal. There are so many people here, a kiss would have been enough, but you had to hit me instead.
How wicked.
Su Yufei gently scolded. Have you ever seen a driver who doesn't hold the steering wheel? Kissing without hugging is like cooking without salt, even the most delicious food has no flavor. Su Cheng smiled slightly and said in a very reasonable manner.
Su Yufei looked at Su Cheng and said in an ambiguous tone, you like holding the steering wheel, right? When we get to the hotel, I'll let you drive as much as you want. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng chuckled twice. Su Yufei really knew how to drive.
He felt like a car was speeding past his face. Su Cheng stopped arguing with Su Yufei and replied, then let's get in the car.
Then, Su Cheng drove his Suzuki with Su Yufei to the Jianghua Hotel.
Su Yufei held her phone in one hand, sat behind him, and wrapped her other arm around his waist, shamelessly putting pressure on Su Cheng, which made Su Cheng speed up the car.
More than 20 minutes later,
Su Cheng drove to the Jianghua Hotel, located by the river, and the two went straight upstairs to room 12-3. This is a standard king-size bedroom with a living room, a double sofa, a nearly transparent glass bathroom, and a huge balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows. The room is about 70 square meters in size and is decorated in a very elegant and refreshing style.
Why does this set look so familiar? Su Cheng felt like he'd seen it somewhere before. It looked like the set of some famous actor's film. Sister Yufei, is it safe here? Su Cheng looked around and asked.
He didn't want to see himself on some small website someday if he had to be posted there, he wanted it to be in the hunky men section. Jianghua Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the room I booked is the best deluxe single room, which costs 4,999 renminbi per night. There's no need to worry at all. As Su Yufei spoke, she took off her trench coat by the bed, revealing her body in an office lady dress. Her full S-shaped figure was so captivating that it made one's mouth dry at first glance.
Upon receiving this answer,
Su Cheng dispelled his doubts, and after Su Yufei took off her coat, he swiftly approached her from behind and put his arm around her. After feeling Su Cheng's burning sincerity, Su Yufei turned to look at him and said as if she wanted to tease him, "You bumped into me." Su Cheng took a deep breath, his mind completely devoid of reason, and the next second he kissed Su Yufei. Then Su Yufei turned her head and kissed Su Cheng passionately.
Su Cheng's hands once again slowly, inch by inch, took over Su Yufei's soft and smooth body.
This time, Su Yufei stopped defending and focused solely on attacking. Her body temperature gradually rose, her heartbeat quickened, and her whole body felt numb.
Finally, at some point,
Su Yufei was pulled down onto the large bed by Su Cheng's arms around her waist and back. Her soft body pressed down on the spring mattress, causing it to dent, while at the same time bouncing slightly. With an excited, shy, and expectant smile on her face, Su Yufei looked at Su Cheng, who was supporting himself on the bed with his hands and covering her with his body. She then raised her arms again and hugged his waist.
"Honey, I have a helmet in my pocket. Go get it." I'm not feeling well." "Listen to me, if we win the lottery, you'll be responsible, right?"
"I'll take responsibility." Su Cheng spoke with such decisiveness, his eyes burning with passion and determination. However, at this moment, Su Cheng had long lost his rationality and only felt extremely passionate.
"You little rascal, do you want to be a dad while you're in college?" Su Yufei said softly to Su Cheng with a smile. Su Cheng was speechless. He didn't want to become a father in his freshman year of college, that would be too outrageous. The key point was, how could he continue being a playboy if he became a father? That would be too unfair to Sister Yafei. However, on the other hand, just this once, he refused to believe he could win the lottery on his first try. It should be fine. At this moment, Su Cheng looked at Su Yufei like a gambling addict and said, "Just once, Sister Yufei, one time probably won't be that accurate, just once. Besides, I just want to leave a more profound first impression on Sister Yafei." Su Yufei looked at Su Cheng in front of her, and was persuaded by him again. She replied with a serious and indulgent look in her eyes. "Just this once, and don't let it happen again." "Yes, I promise." Su Cheng agreed excitedly and was about to take action when Su Yufei stopped him. "Wait, close the curtains first." Su Cheng took a deep breath. Although he didn't want to waste this time, he thought it made sense. He wouldn't have time to spare later. So he got out of bed, quickly walked to the window and drew the curtains of the French windows. Then he pounced on the bed again. Time flies, and before you know it, it's past 5 in the afternoon. The fiery red sunset can't shine into the room, but when Su Yufei pulls back a corner of the curtain, she can see the red sunset stretching for miles outside. At this moment, looking at Su Cheng behind her, her mood was as red as the sunset. An ancient poem says, "Though the sun sets late in the year, the sky is ablaze with rosy clouds." Chapter 44. Sister Yufei, I've bought you the medicine. It was past 7 p.m. Su Cheng and Su Yufei straightened their clothes and walked out of the hotel together. When they got out of the elevator, they waited for everyone else to leave first, and she was the last one to get out. "Sister Yufei, how about I carry you on my back?" Su Cheng looked at Su Yufei, whose steps were a little unsteady, and asked a question with a guilty conscience. Su Yufei rolled her eyes at Su Cheng and said with a hint of resentment, "You didn't care about your sister just now, but you finally remembered now. At least you have some conscience." Su Cheng didn't say much, then carried Su Yufei on his back to the temporary parking space on the basement level, where he found his Suzuki GSX-8R. Then, he drove Su Yufei to a pharmacy on the street, bought a box of emergency contraceptive pills, filled a disposable paper cup halfway with warm water, and walked out of the pharmacy, which even attracted the doctor's attention. Su Yufei, who was sitting in Su Cheng's car, also noticed the female doctor's gaze and quickly turned her head to look into the distance, feeling extremely ashamed. At the same time, her mind was reflecting on herself. How could she have crossed the line and agreed to Su Cheng's request? Had she been blinded by loneliness? Su Yufei, how can you be so immature? How old are you? You can't spoil Su Cheng like this, even though he's a little brother. It seems like we can't say that now. Even though he is young, it is very easy to have an accident if he does not wear a safety helmet while working. "Sister Yufei, I've bought your medicine." Su Cheng came to Su Yufei's side and handed her a disposable water cup. Su Yufei took the water cup from him, and then Su Cheng opened the packaging box, handed the small pills inside to Su Yufei, who took them, put them in her mouth, dissolved them in water and swallowed them, and then drank the rest of the water. Then she said in an indulgent tone, "You little rascal, you can't do that again. Today is your ovulation period, it's very dangerous.
Does Sister Yufei mean that it's okay if it's not during ovulation? Su Chang asked tentatively. The reason he dared to be so bold was that after what had just happened, Su Chang was surprised to find that Su Yufei's favorability rating had risen from 75 to 95, a sudden increase of 20 points. This showed how satisfied Su Yufei was with that moment, which is why Su Chang dared to test her now. You. Su Yufei responded, then realized her voice was a bit loud, so she took a deep breath and spoke in a calm and gentle tone. You really want to be a dad? No. Su Chang shook his head upon hearing this, and replied cheekily, I already have a daughter, and am satisfied for now. Su Yufei looked at Su Chang and immediately realized what was happening. A deep sense of shame appeared on her face. She really couldn't stand it anymore. She had wanted to get along with Su Chang gently, but this guy was just too infuriating. With a precise hand, she grabbed the skin on Su Chang's waist and pinched it. You little rascal, you're asking for it, aren't you? Sister Yufei, I was wrong. Su Chang quickly apologized with a smile. Seeing that Su Chang had given in to her, Su Yufei took the opportunity to loosen her grip on Su Chang's waist. After all, if she really had to twist him hard, she really couldn't bear to. This is her precious little brother, what if she breaks him? She'll be relying on him to make a living in the future. I'm hungry, I want to eat crayfish. Su Yufei steered the conversation back on track. Which restaurant do you want to eat at? I'll drive you there. Su Chang immediately agreed. I don't really want to eat out, let's order takeout. Takeout isn't very healthy, so why don't we buy some takeout, and then get some beer to eat back at the hotel? It'll give you a chance to rest and recover, Su Chang said with a smile. Humph, you little rascal, you're quite considerate. Su Yufei nodded upon hearing this. Alright, I'll listen to you. Then, Su Chang drove Su Yufei through the streets of Qing City. Su Yufei had her arm around Su Chang's waist as she sat in the back, feeling incredibly happy. The two searched for crayfish restaurants in the bustling street and finally found one that was packed with customers. They bought some and packed it up, then bought 4 bottles of Rio and drove straight back to the hotel. He turned off his phone's notification sound, but that didn't mean no one was messaging him. Su Chang took the opportunity to go to the bathroom to check his WeChat messages and found messages from Chen Muro and Lin Yubai. Have you finished eating? Want to go for a walk? A photo of legs in black stockings is attached below. We can have our second long class together tomorrow. How about I sit next to you? A cute emoji is attached at the end. After reading the messages, Su Chang replied to each one. The first message from a T said, My sister is back tonight and wants me to play with her. The person who tagged the photo replied, Beautiful, I love it, post more. The message at the bottom read, I'm not sure if I can get up. I might sleep in tomorrow. I'll try my best to get up. With a stunning young woman like Su Yufei sleeping next to him, there's a high probability that the first thing Su Chang will do after waking up is, well, you know what I mean. After Su Chang sent a message to Chen Muro, she replied very quickly. Are you still out playing? What are you doing? Can you take a picture and let me see it? The second long class doesn't start until after 10 o'clock, and you still can't get up? If you can't get up, I'll come and wake you up. Chen Muro had always looked forward to taking classes with Su Chang, as if the two of them were unlocking an achievement together, so she was very excited about it. Seeing these two messages, Su Chang was instantly overwhelmed. Is this the start of the pressure? Su Chang immediately sent a message to his younger sister. Xiaoming, what are you doing? Out having fun, having hot pot with my roommate. Su Xiaoming replied instantly, then casually took a picture of Su Chang, showing her roommate and the hot pot table. Su Chang didn't care about the details, downloaded the picture, and forwarded it to Chen Muro. We're having hot pot outside. Then Su Chang replied to the second message. Don't make a wasted trip. I'll try to get here as soon as possible. It should be fine. Su Chang couldn't believe it. What if Chen Muro comes over and finds he's not in the teacher's apartment, or Su Yufei finds out and Chen Muro comes looking for him? Wouldn't that be the end of them? That's so damn exciting. Su Chang finally discovered a big problem. They're all in the same school, that's such a small circle. Okay, take your time eating. Get up early tomorrow. If you haven't replied to my message by 9:30, I'll come over to find you, Chen Muro replied. Su Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief, having finally managed to win over Chen Muro. Just as he was about to reply to Lin Yubai, Su Yufei's message came through outside the restroom.
Su Chang, my darling, why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? If you don't come out soon, I'm not waiting for you anymore. They're out, they're out. Su Chang didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Yubai.
He wanted to eat crayfish with Su Yufei first, finish eating early, go to sleep early, and get enough rest. Resting earlier means waking up earlier, and waking up earlier means.
Chapter 45 Delicious, The Taste of Mom. Su Chang thought to himself that getting up earlier would mean getting back to school sooner.
Then Su Chang and Su Yufei sat on the sofa and ate crayfish.
Su Yufei's sitting posture was very tricky.
She leaned to one side and pressed her two round, jade-like legs on Su Chang's thighs, putting a lot of pressure on him. Sister Yufei, you're distracting me from eating crayfish, Su Chang said, placing one hand naturally on Su Yufei's thigh. Her leg, clad in a knitted bodycon skirt, felt incredibly smooth to the touch.
Hee, this is my open strategy.
Su Yufei smiled ambiguously, not caring where Su Chang's hand touched her. Anyway, she had completely opened up to Su Chang now, and she just focused on eating crayfish. Su Chang was quite bold, reaching his hand under her skirt, which startled Su Yufei so much that she turned to look at him. She quickly used her soft, fleshy legs to trap Su Chang's hand, and said with an embarrassed expression,
"You little rascal, you can't do that. What's wrong?" Su Chang smiled casually and said, "Isn't this your overt scheme? To interfere with my eating crayfish?"
Su Yufei was stunned by Su Chang's words. She had intended to distract Su Chang, but she never expected him to stick his hand there directly.
How was she supposed to eat then?
She would definitely start wanting to eat something else while she was eating.
"Oh, no, I just wanted to get close to you."
Su Yufei quickly admitted her mistake, then put down the crayfish in her hand, grabbed Su Chang's arm, and pulled it out from under her skirt.
Su Chang remained silent with a half smile.
When Su Yufei pulled outwards, he exerted a little force and pushed inward slightly, startling Su Yufei, who quickly tightened her grip.
Then, she feigned anger and said with a smile, "If you keep doing this, I'll get angry." Su Chang's plan to tease Su Yufei succeeded. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand and then mischievously whispered in Su Yufei's ear,
"Sister Yufei, my hand went numb from being pinched by you.
Your legs are quite strong.
The reason I let you go is that I hope you save your strength for tonight, otherwise I won't take it back." These words made Su Yufei both ashamed and angry, and she looked at Su Chang with an annoyance.
"Alright, just wait and see how I deal with you tonight." Su Yufei seemed to be holding back a lot of anger.
At this moment, she dared not remain silent, but could only wait a while and then secretly exert herself to get back at him.
Hee, I'm not afraid.
Su Chang smiled and replied, and then the two of them stopped making inappropriate jokes and began to enjoy their crayfish.
"Judging from the way you're peeling crayfish, you probably haven't eaten them much before, have you?" Su Yufei immediately noticed that Su Chang's crayfish peeling skills were those of a complete novice.
Sister Yufei has such sharp eyes, she can even see that.
Su Chang readily admitted it. He had always lived in the county town and lived frugally during high school.
He couldn't afford to eat these kinds of things, and his family didn't even own a house in the city, only in the town. He only went home once a month during high school, so he had neither the time nor the money to eat these kinds of things.
"Just guessing," Su Yufei replied, then picked out a large crayfish, patiently peeled the shell, dipped the tender white crayfish meat in a little spicy oil, and then handed it to Su Chang's mouth with affection. "Open your mouth and taste what I peeled. Delicious, just like Mom's cooking,"
Su Chang said with praise after swallowing the food.
This unexpected compliment made Su Yufei unable to hold back her laughter. "What do you mean by the taste of Mom? I don't have a son as disobedient as you. Mom, I want to eat more."
Su Chang ignored Su Yufei's laughter and spoke again.
"You, don't call me that." Su Yufei looked at Su Chang, feeling that he was acting a bit strangely. Was this the generation gap between a young man and someone her age?
"Just tell me if you want some, it's not like I won't peel it for you," Su Yufei said gently.
"But I see you're smiling so happily, you seem to really like this nickname?" Su Chang asked shamelessly. "No way." Su Yufei quickly denied, then blushed and said in an ambiguous tone, "Actually, I prefer you to call me baby."
"Sweetie, quickly peel the shrimp." Upon hearing this, Su Chang suddenly became obedient again, and Su Yufei quickly responded, "Okay, I'll peel it for you."
Then,
Su Yufei put on a new pair of gloves and began to peel crayfish with great concentration. Each time she finished peeling one, she would give half to Su Chang and then eat the other half herself before continuing to peel the second one. Su Chang, preoccupied with eating, eventually rested his head on Su Yufei's lap, lounging comfortably like a young master. And his free hands naturally couldn't stay idle either. While Su Yufei was busy peeling shrimp with both hands, he also caused trouble for her.
What are you doing?
Su Yufei looked down at Su Chang, her hands becoming increasingly outrageous. Her eyes revealed a hint of the instructor's authority, but this didn't seem to frighten Su Chang at all. He still had the cheeky look on his face.
I'm peeling crayfish for you, do you still want some? I want to eat. Su Chang replied, but before he could finish, Su Yufei interrupted him. Then let go of me right now, or I won't peel it for you if you keep messing around. Original flavor rabbit. Su Chang added the second half of the sentence. Su Yufei stared at Su Chang with ambiguous excitement in her eyes.
The next second, she put down the crayfish and quickly took off the plastic gloves on her hands.
Let's play for a while before we eat. After saying that,
without waiting for Su Chang's response, Su Yufei leaned down and hugged Su Chang, whose head was resting on her lap, giving him a tender and considerate embrace that was enough to suffocate him. Finally, Su Chang and Su Yufei took a shower in the bathroom, got dressed, and returned to the living room to eat crayfish. However, Su Yufei didn't have much of an appetite, probably because she had already eaten enough that day.
The two entwined in bed, flirting. Time flew by and it was already 12 o'clock. Su Chang checked the time and went to bed early with Su Yufei.
This was the first time in Su Chang's life that he had slept with a woman. The feeling of having someone else sleeping next to him was quite different, especially with a voluptuous young woman like Su Yufei.
Su Chang hugged Su Yufei from behind, and he slept very comfortably. The next day,
Su Chang woke up a little after 7 a.m. Su Yufei was not awake at first, but because Su Chang woke up early and hugged her from behind, secretly doing something, he woke her up too.
Oh dear, what are you doing? Su Yufei looked like she couldn't take it anymore. She glanced back at Su Chang.
She was exhausted and tired. She couldn't understand why Su Chang was so energetic so early in the morning.
Was this the advantage of youth? Sister Yufei, I'm counting on you.
Su Chang sat up and turned to face Su Yufei. Su Yufei simply raised her eyes, gave Su Chang a resentful look, and then opened her lips without saying anything more.
Chapter 46, The Cafeteria is Spreading PDA. It was a little past 8 a.m. Su Chang walked out of the room alone, drove his Suzuki GSX-8R, and followed the navigation back to Qingda University.
The refreshing autumn breeze made him feel very happy. He eventually returned to the teacher's apartment from the west gate and changed his clothes.
The timing was perfect, around 9:30.
Yesterday, Chen Mura said that if Su Chang didn't reply to her message by this time, she would come and wake him up. Now it seems that Su Chang's timing is indeed very good.
This time management is amazing.
From now on, please call me the time management master, Su Chang thought smugly.
Then, Su Chang opened his WeChat account and checked the message Lin Yubai had sent him, which was even a voice message. Open the audio. Su Chang then heard Lin Yubai's pure yet socially awkward voice. I sang a song, what are your thoughts? Did she really take him seriously and listen to him? Su Chang smiled, feeling that Lin Yubai seemed easy to fool.
Then he opened the recording that Lin Yubai had sent him. Then I heard Lin Yubai sing Angel's Wings in her pure and soft voice.
How should Su Chang evaluate this? Such a voice, you could listen to it 100 times and never get tired of it, it's so sweet and refreshing. 1. This is so good, I feel it's even better than the original. 2. What am I supposed to comment on? I'm not qualified to comment on you, my singing is absolutely awful. 3. Others sing for money, but you steal hearts. Listening to you sing makes my heart pound. After a few more songs, I might fall in love with you.
Su Chang looked at the options and felt that he couldn't play those flirtatious games with Lin Yubai, a socially awkward girl. He needed to be more sincere and simple. Moreover, he's only just replying now, so he should at least explain things first. Su Chang skipped over the system and thought for a moment before organizing his thoughts.
I went out with my sister last night and didn't see your message. Sorry. Su Chang then quoted Lin Yubai's message in reply, after listening to you, I feel I'm no longer qualified to comment. You sang so much better than me, it was really beautiful.
Lin Yubai didn't reply to his message, and Su Chang didn't pay much attention to it either, because Chen Moro had already sent several messages.
Beep beep, Chang Bao. Get up, get up, get up. Are you up yet? I'm coming. Chen Mura sent a lot of cute emojis, including one of a flying bear.
Su Chang thought it was adorable and immediately replied with a voice message.
Get up, get up. After sending the message,
Chen Moro then video called him. She was already on her way to the Zhongyuan cafeteria.
Su Cheng didn't delay and set off immediately.
He drove to Zhongyuan cafeteria and saw Chen Moro waiting for him at the entrance. Today she was dressed very elegantly, wearing a black long-sleeved top. The elastic fabric and small size of the top hugged her slender yet voluptuous figure. Her lower body was clad in black denim shorts and long black stockings that hugged her fair legs, revealing only the upper part of her thighs. Her snow-white skin added a touch of pure and alluring beauty to the mystery. On her feet were a pair of black sneakers with heels that were specially raised by 3 or 4 centimeters, making Chen Moro's legs appear to be longer. Her hair was naturally loose, her delicate oval face was lightly made up, and her light lipstick was like a ripe cherry. She really gave the feeling of being in love and dressing up carefully. Su Chang walked up to Chen Moro and, upon seeing her outfit, felt that his own handsomeness was somewhat mismatched with Chen Moro's. He then jokingly teased her with a smile.
"Excuse me, beautiful lady, who are you? My girlfriend said she's waiting for me here, have you seen her?"
Faced with Su Cheng's strange behavior from the start, Chen Muro suppressed a laugh and glared at him, then gently punched his chest with her small fist, saying, "What are you doing?
Pretending not to know me?"
Your voice, it sounds a bit like my girlfriend's," Su Cheng continued, feigning surprise. Chen Muro was defeated by Su Cheng's childishness and replied with a forced smile, "Alright, stop playing around and let's go eat. After we eat, let's go to the classroom early to grab good seats."
"Okay, let's go." Su Chang stopped fooling around and walked into the cafeteria with Chen Muro.
When they arrived at the steamed bun shop on the 3rd floor, they attracted a lot of attention, especially from many boys who looked at Su Chang with envy. Su Chang felt very proud. The two ate breakfast together in a simple and sweet way. This once again attracted a lot of attention.
So many people are looking at me. Chen Muro felt a bit of pressure. Let them watch.
They can only be envious, Su Chang replied with a smug and nonchalant expression. But I feel a little uncomfortable, Chen Moro replied softly. Actually, if she hadn't been dating Su Chang and wanted to make herself more beautiful, Chen Moro would never have bothered to dress up, let alone put on makeup or wear black stockings. She wouldn't have done any of those things in the dorm. But she was willing to wear them for Su Chang's sake, even though she wasn't used to them at first.
But to be honest,
this morning, when Su Chang praised her, she felt that everything was worthwhile. I have a way to make those boys immediately stop wanting to look at you, Su Chang said upon hearing this.
That's amazing. What's the method?
Hearing Su Chang's seemingly miraculous explanation, Chen Muru's face immediately showed curiosity.
Let's sit together and kiss them right in front of them.
I guarantee they won't want to look at you again in an instant, Su Chang said with absolute certainty.
Ha! Will this method work?
Chen Muru's eyes were filled with shame and hesitation.
It's fine.
Su Cheng understands these boys who are now eating breakfast and looking at Chen Muro all too well. In a sense, they are the Su Cheng of the past. Su Cheng used to enjoy looking at beautiful women. When he saw them on the street or in the cafeteria, his technique for stealing glances was superb. If you ask him what situation he finds most uncomfortable when looking at beautiful women, without a doubt, the beautiful woman had a handsome boyfriend by her side, and the two of them were hugging and kissing in public right under his nose, which was enough to make Su Cheng's heart turn cold instantly.
Then, come sit here. Chen Moro responded somewhat nervously. Immediately,
Su Cheng sat down next to Chen Muro, who was already getting nervous, pressing her hands down on her legs, looking completely at a loss.
Su Cheng smiled and said, "Don't be nervous.
Especially in situations like this, you need to show that you are enjoying yourself and having a good time. This will help you achieve the best results."
"Oh, I understand." Chen Moro responded softly. "Let's activate Plan B. Now, turn your head and kiss my cheek.
Be careful to turn to the side, hook your arms around my neck, and watch your facial expressions." Su Chang wanted to cooperate with Chen Muro, but he felt that they weren't quite working together, so it was better to let her do it herself. In this way, it can consistently achieve great results.
I'll try."
After hearing Su Cheng's words, Chen Muro hesitated for a while before finally mustering up her courage. She turned her head, lifted her chin, hooked her arms around Su Chang, and pressed her soft lips to his face.
At the same time,
a surge of excitement, shame, thrill, and an indescribable sense of happiness welled up within him. Looking at Chen Muro's expression, Su Chang asked in a low voice,
"How are you feeling?" Upon hearing this,
Chen Muro, with her arms still around Su Chang's neck, said excitedly.
I feel, this is so exciting. Chapter 47 Su Yufei's Awakening. Exciting? How about another bite? Su Chang was somewhat surprised by Chen Muro's answer, and then asked another question. No.
Chen Muro finally held back, released Su Chang's neck, and drank the rest of the soy milk.
Drink while you drink.
She glanced around and found that, just as Su Chang had said, far fewer boys were looking at her.
It really worked.
Su Chang hadn't lied to me. The two had breakfast.
Afterwards, Su Chang drove Chen Muro to the classroom, the third teaching building. Along the way, Su Chang's Suzuki GSX-8R attracted the attention of many boys.
What Su Chang didn't notice was that as he drove past Chen Muro with a dashing air, Su Yufei was strolling back to school from another road, and for a fleeting moment, she seemed to see Su Chang's car.
Then, in the next second,
she stopped abruptly, her expression one of disbelief. Then she quickened her pace and hurried toward the fork in the road. When she reached the fork and looked toward the other road,
I spotted the Suzuki GSX-8R in the distance. That's Su Chang's car, isn't it?
Su Yufei felt uneasy. Looking at the beautiful woman in black stockings sitting in the back seat of Su Chang's car, which was more than 100 meters away, she could tell from this distance that the woman had a special relationship with him, because she was not only sitting in the back, but also holding Su Chang tightly.
That little rascal!
Disappointment flashed in Su Yufei's eyes, but she was still unwilling to give up.
She changed direction and walked towards the direction Su Chang was driving. Right now.
The media studies major only had one large class. Su Yufei thought for a moment, then checked which classroom the class was in, and slowly walked downstairs.
After the class bell rang, she arrived downstairs and slowly walked up to the fourth floor.
With a mix of trepidation and nervousness, she quietly made her way to classroom 402. As she passed by the door, she quickly peeked inside through the back door. The first thing she saw was Su Chang, sitting with Chen Muro in the second to last row, right inside the room. They were sitting next to each other, and from her perspective, she could see that Su Chang's hand was on Chen Muro's thigh, which was covered in black stockings.
In an instant, suddenly,
Su Yufei felt as if she had been struck by something, her mood incredibly complicated, a mix of emotions swirling within her. She turned around, leaned against the wall by the door, and her eyes gradually dimmed.
But soon, she adjusted her mindset, turned around and went downstairs from the other side.
She knew she shouldn't ask for too much. Being able to stay by Su Chang's side is already a great blessing. Perhaps it was because her relationship with Su Chang was so sweet that she felt she could possess him privately. But upon closer reflection, it seems she can't do that.
Su Chang is too young.
They had been together for a full 10 years, and Su Yufei was already very content to have had such a happy and romantic time with him.
That little rascal. I'll have to have a talk with him later.
Although Su Yufei could accept that Su Chang had other girlfriends, she could not accept that Su Chang kept it from her. She hoped that Su Chang could tell her everything. After all, when she first confessed her feelings to Su Chang, she told him that she would be satisfied as long as he could be with her and bring her happiness. She wouldn't mind if Su Chang had other women. But Su Chang, that little rascal, was dishonest.
Why did he hide it from her? Am I the kind of narrow-minded woman?
Su Yufei looked sullen and glanced down at her chest, feeling that she was in a bad mood and needed Su Chang to nourish her with love.
On the other side, inside the classroom,
unaware of the situation, Su Chang was still in the second to last row of the classroom, brazenly playing with Chen Muro's long legs clad in black stockings. The reason he dared to do this was because there was no one behind him. Although they were sitting in the second to last row, it was actually the same as sitting in the last row.
However, Chen Muro couldn't quite handle it.
Her face flushed, and while she was listening attentively to the teacher's lecture and taking notes, Su Chang was stirring up trouble under the table, repeatedly making the red line in her heart jump back and forth, which was really hard for her to bear. Be serious, there are supervisors coming to check the classes. Chen Muro seized a break in the lecture and reminded Su Chang beside her.
Oh, okay.
Su Chang stopped causing trouble. Judging from Chen Muro's condition, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it if he continued.
Know when to stop, so there's a chance for a next time.
Su Chang, having found his footing, stopped causing trouble and started playing on his phone while lying on the table.
Suddenly,
the Mediterranean-looking teacher on the podium looked at the last row of students and spoke.
The male student in the last row, could you answer this question briefly? What is the spiral of silence, and what is its core idea?
Su Chang didn't react at all until Chen Moro nudged him with her elbow. Only then did Su Chang come to his senses and realize that the teacher and many classmates were looking at him.
Su Chang was completely bewildered.
At this moment, Chen Moro pushed the notebook in front of him and whispered something to him.
Read according to the red lines I drew.
Su Chang lowered his head, picked up his notebook, looked at the part marked in red, and began to read it aloud.
The spiral of silences.
Su Chang read out a long passage in one breath.
Then the Mediterranean-looking old man nodded and replied, "Sit down." Then
the old man continued speaking, and Su Chang felt like he had escaped a disaster. After sitting down, he looked at Chen Muro and said with relief, "Luckily, you listened."
Hee, it's all thanks to me that you stopped paying attention in class.
Chen Muro seemed quite pleased with herself for helping Su Chang resolve the crisis. A proud smile had already spread across her face.
With Chen, the academic superstar, around, I have no worries for 4 years of university.
Su Chang didn't care at all. He casually flipped through Chen Muro's notes and saw that she was a top student with neat and beautiful handwriting. He immediately recognized her as such and felt less pressure about studying.
Furthermore, does Su Chang still need to learn these things?
He's a man with a system. Relaxing and enjoying life is the most important thing for him.
What does bitter before sweet mean? Bitterness at first doesn't guarantee sweetness later, but sweetness at first definitely means sweetness.
Then you have to call me Teacher Chen before I'll teach you.
Chen Moro became arrogant. Carrot. Can't I even call you baby? Su Chang asked affectionately upon hearing this.
This immediately made Chen Moro unable to contain herself, and she said with a pleasant and gentle expression,
"You can call me baby, of course." Chapter 48 Chen Muro, Teacher Su, what a coincidence.
After the large lecture, Su Chang had other classes, so the two parted ways outside the classroom. Su Chang's afternoon classes were also full, and he taught until 5:40 p.m. before finishing all of Monday's classes.
Chen Muro also finished her classes for the day. At dinner time, Chen Muro took the initiative to invite Su Chang to dinner.
"Chang Bao, my roommate said there's a really good Maokaya type of Sichuan hot pot place off campus.
Want to go try it together? Look at this news."
Su Chang naturally agreed to reply to Chen Muro without thinking, but just then, Su Yufei sent him a message.
"Are you free tonight? Want to go for a run?" Why is he being invited to both at the same time? Su Chang was unsure what to choose.
After thinking it over carefully, he decided to have dinner with Chen Muro. He could go for a run another day, and besides, he lived very close to Su Yufei, so it would be very convenient for them to catch up. "Sister Yufei, I'm a little tired after a long day of classes."
"Let's do it another day," Su Chang replied to Su Yufei.
In the counselor's office, upon seeing Su Chang's message, Su Yufei's face once again showed a wronged expression. Her gentle eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist as she leaned on the table and murmured softly,
"You little rascal, why didn't you complain about being tired at the hotel? You really are a jerk." "Okay, I'll drive over and pick you up."
"Let us go try something outside of school together," Su Chang replied to Chen Muro.
"Then come and pick me up at my dorm entrance now." "Okay. Okay, see you later, heart emoji." Second dormitory of Zhong Yuan.
In Chen Muru's dormitory, after chatting with Su Chang, she quickly touched up her makeup. Seeing the smile on Chen Muru's face, her three roommates couldn't help but sigh in admiration.
"Muro, you're so lucky." "Yeah, her boyfriend is handsome, tall, and rich too."
"We're all just..."
"I'm so envious." "Oh my, I'm so happy."
Chen Muro replied proudly, "I didn't expect to find such a satisfying boyfriend right after entering university."
"It's all fate. Don't be envious, maybe your love will come soon too."
After comforting her roommate for a while, Chen Muro sprayed on a light perfume and quickly went downstairs.
When we got downstairs, after waiting for a few minutes, Su Chang arrived on his cool motorcycle.
Chen Muro got on and hugged Su Chang's waist tightly from behind, looking very happy.
"I really love riding this motorcycle you bought. I can sit on the back and hug you every time, which makes me feel so safe."
"I feel quite comfortable being held like this," Su Chang replied with a cheerful expression.
Chen Muro looked at Su Chang, too shy to reply.
This guy was making suggestive remarks again without warning. She wasn't thinking about those things while hugging Su Chang. She just felt so warm and comfortable. The food street outside the school was very close, and Su Chang arrived after driving for a while. He parked the car in front of the hot pot restaurant, and the two of them got out of the car and went into the restaurant, where they started picking out food. Chen Mura took the vegetable basket and tongs and started picking up various vegetables. Su Chang saw this and asked her a question.
Why don't you put some meat on your plate? I'm already so fat, why would I eat meat?
I should eat less meat at night, Chen Mura replied, shaking her head.
Where have you gained weight? Your waist is so slim.
Su Chang asked a question in return, and then placed his small hand on Chen Mura's slender waist, which made Chen Mura look at him. Like an angry little white rabbit, she made a slightly fierce expression with her cute face and replied.
You can talk the talk, but why did you actually hit me? I'm used to it, it's become quite convenient.
Su Chang smiled awkwardly, withdrew his hand, then took the tongs and picked up a bowl of hot pot noodles, a quail egg, an egg dumpling, and some meat and vegetables for himself.
Can you handle spicy food?
My roommate said theirs is really spicy, medium spicy is equivalent to extra spicy at other places.
After picking up the food, Chen Mura reminded him. It's edible.
Then I'll go with medium spicy.
I can handle spicy food really well, do you know why? Chen Mura asked with a smile after she finished speaking. Why? Su Chang asked a question in a very cooperative manner. Because I'm a hot girl today, Chen Mura said playfully.
Su Chang smiled upon hearing this. That's a very reasonable reason, as expected of you.
Hey.
Chen Mura smiled smugly, and then the two went to the seating area outside the store, found a table and sat down. The tables and chairs inside the store were all full, so they could only sit outside. The two sat down on the same side and chatted while waiting for their hot pot.
My roommate told me that a new DIY shop opened near Wanda Plaza. How about we go check it out this Saturday? Chen Mura suggested. Okay, we'll see how things go this weekend.
Su Chang didn't immediately set it for Saturday, he'd adjust it if things changed.
Okay, I'll buy the tickets.
Chen Mura immediately wanted to buy the tickets. After all, Su Chang had paid for most of the last trip. Although Su Chang was very rich, she didn't want her boyfriend to keep spending money.
No need, I can handle it, Su Chang replied. Let me pay.
You paid for everything last time we went out. I'm your girlfriend, not some college student you're keeping.
I should spend some money on you too.
Chen Mura was very persistent, so Su Chang didn't argue with her anymore. After Chen Mura finished buying the tickets, he jokingly teased her again.
It seems my Ro is quite powerful. So, little rich Ro, can you take care of me?
The doctor said I have a bad stomach and need to be a kept woman.
Oh, stop messing around. Don't think I don't know.
My roommate said your motorcycle costs 100,000 yuan to buy. Chen Mura said with a wry smile, if I really wanted to support you, I'd have to be really rich. You already have that ability, Su Chang teased. Chen Mura was embarrassed by what she said.
The two were joking around.
The Maokai, a type of Sichuan hot pot, was ready, and after it was served, they started showing off their Maokai. The food here was indeed very good, and Su Chang began to enjoy his meal. Meanwhile, as the two were eating, Su Yufei walked out of the school gate alone, wearing a black trench coat, and headed towards the food street. In the past, when students greeted her, she always had a smile on her face.
However, at this moment, a gloomy look clouded her face.
With hands in pockets and hesitant steps, I slowly arrived at the food street, looking at one shop after another, but having no idea what to eat. Because she feels she has absolutely no appetite right now. Su Yufei walked slowly and unknowingly arrived at the Maokai restaurant where Su Chang and Chen Mura were.
And at this time,
Chen Mura happened to look up and saw Su Yufei, and immediately greeted her with a smile.
Teacher Su, what a coincidence! Su Chang's heart tightened upon hearing this. I looked up. He happened to make eye contact with Su Yufei. Immediately, Su Chang's heart rate spiked instantly. Chapter 49, I need to learn how to win favor. Su Chang's feelings at this moment were truly indescribable. As the saying goes, if you love someone, you should boldly say it out loud, but if you love two people, you must keep it a secret. If you're having dinner with your girlfriend and another girlfriend sees you, how do you handle the situation? Oh, great and all-powerful system, save me. 1. Generous invitation, Teacher Su, would you like to share a table and have something to eat together? 2. Smartly making a getaway, I suddenly have a stomachache, Muro, you keep eating, I'm going to the bathroom. 3. Pretend you're not familiar with them. When Su Chang saw the system options, his heart sank. There wasn't a single one he could choose. Just as Su Chang was silent and looking troubled, Chen Muru smiled and said something. Teacher Su, would you like to try this hot pot? My roommate said it's really good. Su Chang's heart skipped a beat. Ro, shut your mouth. Su Chang used to really like Chen Muro's voice, but now, even with such a sweet and clear voice, Su Chang felt it was a bit too noisy. I'll definitely try it another day. I want to eat fried noodles tonight, Su Yufei replied with a polite smile, then tentatively asked another question. You too, what is this? Upon hearing this, Chen Mura showed a mixture of shyness and pleasure. Normally, she wouldn't dare to admit it, but ever since she took the initiative to kiss Su Chang in the cafeteria this morning, it was as if Chen Mura had suddenly unlocked her potential, and now she dared to speak and act. Immediately, in front of Su Yufei, she leaned over and took Su Chang's arm, replying with a happy expression. Yes, we're together. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei seemed to have given up, and replied indifferently. It's great, they're a good match. After saying that, Su Yufei then turned and left, heading towards the school. As Su Chang watched Su Yufei's retreating figure, his heart was pounding. He had no appetite for the hot pot anymore. He forced himself to eat a few more bites, then pretended to have a stomachache. What's wrong? My stomach hurts a little. Su Chang said, clutching his stomach. Huh? What's wrong? Chen Moro put down her chopsticks and said in a flustered manner, Did you eat too much spicy food? Do you want me to help you to the school hospital? No need, I should be fine after I go back and rest for a bit, Su Chang continued. It's probably just too spicy. Then, there are still so many dishes. Chen Mura was at a loss for what to do and asked after a moment of hesitation. How about we pack it up? Okay, pack it up and take it back to eat. If you can't finish it, you can share some with your roommates, Su Chang said smoothly. Good. Chen Moro nodded, and then the two quickly packed up the hot pot. Su Chang drove Chen Moro back to her dormitory on his motorcycle and then quickly sent a message to Su Yufei. Sister Yufei, where are you? In the counselor's office. Su Yufei sat alone at her workstation, looking at the message Su Chang had sent her on her phone screen. She felt a little better, but she still wouldn't let it go and sent Su Chang a voice message. What's it to you? You and your girlfriend can enjoy your hot pot. I'm just an insignificant person, none of your business. Su Chang breathed a huge sigh of relief when he heard Su Yufei's resentful voice message. If Su Yufei is still willing to respond, that's fine. But if he sends her a message and she doesn't reply at all, or if a red exclamation mark pops up on the screen, then things will really be difficult. Immediately, Su Chang responded in the most sincere tone. How could that be? Sister Yufei, my relationship with her is nothing. We've only just started holding hands. But my relationship with you, Sister Yufei, is much deeper than my relationship with her. After saying that, Su Chang quickly added. After I saw you leave, I lost my appetite, so I quickly pretended to have a stomachache and then came to find you. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei propped herself up from the desk and listened to Su Chang's two voice messages 3 or 4 times. Listening to Su Chang's sincere and affectionate tone, Su Yufei's anger gradually subsided. Su Chang apologized to me so sincerely. Even if he hadn't told me, I probably would have talked to him tonight. Now, he even pretended to have a stomachache and rushed over to comfort me, which shows that he was telling the truth. In his heart, I am of a higher status than Chen Muru. Su Yufei gave herself a prank, which improved her mood considerably. She then picked up her phone and pressed the voice call button. I'll be waiting for you in my office. Let's meet and talk. After sending the voice message, Su Yufei slumped onto the table again, feigning a melancholy expression. Although she had already forgiven Su Chang in her heart, she still needed to be more cunning and pretend to be melancholy so that Su Chang would try his best to compensate her. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Now that a rival has appeared, Su Yufei must learn how to compete for the emperor's favor. Not long after, Su Chang went to the counselor's office of the School of Media and Communication in the second teaching building and saw Su Yufei lying alone on the desk. He then walked in, closed the door. Although Su Yufei was lying on the table, she tilted her head and kept her eyes on the doorway, so she was able to spot Su Chang as soon as he arrived. Without saying a word, Su Chang turned around and closed the door. Immediately, Su Yufei stood up and walked towards Su Chang. When she came to his side, she looked at him with a dejected expression.
Seeing this, Su Chang didn't know how to respond, so he immediately looked to the system for reference.
1. Simply force yourself on her. Since words seem inadequate, let your actions express your intense love. 2. She said affectionately, Sister Yafei, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? As long as you forgive me, you will always be number one in my life. You will be the boss, and I will be the subordinate. 3. Change the subject. I saw you go straight back to school, haven't you eaten yet? How about we go out to eat?
After reviewing the options and eliminating option 2, Su Chang felt it was best not to be so direct at this crucial juncture.
Option 1 is the most domineering, it's truly powerful. If used correctly, it can have miraculous effects, but if used incorrectly, it's useless.
All things considered, option 3 is the safest option, and Su Chang still chooses to play it safe and stabilize the situation first.
Sister Yafei, I saw you go straight back to school. You probably haven't had dinner yet, right? How about we go out to eat? Su Chang took Su Yafei's small hand and spoke gently.
Su Yafei looked at Su Chang in front of her, then wrapped her arms around his waist, creating a great sense of pressure for him. She buried her head in his chest and whispered,
You know I haven't eaten yet? I don't want to go out to eat, let's eat at your dorm. I want to sleep with you tonight. Okay, no problem. Su Chang took the opportunity to put his arm around Su Yafei and readily agreed. Upon closer examination, this whole affair turned out to be a complete loss.
On the contrary, they made a profit.
Chapter 50. I'm not only this good to you. Then, Su Chang took Su Yafei back to his dormitory and comforted her.
By the time Su Yafei woke up in Su Chang's bed the next day, her anger had completely dissipated. Su Chang, on the other hand, attended classes at school at his own pace, and the 4 days passed quickly.
Saturday has arrived in the blink of an eye.
It was time for his date with Chen Muro, and he also had a date with Su Yafei on Sunday. Su Chang felt his schedule was packed.
It's a little past 9 a.m.
Su Chang tidied himself up, drove his motorcycle to Dormitory 2 in Zhongyuan, and waited for a while before Chen Muro arrived. She was wearing an olive green knitted maxi dress and carrying a blue leather bag today, looking much more mature, especially with her curvaceous figure. This outfit doesn't look like that of a freshman, but rather like that of a senior who has been in college for 2 or 3 years, exuding a mature charm.
Su Chang, is your stomach feeling any better?
Upon meeting her, Chen Muro immediately inquired about her well-being.
Okay, I feel much better after a night's rest.
Su Chang felt somewhat guilty and ashamed.
Because of last night.
When Chen Muro asked him about his stomach, Su Chang told her that he felt very uncomfortable and needed to rest early.
If she knew that he claimed to have a stomachache but was actually playing adult games with Su Yafei, what would Chen Muro think? I was truly born. Are you really alright? Should we go to the hospital again? Chen Muro still looked worried. No need, don't you know my physical condition? Su Chang looked full of energy and spirit. Alright then, I won't take you to eat such spicy food anymore.
Chen Muro replied, then sat on the motorcycle sideways, tightly wrapping her arm around Su Chang's waist.
Then, Su Chang drove his Suzuki GSX-8R out of the Qingda campus.
Chen Muro used her phone's navigation app to give him directions, and Su Chang drove for more than 20 minutes before arriving at a DIY craft shop. After scanning the QR code at the front desk to complete the verification, she went to a small crafting table in a corner of the store and began their clay DIY project. Su Chang wasn't interested in this, he just kept recording the whole thing on his phone while also helping Chen Muro out.
Look at what I sculpted, doesn't it look like you?
Chen Muro kneaded for a while, then picked up a terracotta doll with distorted features, limbs of varying sizes and lengths, and even an uneven surface, and asked Su Chang with a grin.
How does this resemble me? Su Chang asked, both amused and exasperated. Doesn't it look like it? It does. Chen Muro was still smiling blankly.
You can't even match my looks, and you haven't even sculpted all my body parts, Su Chang said speechlessly.
What parts aren't all in place? Chen Muro asked, looking confused. Watch. Su Chang replied.
Then he picked up the excess clay from the side and quickly rolled it into a small strip of clay about the thickness of his middle thumb. Then, right under Chen Muro's nose, she pieced the small clay strip together between the legs of the terracotta figurine.
In an instant.
Sitting next to him, Chen Muro wore an embarrassed and speechless smile.
She patted Su Chang's arm with her soft hand and couldn't help but speak. You're insane. You're a monster. You're a monster. What's wrong with you? I'm just stating the facts. You won't admit it now, but you'll find out later.
Su Chang responded with a nonchalant and confident expression, but a sly smile still lingered on his lips.
You know what?
That carefree and unrestrained smile captivated Chen Muro, who, while jokingly calling him a pervert, was secretly filled with curiosity about Xiao Changcheng.
Be careful in public.
This kind of topic should only be discussed in private. Chen Muro warned gently while quickly reaching out to remove the clay strip that Su Chang had attached to the terracotta figurine, which was longer than the figurine's thigh.
Oh, so you mean it's not perverted to talk about it in private? Su Chang asked with a mischievous grin.
Chen Muro suppressed a laugh and glared at Su Chang, that rascal, whose mind was always filled with dirty thoughts.
We'll talk about it privately.
Chen Muro replied with a sentence, and then continued to play with the terracotta figurines.
However, she didn't play for long.
Seeing that Su Chang didn't really like playing with it, she played for about half an hour herself before stopping and leading Su Chang out of the DIY shop. Although Su Chang didn't say it was boring, putting yourself in his shoes. Su Chang was just sitting there playing on his phone, he must be getting bored. She didn't come out to play with the terracotta figures, she came out to play with Su Chang. Just like a girl getting her nails done with her boyfriend and then showing them off afterwards, Chen Muro felt that this was not a very fair thing. If two people go on a date, it has to be something that both of them are interested in.
Why did you stop playing? There are still a few hours left.
Su Chang asked a question as he walked out of the DIY shop.
You don't seem to like playing that game very much.
A little.
Then why did you agree to go to the DIY shop with me? You like to play, huh?
I like it, but you don't, Chen Muro said, sounding a little aggrieved.
I want to play with you. When we go out to play in the future, will you take me with you? Upon hearing this,
Su Chang looked at Chen Muro in a daze, and suddenly felt that he had probably wronged the person he was targeting. Chen Muro was really a very good girl.
I was really born. Then this afternoon, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Su Chang thought for a moment and said, Do you like shopping?
Chen Muro said in surprise.
That depends on who you're shopping with.
If I'm shopping with you, I'll find it very interesting. Su Chang displayed his eloquence, immediately making Chen Muro laugh, and she hugged Su Chang outside the DIY shop.
Changbao, you're so kind. Really?
I am great, but the problem is that I'm not just this good to you, I'm this good to other beautiful women too.
Okay, let's find a restaurant to eat at.
Su Chang took Chen Muro's hand and left the DIY shop. They found a stir-fry restaurant near the shopping district, had a delicious lunch, and then took Chen Muro shopping. They bought her 4 or 5 sets of clothes, each costing several thousand yuan, which made Chen Muro extremely happy.
Time flies.
The two strolled around for the entire afternoon, and before they knew it, their WeChat steps had exceeded 10,000 and were about to approach 20,000.
Dinner time.
Chen Muro's legs were already sore, and she clung to Su Chang's arm, looking uncomfortable as she spoke.
No, my legs are about to give out. After we finish eating, could you find a place to massage my legs?
Where is it?
Su Chang asked upon hearing this. Let's find a quiet little park? Chen Muro suggested.
Okay. Su Chang immediately agreed.
Chapter 51. Do you dare to come home with me to meet my parents? Then
the two found a mutton restaurant and ate a mutton set meal. Su Chang then drove Chen Muro to a lakeside park, parked the car outside the park, and walked into the park with Chen Muro.
At this time,
the park was pitch black, and there was no one in sight. The two walked along the main path in the park and occasionally saw 1 or 2 people. The two strolled around for a while and came to a secluded pavilion, where Chen Muro put her legs on Su Chang's lap.
Give me a leg massage, it's so sore.
Okay. Su Chang began massaging Chen Muro's legs through her long skirt, while Chen Muro leaned against the pavilion, watching Su Chang and enjoying her boyfriend's massage.
Ugh, so sour. But so satisfying.
When Su Chang pressed on her ankle, Chen Muro couldn't help but groan, and her voice became somewhat strained. Su Chang suppressed his inner turmoil, unable to imagine how enchanting Chen Muro's voice would be in the future. A short while later, after the massage, Su Chang stood up, glanced at the time, and said, "It's getting late, let's go back to school."
Huh? No classes tomorrow, why are you coming back so early? Chen Muro was taken aback upon hearing this and asked. 1. Are you planning to spend the night with me outside?
You should have said so earlier, we could have just gone to a hotel.
2. Let's wander around a bit more then. 3. I suddenly feel like having an ice drink. Can you have something cold today? Excluding options 1 and 3, option 1 is too straightforward. The hint in option 3 is too obvious. It's practically like they've written "I want teeny" on their forehead. You can't reveal your true feelings so quickly in a relationship, so option 3 is not an option either. Let's stroll around a bit more then, Su Chang replied immediately. Aha! Chen Moro nodded, then took Su Chang's hand and strolled leisurely with him in the park. Chang Bao, how long do you think it's okay to do that after dating? As they walked, Chen Moro suddenly brought up the question. When asked this question, Su Chang was naturally unsure and immediately looked to the system for reference. 1. The sooner the better, of course. 2. I don't think there's a fixed time frame, it's something that happens naturally, it depends on how things feel. 3. If both parties are willing, it can be done anytime. It all depends on both of them after all, it's a matter for two people. Overall, either option 2 or 3 is fine. Su Chang ultimately chose option 3, to put it more bluntly. I think it depends on the wishes of both parties. If both people want it, then there aren't so many rules. I think it's also important to have parental approval, otherwise if the parents disagree, the two of you might break up because of it, Chen Muro replied. That's a very practical idea. Su Chang nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen Muro turned her head to look at Su Chang, then whispered a reply. So, do you dare to come home with me to meet my parents? Upon hearing this, Su Chang looked at Chen Muro with great interest. He didn't expect Chen Muro to be so bold as to ask. It seemed that Chen Muro already had ideas, but she couldn't get past her parents' objections. 1. So you've come to your senses? 2. Of course I dare. It's not like it's my first time meeting my mother-in-law. 3. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a matter of time, isn't it? So what if it's sooner or later? As long as uncle and aunt have time, I'm ready anytime. Su Chang ruled out options 2 and 1. Isn't choosing one of those options a death sentence? This isn't the first time, and saying it out loud is tantamount to suicide. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a matter of time. As long as uncle and aunt have time, I can come over anytime, Su Chang replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Muro was very satisfied. She turned to look at Su Chang and said with a satisfied tone. Then wait for me to make arrangements. I'll sound out my parents' opinions first. Yes, anytime is fine. Su Chang spoke so decisively that Chen Muro couldn't help but stop, hug Su Chang, kiss him, and then praise him with admiration. You're quite impressive. Basic operation. Su Chang took the opportunity to hug Chen Muro, his palm sliding down to her buttocks, but the next second Chen Muro grabbed his hand and said shamefully. Be mindful of your behavior in public places. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time and find a secluded spot. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going back. Chen Muro was actually willing to give herself to Su Chang, but she was an only child, and her parents had always treated her like their precious darling. If Chen Muro didn't let her family know and continued her affair with Su Chang, she felt that her parents would be very sad and upset when they found out. Chen Muro had to consider their feelings. So she had to bring Su Chang to their home, but Chen Muro believed in Su Chang and was sure he could get her parents' approval. Su Chang is so amazing, he can definitely do it. Su Chang escorted Chen Muro back to her dormitory, and by the time he returned to the teacher's apartment, it was already past 11 p.m. He had originally planned to drop Chen Muro off at her dormitory building around 10:30, but Chen Muro insisted on keeping him there. They sat on a double bench next to the number 2 dormitory in the central garden for more than half an hour, chatting leisurely. Su Chang could only sit and keep her company. She was incredibly clingy, hugging Su Chang's waist and rubbing against him, which aroused Su Chang's lust. Back at the apartment, I found my clothes. Su Chang went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a quick warm shower, Su Chang returned to the bedroom in his pajamas. Chen Muro sent him a message on his phone. Changbao, are you free tomorrow? Do you want to go out and have fun? We can go see a movie. I'm afraid I won't have time. Without a second thought, Su Chang immediately sent a message to Chen Muro. I'm afraid it won't work tomorrow. My sister said she wants me to go shopping with her tomorrow. Ah, okay, I'm a little tired today, let's make it another time. Chen Muro didn't insist. Su Chang had spent the whole day with her, and she was already very satisfied. Next, she needs to focus on testing her parents. I remember on the day she registered for university, her dad told her not to date in college. Chen Moro couldn't care less about that anymore. Su Chang, he's different.
Meanwhile, Su Chang smiled knowingly, realizing how convenient it was to have a younger sister studying at the university next door. Whenever he wanted to get away from something, he could simply blame his sister without worrying about any mishaps.
As long as it doesn't happen again. Just like yesterday.
He went out to eat with Chen Muro and was caught by Su Yufei, but nothing happened.
A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit.
For tomorrow's date with Su Yufei, Su Chang needs to choose a place that's a bit far away. After all, Chen Muro is not as easy to manipulate as Su Yufei.
Given her innocent and naive personality, if she knew that Su Chang was a scumbag, Su Chang couldn't even predict the consequences. Chapter 52. Are you the one destined for us? Part 2. One night passed.
The next day, Su Chang was sleeping soundly in bed when he smelled a burning odor, which woke him up immediately.
Wait, there's a fire somewhere?
Su Chang sprang up from the bed with a thud, his head covered in a bitter smell, and searched the bedroom for the source of the burnt smell.
At last.
He leaned his head close to the window and smelled the odor coming from next door.
The neighbor, isn't that where Sister Yufei lives?
Su Chang quickly picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Yufei.
Sister Yufei, are you home? No, I'm writing a proposal in the office. Miss me? Then come to my office to hang out. It's the weekend, no one's in the office today.
After sending the last message, Su Yufei was already imagining the scene of Su Chang coming over and working with her in the office. However, this fantasy was shattered by a single sentence from Su Chang.
Then why does your dorm room smell burnt? Are you sure this is my dorm? Not sure, but it sounds a lot.
Su Chang held his phone and leaned closer to the window to smell it. He felt that the smell was coming from apartment 306 next door, and it smelled like something burnt.
Is Lin Yubai the only one in the dorm? Go check on her. Su Yufei replied. Upon hearing this,
Su Chang hurriedly put on his pajamas and pants. He was so quick that he didn't even button up his shirt properly before rushing out the door in slippers to the door of 306. Enter the password and push open the door to enter the house.
Then, Su Chang didn't smell anything particularly strong, like a burnt smell.
However, when he walked to the kitchen next door and opened the glass door that covered the grease, he not only smelled a pungent burnt smell, but could also see the thick fumes.
Cough. Cough, cough. Cough. You, cough.
At this moment, Lin Yubai was in the kitchen, holding a cardboard sign, standing by the window, frantically fanning the cooking fumes out the window while coughing. Her once fair and delicate face was now somewhat unsightly from the smoke. She was slightly taken aback when she saw Su Chang walk in.
Su Chang, why are you here?
It smells so bad here, you go outside and wait for me. 1. He snatched the cardboard from her and said kindly, let me do it.
You go outside and rest for a bit. 2. A speechless reply, are you an idiot? Why not just turn on the range hood in this situation? 3. Turns around and leaves without saying a word.
Su Chang glanced at the 3 options, then turned on the kitchen range hood without saying anything.
And by the window,
Lin Yubai, who was frantically fanning herself with a cardboard sign, slowly stopped upon seeing this. She looked at the range hood on the stove, then shifted her gaze to Su Chang, her eyes filled with an embarrassed and bewildered expression. Perhaps this is what you call social death. Lin Yubai frantically racked her brains for a reason. But I don't know what to say to explain her behavior. In the end, it was Su Chang who broke the silence first. Let's go outside first and wait for the range hood to remove the grease, Su Chang said as he left the kitchen. Lin Yubai, feeling quite awkward, slowly walked out of the kitchen and looked at Su Chang, saying, please sit down. As he spoke, Lin Yubai went to the water dispenser next to the TV wall and poured Su Chang a cup of warm water.
Thank you, thank you.
When I saw that scene, I panicked immediately, Lin Yubai stammered as she explained.
It's nothing, as long as everyone is alright, it's okay. Su Chang's calm tone made Lin Yubai relax a lot. Then Su Chang got up and went into the kitchen.
Looking into the pot, I saw several charred lumps of something black that I couldn't tell what they were. They had turned to charcoal, and the pot itself was probably ruined. Su Chang started preparing it in the kitchen. Lin Yubai, on the other hand, came to the glass door of the kitchen and looked at Su Chang, who was busy running around. She had a helpless expression on her face, but at the same time, she was filled with gratitude and felt from the bottom of her heart that Su Chang was really reliable. When Su Cheng finished cleaning the kitchen and came out, Lin Yubai was still standing at the door, looking at Su Cheng as he came out, and said something very sincere again.
Thank you, Su Cheng. 1. Is a simple thank you all you want? I helped you again, shouldn't you send me a picture of yourself in black stockings? 2. Saying thank you is too formal. You sang for me the other day. If you really want to thank me, sing me a song. 3. What are you thanking me for? We're neighbors. Were you making breakfast just now? It seems breakfast failed, so you haven't eaten yet. Why don't you come to my dorm? I'll make you some noodles. Su Cheng looked at the 3 options. Apart from option 1, options 2 and 3 were not bad choices. However, option 3 seemed to be more in line with the current situation. Su Cheng then said warmly, no need to thank me, we're neighbors. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Why don't you come sit in my dorm for a bit, I'll make you some noodles. Lin Yubai hesitated upon hearing this, wanting to refuse, but her stomach rumbled twice at that inopportune moment. In this situation, Lin Yubai seemed to find it difficult to refuse. Well. Lin Yubai wanted to say thank you again, but she swallowed the words and instead said, let's go. Walk. Su Cheng then walked out the door and returned to his 305 apartment, turning back to look at Lin Yubai at the door and saying something. No need to change your shoes, just come in. Oh, okay. Lin Yubai responded softly, walked into the house, and came to the living room, still somewhat reserved. Sit down for a while. As Su Cheng spoke, he walked into the kitchen. His refrigerator was not very full, except for eggs, instant noodles, tomatoes, and sausages. When he didn't want to eat in the cafeteria or order takeout, he would eat this. For this, Su Cheng even spent 40 points to redeem a culinary skill pack. After exchanging the currency, Su Cheng became very knowledgeable about Chinese cuisine. Regardless of the region, Su Cheng had mastered it completely, reaching the level of a head chef at the Thai restaurant. Therefore, Su Cheng was quite adept at making egg noodles, and even had time to turn around and look at Lin Yubai in the living room. When Su Cheng didn't look at her for a while, he discovered that Lin Yubai was actually mopping the living room floor. Wow, they really know what they're doing. Su Cheng suddenly remembered that he hadn't mopped the floor for 4 or 5 days because he was a little lazy. 1. Thank you for mopping the floor. Could you also mop the bedroom later? And could you fold the clothes on my bed and fold the blankets? The sun is shining outside today, could you take them out to air them? Also, could you hand wash my underwear and socks when you have time? 2. No need to mop, I'll buy a robot mop in a couple of days. 3. Sit and play for a while, the noodles will be ready soon. If you really feel like doing something, take a few pictures of yourself in black stockings and send them to me. After reviewing the options, Su Cheng's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly, System, can you please stop thinking about black stockings? You're being really weird. The system's reference options are generated by combining the other party's personality traits and the host's personal wishes, and are unrelated to the system itself. The system's mechanical voice rang in his ears, and Su Cheng was speechless. Am I that twisted? That's slander. Su Cheng stopped wasting time talking to the system, opened the glass door, and spoke to Lin Yubai in the living room. You can sit and play for a while. The noodles will be ready soon. I'll buy a robot mop in a couple of days to mop the floor. However, Lin Yubai insisted, glancing up at him and saying, it's okay, I'll get it done right away. Su Cheng really didn't have time to pay attention to her. He turned his head to look at the boiling water in the pot and then started cooking the noodles. He also took the time to tell Su Yufei about the situation. At the same time, used the other stove next to it to fry eggs and cut tomatoes. The entire process was seamless, fluid, and smooth. One word, fast. In less than 10 minutes, Su Cheng had cooked a bowl of noodles and brought it to the dining table in the living room. At that time, Lin Yubai was still mopping the floor. Su Cheng had no idea how many times she had mopped it, he just felt that the floor tiles were newer than when he had first moved in. If it were any brighter, it could be used as a mirror. Come eat your noodles, they'll get soggy if you wait too long, Su Cheng reminded them. Okay, sure. Lin Yubai responded, then sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, looked at Su Cheng, and then looked hesitant. She took out her phone and typed subtitles on it. Can I take it home to eat? Why? I get nervous easily when you watch me eat like that, I'm sorry. Lin Yubai displayed the subtitles again.
She knew it was very impolite, but as she ate, with Su Chang sitting beside her watching, even if she was eating the most delicious food, she felt tense all over.
1. Why are you nervous? Is it because I'm too handsome? 2. Where did I see you? You're just imagining things, aren't you?
You're not a fairy godmother, you're really trying to make yourself look good.
3. I understand.
Go back now, just return the bowl after you finish eating. After reading the 3 options, Su Chang smiled with relief and said, I understand.
Take it back and eat it. Return the bowl when you're done.
Okay, sure. Lin Yubai replied with a sigh of relief, then quickly picked up the bowl and chopsticks with both hands, got up and went out. When she reached the door, she turned back and said, bye-bye.
Bye, go back now.
Su Chang held back his laughter. After Lin Yubai walked out the door, he closed it for her and couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
This girl was absolutely amazing. He's so nervous even eating noodles. Does he have 3 eyes or 4 legs? He's really a bit of a handful.
Su Chang sighed, returned to his bedroom, sat down at his computer desk, and prepared to play League of Legends for a while. Lin Yubai sent him a voice message right at the start of the game.
Su Chang, you down there?
Lin Yubai stammered, her words filled with admiration and worship, but she trailed off, seemingly unsure of the words to praise him. I gave him a thumbs up afterwards, a full 5 rows.
Su Chang smiled faintly, absolutely.
The skill packs in the system store are all top tier.
The following are all basic operations, Su Chang replied modestly. The more you say that, the more useless I feel. I can't do anything but study. A person's energy is limited. It's already quite an achievement to be proficient in just one thing.
For most people, it is difficult to master even one skill. Most are ordinary and unremarkable, without any particularly outstanding abilities.
Agreed, I've eaten noodles. The more Lin Yubai chatted with Su Chang, the more she realized how outstanding Su Chang was. Capable, mature, reliable, high emotional intelligence, gentle, polite, handsome, and with a good physique. He is truly flawless, inside and out. What a perfect guy. What kind of girl would he like? Definitely not someone like me.
Lin Yubai couldn't help but daydream, but it remained only in her mind. Since she didn't have any close friends, she could only keep her girlish thoughts to herself. After finishing their tomato and egg noodles, Lin Yubai brought the bowl to Su Chang's door, where Su Chang took the bowl from her.
Then,
Lin Yubai then displayed a message to Su Chang, I can't just take advantage of you.
Did you mop your bedroom? How about I mop it for you?
1. No, I don't really have any.
Could you help me drag this out?
2. The bedroom doesn't need mopping, but I have a few pairs of underwear that need washing.
3. You're right about the first thing, you can't get something for nothing, so can I touch your legs?
After looking at the 3 options, Su Chang regretted looking at the last 2.
Asking a girl he barely knows, who's also incredibly socially awkward, to wash his underwear. Is that something a human being would do?
And the suggestion to touch his leg is downright inhuman.
Alright then, I haven't mopped my bedroom yet, could you mop it for me? Su Chang readily agreed. Then, Lin Yubai was wearing slippers, still in the same loose-fitting loungewear as before. Creamy style, sweet.
It's printed with light purple fish and cute kittens, and the pure cotton material looks very soft. Lin Yubai was already quite thin, and wearing these loose-fitting loungewear made her look even slimmer. She wet the mop in the bathroom, wrung it out, and then took it to the bedroom, where she diligently began mopping the floor. Su Chang stood at the door, watching Lin Yubai diligently mopping the floor, and asked her a question with great curiosity. What happened to you today? Lin Yubai glanced back at Su Chang and replied awkwardly.
I want to stew a chicken. After all the steps are done, I'll go read a book. Su Chang was taken aback upon hearing this, and asked incredulously, so, you were so engrossed in reading that you forgot about the chicken in the pot? Yes, Lin Yubai replied softly. Then you really do love reading. Su Chang exclaimed in disbelief. Wow, the world is truly full of wonders. I don't have any friends. Besides reading, I don't know what else to do, Lin Yubai replied while mopping the floor. 1. What kind of books do you usually read? I also love reading, and I usually like reading a little bit of erotica. Do you like reading that? 2. Who says you don't have friends? Aren't we? 3. Then you've truly wasted your life. These options were really. Su Chang decisively skipped them. How can such a lovely and friendly beauty like you not have any friends?
I think you're great in every way except for being quiet.
If you don't mind, we can be friends.
Su Cheng first praised her, then sincerely suggested.
Don't you think I'm boring? Lin Yubai asked in surprise and humility.
Those who find you dull are all vulgar.
You just don't like to talk, but that doesn't mean your soul is lifeless. Perhaps influenced by the system, Su Cheng could spout such grand pronouncements effortlessly.
On the contrary, I think that beneath your dull exterior lies an interesting soul, just waiting for a destined person to discover it.
Ding!
Lin Yubai's favorability has increased by 10 points.
So, you are the one destined for us?
Lin Yubai smiled faintly, and her stuttering had improved considerably without her even realizing it.
Chapter 53. Can I hug you?
Faced with Lin Yubai's question, Su Cheng had 3 options.
1. It's me. But I find not only your soul interesting, but also your body.
I hope to have the opportunity to explore it further.
2. Are you confessing your feelings to me? 3. We can be neighbors, there must be some reason for it, right?
After looking at the options, Su Cheng said without any hesitation, we can be neighbors, so there must be some connection between us.
From now on, I'll consider you my friend.
Lin Yubai was both nervous and secretly delighted, and couldn't contain her emotions, so she whispered again.
Can I hug you? Just like a little ritual between friends. After saying that, Lin Yubai's heart started pounding. What was going on? How could I say such a thing to Su Cheng?
She felt that by speaking those words, their friendship seemed to have become less pure.
Sure, life needs a little ritual. Su Cheng's words immediately calmed Lin Yubai's anxious heart.
She looked up, staring blankly at Su Cheng. The latter, however, was already calm and composed, and opened his arms wide. Lin Yubai didn't say anything more, but poured out all her emotions and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Su Cheng.
Then,
she carefully opened her arms and hugged Su Cheng's waist. In Su Cheng's bedroom, she gently held him and felt the warmth of his embrace. Lin Yubai's heart seemed to be touched by something, and her heart, which needed care, felt a deep warmth.
Su Cheng also felt Lin Yubai's great sincerity.
She gently wrapped her arms around Lin Yubai. She was about 175 centimeters tall, not much shorter than Su Cheng.
But when he actually hugged Lin Yubai, he felt that she was very thin and didn't feel very fleshy. Of course, Su Cheng didn't say anything at this moment, but quietly conveyed warmth until his phone rang in his pocket. It rang once, but Su Cheng ignored it. It rang twice, 3 times.
Lin Yubai said softly, "It seems like someone sent you a message."
It's probably just spam texts, ignore them. Su Cheng didn't even look at it before calmly replying. Can you be sure without even looking? Lin Yubai sounded somewhat uneasy, and then added. Let's take a look anyway. Really, you don't need to.
There are plenty of these spam text messages these days.
Su Cheng wasn't joking.
In the current situation, apart from messages from my parents and younger sister, any other messages from anyone else are practically harassing. Harass him and Lin Yubai, to perform a great, pure ritual of connection between friends.
Oh, maybe. Lin Yubai didn't say anything more and continued to hold Su Cheng. I hugged him for about 5, 6, 7, or 8 minutes.
In short, I felt all warm up from the hug, and my mind started to wander to all sorts of strange images.
Only then did I finally say goodbye, reluctant to let go. Okay, that's enough hugging.
As she spoke, Lin Yubai loosened her arms around Su Cheng's waist.
Without saying a word, Su Cheng released Lin Yubai and then calmly said, I'm okay, thankfully. I'm a little hot, Lin Yubai replied.
Then take a break before mopping the floor, Su Cheng said casually.
No, no need.
Lin Yubai shook her head, preparing to go back and mop the floor. Suddenly, there was a knock on the living room door.
It sounds like someone is knocking on the door.
Lin Yubai looked towards the living room, her expression unconsciously becoming tense. Su Cheng also turned to look at the living room and replied casually.
It should be. I'll go check.
Su Cheng strode towards the living room, and upon opening the door at the entrance, he saw Su Yufei standing at his door. Wearing a brown, tight-fitting sweater dress that hugged her full figure, the off-shoulder design revealed her fair shoulders, and the V-neck at the chest subtly revealed her impressive cleavage, making her look quite mature.
However, Su Yufei's complexion seemed a little unwell at the moment, and Su Cheng quickly asked her softly. What's wrong, Sister Yufei? Su Yufei walked into the house, then closed the door behind her, and said resentfully in the entryway. Why aren't you replying to my messages? Didn't I tell you?
Lin Yubai didn't eat, so I made her a bowl of food. Then she insisted on mopping the floor for me, so I had no choice but to let her. Su Chang spread his hands, his expression sincere and helpless.
Mopping the floor?
Upon hearing this, Su Yufei looked towards the living room and saw the shiny floor, which slightly alleviated her doubts.
Where is she?
She is in the bedroom, Su Chang replied, then explained, she helped me mop the living room, and she wanted to help me mop the bedroom too.
I really couldn't refuse. Su Yufei glanced at Su Chang. She didn't believe Su Chang's nonsense. Did this little rascal ever tell the truth? Immediately,
Su Yufei walked into the bedroom, and then something strange happened. The bedroom was empty.
Didn't you say she was mopping the bedroom floor? Where is she?
Su Yufei turned around and looked at Su Chang, who had followed her into the bedroom. Su Chang stared blankly at the empty bedroom.
Holy crap, where are they?
Such a big, living person.
Where did they go? It was just now.
For some unknown reason, Su Chang began to stutter and speak with a lack of confidence.
Su Yufei didn't say anything, but her gaze suddenly fell on Su Chang's wardrobe.
Through the gap in the closed wardrobe door, there was a corner of a woman's pajamas.
In an instant,
Su Yufei felt a sharp pain in her heart. Looking at Su Chang, she pinched his waist hard with her small hand, making Su Chang wince in pain.
She really was mopping the floor just now. Su Chang really couldn't explain it. Faced with Su Chang's sophistry, Su Yufei didn't want to say anything.
She walked to the wardrobe, pointed to the corner of a woman's nightgown, and then asked indifferently,
Is this what you meant by mopping the floor?
Su Chang looked at the spot where Su Yufei was pointing, and seeing the corner of the nightgown, his mind instantly made sense. Suddenly, he looked completely bewildered. Now, he's truly in a situation where he can't clear his name no matter what.
The only way?
That means letting Lin Yubai prove it himself.
However,
since Lin Yubai hid in the closet, she must not want to face Su Yufei. If Su Chang were to open the closet now and ask Lin Yubai to explain the situation, she would definitely be extremely embarrassed. Su Chang had just become friends with Lin Yubai.
From a friend's perspective, he naturally couldn't do that. But he didn't do that. How should we explain this?
Just as Su Chang was having a hard time, Su Yufei took a deep breath, stepped back to the bedroom door, looked up at Su Chang and said, I'll give you half an hour to finish this quickly.
Chapter 54 Qin Xinglin, the best friend who wants to take over. After saying that, Su Yufei took the initiative to close the bedroom door for Su Chang. No. Advisor. Wait a minute. In a split second, Su Chang reacted, grabbed Su Yufei's hand that was holding the doorknob, and said with a wry smile, No, I really didn't. I can go with you right now. What kind of relationship did Su Yufei think he and Lin Yubai had? It's not even that far off. But to be fair, Sister Yufei's initiative to close the door shows a lot of magnanimity, which Su Chang sincerely admires. Come with me now? It seems.
Su Yufei raised her eyes and scrutinized Su Chang.
I'm a step too late. Oh no, I'm just in time, aren't I? Su Chang was both amused and exasperated. Why didn't Sister Yufei believe him? Lin Yubai had only moved in a few days ago. Even if he was handsome, it couldn't have happened that quickly. Let's not talk about it anymore, let's go. Su Chang didn't want to linger here.
Although he wasn't worried that Su Yufei would be angry, if their conversation made Lin Yubai in the closet notice something amiss, it could be bad for Su Chang later.
That's all. Su Chang put his arm around Su Yufei's waist, pulled her out of the bedroom, and led her to the entrance of the living room. I'm going to change my clothes, wait for me. Are you going to change your clothes, or to comfort your little lover? Su Yufei's words were never forgiving.
But she was actually very discreet. She didn't say any of these things in the bedroom just now, and tried her best to restrain herself and not reveal her relationship with Su Chang.
3 minutes, no, 2.5. I'll pack it in half.
Su Chang immediately assured him.
You're pretty fast, huh? Su Yufei then lightly teased. Su Chang was speechless, even Sister Yufei was a little out of sorts. Immediately,
without saying a word, Su Chang returned to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and found Lin Yubai still curled up tightly in a corner, using the wardrobe to cover herself up, looking like a tiny ball.
She's so slim and slender.
It's all right, she has gone, Su Chang said softly.
Then,
Lin Yubai, inside, gently removed her clothes, stretched out her curled up, somewhat numb legs, and slowly crawled out of the wardrobe.
Perhaps it's because I've been curled up for too long.
My body felt extremely numb and stiff as soon as I came out.
I lost my balance for a moment. She somehow ended up in Su Chang's arms. Su Chang was also unprepared. She collapsed. She directly pressed Su Chang down until he lost his balance, and then Su Chang fell onto the bed behind him. Lin Yubai's body pressed down on Su Chang, and they both fell onto the bed. That trampoline was so bouncy.
Lin Yubai, whose upper body was pressed against Su Chang, also bounced around, and in an instant, Lin Yubai blushed, her ears turned pink, and her heart raced.
I'm so sorry. My legs just went numb from bending over.
Lin Yubai, at a loss, leaned on Su Chang and said. Originally, she was following Su Chang's advice and, as a friend, planned to never say sorry or thank you to Su Chang again. But now she was so ashamed that she subconsciously said those words again.
I understand.
Su Chang didn't push Lin Yubai away, letting her press against him, and even replied gently. It's normal for your legs to go numb from being curled up for too long. If your legs are still numb, you can lie on me for a while longer.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yubai's heart raced.
She had originally intended to stand up, but upon hearing Su Chang himself say so, she hesitated.
So she might as well put on an act.
After all, lying on Su Chang's body right now felt incredibly good to her. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it was just so comfortable.
2.5 minutes passed, 7 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed.
Su Yufei stood in the entryway, holding her phone and turning on the stopwatch, clenching her teeth tightly.
Between feeling humiliated and being angry, she chose to feel humiliated. That little rascal.
He's been talking for 2.5 minutes, and almost 10 minutes have passed.
He still says there's nothing fishy going on. Can changing clothes take 10 minutes? 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Su Chang changed his clothes in the bedroom and quickly came out.
Looking at Su Yufei standing blankly in the entryway, he was truly speechless this time.
If the beginning was a misunderstanding, then what just happened wasn't a misunderstanding. I was simply too busy to get away from it. 1. Shrugs helplessly, there's nothing I can do, she just kept pestering me. 2. Her legs went numb from being curled up, so she asked me to massage them to relax them, but I definitely didn't do anything else. 3. I chatted with her for a while, which took up a little time. Su Chang glanced at the system reference, thought for a moment, and chose option 2. Her legs went numb from being curled up, so I massaged them to help her relax, but I definitely didn't do anything else. Su Chang spoke with absolute certainty, and Su Yufei rolled her eyes at him. I don't believe you for a second, I'm leaving. After saying that, Su Yufei turned and walked out. Su Chang quickly changed his shoes, grabbed his car keys, and caught up with Su Yufei. The two went downstairs together. Then, Su Chang got into Su Yufei's G class and left the school with her. It was almost noon. Su Yufei drove straight to the Xinglong 5-star hotel and said to Su Chang, later, I'll take you to meet my best friend. She's a bit eccentric, so just ignore her for a while. Okay, no problem.
Su Chang sat in the passenger seat and turned to look at Su Yufei, who was wearing a brown dress, in the driver's seat. It has to be said. The counselor is perfectly suited to this kind of tight-fitting, all-over clothing, which allows her streamlined figure to be perfectly showcased, making her look incredibly mature.
It's almost 1 o'clock. Su Yufei led Su Chang to the 12th floor and into a luxurious private room with a window.
Inside the private room, Chen Xinglin had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Su Yufei and the other person walk in, her eyes immediately fell on Su Chang.
He was taller than a doorframe, with a strong, muscular build and handsome, well-proportioned features. A feeling of envy, which I couldn't express, arose within me. Fei, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome.
Chen Xinglin was so impressed by his handsomeness that she was practically seeing stars. Her eyes were full of envy, and she quickly went to the door of the private room to greet the two of them.
Then, Chen Xinglin said jokingly, Fei, is your boyfriend dating anyone? Ask him if he's ever thinking about living off a woman? Get out. He's my man. If you keep this up, I'm not eating. Su Yufei immediately bristled upon hearing this, like an angry tabby cat. Ha, just kidding, I was just saying, it's not true, Chen Xinglin continued. But on another note, if you break up with him that day, remember to let me know.
Upon hearing this, Su Yufei, who was already holding back her anger, could no longer contain herself and grabbed Su Chang's arm to assert her dominance.
You think you can take over my business? Dream on. You won't even have that chance in your next life. I want to be with him not only in this life, but in the next life, and the life after that, and the life after that, and the life after that, and I want to be with him forever. Then I'll take over in my next life. Chen Xinglin spoke with a deep expression, looking as if she was willing to do it. Xiaolin, I'm not eating. Su Yufei had nothing to say upon hearing this, and took Su Chang's hand to leave. Chapter 55. Let's soak in the hot spring together. Really leaving? I was just kidding. Chen Xinglin quickly grabbed Su Yufei and then said sincerely. Sorry, I won't say anything more. Su Yufei then went back to the private room, found a secluded seat, and shoved Su Chang into it. Then he sat down beside Su Chang like a guard. What would you like to eat? Chen Xinglin sat down next to Su Yufei and pushed the menu in front of her. Su Yufei ordered a pigeon soup, a turtle soup, and an 8 treasure duck, and then pushed the menu in front of Su Chang. What do you want to eat? Don't be shy with her family is very rich. Su Chang took the menu and looked at it. He wanted to eat the 8 treasure duck, but Su Yufei had already marked it. Then there's nothing to worry about. 3 people can't eat that much, ordering too much would be a waste. I'd also like a green pepper and preserved egg dish, and braised beef will be fine. Su Chang ordered 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, and then Su Yufei picked up the menu and handed it to Chen Xinglin, who was standing next to her. The latter took it, glanced at it, and then jokingly said with a smile. Pigeon soup, turtle soup. Fei, these are all highly nourishing soups you ordered. You used to tell me you weren't interested in that kind of thing, but now that you've found a boyfriend, why are you taking such strong supplements? Upon hearing this, Su Chang was also inexplicably embarrassed, secretly lamenting his predicament. Chen Xinglin's words made it sound like he wasn't very capable. Su Yufei was also filled with shame and indignation. Looking at Chen Xinglin's sharp tongue, she was so angry that she wanted to take action. That's called being prepared for a rainy day, you understand? You need to lay a solid foundation when you're young. I understand. Chen Xinglin didn't tease her any further, guessing that Su Yufei was about to reach her limit, but to be honest, Su Chang is so handsome, even if he's a bit fast in that area, she doesn't think she can completely accept it. Then, Chen Xinglin then asked Su Yufei about their love story, and then the dishes were served one after another. Su Chang barely spoke throughout the entire session, mostly showing off his stuff. Eat until the very end. Su Chang ate most of the dishes, and Su Yufei ladled out several bowls of pigeon soup and turtle soup for him. They even said he worked day and night, multitasking, and needed to replenish his energy. Su Chang could tell that the instructor was implying he had many girlfriends. Su Chang gave an awkward laugh and remained silent. I finished my lunch quietly. Then in the afternoon, Chen Xinglin suggested going to a karaoke bar, but Su Yufei didn't want to go and decisively refused. Xiaolin, you need to be more sensible. Was it easy for her to go on a date with Su Chang? Su Chang already had very little free time, only able to go out once a weekend, and this guy actually wanted to take up the afternoon. She's going on a date with Su Chang this afternoon. Okay, now that you have a boyfriend, you've forgotten your best friend. Oh well, you've misplaced your trust in her. Chen Xinglin said with a sad expression. What the heck? I'm not talking about it anymore. Su Yufei looked at Chen Xinglin's performance with a headache. He then took Su Chang's hand and headed towards the parking lot. The two boarded the G-Wagon. Su Yufei drove Su Chang away. After they got on the road, Su Yufei turned to Su Chang and asked him a question. Let's go to the hot springs this afternoon. Sure. Su Chang wasn't picky at all. Then it's settled. Su Yufei's face lit up with interest, and thinking about going to the hot springs later, she even drove a little faster. We drove towards the outskirts of the city. It took almost an hour. Around 2 p.m., they arrived at the foot of a small hill and could see the entrance to the hot spring resort. Su Yufei led Su Chang into the building, purchased a couple's set meal, and then continued up the mountain through the building's passageway. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two entered a hot spring pool. It was surrounded by flowers, trees, and artificial hills, so there was no problem with its seclusion. The rising steam from the pool and the clearly visible pebbles at the bottom made one want to take a dip, especially on this bleak autumn day. Soaking in this pool is incredibly relaxing.
The two changed their clothes in the changing room and put on a matching bathrobe, but the colors were different for the boy and girl. Men's version is grayish-white, women's version is white and pink.
The owner of this hot spring resort is really something. Did he get this inspiration from some Japanese adult films?
And the set design, the more Su Chang looks at it, the more familiar it seems. Especially since Su Yufei, who was standing next to him, happened to be his teacher.
After changing clothes, Su Yufei then took Su Chang's hand and slid into the hot spring pool with him.
The pool was about 10 square meters in size. The pool was quite spacious for the two of them.
However, once inside the pool,
Su Yufei then stood very close to Su Chang, sticking very close to him. Especially now, after getting into the water. The hot water soaked through Su Yufei's bathrobe, and when Su Chang turned his head, he found that she seemed to have taken off her underwear.
At this moment, she was only wearing this somewhat transparent bathrobe. It's so good it makes my mouth dry. Would you enjoy soaking in the hot spring with me?
Su Yufei wrapped her arms around Su Chang's neck and sat sideways on Su Chang's lap, leaning against the edge of the hot spring pool. Her eyes were captivating and alluring, brimming with charm.
Steam rises. It's as if it's trying to draw out a person's very soul.
Su Chang chuckled at the sight of her expression, put his arm around Su Yufei's waist, and slid his palm down to her thigh. Then he said with a half smile,
Sister Yufei, do you know what that expression looks like?
Like what?
Like Daji, who was close to King Zhou, the kind who could absorb people's yang energy.
Su Chang said with a smile.
I didn't just absorb your yang energy, I also replenished it for you.
I specially ordered turtle soup and pigeon soup for you at noon today.
I replenished it for you for what I absorbed.
As Su Yufei spoke, she moved closer and closer, creating a rather intense sense of pressure.
Upon hearing this,
Su Chang also remembered this matter, and then put away his smile and replied.
I almost forgot about this if you hadn't mentioned it. You don't need to replenish my yang energy anymore. Do I look like a listless person? In which confrontation did you have the upper hand? If you order this in front of your best friend, she'll think I'm just all show and no substance. Yes, I know you're amazing.
Su Yufei nodded obediently, then twisted her body and pressed herself against Su Chang's chest, changing the subject as she spoke. But as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a field that's been overplowed, only an ox that's been worked to death. You little rascal, you have so many girlfriends, they're young and full of energy.
No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand a relentless barrage of girlfriends, can you? Chapter 56 Su Yufei 100% complete.
Su Chang smiled bitterly upon hearing this.
Su Yufei must have thought too badly of him. What do you mean, so many girlfriends?
I swear to God, right now there are only you and Chen Miru, and my relationship with her hasn't reached that stage yet.
Su Chang said this with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei looked intently at Su Chang, sensing that he didn't want to lie anymore, and didn't know what to say for a moment. I'd rather not think about it anymore. Let's focus on the present. Immediately, Su Yufei turned around and sat upright on Su Chang's lap. Okay, next time I won't order these in front of outsiders, I'll secretly make them for you. Su Chang was taken aback. Laughing and crying at the same time, Su Yufei just couldn't believe it.
His body, after drinking the system enhancement potion, was like a fighter jet among roosters with no shortage of output. No, I don't need any more, Su Chang quickly replied.
Stubborn ox, then you have to prove it to me with your actions. Looking at Su Chang's appearance, Su Yufei revealed an ambiguous expression, and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. They seemed to be getting impatient. Sister Yufei, you've got some pretty clever tricks up your sleeve. You were waiting for me here.
Su Chang gave a smug smile.
No more words.
Since his advisor asked him to prove himself with actions, Su Chang didn't mind letting her experience his terrifying strength once again.
The sun sets in the west.
The autumn wind is strong and refreshing, especially the wind on the mountain, which is as cold as ice.
Su Chang walked slowly down the mountain path, feeling refreshed.
Looking at the flowers, trees, and shrubs on the mountain, and the sunset and twilight in the distance, I felt incredibly happy. Su Yufei was on Su Chang's back, her full and soft body pressed against his back. I don't know if it was because the autumn wind was too cold, or because Su Yufei's love was too strong. All the way, she wrapped her arms tightly around Su Chang's neck. Her face still had a lingering blush. Her eyes were still somewhat unfocused, as if she was still immersed in the overwhelming feeling she had just experienced.
Sister Yafei, have I proven myself now? Su Chang asked softly. It has been proven.
Su Yufei said with satisfaction, but you still need to work harder next time. Su Chang smiled but remained silent.
We must work hard then. Soon.
Su Chang carried Su Yufei smoothly from the top of the mountain to the bottom, as if walking on flat ground, and they walked out of the hot spring resort.
Su Yufei got into the car.
They drove Su Chang to the city center, then found a beef waffle hot pot restaurant and chose a window seat for him.
Get ready to have a happy dinner. However, the dishes had just been served when Su Yufei's phone rang.
The message above was labeled, Mom. Su Yufei glanced at it and then swiped the screen to hang up.
Why aren't you answering?
Su Chang noticed something was wrong when he saw the situation.
It seems that Su Yufei's relationship with her mother is problematic. It's okay, I'll go back and get the same one. Su Yufei responded. Su Chang didn't say anything.
But then, Su Yufei's mother called again.
Su Yufei hung up again. Her mother called again.
Seeing this, Su Yufei took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and spoke.
I'm going out to answer the phone. Okay, go ahead. Su Chang didn't say anything. Then, Su Yufei got up and walked out of the hot pot restaurant.
She answered the phone on the roadside, and unsurprisingly, her mother, Su Yunlin, spoke angrily on the other end.
Fei, you're not even answering my calls anymore, huh?
Very well, I'll freeze all your cards.
Let's see how long he can stay with you. Mom, do you have to do this? I just want to do what I like, Su Yufei said gently. I'm helping you face reality. And I've already spoken to him about it. Su Yunlin's cold words stunned Su Yufei. What? Mom, when did you tell him? Su Yufei panicked immediately. How come she didn't know?
Su Chang had never mentioned this to her since returning from Shanghai.
Go ask him yourself. Su Yunlin didn't want to say anything more and hung up the phone abruptly.
Su Yufei stood on the street, glanced back at Su Qi sitting by the window waiting for him to eat, and then quickly called her mother. However, Su Yunlin kept hanging up, so Su Yufei had no choice but to give up and turn back into the restaurant. She sat down next to Su Chang again, looking somewhat worried. He glanced at the calm and composed Su Chang.
I felt increasingly uncertain.
Su Chang actually knew that her mother had cut off her financial support.
Why didn't he say so? Doesn't Su Chang mind that she has no money? If Su Chang isn't with her for her money, then what is it that he's after? What else can she possibly gain? Sister Yafei, what are you thinking about? Su Chang put his arm around Su Yufei's waist and said gently. Let's eat first. Nothing is more important than eating. You're right. Su Yufei turned around and replied. Then,
the two sat on the same side of the table, enjoying a cozy meal of beef waffle hot pot.
Su Chang particularly liked the tripe here. Spicy, refreshing, and chewy. The dinner was quite enjoyable, but Su Yufei's mood was still a bit off. This puzzled Su Chang. What was Su Yufei thinking? After dinner, Su Yufei drove Su Chang back to school. My mind was in turmoil the whole way. When they got back to the apartment building, Su Chang asked again. Sister Yafei, just tell me what's wrong. As long as I can solve it, I promise I'll take care of it for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei seemed encouraged and looked at Su Chang, mustering her courage to speak. Su Chang, did you know my mom had cut off my financial support all along? I know, so what? Su Chang was somewhat puzzled. I don't quite understand the key point. Then you. Su Yufei was taken aback by Su Chang's nonchalant reaction and hesitated for several seconds before asking. I'm broke, what are you still after if I'm with you? Upon hearing this, Su Chang couldn't help but laugh.
Looking at Su Yufei, whose somewhat humble and confused expression made him think she was quite cute.
You were worried about this all night? What else? Seeing that Su Chang actually smiled, Su Yufei's nervousness lessened considerably.
Hey Yafei, Su Chang said, turning to the side and pulling Su Yufei into his arms. Then, he gripped the steering wheel of the G-Class and chuckled softly. You're far too insecure about yourself. Your body is incredibly alluring to me. Even if your mother cut off your financial support, I'd be willing to pay for you and keep you as my sugar daddy.
Ding!
Su Yufei's favorability has reached 100 points, completing 100% of the conquest. Su Yufei is deeply in love with the host.
Su Chang, are you telling the truth?
Su Yufei looked at Su Chang and was deeply moved. She had been secretly worried about this matter for the past few days. It turned out that Su Chang hadn't taken it to heart at all.
Of course.
Not to brag, but with Sister Yufei's vision, if I missed out, finding another like her would be incredibly difficult.
Su Chang praised him sincerely. That is true.
Besides me, no other woman could be so tolerant of you, Su Yufei replied softly.
So, I definitely need to cherish you and hold on to you.
Su Chang spoke while simultaneously taking control of the situation.
You little rascal, at least you have a conscience.
Su Yufei buried her head in Su Chang's chest and snuggled close to him.
Then, after a while, he said again. Su Chang, I didn't eat enough just now, I want to have a midnight snack.
As she spoke, Su Yufei pursed her lips.
This is fine.
Su Chang was both highly skilled and daring.
Su Yufei then parked the car in the shade under a big tree.
The two remained in the car for a long time.
Chapter 57. Then you can move in there.
From a little past 8 o'clock to a little past 9 o'clock, it was almost 10 o'clock.
Su Chang and Su Yufei finally got out of the car. You little rascal, what did you eat to grow up like this? How come you have inexhaustible strength? I'm truly impressed now.
Looking at Su Chang, who was still full of energy and in good spirits, Su Yufei felt that Su Chang was really tough. Faced with Su Yufei's complaints, Su Chang smiled faintly and replied in a rather flirtatious manner.
Of course, they grew up on milk. I need to go back and rest properly, I don't even want to run anymore. Su Yufei and Su Chang talked as they went upstairs. Soon, the two arrived at the third floor. Okay, then Sister Yufei, you should go back and get some rest.
Su Chang took out his key, and before leaving, he touched Su Yufei's plump, big peach one last time, before returning to his 305.
Then, I was stunned by what I saw. All the items and decorations in the living room were arranged neatly.
On the clothes rack on the balcony, there were clothes he had been hoarding for days without washing, including his underwear.
What's going on? Who washed it? Su Chang then went into the bedroom and found that the blankets were also neatly folded. There were 3 sticky notes stuck on his wardrobe. There are 3 separate compartments for clothing.
The labels read outerwear, pants, and shirt respectively.
Su Chang opened the wardrobe.
I discovered that the clothes that were previously hanging haphazardly had all been neatly categorized. They even emptied the trash cans. The house was kept in perfect order.
This couldn't have been made by Lin Yubai this afternoon, could it? Besides her,
Su Chang felt there was no other possibility, but how could she have even washed the bitter tea seats for him?
This girl is really kind. Immediately,
Su Chang sat on the edge of the bed, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lin Yubai.
Did you tidy up for me? Thank you. Thank you. I'm lying on my side in room 306 next door. I've already finished showering.
Wearing a white rabbit sleeping bag, Lin Yubai was sitting on the bed with her lower body covered, quietly reading a book. Upon seeing the message from Su Chang, he immediately picked up his phone and replied instantly.
Since I have nothing to do on the weekend, I might as well treat it as exercise. 1. Do you want to work out again next week? 2. You did a perfect job. You even washed my bitter tea leaves. Even hiring a housekeeper wouldn't provide such attentive service. 3. You can't say that. I can't let you work for nothing. How about I treat you to dinner another day? Option 1 and 2 can be ruled out.
Option 3 seems okay, it's a tentative attempt.
You can't say that. I can't let you work for nothing. How about I treat you to a meal another day? Su Chang sent a message. Is it okay to eat at home? Lin Yubai replied. Okay, I understand.
Su Chang knew that Lin Yubai was socially anxious, and making someone with a social anxiety go out was the same as making someone who likes to go out and have fun stay at home and feel just as uncomfortable.
Then how about next weekend? I can come and learn how to cook from you then.
Seeing that Su Chang had agreed, Lin Yubai couldn't wait to finalize the time.
Okay. Su Chang didn't say anything more, he needed to talk to Chen Nuru for a while. On the other side. Dormitory 306. After returning home, Su Yufei thought it over and over again before finally knocking on Lin Yubai's bedroom door. Ms. Su, is there something you need?
Lin Yubai put down her phone, went to the door, and politely asked.
Hey, do you have time to chat? Su Yufei countered with a question. I'm free.
Lin Yubai was quite grateful to Su Yufei upon learning that Su Yufei had been forced out of the dormitory. She offered to take her in. She even asked Su Chang to come and help her move her luggage.
Give her a chance. I've made such an interesting friend. Then let's talk in the living room.
Su Yufei turned around and walked to the living room, where she sat down on the sofa. Lin Yubai, wearing a rabbit sleeping bag, followed them out of the bedroom, only half of her face showing. The loose and fluffy design made her look rather cute as she walked.
Teacher Su, I want to say sorry.
I was reading a book while stewing chicken in the kitchen today, and I forgot all about the chicken.
If you need to buy new kitchen utensils, I am willing to pay for them.
Lin Yubai stood next to Su Yufei and spoke in a restrained and humble tone.
That's not what I meant. The furniture is fine, but you should be more careful when you cook in the future.
Su Yufei casually made a couple of comments, then turned to the main topic, her tone becoming more serious as she asked.
Are you and Su Chang together now? Upon hearing this,
Lin Yubai was already somewhat reserved, and now she lowered her head shyly, replying with an embarrassed and flustered expression.
Teacher Su, what are you saying? Su Chang and I are friends. Su Yufei clearly did not believe this and questioned her further. Just friends?
At this moment, Lin Yubai's natural social anxiety was seen by Su Yufei as guilt and pretense. She then quickly added,
Don't be afraid. You're in college now. The teacher isn't trying to stop you from dating, but is thinking about something. You happen to be homeless right now. If you start dating Su Chang, you can move in with him. That would be more convenient for both of you. This proposal. Undoubtedly, it was extremely tempting to Lin Yubai.
If she really is in a relationship. She agreed at this point.
We haven't.
Lin Yubai replied somewhat haltingly.
Not yet, which means Su Yufei grasped the key point precisely, adding a hint of speculation to her tone. So, you have those kinds of feelings for Su Chang? Teacher Su, I.
Lin Yubai hesitated to speak, and after a long pause, she said, If I tell you, you have to promise to keep it a secret.
Don't worry.
Despite her inner turmoil, Su Yufei maintained a composed demeanor.
Yes, I do have a little bit of a crush on Su Chang.
Lin Yubai tried her best to be very tactful.
Okay, you can move in there.
Su Yufei spoke these words weakly, like a deflated balloon.
Ha? I. Su Chang, will he agree?
Lin Yubai was so nervous that his thoughts were in turmoil. He had never thought about this before.
He probably will.
Su Yufei spoke tactfully, but she knew exactly what was going on in her mind. This little lamb is delivered right to my doorstep. How could that lecherous Su Chang refuse it?
There's no way Bao could refuse.
Even though she was reluctant, she had no choice but to do it at that moment. From a long-term perspective, this can be considered as her taking the initiative to advance the relationship between Lin Yubai and Su Chang.
For Su Chang, he must be very happy.
She must also feel grateful to Lin Yubai.
So in the future,
if her affair with Su Chang is exposed, perhaps Lin Yubai will, out of consideration for her current relationship, allow her to continue staying by Su Chang's side.
This can be considered as her taking precautions. Chapter 58. You little rascal. You're still laughing. I do want to, Lin Yubai said, her tone turning unconvincingly. But I'm too embarrassed to speak up. Su Yufei was truly speechless upon hearing this. Did she really have to personally ask for help to make this happen?
That would really make her very sad.
Teacher Su, you seem to be quite familiar with Su Chang.
Lin Yubai saw Su Yufei and remained silent for a while, so she mustered up her courage and took the initiative to speak.
Generally speaking,
Lin Yubai wasn't that brave, but for some reason, she really didn't want to see such a great opportunity slip through her fingers.
The opportunity has arrived, and she must seize it. Okay, I'll ask around for you. Su Yufei sighed and agreed. You know, this whole thing is a mess.
It's not enough for her to give Lin Yubai advice, she also has to speak on Lin Yubai's behalf to Su Chang.
All I can say is that everything is for the future. Although Su Chang, that little rascal, is very good at charming women, there are also specific methods for managing time.
But as the old saying goes,
the truth will out. Sooner or later, the truth about the scandal will come out. Well then, thank you, Teacher Su. I'll wait for your good news.
Lin Yubai's face visibly broke into many bright and expectant smiles.
Yes, don't worry, it'll be quick.
Su Yufei wasn't worried at all that the matter wouldn't be resolved.
Then, I'll go back to my bedroom to read. Lin Yubai responded.
Yes, turn the light on a little when you read at night, and don't read for too long, it will hurt your eyes.
Su Yufei reminded her. Yes, I know.
Lin Yubai turned and walked back to the bedroom, pretending to be expressionless.
However, as soon as she closed the door,
overjoyed, he pounced onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with a silly grin, lost in his own thoughts.
In short, suddenly,
she let out a series of soft, giggling laughs, and then rolled around on the bed where the blankets had been laid out.
After I got tired of flipping through the pages.
Lin Yubai then remembered something, picked up her phone again, and sent another message to Su Yufei.
Thank you, Teacher Su. You're welcome.
Su Yufei was also in the bedroom at that moment, having changed into a purple nightgown.
I picked up my phone while lying in bed. I want to talk to Su Chang about this.
But suddenly I don't want to talk about it so soon, let's talk about it another day.
Su Chang must be very tired today. There's another early morning class tomorrow. The following Monday.
It was time for regular classes again. Although Su Chang pretended to be nonchalant in class, he still had to sit in the classroom.
Noon and evening. Su Chang ate with Chen Muru. Then we took a walk together.
Time flies, and 3 days have passed. On Thursday afternoon, Su Chang had no classes. After having lunch with Chen Muru, he planned to go back to his dorm to play games.
But get out of class had just ended. Then I received a message from Su Yufei. No classes this afternoon? Sister Yufei, you already know my class schedule, why are you asking me? Su Chang countered with a question. He thought to himself. It seems another fierce battle is inevitable this afternoon. Let me know when you get home, and I'll give you a private lesson. After sending a message to Su Chang, Su Yufei quickly tidied her desk in the office. Then she drove her electric scooter back to the teacher's apartment quickly.
More than 10 minutes later, I heard the door open. As soon as Su Chang opened the door, he saw Su Yufei wearing blue slim-fit jeans, a gray jacket, and a white shirt underneath. She had a mature oval face and was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Su Yufei entered the room and closed the door behind her. Then, before she could even put down her shoulder bag, she pinned Su Chang against the entryway wall. The two greeted each other with a passionate kiss, as if it were their private and unique way of saying hello.
After a passionate kiss,
Su Chang suddenly squatted down a little, then wrapped his arms around Su Yufei's legs and easily hoisted her onto his shoulder. He turned and walked towards the bedroom.
Su Yufei was stunned. How did I end up being carried like this all of a sudden? That little rascal is so rude. We entered the bedroom.
Su Chang threw Su Yufei's voluptuous body onto his large bed, causing the bed springs to creak and groan under the weight.
And the swaying bed.
This made Su Yufei forget what she was there for.
She contacted Su Chang to talk about Lin Yubai. But now, let's put everything on hold for now. There's an old saying at the dinner table, cheers first, show respect. She's doing the same now.
The two were very familiar with the process and handled it skillfully.
Soon,
they flew together into the clouds, and then, as if in a small boat, they drifted into a lotus pond, enjoying the pleasures of life together.
More than an hour later,
Su Yufei straightened her collar, combed her hair straight again, buttoned up all the buttons on her clothes, and put on her gold-rimmed glasses, looking serious once again. Only the lingering blush on her face seemed to be hinting at something.
You little rascal, I misunderstood you the other day. Su Yufei spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Huh? What did you misunderstand me about? Su Chang looked completely bewildered.
About you and Lin Yubai, I saw her hiding in your closet the other day, and I thought you two were having an affair.
I was wrong, Su Yufei explained in detail again. Upon hearing this,
Su Chang suddenly remembered something and felt a sense of relief, like a good person who had been wronged but was finally exonerated.
I told you there's nothing between us. Su Chang replied excitedly, then his expression changed, and he asked suspiciously, but, Sister Yufei, how did you know? Of course I asked her. Su Yufei stated frankly. So what did she say?
She said you're just friends.
Right.
I already said. Su Chang was about to reply to prove his innocence when Su Yufei interrupted him.
But,
she also said.
What did you say? Su Cheng's heart tightened. He sensed something was wrong. I'm telling you that I have those feelings for you.
Su Yufei looked up at Su Cheng, scrutinizing him with her gaze.
I thought Su Cheng would explain.
Su Cheng, however, gave a smug smile and replied.
Really? It seems I'm just too charming.
Su Cheng's smug look made Su Yufei's eyes turn cold, and she immediately pinched Su Cheng's thigh in anger.
You little rascal! You're still laughing.
Upon hearing this, Su Cheng quickly suppressed his smile.
Then,
Su Yufei said frankly, then I suggested that she move in with you, but she said she was too embarrassed to ask you, so I took on the task myself.
So you want her to move in with you? When Su Yufei asked him this question, Su Cheng was a little stunned.
The turn of events was too abrupt.
1 second ago, Su Yufei was still pinching him because he laughed, but a second later she told him that she suggested Lin Yubai move in.
Lin Yubai was too embarrassed to speak up, so Su Yufei took the initiative to offer her help.
Is this right, guys? Sister Yufei, are you sure you're not kidding me? Su Cheng asked very seriously. I'm not kidding, I'm serious.
Su Yufei said very seriously, I know very well that I can't stop you from finding a concubine anyway, so I might as well help you find one. That way, your concubine will owe me a favor in the future. By the time you're exposed, I'll have already become familiar with them. They can show some consideration.
Chapter 59. Brother, are you in a relationship? After hearing this,
Su Cheng hugged Su Yufei and said with great affection. Sister Yufei, I have to say you have a broad perspective.
I'll talk to her about it over the weekend in a couple of days.
Whatever.
Su Yufei replied casually. It's only a matter of time anyway. On the weekend. Su Cheng thought for a moment and then said, actually, this is also good for you. In the future, if I want to ask you out, you can wait for me at home, and you will have more time to prepare. You just know how to say these things to coax me. Su Yufei complained. Just tell me, is what I said even slightly reasonable?
Su Cheng became increasingly self-righteous.
A little, but not much.
Su Yufei replied stubbornly.
Actually, in her heart.
I agree with Su Cheng's point of view.
Just imagine it.
If Su Cheng comes to her house, Su Yufei can stay at home, take a shower, and put on a sexy little dress. Then she waited for him in bed. They were just waiting for Su Cheng to come and start the repairs.
If you have it, you have it. Why are you being so stubborn? Even a stubborn ox becomes stubborn if it eats too much of that stuff, right?
Su Cheng smiled faintly and replied.
Su Yufei immediately understood Su Cheng's driving style and said with dissatisfaction. I didn't. Then eat some more. Su Cheng smiled and lay down, and Su Yufei didn't say anything.
He then continued to serve Su Cheng.
It was a little past 4 in the afternoon. Su Yufei left room 305 with satisfaction. Then he went back inside.
She was preparing to continue the work she hadn't finished.
This afternoon, she essentially skipped work to come see Su Cheng.
Su Cheng, on the other hand, stayed at home and hired 2 people to play with him. He leisurely started playing League of Legends.
But after only 1 game, my sister sent me a message. Brother, are you home? What are you doing? I've come to visit you.
I don't want to go out, Su Cheng decisively refused.
What's fun about going out with Su Xiaoming? Why not play a couple of games of League of Legends?
Playing games with someone doesn't provide the same emotional value as having a younger sister.
You can play in the dorm, I have something to tell you. What can't be said on the phone? Su Cheng asked. Something big.
After replying to the message, Su Xiaoming did not respond again. Su Cheng, on the other hand, continued playing League of Legends. More than 10 minutes later,
Su Cheng heard a knock at the door, got up and went to the entrance to open it. As expected, it was Su Xiaoming. It's been a while.
She still looks like that energetic and adorable little girl. She had her hair tied in pigtails.
She was wearing a classic black and white Lolita outfit.
She wore a pair of short white socks.
Parrot with black shoes.
The only thing that had changed was her long black hair. She dyed her hair pink.
Frog Fun, why did you dye your hair pink? Su Cheng was a little shocked by the hair. It's freshly dyed, does it look good? Su Xiaoming asked in a boastful tone.
It's not a matter of whether it looks good or not, but if my parents find out, they'll definitely say good things about me.
Su Cheng's family is a relatively traditional family. Dyeing hair yellow or pink. Adults can tell at a glance that he doesn't seem like a respectable person. My dear brother, how would they know if you didn't tell them? Su Xiaoming smiled and asked in return. Are you sure I won't tell them? Su Cheng pressed. My dear brother, you wouldn't do this, would you?
As she spoke, Su Xiaoming hugged Su Cheng and looked up at his face. He had a look on his face that said, if you tell me, I'll be very sad.
Oh dear, I just can't do anything with you. Su Cheng nodded helplessly and then continued. Okay, I won't say. I knew it. Cheng Ji, you're the best to me.
Su Xiaoming released Su Cheng's waist, then went to the water dispenser in the living room and poured herself a glass of water.
By the way, what's the matter that you insisted on coming over to tell me? Su Cheng looked at Su Xiaoming and asked a question.
Mom and Dad, they are coming to Qing City to see us.
Su Xiaoming responded. You came to see me? Su Cheng felt it was a bit unbelievable. Be well at home. Why did you suddenly decide to come see him? You didn't tell your parents anything, did you? Su Cheng pressed.
I already told you that you've made money writing novels lately and bought a super expensive motorcycle.
Su Xiaoming replied. You didn't specify how much it would cost, did you? Su Cheng pressed. No.
Okay, just tell them my car costs over 20,000.
Su Cheng gave his instructions. Their family was not even considered well off.
My parents worked their whole lives and only managed to buy one house in town. Then they built one in the countryside. Now in his 50s. My dad still works as a street cleaner in the county town.
My mother also works in a textile factory in town.
If they knew that Su Cheng bought a motorcycle worth 100,000 yuan,
they're probably going to give Su Cheng a good scolding. Why should I help you cover it up? Su Xiaoming's mischievous look clearly indicated that she didn't want to cooperate. Do you still want me to transfer living expenses to you? Su Cheng countered with a question. Okay. Su Xiaoming immediately obeyed. When are they coming? Su Cheng asked again. This Friday. You're coming on Friday, why didn't you tell me? Su Cheng was speechless.
They were trying to keep it from you and wanted me to pick them up, but Cheng Ji and I are so close, I had to come and tell you. Su Xiaoming said softly.
Upon hearing this,
Su Cheng felt a sense of relief. His younger sister was still the closest to him, and all this doting on Su Xiaoming had been worthwhile.
So sensible. Su Cheng smiled. He then transferred 1,000 yuan to Su Xiaoming. Consider this 1,000 as a bonus. Thank you, brother.
Su Xiaoming didn't stand on ceremony with Su Cheng, knowing that he was the kind of person who would buy a motorcycle worth 100,000 yuan on a whim. He must have made a lot of money writing novels.
Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. I'm going to play games.
Su Cheng then changed the subject.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoming's smile froze and vanished instantly. Watching Su Cheng walk into the bedroom, I followed them inside.
She pouted her little mouth. She looked like a petty, resentful person.
We entered the bedroom. Su Xiaoming quickly noticed the anomaly. Brother, how come there's a woman's hair on your bed?
Su Xiaoming picked up a long, thin black hair from the blanket on the bed and looked at its soft, fine texture.
It's definitely a woman's hair. Then,
before Su Cheng could answer her question, Su Xiaoming brought her nose close to the blanket and smelled it again.
A woman's fragrance wafted into my nostrils. Now, Su Xiaoming's expression turned completely panicked. Brother, are you dating someone?
Seeing this situation, Su Cheng knew he couldn't hide it any longer.
What's wrong with dating? Your brother is an adult, it's normal for him to date. Su Cheng replied calmly. You brought your girlfriend back to the dorm? You two didn't, done it, did you? Su Xiaoming pressed for an answer. In a short time,
a sense of despondency washed over her, as if her sacred place had been defiled by someone else.
For her. Apart from her.
Any woman who gets too intimate with her brother is defiling his body.
Chapter 60. Should I call them uncle and aunt, or dad and mom? It hasn't come to that point yet. She just said she was a little sleepy and wanted to take a nap. Su Cheng didn't want to talk about those things yet. You're not lying to me?
Su Xiaoming looked at Su Cheng seriously and asked, "Why would I lie to you?"
Su Cheng answered very naturally, and Su Xiaoming did not ask any further questions.
I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling a little down.
Inside the brain.
She kept fantasizing about Su Cheng and his girlfriend, completely naked in the bedroom, and the more she thought about it, the worse she felt.
Hey bro, what does your girlfriend look like? Do you have a picture? Su Xiaoming suddenly asked again.
Wait, let me look for it. As Su Cheng spoke, he picked up his phone and scrolled through his chat history with Chen Muru. I realized there wasn't a single decent photo among them. Chen Muru usually sends him close-up photos. Those were all blank photos. Or it might be various scenery, items, or dinner, breakfast, and so on. The only thing they could offer was Chen Muru. The profile picture posted had a large head effect. That's all we can use for now. That's what it looks like. Su Cheng handed his phone to Su Xiaoming. There are no normal photos? Su Xiaoming pressed for an answer. They've only just started talking. Su Cheng replied immediately. The original intention was to stop Su Xiaoming from being curious about his girlfriend, but unexpectedly it aroused Su Xiaoming's even greater curiosity about his girlfriend. You've only just started dating and you're already taking her back to your dorm to sleep? No, she just came to take a nap. Is that so strange? No, isn't that strange? Su Xiaoming seemed somewhat unsure of herself when asked the question. That's normal. You'll understand once you're in a relationship. I won't talk. Su Xiaoming actually had a second part to her sentence, having my brother is enough for this lifetime. But now. She didn't have the courage to say that. But she wasn't sure either. Will she be provoked if she sees her brother Su Cheng being intimate with his girlfriend one day? It's better not to talk about it now. Your mind isn't mature enough yet. It's not too late to talk about it in a couple of years. Su Cheng replied. Su Xiaoming didn't want to say more. She didn't want to be in a relationship, and that wasn't the reason. There was no point in talking to Su Cheng about it. He then changed the subject, saying, "You continue with your game, I'll clean the bed for you." What's wrong with my bed? There's a strand of hair, I'll tuck it out for you. Su Xiaoming wouldn't allow it. This strand of hair would taint Su Cheng. And that slutty woman's scent. So sexy. After she finishes cleaning, she'll lie down on the blanket again so that Su Cheng's blanket will smell like her. That way she can sleep peacefully at night. Is this okay too? Although Su Cheng didn't quite understand, Su Xiaoming could do whatever she wanted. He'll be playing League of Legends for a bit. Time flies. Dinner time. Chen Muru invited him to dinner that night, while Su Xiaoming was still sleeping in his bed. Su Cheng shook Su Xiaoming awake from the bed and spoke. Want to go eat? Go ahead. Su Xiaoming quickly got out of bed, extremely excited. You're going to see my girlfriend later, right? Didn't you want to meet her too? Su Cheng continued. Oh. Then I won't go. Su Xiaoming's expression quickly turned cold, and she became nervous and socially anxious. Don't want to go anymore? Su Cheng asked with a smile. I don't want to think about it anymore. Su Xiaoming shook her head like a rattle. Okay then, I'm going to eat. I'll take you to the school gate. Su Cheng continued. Immediately. Su Xiaoming changed out of Su Cheng's pajamas, put on her Lolita dress again, and followed Su Cheng downstairs. Su Cheng drove her to the school gate, then drove to the Zhongyuan cafeteria. After arriving, go straight up to the third floor. Then I spotted Chen Muru in the sofa area by the window. Her order of Maokaya type of Sichuan hot pot was already ready. Why are you so late? My sister came to visit me. I took her to the school gate. I was going to call her to come eat with me, but she was a little nervous and didn't dare to come over to see you. Su Cheng sat down next to Chen Muru as he spoke. It's better if you don't come, I'm nervous too. Chen Muru's tone suggested she had escaped a disaster. Su Cheng smiled leisurely and continued. My parents are coming to Qingda University to see me in a couple of days. Would you like to meet them? Are your parents coming to school? Chen Muru asked again. Right. Do they know me? I probably didn't know before, but I told my sister this afternoon, so I should know when my parents come in a couple of days. Su Cheng replied in detail. Then I Chen Muro was so nervous that she couldn't utter a single word for a long time.
Actually, it's nothing.
You're so beautiful, your family is from the main city, and you're so polite.
My parents would definitely approve, Su Chang continued.
Then I'll meet them, Chen Muro agreed, and then began to ask questions incoherently.
What do your parents like? It's Friday in a couple of days, right? What time are the tickets? Let's go pick them up then. Is your sister coming too? Should I prepare a gift for her as well? How about I buy your sister an iPhone? Should I call them uncle and aunt, or mom and dad?
When Chen Muro talked about calling out mom and dad,
Su Chung couldn't hold back any longer and sneered. No, Ro, you're already calling for mom and dad? Isn't that a bit too fast? Su Chang looked at Chen Muro, who was so nervous and confused. She's just too cute. Are you still laughing? Come on, give me some advice.
Seeing Su Chang's relaxed expression, Chen Muro felt even more pressured.
Grabbing Su Chang's arm, his face was full of pleading. Su Chang raised his arm.
He patted Chen Muro's head, his thumb threading through her hair and gently brushing it.
Then he said calmly,
Don't worry, you're only a freshman in college and you've only just started dating me. Even if you don't do things perfectly, my parents won't blame you. First impressions are very important.
Chen Muro insisted. Let's eat the maokai first, and I'll give you some tips later. Su Chang reluctantly agreed. Okay. Chen Muro responded. Then,
Su Chang and Chen Muro ate some maokai, a type of Sichuan hot pot, and after a sweet dinner together, they went for a stroll on the playground.
I walked around a few times. Su Chang then led Chen Muro to sit down by the steps. Then,
he lifted Chen Muro's entire body and placed her on his lap, sitting sideways.
Chen Muro buried her head in embarrassment. It's like an ostrich burying its head in the desert. Su Chang, you're so annoying. There are so many people. Chen Muro whispered. Shall we go to the grove? I'm not going, you're so mean. Chen Muro whispered. Let's talk like this then. All right. Let me tell you briefly, my parents are roughly. Let's talk in the woods. Chen Muro interrupted. There are too many people here, and you're holding me like this because I'm socially awkward. Okay, let's move to the grove. Su Chang was secretly delighted. She finally agreed to go into the woods with him at night. Chapter 61. I've even thought of names for my child. Then,
Chen Muro sat in Su Chang's car, and Su Chang drove her to a small grove on campus, located in the faculty and staff area. Students generally don't go very often.
Therefore, there. It is also a top choice for many couples to meet at night. Su Chang rode for 5 or 6 minutes, at a moderate pace. We rode and chatted all the way. On the road, Su Chang then explained his parents' situation to Chen Muro. My dad is easy to deal with.
He likes cigarettes and alcohol, but if he has to choose between the two, he still prefers alcohol, so you can just buy him a bottle of alcohol.
My mom likes to buy clothes.
Winter is coming soon, so I'll just buy her a down jacket. As for my sister, I'll buy her a Bluetooth headset. Su Chang briefly explained the situation, and Chen Muro opened her memo and carefully wrote it down. Then she asked further questions.
Are there any other things to be aware of? For example, are there any things that your uncle and aunt might find objectionable? Or have they told you what kind of wife they hope you will find in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Chang smiled calmly and looked at Chen Muro in reply. What? You want to show off your acting skills?
Why do you care so much about them? Just be your most authentic self. Chen Muro felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but she still insisted.
It's not that I'm afraid of them or that they don't like me. They don't like it, but I do. Su Chang smiled leisurely and then added. I think you're doing great. Just keep it up. There's nothing that needs improvement for now. If there is, I'll let you know. Okay, then. Although Chen Muro wanted to know more information, Su Chang's attitude clearly indicated that he didn't want to talk about it. She didn't press the matter further. Actually, she also dislikes acting, but that's how society is now. When you meet your partner's parents for the first time, you have to be enthusiastic and respectful to some extent. However, Su Chang seems to be different. He's doing well. They encouraged Chen Muro to simply be herself. Soon, We arrived at the entrance of Qingzhou Yayuan.
It was dark inside, and it looked like a place where bad things were done. Seeing this, Chen Muru felt a natural fear in her heart.
Su Chang, we were just saying we'd go to the grove to talk about your parents, but now it seems like we've already talked about everything about your parents.
Chen Muru paused for a moment, then asked again.
Should we go back? Upon hearing this, Su Chang was taken aback and replied.
Not yet, there's something very important I haven't told you yet.
What's up? Chen Muru pressed for an answer. Let's go in and talk about it later,
Su Chang said with a smile.
All right. Chen Muru didn't say anything more, took Su Chang's arm, and walked into the somewhat dark bamboo grove.
Inside is a winding cobblestone path.
Because the road is winding.
In addition, there are few streetlights. They are even hidden from each other by bamboo groves, shrubs, and other vegetation.
Therefore, the light is very dim.
If Su Chang hadn't been there, Chen Muru would have been too scared to leave. This place was so eerie that she would have believed Su Chang even if he told her there were ghosts here.
Su Chang, I'm scared.
Chen Muru held Su Chang tightly, taking each step with great care.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Su Chang raised his hand and touched the top of Chen Muru's head. He then put his arm around Chen Muru's waist.
Give her the greatest safety. Should we go further in? Just find a place to sit, Su Chang replied. Then, the two walked a little further in, and before they knew it, they had reached the end of a path in the woods.
And this is right at the edge of the small bamboo grove, where there is a bench for two people. The location is perfect.
There is a street lamp nearby. It provides some light, which is very good. Let's do it here.
As Su Chang spoke, he sat down on the chair, and Chen Muru followed suit, preparing to sit next to Su Chang. However, Su Chang grabbed her arm and put his arm around her slender waist. Then he pulled Chen Muru onto his lap and sat her down. Chen Muru was pulled so hard that she lost her balance. She sat heavily on Su Chang's lap, and that was truly a full-blown moment.
What are you doing? If you want me to sit on your lap, just say so. I won't refuse. What if I sit down like this and end up sitting on your lap?
Chen Muru sat on Su Chang's lap and turned her head to say worriedly.
I'm not that fragile. If you sit like this for a short while, how will we have a baby in the future? Su Chang put his small arm around Chen Muru, who was sitting in his lap.
He then began to exude confidence and use flirtatious, seductive words.
Ugh! Who wants to have a baby with you? You're thinking too far ahead.
Chen Muru had a happy smile on her face, but she didn't hold back with her words. So when chatting with women, you should not only listen to what they say, but also pay attention to their expressions. After all, what a woman says might be the opposite of what she means.
But my mood.
It will most likely be written on their faces.
Of course. I've even thought of names for our future baby. Su Chang continued to boast. And without drafting. Upon hearing this, Chen Muru was even happier inside. She liked Su Chang's unreliable nature, which made her feel very relaxed. So what name do you want? Let's see if you have any cultural level. Chen Muru followed up with the question. The son will be named Su Chensheng, and the daughter will be named Su Xiao. Su Chang quickly came up with two names. Upon hearing this,
Chen Muru couldn't help but pout, unable to suppress her smile, and said with a look of admiration.
That's amazing.
Your reputations are so down to earth.
Right?
If I can't find a job after graduation, I'll set up a stall under the overpass and tell fortunes and name people.
Su Chang's boasting went further and further away. The little hands touched deeper and deeper.
While Chen Muru was chatting with him and not paying attention, Su Chang had already broken through layers of seals and grasped the future. You're getting more and more outrageous, Chen Muru replied. Then he raised his hand and pressed down on the back of Su Chang's hand, asking further questions.
You just said there was something important, what is it? My sister is not my biological sister. Su Chang spoke up. Not her biological sister? Chen Muru looked surprised.
Then Su Chang briefly explained the background of his sister, Su Xiaoming.
After listening, Chen Muru looked on with emotion. Those uncle and aunt are really kind-hearted. That's not kindness, that's favoritism. They always favor my sister.
When Su Chang was a child, he even suspected that he was the one who was found.
Okay, that's quite important. Chen Muru remembered it. Then,
Su Chang steered the conversation toward what he wanted to talk about.
Shouldn't we do some couple-themed activities next? Su Chang said. How do we interact?
Chen Mura turned to the side with her legs tightly closed, her small, upturned buttocks sitting perfectly on Su Chang's lap, making her feel quite awkward.
Like this.
Without any hesitation, Su Chang wrapped his arms around Chen Mura's slender waist and kissed her passionately. Chen Mura looked shy, but when they actually kissed, she seemed to be even more proactive than Su Chang.
Surprisingly, they were the first to pry open Su Chang's mouth. Their soft tongues intertwined.
He was panting heavily. At the same time, he grabbed Su Chang's other hand and stuffed it into his shirt.
Chapter 62 is arranged very scientifically. Su Chang's heart tightened. You little rascal, you're quite the actress. You were just saying you were scared? How did they end up kissing so passionately?
Her advances were even more intense than his.
We really shouldn't underestimate the little white rabbit. But who is Su Chang?
He naturally wouldn't let Chen Moro gain the upper hand, as Chen Moro's offensive was fierce.
Su Chang then launched an even fiercer offensive than Chen Muro.
He wrapped his arms around Chen Moro's waist and buried his head in her chest.
Then came #at. More than half an hour later, Su Chang and Chen Muro walked out of the bamboo grove. Chen Moro's blushing face was indescribable.
Her little hand clung to Su Chang's arm, just like when they walked into the bamboo grove earlier. But at this moment, in his eyes,
it brought both resentment and enjoyment. I'm thirsty, let's go buy some water. Chen Moro spoke up. Okay. Su Chang inserted the key into his Suzuki GSX-8R. Get into your car.
Chen Moro sat down with practiced ease, leaning her upper body forward from behind, giving Su Chang a sense of pressure.
Tonight.
Chen Moro was wearing a black knitted long-sleeved top. Parrot with black trousers.
Lightweight cotton material with good elasticity. After putting it on, it perfectly outlines the curves of a perky butt. And the legs don't feel too tight. Loose-fitting top. It's a perfect blend of languid and sexy charm. Indescribable beauty.
Especially when Chen Mura was sitting on his lap just now. The thin fabric seemed to be non-existent.
It feels a little slippery.
Su Chang drove to the supermarket next to the nearby canteen.
The two then got out of the car. Enter the beverage section of the supermarket. Su Chang opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of Baishui Mountain. He turned to look at Chen Muro and asked, "What would you like to drink?"
Chen Muro also took a bottle of Baishui Mountain beer and a bottle of pure milk.
You still drink plain milk? I got this for you. Chen Muro responded with a soft laugh. I don't like drinking this. Then why were you so enthusiastic just now? Chen Muro asked in a low voice.
His words carried a hint of shame and provocation.
Su Chang was completely stunned.
Chen Muro was driving incredibly fast, and Su Chang's face was so crushed by the tires that he didn't know how to answer her for a moment.
1. I didn't drink enough milk when I was little. 2. You think I wanted this?
I'm doing this so our future baby can try out the taste first.
3. That's different. Xiao Rou Rose smells better.
When Su Chang took a look at this system reference, he thought it was really incredibly fancy, but Su Chang could actually use it at the moment.
Then, referring to option 2, he replied, I did that for our future baby. I wanted to try the taste for the baby first. Upon hearing this, Chen Moro was instantly embarrassed. As expected, she couldn't outdo Su Chang. This guy was a complete pervert. I give up, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Chen Mura took the milk and bottled water and headed to the cashier.
Su Chang smiled and followed her. When Su Chang arrived, Chen Moro had already taken out her phone and paid the bill. Then, Su Chang drove Chen Moro back to her dormitory. Drive to Zhong Yuan's second dormitory.
Chen Moro lingered in Su Chang's car, clinging to his abs and waist, clearly unwilling to let go.
Do you like touching it that much? Why don't you come back to my dorm and touch it?
Su Chang looked at Chen Moro's hands, which she was reluctant to let go of, and made a suggestion with a faint smile.
No. You're a bad person.
Upon hearing this, Chen Moro released Su Chang's waist and got out of the car.
He glanced around again, then quickly leaned in and gave Su Chang a kiss on the cheek. I can only do that with you after I get past my parents' approval. Alright, let's go back, Changbao.
Chen Muro stood by the car waving, a bright smile on her face. Even though the night was somewhat dark. But it couldn't hide the brilliance in Chen Muro's eyes, which seemed to hold the stars.
Okay, goodbye. Su Chang waved goodbye.
Then he twisted the accelerator and drove back to the teacher's apartment.
Back to dormitory 305. He began to plan his next steps. My parents are coming on Friday. He will have to pick him up then.
Then, that night, you can arrange for your parents to stay in his dorm or a hotel off campus, and then explore the school the next day.
Chen Muro can meet the two elders in the morning.
I'll take him home this afternoon.
When we have time, we can also take them to buy clothes or something outside of school. Then I took them to the high-speed rail station to go back.
Arrange for Lin Yubai to move in on Sunday. Then slowly advance their relationship.
After next week I can start preparing to meet Chen Muro's parents. The only thing to be careful about is if Chen Muro wants to stay in his dormitory later. At that time,
he said he was sharing a room with his advisor.
That's right. Su Chang bought some clothes in advance and put them in Su Yufei's side bedroom to create the impression that the two of them were living together. That way, when Chen Muro wants to come and stay, Su Chang and Chen Muro also have a place to stay. And so it is. It would also be more convenient for Su Chang and Chen Muro. The arrangement is very scientific.
If he lives with Lin Yubai, Chen Muro will definitely suspect their relationship when she sees Lin Yubai.
Which university are you referring to? They will arrange for male and female students to share a dormitory. This is how it's arranged. The birth rate at the school is likely to skyrocket.
The couples will then switch dorm rooms. I'm afraid it will take 4 years to finish reading.
The girl went home to rest and prepare for childbirth. If he lives with his advisor, the potential risks are much smaller. After all, who would have thought that Su Chang and the counselor were having an affair? Absolutely safe. After thinking it through, Su Chang opened his phone and sent a message to Su Yufei. I mentioned that I needed to move some luggage to her dormitory. This was to cover up the fact that he was living with Lin Yubai. Humph. You little rascal. You still say you and Lin Yubai are innocent? If you're innocent, why did you move in here and pretend to be in the same dorm as me? Su Yufei complained. I never said that I was innocent with Lin Yubai. I said that I was innocent with her for the time being. As for the future, that's a matter for the future. Su Chang clarified with a wry smile. Humph, you little rascal. I shouldn't have asked you for help that day. Su Yufei regretted it too late. Sister Yufei, you won't reject your little brother, will you? Su Chang sent a voice message. It's flirtatious yet subtly ambiguous. No problem. Although Su Yufei may complain, she will definitely help. After all, she even personally delivered Lin Yubai to Su Chang's lips. This is no small matter. I knew Sister Yufei was good to me. By the way, my parents are coming to Qing City to see me this Friday. They don't know how to take the subway or a taxi, so I'll have to take time off to pick them up at the high-speed rail station. Su Chang then mentioned that he had asked for leave on Friday. When? Upon hearing this, Su Yufei pressed for an answer. It's uncertain, it could be in the morning or the afternoon. Just call me when the time comes. I'll drive to pick up your parents. I'm not too busy this Friday anyway. Su Yufei spoke in a relaxed and sincere tone. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? No trouble at all, this is fine. It's much more convenient for me to drive. Su Yufei finalized the matter directly. Su Chang said no more. I silently kept it in my heart. Chapter 63, Using the Empress Dowager to Command the Emperor. Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon. Su Chang received a call from his younger sister and then called his advisor, who was already prepared. I got into her G-Wagon. The two first drove to the neighboring teachers' college. Received from Su Xiaoming. Su Yufei then drove them to Qing City High-Speed Railway North Station. On the way to the North Station, Su Xiaoming sat alone in the back, watching Su Chang and Su Yufei sitting in front. There's always a strange sense of crisis. Who is the student counselor? Can anyone treat their students as well as Su Yufei? She even drove to the high-speed rail station to pick up her brother. Is this something a counselor should be doing? Including the previous ones. Su Yufei's enthusiastic attitude towards Su Chang made Su Xiaoming feel increasingly uneasy. But now,
His brother already has a girlfriend, it seems like things couldn't get any worse.
along the way, Su Chang and Su Xiaoming discussed the arrangements for later.
Su Yufei remains silent throughout the entire process. After all, her current role is merely that of Su Chang's advisor. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class arrived at the high-speed rail station. The three of them met Su Chang's parents at the exit.
Xiao Chang, is this your girlfriend? So young and beautiful.
Right from the start,
Su Chang's mother, Dong Shuya, turned her gaze to Su Yufei.
before Su Chang could answer, she began to praise him. The compliment made Su Chang, who was standing to the side, laugh and quickly added, "Mom, this is my advisor." Upon hearing this, Dong Shuya looked extremely embarrassed.
However, Su Yufei naturally wouldn't let the situation become awkward. He quickly replied with a smile. "Auntie, thank you for the compliment. You look very young too." "Oh dear, we're getting old,"
Dong Shuya said modestly, thus successfully navigating the awkward situation. He felt a slight fondness for Su Yufei.
"It's better to say something than to say it."
This counselor is a good person, has high emotional intelligence, and is so enthusiastic.
If she were her son's girlfriend, she would be quite nice too. "Let's go, get in the car, let's go back to school first." Su Chang took his parents' suitcases and felt they were incredibly heavy. He then casually asked a question. "What did you all bring? Why is it so heavy?"
"We only brought some cured pork and sausages, as well as a slaughtered free-range chicken."
"Xiaoming told us that your dormitory is a teacher's apartment, fully furnished, so we brought some over," Dad Su Tianlei replied. "Alright, fine." Su Chang was thinking that Lin Yubai might move in with them in the future. He won't be able to finish it. Lin Yubai could help me eat something at home. Anyway, that socially awkward girl doesn't like going to the cafeteria. Even grocery shopping requires ordering takeout. The group arrived outside the high-speed rail station. Su Xiaoming, who was walking in front, was a bit scheming. Su Yufei unlocked the car door.
Su Xiaoming immediately took the lead and sat in the front passenger seat.
In this way, her brother, Su Chang, and Su Yufei could no longer sit together.
Although those two are nothing special. But Su Xiaoming just didn't want to see the two of them sitting in the same row.
It's such an eyesore. However,
but his mother, Dong Shuya, called him to the back.
"Meng, your brother is so big, why don't you let him sit in the passenger seat?
The three of us can sit in the back, it'll be more comfortable."
"Okay, sure." Su Xiaoming gave a helpless reply. "The only option is to get off the bus."
He obediently squeezed into the middle of the back seat, while Su Chang returned to the passenger seat.
The group drove back to school. Along the way, Dong Shuya also asked about Su Yufei. For example, has she started dating yet? Which university did you attend? How long have you been working here? Do you have any younger siblings or anything like that in your family? In the passenger seat,
Su Chang was overwhelmed by all this, feeling that his parents' generation was always having trouble talking to the younger generation.
It's like checking someone's household registration. That was a completely question and answer style chat. But it was Su Yufei. He seemed quite happy to chat with Dong Shuya like this. The two chatted and laughed. Along the way, Su Chang, Su Xiaoming, and Su Tianlei seemed to have shut down. Except for the occasional interjection.
All the other times, the two were engaged in lively conversation.
"Aunt Dong, I really understand how hard it was for your generation.
You worked so hard to raise your children, not for anything else, but just to hope that your children would be happy.
I've worked hard my whole life, but I've never had a single good day. I happen to be free these 2 days. If you want to have fun in Qing City, I can give you a ride when you go out." Su Yufei spoke with sincerity and enthusiasm. Dong Shuya's heart warmed at what she heard, but she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she tentatively probed. "I can't accept this. It's too much trouble for you, Teacher Su. You counselors are usually very busy, don't you ever want to rest on the weekend? Chatting with Aunt Dong makes me happy. I've been having some arguments with my mom lately, and chatting with Aunt Dong helps me relax and maybe even makes me feel better." Su Yufei seized the opportunity to build the railway. "Oh dear."
Dong Shuya turned her head and glanced at Su Tianlei, who was currently nudging her with his elbow. But he was stunned by Dong Shuya's single glance.
That look seemed to say, I haven't had a single good day since I married into your family.
Now that my children are grown up, I have a chance to enjoy myself for a couple of days.
Can't I even have some fun? Then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Sue. I'm the best at mediating conflicts.
Whatever's wrong between you and your mom, I'll help you analyze it and I guarantee I'll resolve the issue.
Dong Shuya immediately agreed. Okay, I'll be your driver when you go out sightseeing tomorrow. Su Yufei smiled and responded. Su Chang was sitting in the passenger seat and everyone was stunned. No, Sister Yufei. Is this any of your business? Is this the time for you to unleash your power? Su Chang originally thought.
Su Yufei was just there to be a driver and pick up his parents, but who knew she would be so dramatic?
What's wrong?
They'll have to prepare to offer in-home services in the future.
Su Chang couldn't help but sigh. The counselor is really cunning. How come they suddenly seem to have become like sisters? This is an attempt to coerce the Empress Dowager into ordering the Emperor.
Xiao Chang, Teacher Su has helped us so much this time.
In the future, if Teacher Su needs you at school, you must lend a hand, okay?
In front of Su Yufei, Dong Shuya began to instruct Su Chang in the manner and tone of a parent.
Mom, don't worry, I know. Su Chang forced to smile. Oh my God.
Sister Yufei, this prosperous era is just as you wished.
In his view,
the only time Su Yufei needed his help was when
it's at night, in bed. Su Chang was behind her. And on the side. Caught between her parents, Su Xiaoming watched helplessly as Su Yufei chatted so enthusiastically with her mother, Dong Shuya. I was extremely depressed.
At this moment, his face clearly showed only two words, incompetent. At this moment, she was just a girl who lacked courage and only dared to keep everything hidden in her heart.
Chapter 64. This kid is quite lucky with women. The G-class was not traveling fast, it was moving slowly the whole way.
It took almost 2 hours to drive there.
I entered the Qingda campus through the west gate a little after 6 p.m. Chen Mora had already received Su Chang's message. I waited downstairs at the teacher's apartment building. I sat alone from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. The sky was dark. The lights came on.
Until I saw that white G-class driving up. She quickly stood up from the chair on the side.
Wait at the parking area.
Su Chang had already given instructions in the car, so the group got out of the car.
Dong Shuya and Su Tianlei also quickly looked at her. A bright smile spread across his face. This must be Xiao, right?
Dong Shuya, having just suffered a loss, was the first to confirm the person's identity.
Yes, Mom. Su Chang quickly agreed. Upon hearing this, Dong Shuya then walked over to Chen Muro and began to praise her warmly. You're so young and beautiful. Why are you waiting for us here?
Su Chang is such a careless kid. He should have told you to go upstairs and wait.
There are so many mosquitoes outside. He really doesn't know any better.
Su Chang gave a wry smile.
A classic adult way of praising someone, a push and a kick.
The child being pulled was someone else's child. They're stepping on their own child.
I'm fine, Auntie.
Chen Muro seemed a little nervous, but when she heard Dong Shuya speak ill of Su Chang, she quickly replied.
There aren't many mosquitoes now that it's cold.
It's even colder now, so we shouldn't be exposed to the cold wind.
Let's go upstairs. Dong Shuya said with a smile.
She liked Chen Muro very much when they first met. Although the girl seemed a bit socially awkward, Dong Shuya could tell from Chen Muro's eyes. She is a gentle, virtuous, kind, and lovely girl.
Let's go upstairs and talk. Su Chang replied. Immediately. The group arrived on the third floor, and Su Chang opened room 305. Su Yufei opened her 306. Then, he spoke politely. Aunt Dong, Uncle Su, I'll head back now. If you're going out to play tomorrow, you must invite me. I'm really looking forward to learning some tips from Aunt Dong. Okay, see you tomorrow. Dong Shuya smiled and agreed. On the side, Chen Moro looked bewildered and turned her gaze to Su Chang. Her eyes seemed to say, what happened? Su Chang found it difficult to express his grievances. They didn't say anything. Immediately,
Su Yufei opened the door and went back to her room, while Su Cheng led his parents, Chen Muru and Su Xiaoming, back to his dormitory 305.
Shoes have been prepared for you.
Su Cheng had prepared shoes for them well in advance.
Because of what will happen later.
His parents might be staying here.
Therefore, sandals were prepared. After everyone changed into sandals, they sat together on the sofa. At this moment,
Su Cheng was about to start making his move, since Chen Muru wasn't good with words, so he naturally had to be the one to warm things up.
Mom and Dad, you came to see me without telling me. I only found out a couple of days ago. Muro only found out about this 2 days ago. It made people so busy preparing gifts.
But I still prepared some for you all.
As he spoke, Su Cheng showed the gifts one by one and gave them to the recipients. This wine is for Dad. This down jacket is for Mom. These Bluetooth earphones are for Xiaoming. Dong Shuya looked at the emerald green down jacket on the sofa, and she really liked it.
Su Cheng hadn't finished speaking. Dong Shuya replied with a smile, "It's really our fault for not telling you sooner, but you did a good job keeping it a secret."
After saying that, Dong Shuya took out a bulging red envelope from her bosom and handed it to Chen Muro. Take this, it's just a small token of my appreciation.
You should talk to Xiao Cheng properly. These days, young people like to break up when they encounter problems. If you encounter any problems, just tell me, and I promise to stand up for you.
Upon hearing this,
Chen Muro accepted the red envelope with both hands and obediently replied.
Thank you, Auntie, I understand. You and your aunt should add WeChat too. Dong Shuya continued. Good. Chen Muro immediately took out her phone and added Dong Shuya on WeChat. Then, Su Cheng, who was standing nearby, asked, "Shall we eat at home tonight? Or eat out?" "Let's eat at home. We brought lots of delicious food, so we can cook it for Shiro to try too." Su Tianlei responded.
Although he didn't say anything, he genuinely thought Chen Muro was a very good girl.
Su Cheng is a bit better than him.
He found a girl from the main city, and she's so beautiful and gentle. And her voice is especially sweet.
This guy is really lucky with women. Even his father secretly envied him. I think so too. Dong Shuya supported the idea. Then let's do it at home.
Su Cheng also chose to listen to his parents.
Then, Su Tianlei went into the kitchen, and Dong Shuya followed him in.
They started preparing the sausages and cured meats they had brought from their hometown, but there were no side dishes. So, Dong Shuya did some calculations and then spoke up again.
Xiao Cheng, go buy some vegetables nearby.
Get garlic sprouts, cauliflower, potatoes, and pickled cabbage.
Oh, and by the way.
As Dong Shuya was speaking, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked Chen Muro, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking as if she were about to freeze.
Shiro, what do you like to eat? Auntie will make it for you. I'm not a picky eater. Chen Muro responded with an expression of being flattered.
Seeing this, Su Cheng smiled and reported to his mother, she likes to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised taro chicken. Okay, then forget about the potatoes, and get taro instead.
Go buy them quickly. Dong Shuya instructed again, urging him on. I'll order takeout, it'll be quick.
Su Cheng glanced back at Chen Muro sitting on the sofa. If he went to buy groceries now, he would leave her sitting alone on the sofa. Chen Muro probably had to be careful even when she was breathing.
You can buy groceries while ordering takeout? Dong Shuya asked, seemingly confused but actually quite impressed. Yes, you can buy anything.
Su Cheng nodded in response.
Immediately,
he returned to the sofa and sat down next to Chen Muro, who put her hands on her lap and tried to appear relaxed.
But in reality,
his face was etched with the word nervous.
But let me tell you,
Su Cheng really likes Chen Muro, judging from her outfit tonight. A preppy-style long dress with a two-piece design. The top features a suspender design.
Below is a pleated midi skirt.
There was also a pure white collared shirt inside.
It's both cute and serious.
She is serious yet pure and gentle.
Su Cheng is on his phone.
I bought the vegetables that my mother, Dong Shuya, needed.
He then sat down beside Chen Muro and began chatting with her in a low voice. Su Cheng, your sister doesn't seem to like this gift very much? She hasn't even opened it yet.
Chen Muro stood next to Su Cheng and texted him on her phone.
It seems it's not open yet. I saw the message.
Su Chang glanced at his younger sister, Su Xiaoming, who was sitting to the side playing on her phone, with a pair of Bluetooth earphones on the coffee table.
It didn't move at all. What's going on? This can't be happening. Chapter 65 will be taught by me on the spot. Xiaoming, I remember you. You seem to have told me before that you wanted to buy a Bluetooth headset, right?
Su Chang turned his head directly, giving a knowing look.
However,
the usually shrewd Su Xiaoming pretended not to see it and replied with a blank stare.
Is there? No? Su Chang gave him another look. It's as if it's saying, Sis, don't mess around. Your brother has always been the one who loves you the most. Don't cause me any trouble at this crucial moment.
Oh, I think so, but that was a long time ago, and now?
I don't like it that much anymore.
Su Xiaoming turned her attention to Chen Muru, then changed the subject.
But thank you anyway, Sister Muru, for buying me the headphones. After hearing this, Chen Muru's mind was a little stuck. I don't like it, but I'm grateful for it. This pulling and tugging really made me understand it.
At this moment, Chen Muru was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say.
All I could do was put on a friendly smile to hide my inner turmoil.
Meanwhile, Su Chang, who had failed to thwart the attack, frowned, somewhat puzzled as to what Su Xiaoming was trying to do.
That shouldn't be happening. This girl has never been his best friend, so she shouldn't be causing trouble right now. Feeling a bit unsure, Su Chang didn't try again.
It might make the atmosphere even more awkward.
Muro, let's go out and buy some drinks.
I forgot to buy drinks earlier.
Su Chang decided to use his escape technique. Okay. Chen Muru readily agreed. Then, Su Chang spoke with his parents again, then took Chen Muru and moved the battlefield.
After lingering outside for quite some time, it was almost time for dinner before I finally went back with my drinks.
At the dinner table,
with Dong Shuya taking care of Chen Muru, everyone ate in a relatively harmonious manner.
After dinner, Chen Muru politely took her leave. Then, Dong Shuya also praised Chen Muru in front of Su Chang.
He said a lot of nice things and words of praise. There's only one downside. Xiao Chang, Muro is a wonderful girl in every way, and she likes you a lot.
But her family is much better off than ours.
If you want to marry her in the future, you won't be able to get past her family. Our family can't afford a dowry of several 100,000 yuan, so you'd better be prepared for that, or you'll be disappointed later.
Dong Shuya commented very objectively.
No need for a bride price, you two can worry about that. I have my own plan, Su Chang replied confidently.
Just be prepared. Dong Shuya said no more and went into the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Chen Muru, who left. On the way back, she couldn't wait to send a message to Su Chang. Changbao, did I do anything wrong today? What do you think?
Su Chang replied to her message with a smile.
Chen Muru was putting too much pressure on herself.
She's such a beautiful and gentle girl, how could she possibly make a mistake just by sitting there?
I think it's just so-so. Your sister doesn't seem very happy. Did I pick a bad gift?
Your sister liked Bluetooth headphones, but that was a long time ago.
Chen Muru sent a message with emotion.
Su Chang looked at this news.
He instantly wanted to laugh even more. That silly girl Chen Muru, didn't she realize it? He just said it casually back then. Was he just trying to give Su Xiaoming a way out and ease the tension between the two of them? Su Xiaoming was able to counter every move. Chen Muru actually believed that his sister had said this to him? In reality, Su Xiaoming had never said it. So that's why. Xiaoming didn't like her gift. It had nothing to do with Chen Muru. In Su Chang's view, Chen Muru performed perfectly tonight. My sister doesn't like you, it's definitely her problem. But at least my mom likes you a lot, and she thinks you're great in every way. Su Chang replied to the message. Look at these words.
Chen Muru excitedly sent a series of excited emojis.
Did your mother really say that? Her exact words. Give me such a high rating. Isn't there anything wrong with it at all?
Chen Muru instantly felt that walking became much lighter.
Well, there is a little bit, but that's none of your business. Su Chang replied. How can it not have anything to do with me? Chen Muru couldn't understand it, so she quickly replied with a message to ask.
My mom said your family is too well off, and if I want to marry you in the future, your family will definitely ask for a lot of dowry. She said my family can't afford that much dowry, and I should be prepared, Su Chang replied.
Bride price? We can earn it together. We can start earning it now.
I'll keep it a secret from my parents, and we'll tell them when we've saved enough for the bride price. Chen Moro came up with an idea instantly.
This answer. This didn't surprise Su Chang.
Chen Muro was probably a bit love-struck, and given her simple personality, saying those words was just a spur-of-the-moment thing.
But Ro, didn't you say you were going to take me home to meet your parents? Su Chang countered with a question.
This question left Chen Muro speechless for a moment.
The latter was walking briskly on the way back.
It's now frozen in place.
What can we do then? Should we just introduce you to my parents later?
Chen Muro suddenly realized that the plan had changed. She originally planned to take Su Chang back to meet her parents.
After that is done,
she could then confidently and completely entrust herself to Su Chang. But now it seems Su Chang is in trouble.
But Ro, if we don't meet your parents, then, does that mean we can never do that? I feel a little uncomfortable.
Su Chang followed up with further questions. This question completely stumped Chen Muro, leaving her utterly confused.
Then I.
Chen Muro typed back and forth on the screen with both hands.
But I can't expand my thoughts. It seems that this problem.
There was no way to forgive them. Someone has to step forward and help Su Chang solve this problem. And this person must be her.
She couldn't possibly pay Su Chang to come to her door, could she? Is it possible to use other methods instead? After much deliberation, Chen Moro backed down.
I saw this message.
Su Chang was secretly delighted.
He hadn't expected that his casual question would actually bring him such a reward.
After all, Su Chang wasn't short of money to begin with. This can be considered an unexpected surprise.
Just thinking about Chen Muro's pure and innocent oval face gave Su Chang a lot of energy.
Do you think you can do it? Su Chang continued to guide. I can do it. I'll study it beforehand.
Chen Mara had never seen those things, she only occasionally heard her roommates talk about them.
Then you need to understand some basics. No need to learn, I will teach you on the spot. Su Chang replied immediately. Those things can influence people, and it's best for an innocent girl like Chen Muru to stay away from them. Su Chang's favorite type of rabbit is the pure white one, as innocent as snow.
It's more fulfilling to have him personally mentor them.
Chapter 66, Getting Pregnant as Soon as Possible. Okay, are your aunt and uncle going out to play tomorrow?
After chatting for a while, Chen Muru was already blushing and her heart was pounding. For some reason, that image had automatically popped into her mind.
I felt inexplicably excited and looking forward to it.
Therefore, she had to change the subject, otherwise her brain would go out of control.
It should be. Should I come again next time and accompany uncle and auntie for a stroll? Chen Muru pressed for an answer.
Although she felt some pressure, she felt she should still come.
It's up to you. Actually, it's fine if you don't come. Su Cheng thought for a moment and then said.
He didn't really want to put Chen Muru in a difficult position, since the girl was a little socially awkward.
Okay, then I won't come. Chen Muru decisively gave up.
The thought of facing Su Xiaoming's sharp words again tomorrow.
Chen Muru was already sweating profusely. I really don't know how to reply. Yes, no problem. Su Cheng didn't actually want Chen Muru to come. After all, it's tomorrow. Su Yufei also needs to communicate with his mother. There will be too many people, and unexpected situations are most likely to occur. Su Cheng chatted with Chen Muru for a while longer. He then took a bath and went to sleep. Su Cheng then drove Su Xiaoming back to school. Then I replied with 305.
The two parents had finished showering and were resting in their side-lying positions.
It looks like they're conserving their energy. Preparing to wander around tomorrow.
Su Chang also prepared to go to bed early. And before going to sleep,
Su Yufei also sent him a message. So, what does Aunt Dawn think of me now? Excellent, absolutely wonderful.
Su Chang replied to him with a helpless voice message.
Su Yufei also started sending him voice messages. Really? I also feel that Aunt Dawn likes me a lot. Do you think, if she knew I was your girlfriend, would she still support us? Su Yufei's tone was full of beautiful fantasies. Sister Yafei, stop it. Su Chang was instantly a little scared. What if Su Yafei said that? Why doesn't he just blow it up on the spot? I was just kidding, why are you so nervous? You dare to do it but not admit it? You were all so intimate with me when we were doing it, and you didn't even take precautions when I asked you to. If I ever get pregnant and you get me all pregnant, I'm really going to go and tell your mother. I'll sue you, you little rascal. Su Yafei threatened him in a half-joking manner. This left Su Chang speechless with fright. 1. It's because Sister Yafei is so amazing, I really can't stand it. There's still a distance between us. 2. We'll have the baby when my belly gets big, I promise I'll take responsibility, but the condition is you don't tell my mom. 3. Sister Yafei, don't try to scare me. I know you too well. You're the kindest and most generous woman in the world. Options 3, 2, and 1 are all pretty good. Option 2 is to confront the problem head-on, demonstrating a man's sense of responsibility. Options 1 and 3 primarily focus on love and trust. Let's give them a round of praise. Su Chang chose to use the combination, resulting in a triple critical strike. Sister Yafei, don't I know you? You're the kindest and most generous woman in the world. You couldn't possibly be like this. Besides, it's because I love you so much that I can't bear any distance between us. And even if I were to get pregnant, I would raise the child myself, and I promise I won't run away from it. This combination of techniques. As expected. Hearing this warmed Su Yafei's heart, and a happy smile spread across her face. She would give this answer a perfect score of 100. It was the perfect answer she had in mind. Su Chang suggested die. Deep down, she was unhappy. Having experienced such intimacy, who could tolerate the presence of a barrier? She simply couldn't stand it. But at the same time, she was afraid of winning the lottery, and Su Chang shirked responsibility. Su Chang also demonstrated a sense of responsibility. At the same time, he even took the opportunity to praise her, truly a master of flattery. You little rascal. You're eloquent and capable, good-looking and useful. I'm willing to be your wife for the rest of my life. Su Yafei's praise was absolutely effusive. Absolutely. Otherwise, how could I become the man behind Sister Yafei? After Su Chang finished speaking, I sent a few more suggestive emojis. Su Yafei is also very knowledgeable. He immediately took many photos of the snow-capped mountains to satisfy Su Chang's craving. The following day, Saturday morning, Su Chang then went to pick up Su Xiaoming, and then took his parents with him. Su Yafei was also accompanying them. The group of 5 strolled around the campus. After a quick tour of Keio University, Su Yafei then drove their G-Wagon out of the school. The first place we visited was a famous scenic spot. A simple check-in and photo session. Despite all that, it held no appeal for Su Chang or Su Xiaoming. But for Dong Shuya and her husband, it was a very enjoyable experience. I had a great time the whole way. Su Yafei somehow got hold of a camera and kept taking pictures of Dong Shuya along the way, which made Dong Shuya so happy. Anyway, Su Chang had never seen his mother smile so happily before. Really? Su Chang even doubted whether Dong Shuya's smile on his wedding day would be half as bright as it is now. Wow, Miss Su, you're amazing. You know everything. Xiao Chang, you must learn well from Teacher Su. Dong Shuya's classic pull and step. I know. Su Chang had nothing to say. He has to be willing. You can redeem a photography skill pack in the store. It only takes 30 points to win. Su Chang is perfectly capable of it. However, he has always been a low-key person and there is no need for him to seek the limelight with Su Yafei. Just stay hidden and accompany them. Noon. They found a hot pot restaurant near the scenic area to eat. During a meal, Dong Shuya praised her again. Oh dear, Miss Su, I really don't understand why you're having a fight with your mother. If I had a daughter as outstanding as you, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Dong Shuya praised him. This incident directly affected Su Xiaoming, who was standing nearby. The freshly cooked tripe she was holding suddenly didn't seem so delicious anymore. How come even her position is threatened? That's terrifying. That's insane. Luckily, this was her brother's advisor. If it were her brother's girlfriend, Su Xiaoming would feel like the sky had fallen. There's no need to argue about this anymore. Who can play with her? My mom is always urging me to date.
Recently, I started dating a young boyfriend, but she thinks it's not a good match and insists that the young man is only after my money.
But I feel that he loves me. My mom is very angry and upset, but I will never give up. What do you think, Aunt Dong?
After Su Yufei finished speaking, she asked a question.
This problem has arisen. Dong Shuya nodded and said, I think times have changed. It's something to be happy about to meet someone you like. If you meet someone you like, you should try your best to pursue them.
This is unlike our generation, where parents made all the decisions. They only cared about social status and family background, and didn't care whether we liked them or not.
So, I support you talking, but if you want to ease the tension with your mother, I have to be honest with you, you need to get pregnant as soon as possible so she can hold her grandson. Then she definitely won't say anything. Chapter 67. You're so audacious, you little rascal. Aunt Dong is right, I will do it that way from now on. Su Yufei smiled and agreed.
As he spoke, he gave Su Chang a meaningful look.
Su Chang, on the other hand, continued to remain invisible. Lunch is finished.
In the afternoon, Su Chang took his parents to a high-end clothing store in the shopping district and picked out several beautiful outfits.
Dong Shuya was overjoyed.
It was past 4 o'clock at the end.
Su Yufei drove the two elderly people to the high-speed rail station. The two elderly people then bought tickets and went home. After seeing the two elders off, Su Yufei then drove Su Xiaoming to the gate of the normal university. As I got off the bus, Su Xiaoming then invited, brother, would you like to visit my school? No, I'd been shopping all day. Su Cheng shook his head and refused. Let's take a look around. Su Xiaoming said coquettishly. Let's do it another day. I'll definitely come another day. I'm tired today. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, all right.
Su Xiaoming had no choice but to get off the bus and go back to school alone.
After Su Xiaoming left,
Su Yufei drove slowly, entering the campus from the west gate and arriving at the teacher's apartment building. Just as Su Yufei was about to open the car door, Su Chang grabbed her hand.
What do you want? In broad daylight.
Su Yufei slowly released her grip on the car door and withdrew it, turning her head to look at Su Chang with a faint smile.
What do you think, Sister Yufei? Su Chang reached into Su Yufei's coat with one hand, acting completely brazenly and wantonly.
Su Yufei let Su Chang do as he pleased, leaning her body towards him with a seductive smile as she asked.
Didn't you just tell your sister you were tired today? What? You have energy again now?
Yeah, that's why I asked Sister Yufei to help me relax, Su Chang said with a sly smile.
Su Yufei had nothing to say. I glanced out the car window. This little rascal really doesn't care about anything. In broad daylight.
If someone dares to do this to her from the front row, it would be huge news that shocks Qingda if they were discovered.
I really can't refuse you. I was originally going back to work, but since you've put it that way, let's get this over with quickly. Come to the back row. Su Yufei ultimately couldn't resist, simply because Su Chang was too charming. I got off the bus immediately. I moved from the front seats to the back.
Su Chang also moved from the passenger seat to the back seat. The two got into the car and closed the door.
They then intertwined tightly, with Su Chang sitting up and Su Yufei resting her head on his lap. More than half an hour later,
Su Chang got out of the car with a cheerful expression, feeling completely relaxed, while Su Yufei seemed somewhat limp.
Still lying in the back seat, as if he hadn't recovered yet. Sister Yufei, am I leaving?
Su Chang said to Su Yufei.
You little rascal, don't go.
Su Yufei called out decisively to Su Chang.
What's wrong?
Su Chang stopped and turned around to ask.
Drive me to the office.
I was going to walk, but my legs are too weak to walk now.
Su Yufei responded.
Okay, I'll take you. Su Chang agreed with a wry smile. This matter could really be pinned on him.
Then, Su Chang mounted his beloved little motorcycle, carrying Su Yufei, whose body was still warm, and drove towards the second teaching building. Su Yufei held his waist the whole way.
Just like what happened on the G-Wagon earlier.
You little rascal, you can't do this again.
It's broad daylight, and our car is shaking.
It'll be easy for people to notice. As I got off the bus, Su Yufei whispered a reminder to Su Chang.
Upon hearing this, Su Chang gave a smug smile and replied. Sister Yufei, the more it's like this, the more exciting it is.
Don't you think so? Su Yufei was speechless for a moment. Where did that sincere younger brother go? How could you be so mean? It's absolutely awful.
I really misjudged him back then. Not only is he not a pure love guy, but he also really likes excitement.
But that's just how it is.
Su Yufei was already hopelessly in love with Su Chang. We can only let him indulge himself.
I'm going to work now, you can go back. Su Yufei glared at Su Chang, then turned and walked into the second teaching building. Su Chang looked at Su Yufei, who was wearing a black midi skirt.
That graceful figure made him think back to what had just happened.
Immediately,
Su Chang drove back to the teacher's apartment, played games at home for a while, and
dinner time arrived before we knew it. Mom and Dad have arrived home. I called him to let him know I was safe.
Su Chang transferred another 30,000 yuan to his mother, telling them to spend it as they pleased.
This afternoon,
when Su Chang bought clothes for them, his mother, Dong Shuya, asked him where the money came from. Su Chang told them that he earned it by writing novels.
The two elders didn't understand. I didn't ask any more questions. However, with Su Yufei covering for him, the two elders believed him. So Su Chang doesn't need to hide anything right now. Dinner time. Su Chang then drove his motorcycle to the cafeteria in Zhongyuan. Tonight,
Chen Mura was wearing a long black dress, the hem of which reached about calf, and she was also wearing black stockings underneath, making her look both mysterious and innocent. Her long hair remained naturally loose.
Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, even passing dogs would take a second look. Su Chang, I'd like to have dinner at your dorm tonight.
Chen Mura spoke to Su Chang, who had approached her.
You cooked so much food yesterday, there must be some leftovers, right?
Yes, sure. Su Chang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed.
Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I would have come to your building to pick you up. I'm a little hesitant. Chen Moru responded honestly. What are you hesitating about? Su Chang pressed for an answer. What do you think?
Of course it's because of some dishonest guy who's always trying to do bad things.
Chen Moru muttered to herself. Su Chang paused.
It seems this impression is a little bad, but he had already won Chen Muru over. He immediately put his little hand around Chen Muru's slender waist and asked her directly with a smile.
Don't you like my bad boy side?
Chen Muru was a little surprised that Su Chang had exposed her so directly. At the same time, Su Chang put his arm around her waist at the entrance of the cafeteria. I felt both excited and ashamed.
I didn't. Don't slander me. Chen Moro gently pushed Su Chang's arm with her small hand. But I didn't use too much force. Ha, get in the car. Su Chang really didn't want to tease Chen Muro, it was too amusing.
His emotions were clearly written all over his face.
But he just had to be stubborn.
It's as if the mouth and the brain are two separate entities.
Each does their own thing. Su Chang is going to test Chen Moro's stubbornness tonight. Can it be harder than his head? Immediately, Su Chang drove Chen Mora back to the teacher's apartment.
I went upstairs to room 305. There was still no movement from the 306 next door.
Su Chang sighed inwardly. Fortunately, Lin Yubai is an extremely socially anxious girl. He basically doesn't leave the house at all. Girls who always order takeout for meals. Otherwise, in the next 2 days, she might actually run into us. Come in. Su Chang opened the door and invited him with a smile. Chapter 68 Chen Muru's ingenious plan. Why does your smile look a little mischievous? After entering 305, Chen Muro looked at Su Chang from the entrance hall. He asked a question with a slightly wary look in his eyes. Where?
Su Chang shook his head in denial.
Close the door behind you.
Then, in the next second, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist at the entrance. Feel her delicate, curvaceous, and jade-like figure.
You know what? Chen Muru's figure wasn't as voluptuous as Su Yufei's.
But Xiao Rou's body is even softer than Yufei's. After all, Su Yufei often goes for night runs.
I also practice yoga. Chen Muru doesn't exercise at all, so her BMI might not be overweight, but that's because of her height. In fact, the body fat percentage is quite high.
Therefore, the physical sensation is very good.
What are you doing? Don't be impulsive.
Chen Muru offered a word of advice, her voice trembling slightly.
Just give me a hug, Don't be nervous.
Su Cheng touched Chen Muru's soft spot.
He released Chen Muru.
The latter then breathed a sigh of relief.
If Su Cheng persists in his pleading and cajoling,
he touched her head. There's a real chance she won't be able to control herself. After all, she was aware of her own lack of self-control.
No.
After all, Su Cheng has a handsome face and an alluring figure.
It's not vegetarian either.
It seemed to be attracting Chen Muru at all times.
I've heated up the food. I've heated up the taro chicken stir-fry with cured pork and garlic sprouts from last night, and the sausage, right? Su Cheng walked into the kitchen.
He turned to Chen Muru and asked her.
It's too hot to eat, we won't be able to finish it. Stir-fried cured pork with garlic sprouts won't be too hot, right? Chen Muru replied. If we can't finish it, we can just leave the leftovers.
That would be such a waste, your uncle and aunt made such delicious food. Chen Muru actually likes to eat, but she is afraid of gaining weight, so she usually doesn't eat too much at night.
If you like it, eat more. Keep it, I'll come to your dorm to eat it every day from now on. Chen Muru pleaded. All right then. Su Cheng agreed. He was taken aback.
He suddenly realized something. Chen Muru seemed to know that he was living in room 305.
Let Lin Yubai move in.
Then Chen Muru will come over for dinner, and we can hug and cuddle again.
So he's not going to blow it up? Don't rush. Let me think. I've got it.
He can move directly to 306 and let Su Yufei move to 305. That way, when he moves his luggage, he only needs to take part of it and leave the rest in 305. As for his relationship with Lin Yubai, he said she had too much luggage, and it would be more convenient for him to move over.
Regarding Chen Muru,
he said that the school's dormitories were insufficient, and the room next door was occupied by students. The school temporarily arranged for Su Yufei to live in the same dormitory as him.
Clarify your thoughts.
Su Cheng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was relieved once again, and a sly smile crept onto his lips.
Su Cheng, what are you laughing at? I'm starving.
Chen Muru arrived at the kitchen door and looked at Su Cheng, who was clutching his stomach.
I'll heat up the food right away. Su Cheng immediately responded. Then I'll cook. You can cook? The only one I know how to do. You don't even know how to do the next part? I don't like noodles. That's because you haven't tried my cooking. My noodles are really delicious.
Su Cheng chuckled slyly upon hearing this.
Chen Muru was speechless for a moment.
She held the rice cooker in the kitchen, looked at Su Cheng with a pout, and gave him a meaningful look, as if it were a warning.
Real. Su Cheng continued to dart back and forth along the red line.
Let's prepare dinner first, we should have a chance to try it tonight.
Chen Muru pursed her lips and responded. She's coming tonight.
So, I'm planning to give Su Cheng a little perk. Otherwise, we can talk about it after Su Cheng meets her parents.
When should we go?
Okay, you can cook. Su Cheng then turned on the gas stove, easily placed the 3 dishes in the steamer, and boiled water in a pot at the bottom.
This way, wait for the food to heat up. The food should be almost heated up by now. Then,
the two sat down on the sofa in the living room. I had only been sitting for a short while. Su Cheng then put his arm around Chen Muru's waist and pulled her onto his lap.
Chen Muru did not resist.
She sat obediently in Su Cheng's lap, as gentle as a little white rabbit.
Su Cheng, I want to ask you a question. Chen Muru spoke up. Just ask. If you meet my parents, they won't approve of you being with me. What will you do then? What else can we do if they disagree? We can only break up.
Su Cheng feigned regret.
You bad guy. Upon hearing this, Chen Muru pouted and said in a soft, resentful voice. You're going to break up with me? What can I do if your parents don't agree?
Su Cheng looked helpless.
Couldn't you have secretly started dating me?
But it will be discovered eventually.
Su Cheng continued to ask. Discovered.
Chen Muru's mind went blank for a moment, and it took her quite a while before she came up with her answer. Being discovered is indeed a problem, but I know how to solve it once and for all.
What brilliant idea have you come up with? Su Cheng pressed for more information out of curiosity.
You get me pregnant, and once I'm pregnant, we'll secretly give birth to the baby and take the child back home. I don't believe my parents won't acknowledge us.
Chen Moro made a startling statement. Upon hearing this, Su Chang looked at Chen Moro's silly and cute appearance. That's a bit of a surprise. She actually came up with such an amazing idea. Muro, you're so wonderful. With your words, no matter what happens in the future, we'll stay together. Su Chang held Chen Muro tightly, inhaling the soft fragrance from her hair. Of course, you're not allowed to abandon me.
Chen Moro hooked her arms around Su Chang's neck and offered him a passionate kiss. The two kissed again without realizing it. Su Chang kissed him. His hands also began to move like dragons across the snow-capped mountains, and Chen Moro gradually couldn't resist, making some disdainful noises.
After a long time,
Chen Muro took the initiative to release her mouth and then adjusted her sitting posture. She sat face to face in Su Chang's lap and spoke softly.
Su Chang, I'm hungry.
As she spoke, she took the rubber band she had prepared from her fair wrist, while holding it near the lips. A pair of slender, white fingers gathered and arranged her long hair. Her eyes were fixed on Su Chang with a look of infatuation and fascination. Long black hair under the living room light.
It was so dazzling.
The image of her pink lips and pearly teeth gently biting the rubber band.
It's so bad it's unbearable to look at.
She can only be described as a pure and lustful young woman. And as she tied her hair up, Su Chang came to his senses. Turning my head to look into the kitchen, I saw white smoke billowing from the pot.
Frog fun. Wait a minute. Su Chang was startled.
He immediately lifted Chen Muro's soft body off him, then got up, put on his shoes, and ran into the kitchen. He quickly turned off the stove.
Then opened the steamer. As expected,
the water in the bottom pot has boiled away, and the bottom of the pot is blackened.
In the living room,
Chen Muro, who was on top, also came to her senses and simply tied her half-up hair at the back of her neck. Then he put on his slippers and went to the kitchen to ask,
Su Chang, are you all right? It's nothing, the water just boiled dry. Is it time to eat? That's fine. I'm going to the restroom, let's have dinner first.
After speaking, Chen Muro stepped into the restroom. She had to deal with this first because she needed to eat.
Otherwise, you won't feel comfortable eating. Chapter 69. Join the drama club with me.
After Chen Muro finished using the restroom, Su Chang brought out the dishes, and the two sat down at the table to eat dinner.
By the way, there's club recruitment tomorrow. Is there any club you'd like to join? Chen Muro asked curiously. No.
Su Chang wasn't very interested in clubs or organizations. Unless it's a club with lots of beautiful women.
But if I say that, Chen Muro will probably be angry. I'd better not say anything then. Then come with me and join the drama club.
Upon hearing this, Chen Muro excitedly extended the invitation.
Are you interested in acting in plays? Su Chang appeared only moderately interested. Yes, don't you think acting in plays is a lot of fun?
Especially playing a character you like and immersing yourself in a story you love. Chen Muro said excitedly.
Su Chang tried to get Chen Muro to think about the direction she was referring to.
If he does have a favorite play, then the plot is most likely like this.
The flight was destroyed.
He, along with several beautiful female passengers and flight attendants, were stranded on a deserted island. Then he lived a shameless life with the beautiful women.
However, this kind of plot can most likely only appear in novels.
Therefore, Su Chang has no interest in plays.
The stories I like are a bit hard to portray in reality.
Su Chang replied with a smile.
How could that be? What kind of stories do you like?
Chen Muro asked, looking as if she wanted to help Su Chang achieve his goal. I like fantasy novels, especially stories about the male protagonist.
Su Chang had half a sentence left unsaid.
It has to be the kind of male protagonist with a harem full of beautiful women. That's definitely impossible, Chen Muro replied with some regret, then changed the subject and pleaded.
Then can you join the drama club with me?
If you find it troublesome, you don't have to participate in every activity. I consulted a senior member of the drama club, and she said that the drama club is quite flexible. When the time comes, you can just do a few scenes with me, you don't need to worry about the other people's scenes.
After saying that,
Chen Muro put down her chopsticks, wrapped her arms around Su Chang's waist, and said with a pleading look on her face.
Please, I promise I'll cooperate with you tonight, okay? I'll do whatever you ask me to do.
I will never break my promise.
No. Su Chang was both amused and exasperated.
Chen Muro, that silly girl, was speaking without any regard for the consequences. I'm worried that I won't be able to fulfill my promise when the time comes.
Please, please?
You're the best. Seeing that Su Chang was still hesitating, Chen Muro immediately launched into a three-part act of coquetry. Judge's voice is so sweet it melts your bones.
Not only that.
Chen Muro quickly got up, spread her legs at the table, and sat down on Su Chang's lap. She wrapped her arms around Su Chang's neck and started making cute facial expressions.
Don't be like that, okay? I'll add it, alright? Su Chang really couldn't refuse. No one can resist Chen Muro's gentle offensive. Hee, it's a deal then, let's join a club together tomorrow.
Chen Muro smiled smugly, gave Su Chang another kiss on the cheek, and then said happily,
I knew you wouldn't refuse me. What time is tomorrow? Su Chang needs to ask about the time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll clash with Lin Yubai's mealtime. This is what Su Chang is most worried about right now. The drama club will be recruiting new members tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock downstairs in the second teaching building. Chen Muru responded. Okay, Oklahoma. Su Chang agreed. It was a little past 8 a.m., which was a good time.
After joining the club with Chen Muro, I went grocery shopping with Lin Yubai.
Then I can go home and cook lunch in time. Okay, it's a deal then. Chen Mura smiled and got up from Su Chang's lap.
Then he returned to his seat.
Continue eating. After dinner,
Chen Mura took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Su Chang stood behind Chen Muro in the kitchen, messing around.
What are you doing?
Go take a shower after you finish eating.
Are you going to bother me because I'm washing the dishes?
With her hands covered in dish soap and grease, Chen Muro was unable to deal with Su Chang, who was secretly causing trouble behind her, especially his wicked hands.
They really aren't being polite at all. It tickled her.
I can't take a shower right after eating, Su Chang replied. Then, changing the subject, he asked,
I was wondering if we could take a shower together later? Chen Moro looked surprised. That won't do. Why not?
It's just taking a shower together, I won't do anything bad to you.
Su Chang responded. Are you sure? Chen Moro looked at Su Chang with a distrustful expression.
I swear, I promise I won't do anything bad to you. At most, I'll help you apply some shower gel, since there are some places you can't reach, Su Chang said with a wicked smile.
Where can't I reach to apply it? Chen Moro asked, clearly disagreeing. Behind you. Su Chang said calmly.
I can do it, but if you help me spread it, it will definitely spread more evenly.
Don't even mention Chen Muru. Although he was reluctant at the moment, he kept talking. For some reason, I started to feel a sense of anticipation deep down.
Therefore, his tone softened as he spoke.
Otherwise, later.
If Su Chang is really persuaded by her, Chen Muru will be unhappy about washing by herself.
Right? Don't worry. I won't do anything bad to you.
Besides, you're my girlfriend.
How can me getting close to you for a bit be considered doing something bad? Su Chang gently embraced Chen Moro from behind and said softly.
Chen Muro's lips curled slightly as she suppressed a smile and asked softly.
What else would you call it if not doing something bad?
It's called in-depth communication. Su Chang said very seriously.
Chen Moro was truly impressed.
How come Su Chang said such a suggestive thing without feeling any shame at all?
Just how thick-skinned is this person? You're so good at talking. I've finished washing the dishes.
Go find me some clothes to wear to bed tonight.
I didn't bring any change of clothes today. Chen Muru began to explain. Yes, sir. Su Chang smiled and replied. Immediately. He stopped teasing Chen Muru, turned and went into the bedroom, opening the wardrobe. I found myself a pair of pajama pants and pajamas. Then I found Chen Muru a large t-shirt. He was wearing this t-shirt on Chen Muru. It will most likely cover the thighs. It can be worn as a short skirt. Su Chang was already looking forward to seeing Chen Muru wearing his outfit. What kind of visual effect would a loose t-shirt have? Su Chang finished looking for his clothes. Then they went to the kitchen.
Chen Muru has finished washing the dishes and is checking the kitchen to see if there is any other place that needs cleaning.
After checking around, they found nothing at all. Su Chang, I must say, you're quite clean.
I originally thought that since you live alone, your dorm room would be a mess, but I didn't expect it to be so clean. There wasn't a single trace of grease in the kitchen. Chen Muru praised Su Chang at this moment.
It's alright. Su Chang gave an awkward smile. It's clean because Lin Yubai gave it to his family a couple of days ago. It was thoroughly cleaned. These tasks. Su Chang would never do that. Chapter 70. Why is what my roommate said different? Have you found me some clothes? Chen Muru asked again. Found it. Okay, then let's take a shower. Chen Muru nodded. Immediately.
She walked into the restroom somewhat awkwardly, with Su Chang following behind her.
After going inside, Su Chang then closed the bathroom door. Turn on the bathroom heater. Then Chen Muru looked at Su Chang and said, help me take it off. Good. Su Chang then helped Chen Muru take off layer after layer of clothes. Next, turn on the shower. Started double row scrubbing. More than half an hour later,
Chen Muru seemed much more relaxed, wrapped in a bath towel in the bathroom, her face beaming with joy. Her long hair was tied into a bun. A delicate and charming oval face, under the washing action of hot water and the illumination of the bathroom heater light. It has a charming pinkish cherry color.
And there are her fair collarbone lines and elegant swan neck. Every detail exudes the allure of a young girl. Su Chang walked out of the bathroom naked.
Then she put on her black pajamas in the bedroom. Then he took the large white t-shirt into the bathroom.
I'm wearing this? Chen Muru, wrapped in a bath towel, stared blankly. This fits well.
My pajamas are all too big.
If you wear a whole set, it will be uncomfortable to sleep. Besides, what are you being shy about? Didn't I already see it?
Su Chang smiled leisurely and replied.
That's different. Her underwear is all wet. Is it really okay to just wear this?
Chen Muru looked at the glass door of the bathroom, where her slightly damp underwear was hanging on the metal buckle.
She secretly resented Su Chang. They're all because of that big bad guy. He must have deliberately wet her underwear just now.
Of course, part of it was also due to her own reasons.
We can't blame it all on Su Chang. Sure, if I wanted to do something bad to you, you weren't wearing anything just now. Would I miss such a good opportunity? Su Chang immediately began to present the facts. This left Chen Muru speechless. That makes some sense. Chen Muru nodded and then accepted the white t-shirt.
Su Chang saw Chen Muru's ashamed appearance. He was the first to step out of the restroom. A short while later, after changing into the white t-shirt, Chen Muru looked absolutely stunning, her entire body radiating white.
The loose t-shirt didn't fit Chen Muru well,
but it still couldn't hide the curves of Chen Muru's figure. And the legs beneath the t-shirt, freshly lathered with shower gel.
It was incredibly smooth and glossy. The two went into the bedroom. Su Chang closed the door. I turned around.
Chen Muru had already gotten into his bed and covered herself with his blanket, concealing her upper body.
Leaning against the headboard, he looked timid and submissive. Su Chang followed him into bed.
He lifted the blanket to cover his lower body as well, put one arm around Chen Muru's waist, and used the other hand to gently caress her tender legs inside the blanket.
Hey, it's still early, let's find a movie to watch. I want to watch a movie with you. Chen Muru leaned against Su Chang and said. Okay, let's wait a bit.
Su Chang thought about how they had just taken a shower together.
It's best not to be too hasty right now. What movie do you want to watch?
Su Chang took out his phone as he spoke.
Now that we have money.
Su Chang has already changed his phone, it's a new tri-fold phone.
There's also an Apple phone.
Apple plays with it during class and folds it into a tri-fold shape for home use.
The tri-fold design is especially effective when studying at night. Let's watch something scary.
Chen Muru nestled in Su Chang's arms and then spoke. Actually, I quite like watching horror movies, but I'm also very scared.
I'm not so scared if I watch it with you. Chen Muru nestled in Su Chang's arms. Feeling that hard, warm chest. I feel incredibly safe. No matter when.
As long as she was with Su Chang, his 185 centimeters height made Chen Muru feel incredibly safe.
This time is no exception. Okay, let's watch something scary then. Su Chang then logged into Tencent Video and found a classic horror movie.
It's called Dead Silence.
After clicking on the movie,
Su Chang reached out and turned off the bedroom light, which startled Chen Muro so much that she buried her head under the covers. This made Su Chang chuckle.
"What are you doing? It's not scary yet. Why are the lights off?" Chen Muro asked blankly. "Of course I turned it off. Why didn't you tell me you turned it off?" "You scared me."
Chen Muro replied awkwardly, then revealed her head again, but compared to Su Chang, only half of her upper body was showing. She nestled on Su Chang's abs.
The two of them just watched quietly. The movie ticked by, second by second. I don't know why.
This time, Su Chang wasn't as scared. Even though watching these things alone still gave him some thrills. But tonight, Chen Muro was lying next to him like this. This made Su Chang less afraid.
It might be because
his mind was mostly on Chen Muro. Su Chang held a tablet in one hand. If you get tired of carrying things, just let Chen Muro carry them for a while. Then his hand.
I just slipped under the covers and relaxed a little. There was absolutely no sense of horror in it. All you get is enjoyment.
Especially when Chen Muro heard the background music change. She quickly hugged him tightly like a koala. That's beyond description.
The movie ended quickly. It was past 11 p.m. when it started. Finally finished watching it, so exciting. Chen Muro let out a long sigh and said, "Exciting, isn't it? The most exciting part is yet to come."
Su Chang chuckled softly and mischievously.
The next second,
he put down his phone, suddenly flipped over, and pinned Chen Muro down. In the pitch-black bedroom.
I can't see anything. Only the two of them could be heard talking quietly. "Su Chang, don't move."
A plaintive voice came from under the covers.
"Sorry, I couldn't help myself," Su Chang replied. "How mean."
Chen Muro didn't believe this at all and wanted to say something more to criticize Su Chang, but Su Chang took away her right to speak. Chen Muro had no choice but to try to help Su Chang vent his anger.
It was past 1 a.m.
Chen Muro lay limply on the bed, embraced by Su Chang's broad body, her eyes filled with admiration.
"Su Chang, why is what you said different from what my roommate said?" "What's different?" Su Chang asked with a faint smile.
"My roommate said that most guys can only last 20 minutes, and that's a very small minority. Most guys last around 10 minutes, but you've already..."
Chen Muro couldn't remember exactly how much time had passed.
"In short, it's been ridiculously long."
"So, do you prefer it longer or shorter?" Su Chang pressed on with a mischievous grin. Longer."
Chen Muro felt ashamed for a while, but she eventually overcame herself and whispered back to Su Chang. It might be because she's getting closer and closer to Su Chang these days.
"There's nothing to be ashamed of anymore."